Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Waits at his 15. Oh, fake punt. Anger throws it. Interception dropped at the 40-yard line because the intended receiver, C.J. Goodwin, fell down.
That is how we start the Monday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back.
Did you open with that cut because it proved you correct that there was going to be a C.J. Goodwin play in there? Boy, it was not a good play. Nobody said it was going to be good. They just said there was a play.
It looked like one was anticipating a go route and one was anticipating a stop. And here's how you know it was a bad play. Anger didn't even stop for a split second to see if he was open. It was going to be, you catch it, you throw it automatically like a wet football in the rain with no laces. You get it, and it's out of your hand like hot potato. There was no pause. There was no read. It was just throw.
Not even trying to fake out the return team. Not even trying to fake them out. Just grab it and throw it. Just get it out. Just get it out. He literally was doing let's just get the ball out as soon as you possibly can. That's what they always tell quarterbacks. Get rid of the ball as fast as you can.
Sure.
And that's exactly what he was doing.
Anger looks at the analytics. He knows this is a quick throw league.
Yeah.
It was like
and he now also knows he is 0 for 3 all time throwing the football. It's not like he's 3 for 3, 2 for 3.
Yeah, this isn't Mohamed Sanu. Like we're dealing with a guy who clearly what it reminded me of was the stereotypical little leaguer who just the ball is released and they close their eyes and they swing, have no concept of where the ball's coming or whatever else. That's what it reminded me of watching him, just ball's in my hand, throw it, this is where it's supposed to go, and he's supposed to be there. And that was just awful communication from top to bottom.
What was your number one head-shaking moment of the game as the Dallas Cowboys, of course, lose in Atlanta their third straight 27-21 to drop to 3-5? Let's go around the room for your number one. Are you effing kidding me?
Oh, the 4th and 1 end around.
Forgot about that one.
I think we're going to have 3 or 4 different answers.
That's, to me, you have a 240-pound unit at quarterback. Put him under center and sneak it.
Well, you see what happens when he runs, as we got blamed for that as well last week.
What, where he got 22 yards? He had the longest rush of the year. That's what happens when he runs?
And you broke him. Congratulations.
Yeah. Well, they showed it was on a different play, I guess, that he hurt the hand.
It was on the throw. He said it was off a scramble.
Yeah, he said it was off the scramble?
He said it was off a run.
He said it was a run, and then when he threw it to the sideline to Brooks is when he really felt that's not good.
Yeah. But that is, 4th and 1, you don't get cute there. You don't get, unless you're the Detroit Lions, who have proven that they can get cute over and over and over again, and it works. That play, get the first down. Don't worry about CeeDee, because all it takes is one person to not do their job, and you're screwed up. On that play, it's 4th and 1, sneak it. They did it 2 series later, they just snuck it.
And the Cowboys have never run that play before either, so it's it was new on tape. Yeah, the end around to CeeDee Lamb, your number one head shaker. You're just laughing, chuckling to yourself.
Well, so
Don't take mine.
I was gonna say I wasn't laughing, so it's not gonna be this one, and I'll rant about it at some point today. The absurdity of having CeeDee Lamb in there late, but the biggest thing to me was and I'm probably gonna take it, I would guess here, Diggs not knowing where to line up on the Mooney touchdown.
This is amazing. We're all going to have different answers.
Is just to where Olsen's Diggs doesn't know where to line up. Diggs is clearly, and he was looking around wait, where do you want me? Where am I supposed to be?
Olsen was all over it.
And you see Cousins hey, let's get this play out. They don't know where to be. So let's go. Let's throw the ball. It was preseason first practice together type of mistake.
Pepe, your number one moment where you're like, are you kidding me?
Man, it was almost the Dowdle touchdown. If that wasn't a complete for a touchdown, because Dak ran to his offensive line. I mean, but really, it's the fake punt. Since I can't use that one, it's the fake punt for me. When I saw that ball go in the air, I knew there's just no chance. And I saw C.J. Goodwin fell down, and I was like, here we go again.
None of those are even close to number one for me. Number one for me was the 12 men on the field. Too many men on the field on a 4th and 1 crucial have to have it. And Dalvin Cook and everyone is just looking at each other bewildered on the sideline. So, look, we managed to go around this room, the number one head-shaking moment, and we got 4 different answers. End around, Diggs lining up, the fake punt, and for me, it was the 12 men that cost you in another crucial situation. Look,
A lot of problems.
A lot of these games, I come in, and during the game, I'm more upset and frustrated with the ownership, with the Joneses. Yesterday was about Mike McCarthy. I thought Zach Wilczek put it well in the postgame. That was the biggest indictment for Mike McCarthy yesterday, with the penalties, the sloppiness, the communication, the little things, and the decisions. 0 for 5 bad. And that just settled in that he cannot be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys next year. I think Jerry Jones knows it. Who knows? Because Jerry is more intent on his stubbornness winning out than logic and common sense. But yesterday for me, Chop, I'm sorry. That was the biggest storyline for me is Mike McCarthy, and not the personnel, not the lack of talent, not the Joneses' mistakes.
I mean, there's a lot of attention to detail that just isn't there. I don't know. Like, do you put 12 men on the field? Is that on the coach? Is that on the players? I have no idea. It all goes up. Everything rolls up. When you have penalties, procedure penalties, those are, to me, on the coach a lot of times. But the other penalty, the holds and stuff like that, that's on the player. There was a lot of issues yesterday that point to this team has just tuned him out, and that's the issue. They have just tuned him out.
I disagree with that.
Oh God, they've quit.
RJ, they've been doing this for 3 years. It's the same stuff. I've been ranting and raving about it with the hot noise and stupid football team. They're not just starting to do this. They do this. This has been happening.
They've been 12-5. That's the thing.
What?
They've been a 12-win team for years. So you're.
They have been 12-win teams, but we always get on them for all the little things being off.
We do, and I think we do that because we follow them closer. I think if you were looking at every team, they're going to do a lot of the same type of penalties. Every team has a 12 man on the field penalty almost every game. They have their false starts. They have illegal shifts. They have everything. But most teams also don't win 12 games. I just think it's clear that this team has quit, and that's an indictment on the coach. They never quit on Jason. They never quit on Jason. And I think it's clear they have quit on Mike.
Mike McCarthy on the self-inflicted wounds that we saw again yesterday.
Well, I think it's a little bit of part of the story. I mean, we just had some self-inflicted wounds. I mean, we had, the fake punt was a little bit a matchup. John, we felt strong about going into the game, so didn't convert that. But yeah, that's when it got to a two-score, above a two-score lead. So. We had plenty of opportunities after that.
14-10 turned into 21-10 with the Ray McLeod touchdown after the fake punt. Where do you stand on me versus Choppy and this is who they are, this is who they have been versus this is an extra level of them bailing?
No, I think it's kind of both in terms of it is who they are and who they've been in terms of just stupid penalties. 7 of your 9 are pre-snap. 7 of your 9 penalties are pre-snap penalties. That's something is not clicking with them in an even bigger way than normal during the practice week. Either they're just, I don't know that it's quit. It didn't look like quit to me. CeeDee Lamb being out there with a shoulder that's clearly messed up. Trayvon Diggs fighting through his calf issue. Like, none of that felt like quit to me, but it felt like a little bit of players during the practice week that clearly are just like, okay. Like, I mean, whatever we're doing here. They're poorly coached. They're unable to weather injuries. It feels like staff and players alike are all in cover your ass mode, and everything is going to absolute hell for them right now. And that is probably the most predictable outcome of the 2024 Cowboys when you consider the way they had set up the year similar to 2019, and 2019 went the same exact way.
Like they didn't quit physically. Quitting is a mental thing. You know, your resolve, your threshold for this is going to hell is just much, much lower. And look, all those things that happened during the week, that's where these games are won and lost oftentimes, and you're just getting checked out. I mean, mentally, I think a lot of these guys have just stopped paying attention, and that's a terrible, terrible thing to have to happen.
Jerry Jones supposedly getting emotional with the team afterwards, and his voice is cracking a little bit. He doesn't do this. He does not talk after road games. He usually saves that for us tomorrow at 8:30 here on the show. But Jerry spoke about what's going wrong after.
We came in here thinking we could win that ball game. That's a team that we could beat. It's obvious mistakes, those kinds of things. Just any team in the NFL can do you in. This is not a good time. I really regret this for all of our Dallas Cowboy fans. Will tell you this, that I've been around. I've seen Michael Irvin tear up and cry when he couldn't lose anybody because he's just recovering from knee surgery. Yet his ass came back and led a team to 3 Super Bowls. I know you can be there if you're there. That room's full of guys that can get it done. I believe in them, coaches and all.
So, same thing, this time with a little bit of emotion. Why do you think he spoke after this one, Bobby?
Look, I mean, I think that there's clearly, that's a signal that things are not right. Because the last time he spoke on the road that I can remember, I might be off on this a little bit, but I'm pretty sure.
I know he keeps track.
I'm pretty sure the last time he spoke on the road was Green Bay in 22. And that was a disaster game where the coaching staff, because I don't think he did it all last year, and I know he hasn't done it this year. But that was a game where it obviously meant a lot to the coaches returning to Green Bay, and it was a just disaster in terms of blowing a lead and the way it happened and the overtime inability to line up properly. And Jerry felt the need to go out there and talk. So him going out there and needing to talk yesterday clearly, I think, to me, says something's gone up a level. Whether it means his tolerance has shifted, which I don't think is accurate. I think it's more likely he knew how much hell they were going to catch. And it's like, I got to get in front of this one because they're going to catch a ton right here.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
I think this was just an attempt to keep you hooked, listening and watching. I think that's what that was. I'm going to get emotional. I'm going to get teared up. I'm going to try to win one for the Gipper speech. And then he spoke about the trade deadline tomorrow. And while saying, yes, this is bleak, now all of a sudden, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought this entire time it was, no, we're not going to be doing anything. No. They were very cavalier and blunt about it. And now all of a sudden it's, hey, we got some things in the mix. All right, we could be buyers. We'll probably, quote, we'll probably do a couple things this week. I'm a long way from being dismayed. I think that is all an attempt to keep you watching, following, talking, and tweeting about it. That's my theory.
I mean, you're probably right. The thing is, he doesn't need to do all that. Like, it's football. It's the NFL. Everyone's already hooked. You don't need to sell this league. You don't need to sell it. You don't need to.
But if you judge his tone, especially with like KMC on Friday, I think our interview combined, I'm being serious. I'm not trying to brag. Yeah, I don't know if it is a brag. I mean, you could say he, gave us a vasectomy live on radio over 100,000 watts, snipped our nuts. That interview combined with how bad the season is, I think it's getting to Jerry. I think it's landed with him that this is much worse from the fan base. I think because he's like, for our fans, and I know I got to take that. If you hear the tone, especially on Fridays with KMC, he's trying to take like a little bit more ownership and sound a little softer versus chest out, in your face. It's my team. This way we're going to do it, and you don't know what you're talking about. I think that has landed with him more over these past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think he has a genuine concern about apathy right now.
Yes.
And I think it's that's something that's concerning him because usually...
And I agree with you, Choppy. It's probably never going to show, at least the rest of this season. It's not going to show in the numbers, and the stadium's going to be full, and their ratings will be the highest. But I do think he's more worried about it. Sorry, Bob.
No. But you think despite what he said, those empty bleachers in Oxnard that we kept watching at practice had to have stuck with him a little. And then the fact that things are going sideways and he's still getting hammered with, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? And the fact that he's hearing so much consistent criticism, I think that he does have a sense that maybe there is a little bit of apathy here. And we talked about their games being rated the highest. I don't know that they are. I think we've actually, early in the season, I saw some, I'm going to have to look for it during the break. I think the Chiefs games have been the highest rated this year.
Record your Cowboy thoughts on the Odyssey app. Phone calls and texts at 640. But next, it's time for your Cowboy report card. Star up, star down. Brought to you by Crown Royal. Next.
Let's get.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
At their own 22, and there's a play-action fake, and Cousins going deep to the right sideline. That is caught by Mooney.
Whoa.
And Clarkson, I can't say was covering him.
Was that the touchdown, or what's going on here? Is it just a
Did you say
regular pass?
one? Yeah. One was just a pass.
Oh, okay. It's just regular pass. All right, there we go. I was wondering why the crowd was so quiet there. As the
Atlanta.
Yeah, it is Atlanta. Cowboys lose 27-21. It is now time for your Cowboys report card, known as Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the National Football League. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I will start my star down with the cut that I intended coming back from the break. And that, don't respond to me. I don't want any D's nuts sent over to the station either.
First down and goal at the 9.5. Empty gun for Cousins. Looking left, throwing a fade to the left side of the end zone. London up and a nice grab. Touchdown Atlanta.
So I thought that was like basically a perfectly executed play. I'm not going to kill Trayvon Diggs for the coverage in that, but I'm still going star down to Trayvon Diggs. I do give him props. I know that's where Bobby is going. Jerry spilled the beans on Friday on KMC saying that Diggs was practicing with, or not practicing with, a pretty significant injury. He did gut it out. He did go out there, but it did not work out well for him. Back shoulder touchdown makes it 7-3, and then Diggs totally getting lost with the wheel route that allowed the Falcons to score another touchdown. So he was out there. He didn't look like he was limping around or hurting as much as CeeDee Lamb, so I have to go star down Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, he didn't play well, and there's no injury that prevents you from knowing where you're supposed to line up. So that's still something that he's got to take. I would say that it's an up and a down for me. Down because he played poorly, but again, he's limited because of injury. I am giving him star up for the dude gutted it out. He went out there, fought through something that was clearly limiting him, and wanted to be out there and with the team, especially after Oruwariye hit IR, and they've had their issues getting Bland back on the field. All of that, I think, is worthy of praise for Trayvon Diggs. So not a great performance, but I do think that he showed a lot of toughness yesterday.
I mean, he did but like that play is just inexcusable. Off a timeout, to not know where you're supposed to be, to not have any idea what's going on.
That made it 14-3, 36-yarder for Mooney.
I mean, Mooney will not have an easier touchdown all year.
Easy Mooney.
And London didn't even come back to play. Could have been worse for the Cowboys defense.
Yeah, London didn't come back to play. Pitts got targeted twice in this game, like nothing. But yeah, I mean, Diggs did play again. To his credit, he played 100% of the snaps. He was out there for every play.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned Pitts. That is one of my star ups. That is how they handle Kyle Pitts, which is tremendously, because he had been fantastic over the last 4 or 5 games. He had a goose egg 5 games ago, but the prior 4, I mean, he was in the 70s and 80s and 90s in yards for those games. I mean, he had been much, much better. The defense did a great job on him this week. That was huge. If you were to tell me they were going to hold him to 1 catch and like 11 yards, I'm like, they win this game easy. But they didn't even need it. They didn't even need it. So that was one of my star ups, is the Kyle Pitts and how they handled him this week.
Big star up to me, motivating Jake Ferguson to take his game up a level. I think that was clearly, he heard the criticism. He responded in the right way. Jake, that's what I like to see. I clearly do more to motivate this football team than the biggest star down and the obvious star down and the star down that trumps all the others, and that's Mike McCarthy, who absolutely failed in every single way in this game, from preparation to in-game management, the fact that you had no timeouts available to you at the end of the first half, all the procedural penalties, pre-snap penalties, the confusion, the bad communication, it all has to fall on Mike McCarthy.
Why did they stop going up-tempo?
That I didn't care for. The first drive, they had gotten 54 yards on 3 plays.
Holy mackerel.
Pass. And then they said, we got to throw a run in here. I didn't understand the run.
So I think, obviously,
I don't care about the run. Why did you stop the up-tempo?
Yeah,
you got 27 yards on the first play to Ferguson. Rico with a 12-yard catch. Ferguson with 14. 3-0. You fail again in the red zone, but you had 7 for 59 in 3.5 minutes. Dak was 5 for 5 for 57 yards.
Who's burned out, man?
You know what? That very well, honestly, may be part of it. There may have been some sort of fatigue issue they were trying to manage. I know there were some really bad takes, I'd say, that talked about pre-snap penalties maybe being part of the reason why you had to slow down your tempo. The vast majority of those pre-snap penalties occurred when they were out of tempo.
Yeah.
And were things that were occurred in the second half. It was just, I think they probably felt like they had to measure it a little bit, and that they found their rhythm, and then they thought they could settle into their offense, and that clearly wasn't the case.
That's an inexcusable explanation for me. Ridiculous. You do whatever you can to get your $60 million guy going. And it was fun. It was effective. It was efficient. It was rolling. It was 7-3 after 1, so it's not like your defense was totally gassed and Atlanta was up on you 2 scores. And you're like, all right, now we have to slow things down, or this is going to get out of control. It was 3-0, and then it was 7-3, and then it eventually, after they quit the no huddle up tempo, got to 14-3 after the Mooney wheel route. I did not understand that whatsoever. But I will. I'll add on here to star down with the Dallas Cowboys. Their brains. Their collective brains combined with Mike McCarthy and the coaching. Tyler Smith, false start, 1st and goal. They always false start on 1st and goal and move themselves back to 7-yard. Tyler Guyton, I'm sorry. Do we have a Wonderlic on him to go back? This poor guy. He is, and he looks totally lost. When a flag is thrown, it's probably going to be on Tyler Guyton. What the heck is going on with this guy and the penalties? You talked about the wasted timeouts for McCarthy, communication, the details. Dan Orlovsky went viral after the game because on the Cowboys' 3rd play of the game, it was the second third down of the game, excuse me. The second third down of the game, the Cowboys had 10 on the field. 10. So Dalvin Cook made it 12 for the too many men. But then early on in the game, there's 10 men. So they have too many, and then they don't have enough. Jerry Jones afterwards on what he makes of all the pre-snap issues.
Well, I attribute the loss to that. That'll take the air out of it. It's too close for that in the NFL between the teams. It's just too close, and you can't especially do it a lot.
He has to know that Mike is no longer the guy. He's just going to wait it out till after the season. I think these close losses too, they end up being close, which we'll get to later on. That can help Jerry keep Mike around. But that was bad yesterday. That was a bad thing to put on Mike McCarthy's resume. 7 of the 9 penalties were pre-snap. Holy cow. If you close your eyes and someone tells you that something stupid is going to happen in a football game from a communication standpoint, someone is going to get out-schemed, there's going to be a trick play that makes the other side look bad, you always know to fill in the blank that the Dallas Cowboys will be on the wrong end of it. Always. That's coaching. That's coaching to me. Go ahead, Chop. Star up, star down. Brought to you by Crown Royal.
Let me ask you this, because Guyton, you mentioned Guyton there, which, by the way, I hate they don't do the Wonderlicks anymore. They need to bring them back.
Did they officially get rid of them?
AI said they stopped in 2022. I don't know.
Hey, that's a hard test. I can't answer any of those questions.
Was it not a red flag to begin with that he was old and raw?
I mean, he's not old.
To be raw, he's old.
Because he switched positions. He was a defensive lineman.
So again, that's
well, there are no red flags when we're talking about Dallas Cowboys first-round offensive linemen.
That's true.
We give them the benefit of the doubt.
We give them the benefit of the doubt. We do.
And Guyton may still end up being good, but
he might.
If there's, close your eyes, there's an offensive lineman penalty. Who is it? It's Guyton. Mm-hmm. Someone probably misses a block or is late on a stunt. Who is it? It's Zach Martin. I mean, that's just the truth.
And there's my star down. This poor guy. Like, it's time as Twitter's. He was trending. When a guard is trending after the first series, that's a bad thing. That's a bad sign. And the amount of people that had the post that say, Zach, it's time to go be with your family. It's time to go be with your family. It's time to hang it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's penalties. It's just awful communication. There's so much about it that's just. It didn't feel like other games we've watched before, where it's like, man, this guy sucked. It felt so much like y'all just aren't good.
It's like you also said one person. It's always one person.
Like this team, it doesn't matter what's going on. It doesn't matter what play it is. There's always one person not doing their job. And in Zach's case, it might just be physical limitations and age. It's not like he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just not the same guy anymore. We just have to accept that. But, it's always something. It's always one person failing to have their assignment, or like Diggs not knowing what to do, or failing to pick up a block, or because like how many of these plays, that end around that they did on 4th and 1, I mean that play worked 2 series later. We know it can work. It just didn't work because somebody didn't do their job.
My favorite tweet I woke up to this morning from somebody was from somebody named Alex, and I think they summarized it perfectly. They said, "This isn't the worst Cowboys team I've ever watched, but by God, is it my least favorite." And that's the thing, is that it's not a good football team at all, but it's not as bad as 2020. They're not that bad yet. I mean, they could get there. It's not as bad as some of the 5-11 teams, but it just feels like what's left? Like what is left for you guys? You were supposed to be right here on the edge, ready to break through, and your last 3 losses have come to NFC contenders, and you've gotten your ass kicked every single time. It is a sobering reality, and I think that's what it is for Jerry. It's a sobering reality of 3 straight weeks you're reminded you are not here. You're not here and you're not close, and it's not one thing that's going to get you here. And it's probably several things and several coaching moves and several personnel moves. That's all stacking up for you right now.
What happened with Zeke? What's going to happen with Zeke? And how long are Dak and CeeDee Lamb going to be out? That's next on a Cowboys Monday. Hey, a lot of Tolos say the only thing they have left in this football season is the calamity of our Monday radio shows, how toxic it is, and Jerry Jones on Tuesdays to hear how uncomfortable that is. So, Misery Loves Company. Continue to join a 6 a.m. club right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
False start.
Wow.
This team cannot stay out of its own way.
False start. Offense number 73. That's a 5-yard penalty.
Tyler Smith, if you see the Cowboys walking down the street, hope they're wearing loafers. Because if they're wearing lace-up shoes, they're going to trip over the shoelace.
Yikes.
Fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Brad Sham, not very happy. In case you did not know and you're just waking up, we are your home for all things Dallas Cowboys football, for better or right now a lot worse. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Star up, star down. Your Cowboys report card throughout the entire morning. Now let's get to the other crap. And that would be Zeke Elliott before the game and Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb during the game. Dak hurts the hamstring, and he says it's something I have not felt before. That does not sound too promising for him playing against the Eagles and maybe even after that.
Yeah, I mean, got to get it looked at. Felt it, I guess the third play that I was in on the little scramble to the left. Felt it, didn't think much of it, to be honest with you. And then the next play, throwing that the stop route to the field, pulled something. I guess felt a pull or felt something I've never felt. Tough to walk on it at that point. Saw the medical team and asked, could I make it worse? At that point, they said I wouldn't be able to protect myself, and they made the call to hold me out.
We all thought he was dealing with a hand.
I mean, that's what the camera showed. It showed a very
swollen and bloody.
That hand looked like Zach Wolchuk's from your party. All right, that thing was swollen and bloody, and it looked exactly like that because the previous play was that the one where the ball was tipped by the lineman on the pass to Ferguson. Looked like I think it was to Ferguson. That everybody said that play was going to work.
Yeah.
Right? They were like that play is going to work, man, and it just obviously it did. So I thought, okay, did he hit his hand on a helmet there? I didn't see anything happen like that. But, I mean, you get a hamstring, your legs, you get an Achilles, you get a calf, a hamstring. I mean, that's for a quarterback. You got to throw your legs, obviously.
Jerry said he was concerned. Dr. Choppy, how many weeks? What's the initial prognosis, Doogie?
Well, Jordan Love, I mean, he seems to be playing, and he has injuries, but he also did miss time earlier in this year. So what?
With a hammy?
Week 1, right? It was a knee. I would say 2 weeks, but I don't know. He's tough, man. I don't know if he's going to miss any time.
I don't think it has to do with toughness. You watch him leaving the field, like, no way he plays against Philadelphia, I would think.
I wouldn't think so. So the National Institutes of Health did research on hamstring injuries in professional football players, and they found that the average number of days lost per hamstring injury was 12.9 days. So that's 2 weeks. Study found that players missed an average of 2.6 games after acute strain of the hamstring. So, yeah, I would guess you've got...
That'd be Philly and Houston in Arlington.
Yep, and then the Houston one that's Monday night, isn't it? So you get an extra day, I guess, of prep and to come back from that.
I'm going to tell you what the spread is, and I want you to tell me whether Vegas has factored in Dak playing or not. What would the spread have to be, you think, with Rush, or for them to factor it in? What would your guess be?
Cooper's about a 4-point downgrade for Dak. So I would think
7 or 8.
No, I would think probably 4. Right? It's probably a pick him at home. Maybe.
Philly would be favored in Arlington, I think, barely.
Yeah, so maybe 1 point. Let's say 5.
It's 6.5.
They would factor that in. That's Cooper.
That's them saying
That's Cooper.
Cooper Rush is playing.
Yeah.
6.5 points.
Well, there we go. I mean, look, the reality is what I don't want to see happen from this is I don't want to see excuses get built in naturally for people who have a lot of pressure on them, Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones, and I don't want to hear that.
I know.
Well, we have this happen, and the reality is they have had a lot of injuries, no doubt about it.
Yes,
but they also allowed all their depth to be decimated and put themselves in a position where this kind of thing would happen. Now, what I would prefer is I would prefer it not be Cooper at this point, because I think you want to see Lance, but
topic for later.
I know, I'm just saying to tease it ahead, but in general, I think that there's very little likelihood that Dak plays in this game.
So over at BetMGM, they haven't updated it yet, so it's 2.5 Philly. And there's your Cooper Rush to get it to 6. Because it opened at Cowboys 1.5 at the start of the year, right? When all the lines come out. So the Cows have been downgraded 3 points anyway, across the board. Across the board, they've been downgraded by 3 points. And then Philadelphia, you got to figure out whether they've been upgraded or downgraded or stayed the same throughout the course of the year. Then you add the Cooper thing in there, you get your 6.
What about CeeDee Lamb? You guys, along with a lot of the internet, not happy that he was still out there. It reminded me of Emmitt Smith against the Giants. He was holding that thing like it was separated. That's what I was waiting to hear. And he eventually goes back in, then they pull him back out. CeeDee Lamb and the shoulder.
The first time they pulled him out, that was the moment I was like, okay, I don't want to see him again. Like, he played at this point. I had no problem with him being in there until that point. And then it was like, okay, it's obvious. Get him out of there. You're down by 14. There's no point, right? They get the ball back and they put him back in. And it's like, all right.
I'll tell you why I wasn't going crazy about it.
Because Cooper actually gave him a chance?
No. Luka. I was saying to myself, is CeeDee... I don't know. Look, I give him props. He's clearly writhing in pain. The biggest tell was when he was in the end zone and the receiver or the corner barely went by him, nicked him, and he was in pain. But I was like, they know whether it's separated or not right now. Is he just like, oh my gosh, I'm going to gut this out. I'm going to be Michael Jordan. I'm going to be Luka Doncic here. The Cowboys know CeeDee Lamb, threshold for pain, toughness, and all that stuff. And I am very critical of Mike McCarthy leaving guys in too long. I think that is a humongous fault of his. In this instance, I didn't want him to stay out there too long, but I felt like, Bobby, they probably had a handle on whether it was a serious injury and he was still fine to, quote-unquote, gut it out, and whether CeeDee maybe was doing a little, maybe a little Luka heroics. I don't know. That was not what I was thinking.
No, I
think the fact that he went back out there told me that this is not like a serious thing, I don't think, to keep him out 2 or 3 weeks.
No, he can't.
I would guess he plays against Philly.
I don't believe he could make it worse. I don't think, because they clearly, Dak asked the trainers, can I make it worse? And they said, you can't protect yourself, and they wouldn't put him back out there. To me, though, there's still, get him the hell out of the game. He's in a ton of pain. Don't do this. And all accounts from people I was talking to yesterday, there was There was no showmanship there. He's really good about not letting on about when he's in pain.
Yeah.
And not letting on because he's been, I mean, think about it. We always think about like, he's never really banged up. He's never really hurt. Everybody's banged up. Everybody's hurt at some point. So the fact that we've never had that sense is a testament to he guts through stuff and he doesn't lead on about it.
Yeah.
And so for him to be in as much pain as he was and landing on that shoulder multiple times after he was already in pain, it was just like, this is painful for me to watch. Get him off the field. You're not winning this game. This is like feels a little bit like torture porn almost. Get him out. Like I don't want to see it.
Is that what you're into?
No, that's a phrase.
I know it's a phrase.
But it's like in general.
It's also a category, Bobby. Okay.
It's also snuff then, whatever you want to call it.
Again,
whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. The whole point is it was
category.
It felt
it's a tab.
You know what it felt like?
It's on the pull down.
Sorry if it comes off.
It's on there.
Sorry if it comes off harsh. What that felt like was the most important thing was not the pain threshold or whatever else your player. The most important thing at that point was like, well, I've got a job to save.
Dang. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franco and Franco injury attorney text line. Do we think Lamb plays against Philly?
50-50.
Okay.
50-50.
All right, what happened with Zeke? Jane Slater got the details, but the story came out that he was not making the trip to Atlanta. Zeke, a healthy scratch, first of his career. Slater with the report. He has been distracted this season. Aside from habitual tardiness, he has missed 3 team meetings, with Friday's meeting the final straw. Both parties decided it was best he didn't make the trip. Dalvin and Rico will be expected to carry the. By the way, star up for Rico Dowdle.
Yes.
On my star ups.
Played well.
What happened here, Bob? What else can you tell us, and what do we make of it?
So there's
that was a mischievous smile.
Because I mean, there's clearly, just by the way the Cowboys are handling this, there's a certain amount they're willing to talk about and a certain amount they're not. And
a lot of Tolos are asking, does that mean we win the money from Zeke's dad now?
Yeah,
or no?
Could be.
Well, I mean, it sounds like maybe other factors are causing him not to play that way. It's not about his ability at all. I think that there's a lot of muddy details here about clearly something happened this week that escalated whatever tardiness or smaller issues they felt like. Something happened Thursday, Friday that made it much worse. I don't think it's a coincidence that Zeke was being put up in front of the media as one of the go-to, let's talk to him guys by the team for several weeks, and then you got into the regular season. It was pretty quick where Zeke wasn't being put up there anymore to talk to the media as one of the scheduled individuals. I don't think that was an accident. I think that was a pretty clear decision that they made there. I think that he's frustrated with his role. I think that there's other things going on that the team feels he needs to deal with right now. And those things combined and his frustration level, I think it came to a head a little bit, and you got some friction between Zeke and people at the top of the team, and it ended in what is essentially a suspension.
I think this happens in not this exactly, but there comes a point in a lot of athletes' career where the realization hits that they don't really matter anymore to the course of their team, and they essentially quiet quit. And that, if you're skipping meetings and you're just being late because you. Like if you're in every play, if you're the number one guy, you're at the meetings because it matters that you're at the meetings. And when you know that you're not going to play or you're not going to get the touches that you want, it doesn't really matter to you if you're on time or you're there because you're not a part of them anyway. And Zeke, essentially, from what I took from that tweet from Slater, quiet quit. He quiet quit, and you just can't have that. Like, you're supposed to be one of the leaders of the team. Like, if he wasn't brought in here for leadership, what was it? Because it sure as hell wasn't for 2.7 yards a carry.
Jerry Jones commented on this on our pregame show with the great Christy Scales.
You got to love somebody that practices as hard as he practices. He's inspirational and always has been. I've still got pictures of Zeke running up and down in the dressing room before the game with didn't have his pads on, let's put it like that, but motivating and getting his horse going.
Oh, God.
Motivated, getting his horse going without pants. Christy. What did Christy do in there? Where'd she go? What was that little drop from Christy? Oh, Lord. I felt like I heard that. Let me hear that again, paid. Not the whole thing.
Didn't have his pads on, let's put it like that, but motivating and getting his horse going.
So look, the first thing I thought of is like we have a humongous communication issue here. Like the initial pitch sounds like it either wasn't delivered correctly or got lost along the way. I thought we were all on the same page of, yo, man, you're being brought in here to be a mentor. Mentor, goal line carries, 4th and 1. Well, Zeke probably looks at it like, okay, the plan was for Rico to like take the reins here. He didn't take the reins. He's not that much better than me. He's not better than me. I should now be the starter. So it feels like the plan got lost.
Do you think this is why?
Lost in translation.
Do you think this is why we kept having to ask, why isn't Dalvin Cook active?
Maybe.
To protect Zeke?
To keep Zeke active. I don't know. But you got Zeke going
There's
behind
clearly
it.
frustration levels about his role. And so he probably voiced those pretty loudly to them.
All right, let's see how many. Usually we do calls at 6:40, but we haven't even talked about Dak's video. Dak saying we effing suck. Bobby thinks it could be something else. Let's take calls and texts if you want. We got a couple Odyssey app messages to unleash on the boys as well. 877-881-1053 after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
4th and 3. Cowboys used the timeout. Cousins with a change in something. Blitz. Throw to the right side, and the coverage was broken, and Mooney caught it at the 15 and literally strolls into the end zone for a 36-yard touchdown.
That made it 14-3 in the second quarter. Good morning, Metroplex. Cowboys end up losing their third straight 27-21 in Atlanta. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with you. It's the 7th time since Jerry bought the team in 1989 that they've been 3-5. And only once before, ignited by a big deal, trade deadline tomorrow, did they rebound to make the postseason. And Richie Witt points out that this week, season ticket holders were mailed invoices for possible playoff games.
Oh, well.
I'll keep that in mind. Bobby, what did you ask yesterday? Who's going to be the first one to drop 2018? We've done it before.
Yeah. Who's going to be the first to say, well, we're 3-5 in 2018 too? Because they keep throwing out 2018 as their reference point, and 3-5 is where it has to stop. Because 3-5 is where they turned it around and they started winning games. So if you get past 3-5, you have lost your fallback on 2018.
By the way, you don't think changes can be made right now? Today, the Raiders fired their offensive coordinator along with 2 others. Because,
that'll fix it.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
exactly.
That'll fix it.
Let's hear from the Tolos. We have the phone lines open, DNM Leasing Hotline at 877-881-1053. And PayPay, we have a couple messages that have been left on the Odyssey app.
Yes, we do. First off, we have Jason and Faye. He's hot. He's saying here that he is tired of this team, and he's basically turning them off.
I can go all the way back to 1989 when this Cowboys team went 1-15 and beat the Washington Redskins 13-3 or whatever it was. I watched every play, every minute of every game that season because that's how passionate I was about the Dallas Cowboys. Yesterday marked the second time in 3 weeks that I turned the game off after the Cowboys fell behind. That's how apathetic I am about this team, and I guarantee you I'm not the only fan that feels this way. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, if you'd have told me I'd have been turning Cowboy games off because they fell behind, I would have told you that you were crazy. But that's just how I feel. I'm just numb right now.
Man, I love the intensity there. And you will see this more and more. You are seeing it on social media. I'm not turning it on. I'm bailing. And that is what we think Jerry Jones is most afraid of. Who else we got?
Yeah, next one, Sean, we have Skylar in Godly, Texas, giving his thoughts on the Cowboys' 27-21 loss to the Falcons.
We just need to get with the program that this year is just going to be a scratch. We're not going to be able to go to the playoffs. No 12-5 season. Mike McCarthy's last year. And we're going to have to get a new coach, offensive scheme, try to have a great draft in order to rebuild this thing, because how do you fumble a 12-5 team last year playing like a 3-5 team this year?
Yeah, that realization did set in. That's why. I mean, Bobby said it earlier. They have had a lot of injuries, but because of their attitude, I think RJ Ochoa has also done a nice job of phrasing a lot of this from Blogging the Boys with their attitude and their arrogance and the way that they went about it, telling us, basically, you don't understand the way that we're doing things. You just don't get it. I don't understand why you're so negative. My theory is that is why the fan base has not been willing to give a usual pass that you would when Deron Bland, your second best or best corner, is out. Micah Parsons, all world. Your quarterback is now hurt. Your wide receiver is compromised. Marshawn Nealon, depth issues. We'd be like, hey, man, this is a hurt football team. What do you want them to do? No one cares. No one cares because they want to see Jerry Jones get his. They want to see Stephen Jones get his. That's the reality. That's the truth. We are not willing to give any passes because of your attitude and because of the past 30 years. That's why I think the unfair judgment, no one gives a crap about it.
Well, they don't care. It is real. I mean, you have to be fair about that. It is real.
It is real.
But, it's people are just tired of it.
It also hurt them that everyone was there except for Bland with a couple of games where they got worked. Like the Saints losing like this makes the Cowboys look even worse.
Way worse.
With 7 straight, they lost to Carolina.
Yeah, way worse. And, look, the Saints.
Derrick Henry.
Yeah, and Derrick Henry. And the Saints had injuries too, but since that game, but it doesn't matter.
And Baltimore was 0-2.
And Baltimore was 0-2.
The way they lost and when they lost just made it so much worse for Jerry and Steven.
And you have to look, and the fact that a lot of these injuries are cluster injuries where you had Tank and Micah, so you're losing both ends. I mean, Detroit had the biggest loss of any team so far this year from a non-quarterback perspective. They haven't skipped a beat. They haven't skipped a beat since they lost Hutchinson. You got to overcome injuries.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Kansas City, Rice went down. You got to overcome injuries.
All right, let's get to the Tolos on the D&M Leasing hotline to hit us up here on a Cowboys Monday. Fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. B-Dub in Louisville. Start us off, B. Go ahead.
Hey, who do we blame here, boys? Do we blame Robert, Barrett, and Jerry, who took the summer off and blames y'all for his fault? Do we blame Mr. 60 Dak, whose only highlight this year has been getting engaged? Do we blame the O-line, who's got more holes than Swiss cheese? 1 star seems to be a rating this year, boys. Who do we blame?
I mean, D, all the above.
Yeah.
E, all the above.
Yeah, I mean, it's everybody, but the lead on this has to be your $60 million. Everything honestly comes back to your front office decision makers, because they decided to approach things financially the way they did. They decided to retain Mike McCarthy. They decided to all of these decisions that have blown up in their face were all made by them. So cumulatively, they all catch that.
They didn't do anything. I mean, the offseason was bad. They lost a lot of guys. Now, is it one of those off seasons that every NFL team has to have, where you got to have a financial reset? Problem is, they didn't really even financially reset the team. It's not like they're going to go into next year with $65 million of cap space.
They paid out 2 max deals.
Right? They didn't financially reset.
And they've done also a terrible, terrible job of explaining it to everyone.
Right. They've taken the approach that it doesn't matter. You don't need to know.
Behind the curtain, they have had major talks and discussions on how to explain it to people, the media, to fans. They've done a terrible communication job of relaying it, in my opinion. The salary cap thing is a really difficult thing to get. To me, I'm not Kevin Hagelin. I'm not Bobby Belt. I'm an idiot with it. I don't get it. It's really confusing. Let me put it like that. That's why we have Nick Eatman on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. All right, so next year, they can't really spend a lot. I wish they would just come out and say it. But instead, they keep selling it as a win now possibility, and it makes them sound crazy, delusional, and not honest. Just come out and say it. We misevaluated Derrick Henry. We didn't want to sign a 30-year-old running back. He's proving us wrong. Just be honest about it. Just say it. Look at what Trayvon Diggs did with his apology. That got Diggs so much positive PR. But Jerry, he's incapable of it. Matt in Fort Worth. Matt, you're live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
I just think this team, it's not that they're not good. I think this team is just dumb. So Brad Sham, love Brad Sham yesterday in the post-game show. And again, I don't know why I was listening to it. Maybe I'm dumb too. But he said this team was in it, but this team was never in it. 14-3, they weren't in it.
No.
27-13, they weren't in it. And this team's dumb, and I'm going to tell you why. Dak's hot start, tempo. What happened to it?
Yes.
Then they started running the ball. Penalties. Every time they get a good play, it'd be a penalty. The jet sweep to CeeDee, it's 4th and 1. Why are we running that? Because our 4th and 1 guy who we brought in can't behave himself. Dak's long run, the longest run, by the way, of any player in the entire season on your football team, gets called. The next play, you get a penalty.
Yep.
Rico's touchdown catch. I mean, that looked like it was a juggling act. Where's the circus music? The timeouts for the field goal. You didn't have any left because you guys can't get lined up right, or you take timeouts for dumb reasons.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh, the fake punt. I don't want Anger throwing the ball to CeeDee Godwin. What's going on? Here, 4th and 1. How about we rush up to the line and snap the ball? But we got Cooks out here who gets blamed for it, but maybe play him a little bit and he'll get a little more familiar. 12 in the huddle. Oh, man, that just was a killer. And what are all these things in common? All these things happen on offense. You got half of your defense missing.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Matt. It's a clown show. That's what it is. It looks like, it feels like an unprepared clown show. Michael in California listening on the Odyssey app at 510 with the early wake up from Mike. You're live on Sean and RJ. Michael, go ahead.
Good morning, Bobby. Good morning, everybody. Hey, I just want to give a huge start up to you guys because I'm going to keep it 100, man. I'm checked out, man. This is ridiculous. This is garbage. But every morning I love waking up listening to you guys over here at the fan. I love the positivity, the content you put, man. I be driving my truck. I'm a truck driver. I'm up at all hours, man. I be right here driving, listening, and laughing, man. You guys keep me going.
Thank you.
But I just want to say that I think it's a ridiculous idea that Jerry Jones thinks that we could be buyers at the trade deadline and it's going to fix everything. I think he's delusional, like Mr. 43 in the White House, Mr. 46 in the White House. I sounded delusional. But anyways, I think we should be sellers. And I think Micah Parsons needs to go. And I hate to say it, but DeRon Bland also, because we're not going to be able to re-sign him. I think we might as well get something for him. And I think DeRon Bland is a good player. But like I said, he's not coming back. So we should just at least get something for him. But once again, thank you guys very much. God bless you all, and God bless America. Let's go.
Thank you for the kind words, Mike. You know, I hope Jerry Jones heard that. People are sticking around this season because of us, just to tune in to hear us make fun of them and live through the misery, the pain, and have all the jokes and the comedy.
Misery loves company.
Exactly.
And you got to find it.
All right, 877-881-1053. Andreas in Dallas. Dre, you are next up here on Sean and RJ. Andreas, excuse me.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to say let's fire Mike McCarthy, bring in a real offensive play caller that Dak's truly never had. Have the Cowboys be ahead of the game in the offensive play scheme instead of always relying on old school tactics that have not been working for us. Since Dak's got in the league, it seems like, from Jason Garrett to Mike McCarthy. Kellen Moore, I think, is an up-and-coming. He just needs some more time. And that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
We're going to see. Bobby is already projecting. Are we getting a Dan Campbell 2.0 with Kellen Moore this weekend in Arlington? What is Kellen cooking up in the bag of tricks to try to embarrass Mike and try to embarrass the Cowboys?
Yeah, because that was an ugly divorce. As much as they all talk about, like, yeah, we love Kellen, everything, that was...
Kellen Moore ran up and down gleefully with Nick Sirianni yesterday. I tweeted out the video. I never saw that with Mike here. And Sirianni's a douchebag. And he's running up and down, patty cake on the rear end and all that stuff. And I want to see how many trick plays they go into the bag for, like the Lions did. 877-881-1053. Derek in Lakewood. Derek, in a part of town I wish I could afford. You're live here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, bro.
Actually, it's Eric, E-R-I-K. It's cool, though.
Well, I called you Rich, so it's fine.
Peyton.
Come on, Peyton.
Peyton, way to go.
Shout out to Matt. He's the only one that makes sense for the most part on these Cowboys fans. I'm a Cowboys fan myself. This is kind of a question to the person in that studio that watches the most football. Me. I know it's not Bobby because he's still a fan of Dookie Dak. I'm just your average fan, right? Die Hard since 92. I knew it was a bad idea to hire McCarthy. I knew it was a bad idea to renew Dookie Dak's contract, not once, but especially the second time. My fear is that, I don't know, we might actually get a win or two with Cooper Rush because, you know what, he may not be overall better quarterback than Dak. I think he makes some better throws. He has a little better ability with the arm. And I'm Team Tank this year, baby. I'm Team Tank. I want McCarthy, butter biscuit eating ass out. I want Dookie Dak out. It's not going to happen. Jerry Jones out. What do y'all think? I think we actually, Cooper Rush has some better qualities that might give us a better opportunity to win. I think he showed in a couple of throws.
Thanks for the call, E. There were a couple of throws there from Rush, and we're going to get into what he did last time. He had that string of wins all week long. We had that before, filthy. But was it Turpin who should have caught that ball? He had the two passes, Turpin, Lamb. One of them was a tough play, but man, Greg Olsen, he was on Turpin yesterday, which caused Cavante to lash out a little bit. And we also have to talk about what Dak Prescott was caught on video saying and whether you have a really big problem with it or not. The commercial-free Expressway with more calls, Odyssey app, messages, and texts from the Tolos on a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ after this. But let me go.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
At the 6. Hand off Algier, coming to the right side. Plowing to the 2, to the 1, to the goal line. Touchdown.
Brad Sham with the call right here on 105.3 The Fan. Home of Jerry Jones tomorrow, live at 8:30. That touchdown made it 27-13, but the Cowboys still end up losing in Atlanta. We got to talk about some player reactions to the loss, in-game and afterwards. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph, James Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. The Dak video. I want to give props to Tolo David Olson, and my wife is always cool with how much time I spend on work. Or, I don't know if she's cool with it, but she's very understanding. And part of the reason I want to interact with Tolo so much as often as possible and try to answer every single DM and message is because of David Olson. He sent me the Dak cursing video. And I was like, yo, man, your account's locked. Just tweet it. I'll retweet it. I can't retweet it with your account locked. He's like, no, all good. I want you to have it. Thanks for interacting. So I went back to the time and place in the game, and I got Dak saying what looks to be, we effing suck. And right now it has 1.1 million views. The thing obviously blew up and went crazy. Do we have a problem with this? Do we have any issue with this? Dak Prescott on the sideline, or Bobby, are you challenging this and thinking this is not what he actually said as amateur lip readers?
I'm not challenging it quite. There was a challenge presented by Awful Announcing. They'd picked this up, and they said, is he saying we bleeping suck? Or is he saying these refs suck or refs bleeping suck? Now, I thought no way the first couple times I watched it, but then I was watching over and over and over again. And you know how after you watch like 20 times in a row, you start saying, maybe I am seeing that a little bit. Maybe I am seeing Waldo. Maybe I am seeing the magic
Yanni.
Eye. Yeah. And
Yanni
so
and Laurel.
I'm starting to, I started tricking myself a little bit, I think. I'm settled, I think, on it is we bleep and suck. But I was like 60-40 last night. Now I'm more like 80-20. I'm back. I'm clear-headed again. But I'd watched it 15 times in a row and started getting there. But there are some people who are suggesting he might be saying refs bleeping suck, which I imagine will be the out that Dak takes this week. Will be, oh no, I was talking about the officials.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. That'll get him fined.
He'll own it. He'll own it and say, look, I'm frustrated. He may not even talk while undergoing the MRIs. Who knows? Look.
I thought it was easy. Clear.
I agree. What do you think?
That it's clear. Like, or
of him saying it.
Self-awareness. I don't have a problem with it. I do think that it's the worst thing that McCarthy could hear, because like the moment that the players think the team stinks and the leader thinks the team does, that's the moment where you start to you're in CY. The players are in CY. They start playing selfish. If they already weren't. You know, you're not gonna take team at bats. You're not gonna move the runner over. You know, you're gonna play. You're gonna worry about your stats. You know, you're gonna start doing stuff like that. It's a bad sign. That's a very bad moment for a player. You get the little things stop being important the moment you realize we ain't going anywhere. If Dak thinks they stink, that means the rank and file are going to think that they stink, and that means they're going to stop worrying about the little things, which showed up yesterday with, what was it, 7 of the 9 offensive penalties were pre-snap. Those are the little things that you stop worrying about when you know it's done.
I have absolutely no problem with him saying it. Is it unfortunate he got caught on camera? Yeah, but, you know, you gotta have discussions with your teammates. I'm not gonna sit there and say you gotta act like the camera's on you 24/7. Don't say anything like this. You're talking, you're watching, you're observing. I got a tweet here from Frankie Kenneth. Oh my Lord, how can any self-proclaimed leader of a locker room, money-grabbing, overpriced human ever stoop this low? Cowboys should file a grievance with the league to null and void that extension. This is despicable behavior, and we need to root it out. I'd rather hear Dak Prescott admit reality and the truth than Jerry Jones keep telling me they have a chance to achieve their goals. Which one would you rather be told, y'all? For real. Separate what you think about Dak as a franchise quarterback and whether he can win the Super Bowl. This is really no different from the famous Tom Brady-Belichick clip standing on the sidelines against New Orleans. They're both saying the same thing. They're both saying we suck right now. What's wrong with that? What's the problem? I'd rather them go into the locker room versus Dak saying, go ahead, jump off. Do you have that clip, Peyton? Did you go ahead and find that? After I tweeted out this video, people made fun of Dak, which I think is funny, saying, man, that's a long way. It's a long way from you saying this back in the day. Do you have it, Peyton? All right, play it. All right, fantastic audio that is.
Jump off if you want,
jump
please.
Jump off if you want, please. Jump off if you want. So that makes Dak look foolish, but he's just saying the truth. They do effing suck, and we've known they were going to effing stink, and that they do blanking stink. I'd much rather be told that than Jerry coming on here and saying, well, we got the players and the coaches, I believe. I believe in the players and the coaches. I don't have a problem with it.
No, there's no issue because they do.
It's a little unfortunate for him that it got caught on camera, or it may not be unfortunate, so we can all just stop. For anyone left pretending, and there's very, very few, for anyone in the locker room, I'll say in Frisco, for anyone in Frisco left pretending, maybe this could just go ahead and erase all doubt.
Yeah, I don't think it's unfortunate for him at all. I think it's, people complain all the time that he doesn't show enough emotion and he's too robotic. He had a moment where he just looked at it and was like, yeah, we suck. Because they do. They're bad. Yep. They're a bad football team. They are one of the 10 worst teams generously in the NFL right now. If you look at their splits on EPA per play and on defense and offense, which is an efficiency metric, they're the worst defense in the NFL. They are the 10th worst offense in the NFL. That's what they're putting out there every week, and it's bad. And I think it's a good moment to see he clearly sees it for what it is. And that's why you always got to understand Dak's a politician. Dak's going to talk a certain way. That doesn't mean you're getting the same thing. There was one moment yesterday where he slipped in a way he doesn't normally, where he got onto Zach Martin really bad after it was either a pre-snap penalty, I think it was delay a game or something that occurred, and he was barking at somebody. And he doesn't usually do that publicly. Dak's whole philosophy is Dak will hold guys accountable. Dak will get in guys' ears. Dak will bark at people. He doesn't view it as productive to do it in front of the media. Or to do it in front of it. He thinks that's in-house, that's family stuff. I don't need to put that out there. You don't need to know all my dirty laundry. You don't need to know how I'm holding my guys accountable. But yesterday he did it a little bit. There's been a handful of times he's done it. I remember he did it Tampa, the opener a couple years ago in Tampa, where he pulled Tyler Biotish to him and then he quickly caught himself oh crap and kind of dropped it. I think you're just, when you start seeing those cracks a little bit, where he's snapping at Zach Martin on the field, and then he's just a little more leisurely saying we suck and allowing the cameras to catch that, I think that shows just how down everybody's guard is right now and what they feel about this team.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's part of the problem and I don't think calling people out publicly does any good. I know fans love to hear. I don't think it does any good, but every quarterback gets on the offensive line or on other offensive players when there is pre-snap penalties. They all do it. You have to do it. And that doesn't mean that the quarterback's always right? They're not always right with what they're doing, but this is part of being a leader, is that you've got to do those kind of things.
Cavante Turpin tweeted, then quickly took this down. Thanks to the Tolos for bringing this to my attention. Turpin, please keep my name out y'all's mouths, reporters and all. And I was like, oh, that'll fix it. That'll fix it, Cavante. He needs to tweet that to Greg Olson. Greg Olson was going at Turpin yesterday for stepping out of bounds, for not making a catch, for being tired, for being fatigued, and people were getting on Cavante, I think, for one of those Cooper Rush deep balls. So that is Turpin being very frustrated.
Why is Turpin the go-to on fourth down every play, every week? It always seems like they're gonna throw one up to Turpin on fourth down. It's like he's 5'2".
Well, I think it's a microcosm.
Yeah.
Was it that? Was it Greg Olson or was it the repeat offender? Was it Mike Leslie tweeting yesterday? Cavante Turpin, terrific return man. He's not an NFL wide receiver.
Oh!
So I don't know. It's possible. We already know they catch the.
What is that based off of? Off the end zone? I mean, based off these nuts. It's also, I guess, the pass down the left sideline the week prior. I think those were tough catches.
Sure, he's small. He's got natural limitations, but I would say that there's probably a tendency, because that got a lot of traction, that tweet from Mike Leslie. I'm sure he got tagged in it a couple times, Cavante Turpin, and I'm sure Turpin went, I know who this is. We just talked about this guy last week. And so that's the just so you guys know, when Diggs snaps, which he shouldn't have, this is kind of a pattern, I would say, that exists for players, they feel like, and that specific reporter.
What is up? By the way, how the Tolos reacting to the Dak video? Understandable or can't do that? Bad leadership or real leadership? 877-881-1053. What are you owing to?
The 906, Dak is 25th in QBR. He should be telling no one nothing. I don't think that matters. I don't think
they all stink.
They all stink. Yeah, where you are, whether you're having a bad year or not, the quarterback still has a job. That's part of the gig.
And he didn't say they bleeping suck.
Right.
He said we, like that, because they all do. Right now they do. This is the worst year of Dak's career. This is an awful coaching job by Mike McCarthy. The offensive line isn't very good. The defense hasn't been very good. Everybody's been bad. They are all bad. And so we bleep and suck is a great encapsulation of this team right now. That's the thing I tweeted yesterday. We got to stop trying to figure out what's wrong or spend time figuring out what's wrong. There's nothing wrong other than they're bad. This is just, they're bad. There's no fix. There's not a, well, what are we missing here? You're missing nothing. This is a bad football team. And it sucks for them. Their window's closed. I'm sorry. It's time to renovate. And they're going to have to make some changes. and that better not start with a trade on Tuesday.
Dak Prescott on what it's going to take to get this thing turned around.
Obviously, as I said, for me to be able to heal fast, as I said, I think CeeDee was just banged up. Nothing serious there. Other guys getting back, being healthy, and some games that are all in front of us. A lot of division games start next week, right? Our second one of the year. Sometimes this league, it just takes one. It takes one to get it going, to get that confidence back, to feel good, and rally from there. So not looking too far ahead. It's about getting our bodies back and healthy tomorrow, and then trying everything in our power to put our best performance next week at home.
Okay, that's enough.
Philly team.
That's enough. I want RJ Choppy's Starcastic Star Ups, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL. After I give a quick shout out, my girl Lupita, she was playing for Good Shepherd Catholic Volleyball. They did not get their win to go to the playoffs, but she's been grinding, working hard. She was disappointed throughout the weekend and don't need to be. So all the local school shout-outs, hit us up. Bobby Belt will be probably at your next practice in order to cheer you up. All right, Chop.
All right.
Cheer us up.
All right,
Lupita needs cheering up.
All right, listen here. Star up to Mike McCarthy for throwing that tablet on 4th and 1. All right. That was on the butchered end around by CeeDee. Now, listen, we all know how frustrating the new iOS updates can be. Okay? And he's just helping us out, okay? He's trying to he was telling Apple in front of thousands and millions and billions of people worldwide and Microsoft, because I think that's the Microsoft tablet. He was just telling people, your tablets suck. He's helping us out. I guarantee you we're going to have a new update coming up very, very soon. Just you wait and see, folks. Just because of Mike McCarthy. And then the other one. Star up. I know everyone's down on the fake punt. There was an underlying thing they were trying to accomplish there.
Uh-oh.
First of all, Dak hadn't thrown the ball that far downfield. They wanted to see if they could actually throw the ball that far downfield in this game. They weren't sure the ball was too heavy, it wasn't traveling well. And also, I don't think they wanted to hurt Dak's QBR because they knew that they were going to use, he was going to throw a pick. They were using Anger as the guinea pig. That was a long play. That was a long play for later on in the game, for when they finally put Cooper Rush in,
literally,
a guy who could actually throw the ball downfield. They wanted to see if the ball could travel that far indoors.
That's what it is.
That's what it is.
It's 10 steps ahead, chestnut checkers.
That's all you got.
These are my new favorites about Cowboy Mondays. Starcasm from Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station, 877-881-1053. In order to hit us up, let's talk about what happened. We'll save some of the Odyssey app messages for 8 o'clock with more calls and texts. What else happened inside the NFC East?
Here goes Hurts, going for the end zone. Devontae Smith, he caught it one-handed. I don't know if he stayed. He's in! He's in!
Oh, my goodness.
One hand! I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did it.
Shut up. God, I can't stand his nasally-ass voice. Get some nose spray. I have a lot of it with my Texas allergies. That's Eagles Radio with the call. Devontae Smith with the nail. Well, no, I guess Nakobe Dean was the nail at the interception of freaking Trevor Lawrence. Nice throw, Bassick. What an awesome throw from the Wonder Kid as the Eagles get the W over Jacksonville. They were up 22-0. Devontae with a sick catch. I don't know how he did it. But, of course, all everyone is talking about, maybe the highlight of the year with the Saquon reverse hurdle, something we've never seen done, and that I'm sure Madden 2025 is figuring out.
I have never seen that.
No one has.
I've never. How do you even think of that in that moment? Oh, let me just hurdle you backwards.
Man, that's crazy.
I when I watch it back, I genuinely think he got caught between trying to decide if he was going to spin or jump, and then he got stuck. I think that's what I don't think he tried to do it. I think it was instinct.
It doesn't matter if he tried to or not.
No, it's
the
cool.
Fact that he could. He's a freak.
No, it's cool, and he's awesome. He was 200 yards from scrimmage or whatever it was yesterday. He's been a beast, and hat tip Kellen Moore. Great job getting the most out of Saquon Barkley. You're doing great work out there, Kellen. Can't wait to see some of your concepts this weekend. It'll be the most modern offense to be called on AT&T Stadium's field in a while, but. No, it looked to me like he almost just his brain got scrambled for a second. He's like, I'm going to hurdle, then I'm going to spit, and then he got stuck.
This is the difference between us and athletes is that athletes do that, and we're sitting here watching TikTok videos on can you jump without using your knees, and that's just the difference in us right now.
Wasn't there some viral thing about standing for 40 seconds on one leg?
Can
or
you?
something?
Yeah, people under 40 should be able to stand on 1 foot for 43 seconds. That's the test. Otherwise, you have you're off balance. And then people between 40 and 50 need to be able to do it for 38 seconds.
Okay,
it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's something we should do during the expressway one day.
Do you think that's has that been vetted at all, or is that just something TikTok made up a time for it? Like when they've told us today's the one day you can stick your broom straight up in the kitchen, and then you could do that every day. It turned out.
All right, so the Eagles get the win over Jacksonville. They got screwed, too, by that Walker return touchdown. He was down by contact, and they gave Jacksonville a free 6 points out of that. And now Philadelphia moves to 6-2. They are right now 6.5-point favorites. It's some different books heading into Arlington this weekend.
There was no business for Jacksonville to be anywhere close in this game. By the way, if they would have been able to steal this game, it would have been an all-time, you have no business winning that game. Jacksonville was on the road. Philadelphia was 9 of 17 on third down. Jacksonville was 3 for 10. Jacksonville had 3 turnovers. Philly had 1. Philly doubled them up on yards. There's literally nothing in the stat sheet that explains how it was a 5-point game. There's not I guess that happened. Nothing. But they were fortunate to be down there, and the football gods just said, no, Nakobe Dean's got to pick this off because this is just too absurd.
Meanwhile, could the rookie of the year keep it going?
Jaden loads one up towards the end zone, towards McLaurin. He catches it! Touchdown! Touchdown, Washington! Perfect throw from Daniels to McLaurin!
I think I heard some applause in the Commanders booth there on Commanders Radio. They were up 21-7 at the New York Giants. But history was finally broken as Daniel Jones threw a touchdown at the Meadowlands for the first time in, I believe the number is
3 years, isn't it?
672 days.
Oh, boy.
The
672.
The note out there yesterday was that the Chiefs won 2 Super Bowls in between Daniel Jones's 2 touchdown passes at the Meadowlands.
Oh, no.
That's pretty bad.
That's really, really bad.
Yeah, because he was on a run that was from the end of 22 up through this game where he was no touchdowns, 10 picks, and somehow his passer rating was still in the 50s somehow. But I mean,
and it was a brotastic locker room afterwards, Bobby. When you sent us that hurt my heart with Dan Quinn. It was a love fest. It's a love fest right now in DC. So much so that Adam Schefter reported yesterday before kickoffs that everyone wants to go play for the Commanders now. It is now a total, complete culture change. Players want to be dealt to Washington. That was Schefter.
It's when I hear that clip of the Washington announcers, I genuinely, not even a joke here.
Bram Weinstein.
I think they genuinely are just they don't know how to react to football being good. They're just so they're not used to controlling their emotions, and so they're
Bram's
ignoring.
also a lifetime. I'm not insulting him, but he's always done updates. And then once Larry David, Snyder's boy, got caught in some scandal, they were like, we need a play-by-play guy. So they didn't just go find a regular play-by-play guy. I think they plugged him in. Anyway.
So you're saying it's like if...
as you turn back towards Peyton and on the fan cam, he's like a monkey.
He's
scratching his head with two...
He's going to kill off Brad Sham.
That could not have been better timing in my entire life. As Bobby turns back to Peyton to say he could be the next play-by-play voice for a professional team. And he's over there with both hands.
Was I on the fan cam then?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, that was priceless.
We need to run through...
That was priceless.
We need to run through some of the Cowboys touchdowns this year and have Peyton do play-by-play calls for him, compare him, see how he does them compared to Sham. No, this was not a particularly impressive victory for Washington.
Yeah,
either.
they're going a little too nuts over a win over the Giants. Now, it wasn't a 5-point win. It was on the scoreboard, but it was a late touchdown they got. They went for 2, they missed. Thank God, because they would have covered.
Yeah, I mean,
the Giants would have covered the spread. They didn't.
It's wild to see Washington go from the steam of it doesn't matter what they have. They could have everybody in place, and it's going to go sideways, and it's going to go awful. It's like, no, they have genuine problems in their secondary right now. It didn't matter that Brian Robinson was out. They would, oh, no, plug and play. Next man up. We've got it. Our system will be fine. We're going to be able to move forward. They have become a team that weathers the storm and gets through it, and this team's going to be hell for the next 4 years. While Dan Quinn's got this core together and Adam Peters is doing what he's doing, and depending on how long they can keep Cliff Kingsbury, Washington's going to be really good now for the next few years.
They've got the formula, which is a cheap quarterback. The moment they pay him, all bets are off. You don't know how everything works, but they've got a free quarterback, and that's like the biggest cheat code in the sport.
Marshawn Lattimore and other corners are being connected to Washington for the trade deadline tomorrow. Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. More on that at 8 o'clock here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Right now, every single week at this time, we recap your weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
What was the best part? What was the worst part? Let us know all the antics that you got into at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, as we fell back. And it was a reminder to me and all parents of young children yesterday that falling back sucks. It was not fun because it's just another extra hour with the little ones all day long. So, Bobby, I hope you with your grown kids enjoyed your extra sleep and everyone got their extra sleep and all that. Everyone was messaging me that it definitely did not affect their pets, that the pets were up even earlier, did not affect them. But man, having the 4-year-old and the 4-month-old basically not fun with the fall back.
You didn't feel it this morning at all? Like you didn't feel like you got
I
extra
did this
sleep?
morning. I did.
Yeah, so
it was great this morning.
So that's the thing. I think you take the trade-offs. Obviously, the kids are going to be up early. All these different things are going to happen. But it's so crucial for, I'm not going to oversleep and be late for work for a good 6 months or however long it is. And then I'll be good to go. But it's I never adjust. Whenever we go to spring forward, I spend that entire time feeling exhausted. Feeling exhausted the whole
6
time.
months. Yeah,
I do.
You've already the effects of the hour are already gone.
I don't.
They're already gone.
You're not a doctor. You don't know that.
No, well, you're not either.
I know exactly. I'm not making
don't.
claims.
I mean, yeah, it's just whatever. You fall back, you spring forward. It gets dark late. It gets dark early. Or it gets light early. I think the effects are already gone. I didn't notice anything this morning. I noticed it yesterday. Oh, baby, did I notice it yesterday? Because I got an extra hour of sleep. Now, my kids are grown, and they sleep till noon anyway. Yeah. I didn't notice. I didn't notice yesterday.
So that was the fall back. Now, speaking of sleeping and having your clocks off, Caitlin, do you have the photo?
Oh, I didn't send it to her.
Okay.
That's my bad.
Okay.
I'll just hold up my arm.
Bobby, talk to us about worst of the weekend.
Yeah, so it was all bad pretty much this weekend. Friday was all right. We got to go to Billy Bob's. We saw Tracy Lawrence, which was great time. Great song. He can't sing anymore. His voice is shot. Yeah, it's done. It's over. But I was like, you know what? It's been a long day. I'm going to take a little nap before we get going. So when I woke up and I saw it was 6:30, I, in my half-asleep state, thought, it's 6:30 in the morning on Friday. And I got up, and I started smashing things in my way out of anger, thinking I was late. And my arm got cut up and bruised a little bit. So there's like a little bruise down the side of my forearm, and I got these little cuts here on my forearm. And so it was basically just running through. And then I realized, why is Jacob here? Because Jacob was there to watch the girls. And he was like, he jumped in front of me, because they've all seen this happen before where I wake up and think I'm late. And so he jumped in front and he was like, hey, it's nighttime. It's nighttime. It's nighttime. And then for a second there, I thought, I slept all the way through to nighttime. This is even worse. And then it gathered and I was like, oh, okay, nope. All right, I'm good now. But my arm did sting the rest of the evening. And then Saturday morning before leaving for Hotlanta, it's just a little nickname I like to give the city.
Yeah, very original.
I call them that. I started throwing up and also had a little bit of a temperature. So low-grade fever, throwing up, and slept a ton on Saturday. Didn't end up making the charter. Had to tell the Cowboys, I'm not going to be able to go there. And so ended up sleeping most of the day Saturday and then into Sunday morning, and was starting to think I wasn't even going to be able to be here today, yesterday morning. But then bounced back, recovered. Glad I didn't get hung up on the charter site heading back, apparently, by a certain political plane, apparently. Held everybody up a little bit is what I heard. Yep, I heard old Kamala out there campaigning, kind of held things up a little bit at the charter site. But
I wasting our money in Georgia. Okay, we're going to win Georgia very easily. Okay.
I want to focus on the photo, though, because I
didn't see it. Maybe I did.
You were on there.
Was it in the group chat?
Yep.
I get half of your messages.
You didn't see the Bobby wrist photo?
I don't think so.
What planet do you live on? I know it's your planet, but
yeah, I live on whatever planet I'm on.
I was really disturbed by the picture.
You had a good joke.
So much to the point to where I'm like, we might have to have a one-on-one after the show. We might have to have a talk. That's really. Yeah. I'm worried about chemicals.
Well, welcome to my entire life. You have not heard these stories, I guess. I thought I've told you this before. I've done this going back to when I was like 12 years old.
What did you break? What did you smash?
How
did you do it?
No, I was smashing things. I didn't break it. So we've got a
cuts in like 4 different places too.
Yeah. So what happens?
They're like fresh, deep. It's like Heath Ledger.
What happened is
the Joker.
Those little doors, like when you've got it in an apartment, you've got the washer and dryer, and they're behind these little fold-out doors. Essentially, you can kind of I don't know what they're called, but they're on those tracks. And they kind of bow out. You slide them on those tracks and open it up. One of them was out when I got out of the room, and I, out of anger, smacked my hand on it or smacked my arm on it, and it was on the edge of the corner of it, and it just cut everything right there.
What do you see in this? Look at these cuts, dude.
Yeah,
that's serious.
Yeah, I don't have. Yeah,
it's not that bad.
Why are you breaking things? Like, why are you smashing
it's on the fan
things?
cam right
I mean,
now.
there's look, see, Caitlin did get it. I don't know. I thought it was 6:30 in the morning. Like clearly,
We know.
I know. So what I'm saying is,
we've all been there.
What
We've
I'm
all
saying
woken
is,
up from a nap
I
and thought
slept
it was
for 30 minutes and got up and thought it was Friday morning. So clearly, I wasn't thinking anything clearly, and so my actions I can't speak for.
We should get you an iPhone so I get these photos.
This is what happens. This is what happens when I don't have any governor on my rage or my anger. When I wake up and I just think so, and I don't have any control over it, and so that's what happened. It took me 30 seconds, then I was fine.
Chop, you went into troll mode?
Over the weekend.
Were your daughters there? Like, were they disturbed? Like, you think about your kids, like, watching you act like that?
They were in the other room, and no, I thought it was, again, in the morning, so I didn't know anything, but they were in the other room, and when I asked them about it later, they're like, oh yeah, you did it again, which they've seen it before. There's like, yeah, you wake up and think you've overslept and lose your mind. Cool. So that's what happened.
I am officially in troll mode. Every weekend night, I'm going to go outside in the back patio and turn the music up to a loud but not unreasonable level. Okay? Loud enough so all the neighbors around can hear it, but they probably won't be woken up by it. And I'll have a louder than necessary conversation because the neighbor to my caddy corner behind me is the one that yelled at me a couple of weeks ago, and now and I do believe he's the one that left an anonymous note on somebody else's door, like he's Martin Luther in 1588 or whatever. So I'm in complete troll mode, and because he said he's going to call the cops on me next time, and I welcome that because I'm doing nothing wrong, and there is no noise ordinance, so the cops aren't going to do anything.
There's no noise ordinance. Every neighborhood has a noise ordinance.
We don't have a set rule that says after this hour.
You do not.
No,
in your list of HOA.
I have never
You've
seen
gone
one.
through it.
We've gone through it. Haven't found one.
Wow.
We even asked.
I'm stunned.
There's nothing.
There's got to be a city ordinance.
Well,
there's got to be a Roanoke rule.
It might be. I would assume. It's when all the bars close.
Oh, you would assume.
That's what I would assume, right? I mean, they have a music bar in town. Well, they
have a music bar.
They closed this weekend, but whatever.
It's like shut down.
Yes, they shut it down.
I've seen this episode of Dateline before. Like the backstory of just like, yeah, it was just like, some general neighborhood beef, but we didn't think it would escalate. And then it was, he started talking louder.
Can someone in the city of Roanoke, Texas, text in the noise ordinance of what it is supposed to be? But anyway, you're turning it up. I like it.
I'm turning it up. Now, I'm not not loud, not super loud, but loud enough for my neighbor to be able to hear. And I'm going to go back to the drawing board here next weekend. I'll have the kids, and I'll tell them, hey, guys, invite some friends over. We're going to have a late night party.
I hope this neighbor shows up to the final Firehouse tour. It's in Roanoke. And maybe he will show up and sit down, the guest of honor. We'll bump McCarthy for him. Or may not be here.
He's a big
Jerry
Cowboy fan. He's a big Cowboy fan.
How do you know flags?
No. Well, he has another flag.
Right next to the American. Right next to the red, white, and blue.
Yes. But I went and peeped to social media. So he's a big Cowboy fan.
Okay.
Very angry with this team.
Happy birthday. I attended Mike Fisher's 65th birthday party.
Gentlemen.
His son, Tony, very, very disappointed in your absence. Very. That's all I had to hear about from Tony. Where's Choppy? He's the only one. We got 68 people here. There's only 2 people missing. Could he not get in the gate? Is he stuck at the gate? What the heck is going on? But Will Chambers, myself, Marsha. What an amazing job she did at this palatial estate. I pulled up to the gate. And I said, this freak, this weasel, how did he get in here? How did Mike Fisher work his way into this? But it was a lovely, lovely party. Fantastic. So happy 65 to Mikey Fish. And that was best and worst of the weekend. I took Peyton's dinner advice, Italian restaurant in Rowlett.
Yes.
Went out there on Friday. Very good recommendation. Pepe. Oliver loved his little bracelets or slap wrist slinky, whatever the hell those things are. What are they called?
Silly bands.
Silly bands. He absolutely loved them. So Pepe moving up the. All right, there it is. Let me hear it one more time. There it is. So
You're welcome, Ollie.
Peyton making all the kids happy, especially with his new Christmas decorations, which we'll get to a little bit later on. That's best and worst of the weekend. Did the Cowboys just get their excuse to sell tomorrow? Next on the home of the boys, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Edition. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Waits at his 15. Oh, fake punt. Anger throws it. Interception dropped at the 40-yard line because the intended receiver, C.J. Goodwin, fell down.
Many are calling that the worst fake punt of the entire NFL season, one of the worst fake punts that you will ever see. And more and more people laughing at the Dallas Cowboys after another loss to the Atlanta Falcons yesterday on this radio station. Their third straight. They now fall to 3-5. And, of course, right after that, Ray McCloud scores the touchdown to make it 21-10. You could argue that decision from McCarthy and that execution with Bones and Anger and C.J. Goodwin looking like he was running a go route. Was it supposed to be a back shoulder fade? Was it supposed to be a stop? Was it a go? You could argue that swung the game to basically end it for the Falcons.
Yeah, and I mean, you had mentioned you thought there might be a Goodwin play in there, and Mike McCarthy said that was something we really focused in on this week. So something you devoted practice time to. This was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. Something you planned for and said, boy, we're all as a team seeing this on tape and seeing the vulnerability, and we're going to take advantage of it. You weren't prepared for it when it was called. Everybody was confused as to, oh, wait, what are we supposed to do here? It's, again, just an indictment on the way this team is prepared. And it's a really bad look. And I don't know about y'all. Maybe I'm being obvious guy here. Didn't you feel like before the play when Wanye Thomas is very loudly calling things out there as the personal protector, didn't you feel a bit like, what are they doing? This is different. They're doing something here. Like, it felt like they were being way too upfront even in projecting that they were going to be doing something.
I didn't notice it, to be honest.
I didn't notice it.
Greg Olsen did.
He noticed a lot. All accurate, and it was not Cowboy positive.
Take that, Roma.
I love the idea.
I forgot how good Greg Olsen was. Holy
crap. He's
crap.
tremendous. He's tremendous.
Really good yesterday.
I love the idea of doing something like that, but I don't care for having the punter throw it. Like if you're going to do a fake punt, do a direct snap to somebody, the up guy, and then just have them run the 2 yards. Or keep your guys on the field. Keep your quarterback and your regular offense on the field on 4th and 2 and go for it. I don't have a problem with fake punting and that stuff. You can't have your quarterback throw the punter throw a ball. He's not used to throwing. And you could clearly see with the way he threw it, that's just not something he's comfortable doing. But like the idea of going for it, they're fine. Go ahead. I have no problem with that. That was not the play that you want to run.
We got 2 messages from Tolos on the Odyssey app. Pepe, get us started.
Yeah, first off, we have Bradley in Wichita Falls, and he's got some advice here for the Cowboys front office.
Man, I got a 3-step plan for the Cowboys here. Number 1, we need to fire McCarthy. We need a young, fresh mindset, and there's some fresh perspectives. I'd say Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, somebody along those lines. Number 2, you need to sit and shut down Dak and CeeDee for the year. Start Trey Lance and see what he's got. Maybe he's got a little something to re-sign him in the offseason. Number 3, fire sale begins by Tuesday's trade deadline. Offload all these soon-to-be free agent guys for as much draft picks as you can, and let's start the rebuild. All right, guys, thank you.
What was his name, Peyton?
Bradley, Wichita Falls.
Bradley, tremendous segue. Is this did they just get the perfect excuse to sell with Dak and Lamb hurt? 877-881-1053. Now, after the game, Jerry Jones, in my opinion, still throwing the fishing rod into the water with whatever bait he has left, trying to keep you hooked, saying, we have some things in the mix ahead of the trade deadline tomorrow. That's right, Election Day and trade deadline day tomorrow. We could be buyers. We'll probably do a couple things this week. I'm a long way from being dismayed about the team this year. That same old line that I wish he would stop and I wish he would change and I wish he would get rid of. I put up a poll question to the Tolos. What would you like them to do for tomorrow's deadline? And I wanted to see how many actually said buy. The options were buy, sell, what's it matter, they'll do nothing. 2,300 votes. Want to guess what's leading the way?
And this is what
sell
they should
or
do?
Nothing.
What do you want them to do?
Yeah, okay, then sell.
67% say sell. 29.5% say what's it matter, they'll do nothing. Only around 4% want to buy.
That's 4% more than I would have guessed, and 67% is stunningly low to me, because I would think with all the frustration that's built up with this fan base right now, you would be saying purge everybody, like get rid of anybody you can. I absolutely burn it down, like Molotov cocktail to this core. Yes. I want it done, and there's only so much you can do. You can't get rid of CeeDee right now. You can't get rid of Dak right now. Not that they would even want to. They wouldn't want to, but you can't get rid of those two. You can't get rid of some of the bigger contracts, but there are options here. Like we kicked them around recently. If you really want to say we're all in on rebuilding and getting capital, and we don't know that we can pay Tyler Smith coming up, again, they're not going to do that, but they could. Or trade Bland, as somebody had mentioned earlier, or trade Diggs and pay Bland. I don't think his breakdown is a bad idea. His little 3-point plan. Number 2 is not realistic. They're not just going to shut down Dak and CeeDee and say, oh, we're going to be awful for the next 10 games. But I do think that what makes the most sense right now is if somebody wants players that you have, if somebody wants to buy off you guys, you need to sell.
I agree. And that would excite me for a fire sale.
Oh, selling is... I'm a huge fan of it. Like that is the preferred thing that all organizations, you should sell and buy all the time. And
I thought you sounded a little anti last night.
Anti-sell?
Yeah.
I'm not anti-sell. It's just like, what are you going to sell? Are you selling for the sake? They don't. Who are you selling? Like, are you going to sell?
I'm selling Turpin. I'm selling Donovan Wilson. Look,
Eric Kendricks.
Do they have like 30 players on 1-year deals? I don't know what it is. It's some crazy.
They've got a lot. But yeah, Eric Kendricks, you could move. Damone Clark. Do you end up saying Oso Digizua is not coming back? I mean, maybe he is, but you say maybe he's not coming back. Maybe you say Lawrence Cooks whenever they get healthy. If you decide
you want to sell Diggs, you want to get something back for Trayvon, fine.
Now,
if you want to re-sign Bland,
if you're just going to sell like Turpin and small parts, I don't know. But if you're going to sell, like really sell.
I mean, really
they're
sell
not
is
really
very limited.
Can
on
you
who
really
you can
sell if you're not selling Dak, Lamb, or Parsons?
You can sell Parsons. You can't sell. You're not going to. If you trade Dak or Lamb, I mean, the amount of guaranteed money hit you'll take is killer. Right?
Your options to genuinely sell and get big return would be Micah Parsons, and again, probably not going to do this. Micah Parsons, Tyler Smith, and Deron Bland, or Trayvon Diggs, depending on how you.
Yeah, I'd be very happy if you could get a ton of 5th and 6th.
Sure.
I mean, you're not getting anything. If you want to pull a blockbuster for Trayvon, okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
But all my spare parts and pieces for a ton of 5th and 6th. Give me a ton of darts.
I mean, if you're talking about...
small darts.
If you're talking about...
My point is, definitely don't buy. Unless you are... Which, again, this whole thing is just ass backwards. You don't re-sign Dak, Lamb, and Parsons here soon, and then go into next year saying we're not trying to contend.
Well, look, if Miami says, hey, we're going to blow it up, we'll trade you Tyreek Hill, okay, I'll buy. Right? I'll buy. You know what I mean? But, like, if you promise me Cooper Kupp's healthy for the next 2 years, I'll buy. I could buy that. But short of that, there's no point in buying. If I'm going to sell, I want to sell like as much as I possibly can.
What if you
this would be like Ranger sell. It's like what we talked about with Sandler.
Expiring guys and
those level of names, those types of contracts with what the Rangers should have done.
You hate selling big name inside of the division, but if you want to talk about name, scheme fit, team fit, need fit, capital to move, everything else, a Trayvon Diggs to Washington Commanders trade would make a ton of sense. The Commanders have an extra third from Philadelphia. They've got a first, a second, and 2/3. You hold them a little bit hostage, say, hey, I know a lot of corners right now are going for thirds. That's what Snead went for. This is in the division. This is somebody that's going to hurt for us to see across. You need to give us a second. If Washington says we'll give you a second for Diggs, are you saying, all right, let's go?
Yes.
Yeah. I am.
Yeah.
I think I am too, because you're going to have to move somebody at some point at corner.
Did the injuries give them the excuse to do it, or are we just wasting our breath and Jerry never will?
Oh, we're wasting our breath. He's not going to, because he doesn't believe in that philosophy. I don't think in that philosophy of kind of tearing things down, because if you tear things down, you admit irrelevance.
Yep.
And what his problem, I believe, is that he's unaware that they're already irrelevant.
Look, I mean, I think it gives them the opportunity, but they've also failed at execution all season long. So that means they will probably do the exact opposite and buy. They will probably buy to some extent is what will happen.
You think they'll buy to some extent?
Like I
Try
don't
to appease us.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll be. You're not going to go out and get somebody big, but it'll be you'll find them they'll go get the third or fourth running back from Miami or something for a conditional 6th.
Sean on the fan text 877-881-1053. A lot of fans, a lot of tolos here saying sell. 817 sell Micah, Blaine, and Turpin. 469 and 214 say sell Aubrey. Someone will pay for him. 817 says sell Guyton for a bag of chips.
Look, Guyton's going to be. This is what we talked about this in April. Like we had said, Guyton will be good. Guyton's very talented. This is also, I don't think you guys are super surprised. I don't think maybe the level or the extent that it is, but you guys also knew, and we're hearing all the universal reports coming out after Guyton got picked up. He's raw. He's probably not going to be ready this year. You're going to have to make him play, but he's not going to be ready to go this year. And so I think Guyton's going to be fine. It's just going to take some time, and they don't have a lot of time right now.
Jerry Jones with a quivering voice, apparently addressing the locker room afterwards on where we go from here.
We came in here thinking we could win that ball game. That's a team that we could beat. It's obvious mistakes, those kinds of things. Just any team in the NFL can do you in. This is not a good time. I really regret this for all of our Dallas Cowboy fans. Will tell you this, that I've been around. I've seen Michael Irvin tear up and cry when he couldn't lose anybody because he's just recovering from knee surgery. Yet his ass came back and led a team to 3 Super Bowls. I know you can be there if you're there. That room's full of guys that can get it done. I believe in them, coaches and all.
Man, he's searching, he's digging for anything in the bag to try to keep us convinced, to try to keep our belief. We're dead. We are dead inside and numb to it. Can't be hooked anymore.
Salesman, that's it. He's just selling.
I do wonder if that's going to influence the way coaching decisions are made at the end of the season, though. If that there's such a concern of like hooking people and making sure. Well, he's also a big name that they would go just kind of freewheeling Belichick. Bring him in. Belichick's a name that'll get people excited. Like obviously he's got a big resume, but there's so much concerning about Belichick's last few years in New England that don't seem to translate. And wouldn't translate into things here in Dallas.
How much are these injuries going to come back and bite us for them to use as an excuse? That's what
excuse to do what?
An excuse to just keep the same core for like next year moving forward. Like, guys, how can we really be judged off this? You tell me what team. Jasmine Sadri was hitting us up joking yesterday. Well, the great Doris Burke impersonator. And she's like, what's Jerry going to say on Tuesday at 8:30? And I said, he's going to say, you guys think you can really win? Name me the teams that can win without their franchise quarterback, star receiver, generational pass rusher, and their top or second best corner. I hope that's not like the campaign message moving forward and what they try to fall back on.
I mean, look, he will fall back on that to an extent. And then, look, that's not an excuse. That is a reason, right? Those guys are hurt. That's factual. But they were bad before. Now Bland was never there.
What's your point?
But they were bad before, and that's part of the issue. But yeah, I mean, look, he can reasonably say, listen, yeah, the last couple of games, injuries have taken its toll, and I'm sure they have. But that doesn't mean that it just kind of wipes away everything else.
Why did the Atlanta Falcons call us Yankee fans? More Cowboy calls at 877-881-1053. All of that and below the belt as we continue right here on DFW Sports Station with another Cowboys Monday. But let me get you on over.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, break it down a little bit.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fake to Robinson, back to throw, standing and looking, avoids a sack, sidearm throw caught at the 50. Robinson running away, people diving and missing, feathers flying in the air, and Bijan Robinson takes that pass down to the 26.
Brad Sham with the call. Is there some issue between you and Peyton over that audio?
No, I think that was much better audio than the 22-yard pass to Darnell Mooney that Peyton pulled. So great job pulling that, Peyton. I knew you could do it.
First one.
I believed in you, Peyton. I knew you were able to pull it, and you did a good job.
Thank you.
Cowboys lose 27-21 to Atlanta. Let's hear from the Tolos, who bring it every single Cowboys Monday on the D&M Leasing Hotline at 877-881-1053. Thank y'all for watching. You're setting record numbers on the YouTube, the fan cam, and the Twitch as well.
Our numbers are great. Everybody talks about how big our numbers are, okay? They're so much bigger than everybody else.
Get it out while you can before tomorrow, man. Get it out.
Do the whole show like that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. James in Dallas. Start us off, James. You're live on Sean and RJ.
Oh
no.
Son, RJ, Pepe, don't make me take off my belt. How you boys doing? Woo!
Great.
Now, I will say this. I don't know where you got that audio from, but that gentleman sounded very great. Now, I know you guys saw the game last night. There were fine players on both sides. So, Cowboys fans, we need to stand down and stand aside while the greatest owner, Jerry Jones is the greatest owner. He is going to bring us back to glory. Okay. Jerry Jones likes it. He loves it. He's going to bring us back championship winner. Lastly, we need to get Ralph James Choppy an honorary doctorate. Bobby, Ralph is a doctor. He has the best takes. I believe in Ralph. I believe in Jerry. Love you guys.
Dude. Hey, Chop, you got to sign off on that impression.
That's fantastic.
James.
The cadence and the use of the word. Okay. All right. You got to throw that in there every now and then. It's perfect.
James in Dallas. That was fantastic. Well done. Oh, baby. His Lions with a statement yesterday at Lambeau Field. Someone tweeted, man, their defensive coordinator can't even see through his goggles and his glasses, and he's still doing better than Mike Zimmer. Jeff and Keller, you're live on the Fan.
What's up, boys? Well. So, but you guys redeemed yourself with the, the power rankings, and then Choppy being firmly on the Lions bandwagon, even though he picked Kansas City ahead of us. Well, we'll talk about it at the Firehouse visit on Friday.
Oh, all right.
So, I love you guys. You guys make awesome takes. And, the beauty of, since we're staying political for a second, let me say this before I get to my main point. The fact that you guys made Jerry sound like Kamala a couple weeks ago.
Oh, God.
Like blaming everybody, and I'll do this and I'll do that. I mean, that was the big takeaway from that. Whether anybody you guys can't say that, but the rest of us that were listening were like, am I watching Fox News or am I listening to Sean and RJ? I mean, what are we doing here? So, but here's the point. I love you guys, but in all reality, two things. You're not going to get a good coach to come here. It's not going to happen. I'm nobody. I'm dumb. But you're not going to get one coming. You're going to get Belichick, who wants to come past Shula. And once he passes Shula, he's done. Until you get a GM and a coach, Bobby may even agree with me on this. Who's going to come here? I tell you what, that caller from Wichita Falls, love him. Aaron Glenn ain't coming here. And neither is Ben Johnson. If they don't get a good gig, they'll stay where they're at. And it's all about depth, and you guys don't have anybody. And two last points. Number one, the defense is soft. Your DBs, except for Donovan Wilson, they make Deion Sanders look like Ronnie Lott back there. I mean.
Dude, the Kalen Carson 3rd and 5 tackle.
Oh gosh.
No, keep him up. Keep him up. We're not done with Jeff yet. He's on a roll. No, but I had to.
You're not going to get anything very high. And to be honest, nobody's going to take Dak. Nobody's going to take Mike on his podcast. I mean, Bleacher Report or Dave Portnoy might sign him. But, nobody's going to take him for all this other stuff. CeeDee won't come across the middle, and he's a malcontent. But it's the depth. And, I mean, my boys sucked 3 years ago. And look at us now. Yes. And it's all about depth. It's a GM. Our GM is underrated. You guys don't have a GM. And, oh, by the way, guess who has $70 million cap space next year.
Oh, all right, get it
My
out
gosh.
of here. They have $70 million. In cap space.
They're run so well, so efficient. I never thought I would say this about the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, that Caitlin Carson 3rd and 5 missed tackle, that was big. They were down 21-10 in the third. Did not get off the field.
Yeah, I mean, he's not been great in general, but the fact that he's just been unable to tackle consistently is inexcusable.
Cody and Argyle, you're up next. Cody, you are live on Sean and RJ along with Bobby Roberto Bell. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
I mean, I love the first caller. One thing about the Cowboys is they're fake news. But, I've had this mentality of being a Cowboys fan is the same mentality as I have as being single at 51 with young kids. If I don't set the bar too high, I cannot get disappointed.
Right.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. I mean, Jerry needs to ask himself, if you were failing as a GM for 35 years, why are you still have a job? I mean, nothing's going to happen until they get rid of the GM, which we know is not going to happen. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, we're sitting there hoping and praying for even a playoff spot. We have a better chance of picking fly poop out of pepper than getting to the playoffs. So what's the point?
No, we are not hoping for a playoff spot, y'all. And maybe this will be, maybe we'll have a lot of political phone calls in this segment. And maybe we'll have some political messages tomorrow during election and NFL trade deadline day as a possibility. Jerry Jones at 8:30. Y'all, this is going the way it needs to be going. This is all good. This is enjoyable. It has to be blown up. The only bad thing is they're coming back with the margin of victory in some of these. That's ticking me off a little bit. Instead of it being 17, 20, 23, they're making it closer when you look back in the margin of victory, in the margin of loss, I should say. And the other bad thing is like this Dak and Lamb thing. Man, I hope it doesn't give them their excuse that they're hurt. I hope it doesn't. But this is absolute full-on team tank mentality. That's where I'm at. Enjoy it. There's no despair. There's no depression. This is the fun part. You want to see it blow up on them like that baseball Dodger fan.
Oh, my gosh.
His hand got absolutely destroyed.
Dude, that poor guy.
That's what you want right now. Hunter in Grapevine. Hunter, you are up next here on The Fan.
Yes, sir. All right. RJ, I know you like Lytics. I know you're a Lytics man. There's
I love Lytics. I love the Lytics, baby.
You're a Lytics man. So I got a Lytic that I think will go to what Sean just said about putting everybody at peace here, which is that now, okay, you got to take anomalies out. Guys like Patrick Mahomes, Shohei Ohtani, they don't count. They're statistical outliers for regular freaking human beings. So when you look at it, there is not one quarterback in the history of the NFL when being paid over 13% of his team's salary has won the Super Bowl. And over the last 20 years, when Tom Brady was taking pay cut after pay cut after pay cut and spent 0 seasons, his entire career in New England so they could buy talent around him above 13% salary, everybody else wanted to make the next record deal. They wanted to be the next 40, 50, $60 million man. Not one of those guys has won the Super Bowl yet. So if we go another 10 years of this trend where it is just obvious, unless you have an alien human being like Patrick Mahomes on your team, you cannot win if you – I mean, I know it's hard to keep the star quarterback because there's so few of them, but if you pay that guy, you physically cannot put enough talent around him to win the Super Bowl, and not a single one of them other than him has done it, and he just did it. If he does it again, that would be even crazier, but nobody else has. And so if nobody else does, what's going to happen? Once we pay Micah, we're so extreme in that we will have half of our salary on 3 players, and you got to pay 50 more of them with the other half. There's absolutely no way. You're going to have to keep signing people from Canada and from the Arena League till the end of freaking time.
Can you stand up right now?
I cannot stand up because he's right.
You used to always give that stat or a similar stat.
So yeah, Mahomes at like 17%. That's what he was most recently. Brady was at 12.6 in 2020. He was at 12.4 in 2018. Manning was at 12.2 in 2015. You got to go all the way back to like Steve Young for anything that comes remotely close to being higher than that. And
good info, Hunter.
You've had other guys lose in the Super Bowl with a higher number, but it's,
as has been pointed out by cap people with various teams, and this is why people keep paying them, is that it's a little bit of junk science. So that cap number, that percentage, is because your number is always changing. You don't just have a steady figure throughout it. There's stuff being adjusted to where your net cap number that year is 12%. But a lot of those guys who we just read off that they were 12%, there was a time when they signed their deal that they were taking up 22% of the cap. It's just that it's always evolving and changing what their number is.
It is, but like you do get more money on the years where they're at 10% versus 20%, right? Yes, is it junk science? Maybe, but there's still, we have 30 years of data on it.
Back to the Odyssey app. Pepe, who do we have?
Next up, we have Rich in New Jersey. Last one here from the Odyssey app, Tolos. He has a little message here for Jerry Jones.
Surrounded by Eagles fans. The only person Jerry has to blame in this whole situation is himself. He does not know how to run the team, and he just does not want to accept the fact that the team needs a GM.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up with the text messages as well. Rosebud in Fort Worth, you are up next. Bring it strong here on the Fan. Go ahead.
Hello. Let's see. I got a Jerry Jones impersonation here. Sean, RJ, Bobby. Anyways.
that was it?
You weren't going to try to fire us or something?
No. So I actually tried calling the show that week that the Lions embarrassed the Cowboys. I was in Vegas. I was eating at Emmett Smith restaurant.
Whoa!
And Steelers Nation was in town in Vegas that week because they were playing the Raiders. So It was a beatdown being out there. But the main reason why I'm calling is because I wanted to ask you guys, and maybe you guys, I wondered if you could ask Jerry tomorrow if he could guarantee he could win another Super Bowl, if he would let go his role as being the GM, right? So would he step down as being the GM and just be an owner if he could guarantee another Super Bowl?
Thank you for the call.
He would talk. First of all, he's been asked that a million times, and he would talk in circles and say that nothing would change because you still got to go through me.
Yeah,
and that's
I got to sign off anyway.
He's right in that regard.
Which is what he's doing now anyway, to be honest. He's just basically signing off on things. He's making decisions, and he is the veto pen, and he has overruled them before, but he has built a structure where he wants to have experts in place that give him a consensus, and then he rules on it.
But he also would say, if you could tell me that we can guarantee and win a Super Bowl, then you can't tell me because there's nothing you can't prove that. It's a hypothetical, and I don't deal in hypotheticals.
Is this the official end of Ezekiel Elliott, and why Bobby thinks it's not San Francisco, it's not the Baltimore, it's not the Saints? Yesterday's game against Atlanta was the one that will break the Cowboys' spirit below the belt. Next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ after this. But this...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Back is Cousins. Time, throws it in the end zone, caught. Ray McLeod appeared to get away from Donovan Wilson, wide open for the Atlanta touchdown.
Who could have ever predicted things would go so poorly in the return of Ezekiel Elliott to the Dallas Cowboys?
I thought you were going to say who could predict they would win by 10. You gave money away on that, betting the Cowboys to win this. Atlanta with 3. That was easy money. Third quarter, I think it turned into 68-19 for the season now after the Ray McLeod touchdown. They outscored us 7-3, so I think it's 68-19 for the third quarters. But yeah, the Zeke return, except for KMC's audience, I mean, everyone saw it coming.
Yeah, before we get into that specifically, Sean does make a good point. You're just giving money away with the.
I make a lot of good points.
Looking back on it now, I am curious. Was that a heart pick for you, Chop? Going with the Cowboys?
No, it was a lack of faith in Atlanta pick.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
You
I
just
go by Atlanta.
Know thyself is the biggest thing. Ezekiel Elliott had a turbulent weekend. Actually, it wasn't turbulent. He wasn't on the plane, so I guess he didn't experience any turbulence. But Ezekiel Elliott had this benching, suspension, whatever you want to call it, at the hands of the Cowboys. Team imposed, where Ezekiel Elliott was reported not to be on the flight to Atlanta. The report then was that Ezekiel Elliott would be inactive this weekend. And so a lot of people initially took that to mean, okay, the Cowboys are just making a shift. Mike McCarthy talked a lot last week. I think we played the clips. Talked a lot last week about, I've always preferred going with younger guys. Yeah, I mean, I don't like seeing Deuce Vaughn inactive. I don't like that. And so people thought it was just a move towards that direction until we started getting the reports out there from Todd Archer and Jane Slater, Ian Rappaport, so on and so forth. Todd was the first one to have it. That Ezekiel Elliott was basically a team-imposed suspension. They called it disciplinary reasons, but that is essentially a suspension from the Cowboys. And reports after that from Jane and others said this was sort of a mutual decision after conversations that were had throughout the week, had determined that he was not going to be active, and then both sides decided, you know what, let's take a little time to reflect on this and get away from it and breathe a little bit. I think that what occurred here was Zeke was told he wasn't going to be playing, and Zeke had a reaction that the Cowboys were not expecting, and in the intensity level they were not expecting. And Ezekiel Elliott, I think, has been, it's not a secret, it's been inferred at different times, but Ezekiel Elliott has been very unhappy this season for essentially the last 4 or 5 weeks especially. But Zeke feels like there should be opportunities for him here, and that he was brought here under a certain understanding, and that has not totally been met. And I think given how things ended the last time, where a pay cut wasn't even offered, it was just determined, we're cutting you, splitting your charge, moving forward, and having a little bit of sour taste from that, and then still coming back and feeling like they had this reunion and this redemption. I think that he's pretty frustrated overall by what was sold to him that he feels is a bill of goods.
Choppy, before the season, I told you he's going to play 7 games. How many carries would you think would make sense for 7 games?
0. Per game, 0.
Okay.
Look, I thought we all thought that the moment they signed him and they didn't draft anybody, that he was going to start week 1. And
I didn't, but I was wrong. He started in name.
He started in name, but I mean, he was getting decent amount of carries, like far more than we all thought he deserved. And that's just the reality. Like they put themselves in this position. They didn't address the position in the offseason. They didn't address it in the draft.
No, but give me a number. 7 games in, before the season starts, Zeke should have what amount of carries through 7 games?
Based off his talent level, he should have 4 a game. That's
Okay.
he should be. And I don't have a problem with his snap count number if a lot of it is pass protection.
Yeah.
Right? And if he's absolutely the best pass protecting running back they have, if that's true, I don't have a problem with his snap count number. which means that he also is going to get more carries anyway, just because, you change things at the line of scrimmage and he's already in there.
We'll carry him out, Bobby.
I would have felt like he should have gotten through 7 games, probably about what he's gotten, or a little less potentially. What I expected he was going to get through 7 games was he's getting a little over half what I thought he was going to get. And that's also from just discussions I had with people and insight that I had. So if I heard some of those
half,
things,
like less.
yeah, I was expecting him to get 10 to 12 carries a game, and that's not happening.
Okay,
and hasn't been happening.
I would have said before the season, since no one wants to answer the actual question,
I answered both.
4 to 5 carries a game. He's at 48. So 7 times 5 is 35. He's gotten more work than I thought he would have gotten, or I think he should have gotten. 5 carries a game, maybe 6, 10 to 12. And we have to figure out what the initial plan and discussion was. What did they lay out to him? What was his role supposed to be? We all just assumed basically a veteran cheerleader, a mentoring cheerleader. They may have told him 10 to 12. There's a reason we didn't go get anyone else, and we don't have anyone besides Rico that we're looking to get carries. You're going to be the bell cow. You're going to be the guy. You are going to lead the team in carries, and we're going to turn to you every week. And maybe that's why he got ticked off. We don't know what was said to him initially, what was promised.
Juice was a big part of what he was told he would be coming here to bring, which is they wanted
juice.
Juice.
That's the last thing that he's capable of bringing.
What? No,
Grit,
dirt. Not
Dirt.
that kind of juice. Like intensity during the practice week.
Okay.
They felt like his practice habits were really strong. They felt like it was contagious to other players. They felt like they really missed it last year. And for a team that needs better practice habits, clearly, inserting him in there, they thought this will be good. Now, here's the big question that we probably got to figure out a way to ask Jerry this tomorrow somehow.
And by the way, Jane Slater reported he's been a distraction this season. Aside from habitual tardiness, he's missed 3 team meetings, with Friday's meeting being the final straw.
Yeah. And that's a guy, when you start missing meetings, it's a guy that knows that his role is gone, and he's not. He knows that he can't do it either.
Well, Des Bryant would say none of that is a big deal. Des tweeted, I really hate that this is reported because you and I both know it's been far worse that's never been reported on certain players. I can recall a player missing an S ton of weeks of practice and it never hit the media. Wild S, man. So that's Des having Zeke's back.
Okay, now
everybody's right. Des is right. That happens. It's happened with Zeke throughout his career in Dallas, where he has been late to meetings and late to flights out of town and different things like that. That's been him throughout his entire career.
Right, but what Des is missing, I think, is that it doesn't. A lot of that matters with. I think the players sometimes forget who you are doesn't mean what you are anymore. Zeke, if this was 2016 Zeke, he can miss as many meetings as he wants.
Yeah.
And practices, and he'll still be on the field, and he's still going to be the bell cow, and he's still going to perform.
Yep.
Dez in 2012 and 2014 could miss as many meetings as he wanted.
Yep.
But Dez in 2016 and 2017, he's not that guy anymore.
Yep.
And you just can't do that. And there comes a point in everybody's life, especially athletes, where they cross over from a player that matters to a player that doesn't matter. And Zeke is realizing fast that he's a player that doesn't matter anymore. And you can't act the same way.
Here's the thing that's really puzzling to a lot of different people right now is that, okay, fine, we can take that report. Take the report that Zeke has been a habitual problem and that he's been distracted this year and he's been late to meetings and this was building and this was kind of the final straw. Why, if he has been a habitual problem, did his workload from the Giants game steadily increase in terms of the amount that he was playing?
Wow.
Because you're sending...
Great question.
I could also see...
There's a lot of people that would text right now, and they took Jerry Jones' pregame. A lot of people turned Jerry's pregame answer with Christy Scales on the Fan into him undercutting Mike McCarthy again. And a lot of people would answer back that question, Bobby, and say, Zeke went to Jerry. I don't know this. I don't know who he went to, but we know something happened behind the scenes. Zeke went to Jerry, complained, and Jerry, with his Jim Brown comparison with Zeke in New England, maybe this is just a theory. I'm not reporting. I don't know. I would tell you if I knew. Jerry pushed it on the coaching staff from McCarthy. Get Zeke his carries.
I think
that would make sense.
I have not had it spelled out to me either in any sort of way. I think it was probably just enough noise was made that got further up top and they became aware of it and had discussions about it and said, well, let's try Zeke a little more. I don't know that there was any sort of like a sit down, but I think that there was enough noise made of just like, hey, Zeke's kind of unhappy, guys, and this isn't great right now. And it does lead to several other questions, and not to be conspiracy minded, because I'm not saying these are the answers, but it does
that for tomorrow.
It does make you wonder, okay, could you not get Dalvin Cook active and on the field because you were concerned about Zeke's already upset? We don't want to make him more upset. Is there a reason why the Rico Dowdle workload tapered off after a Pittsburgh game where he played really well? And you start asking these questions of just, were you going to the whims of a player you still felt a little romantic about?
Didn't have his pads on. Let's put it like that.
Oh, baby.
Or
looking good.
Or to be fair, did you, because the way Zeke seems to feel about it, did you tell him something and Zeke just said, guys, look, you either need to let me go or you need to start living up to what you told me I was here to do. And the Cowboys went, well, we don't let him go. All right, fine. If this is the understanding, we've got to meet him a little bit. I'm sure, they always say it's two sides to every story. Obviously, Zeke's going to have his perspective. I'm sure he doesn't feel he's wrong, especially if there was a tense moment that led up to Zeke, you're inactive, and just it reached a boiling point, I think. But it's a testament to how sideways everything has gone this season and how further, up and down and around this can go, that somebody like Zeke, who Jerry fought through so many different headaches for, public and private, and financially, costly and not, for this to be a breaking point where, like, the relationship has been fractured.
You think
is
he done?
Yes, I think so. I don't think anything's been decided, but my England is, given where it is and seeing how other things have played out with the Cowboys in the past, I don't think he plays for the Cowboys again.
Ooh.
With the Philadelphia Eagles playing and winning yesterday, they're still not one of the two biggest stories in the sports world. They're both coming out of Philadelphia. The two biggest stories in sports, and none of it has to do with the Eagles. Final hour of a Cowboys Monday next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Now rotates Barkley out of the backfield. Barkley slips 2 tackles and picks up the first down. Whipping up in the air to the 30. A gain of 14 for Barkley with some nifty moves along the way.
Announcer on CBS did not realize what he just saw with the reverse hurdle from Saquon. Eagles and Commanders win. We have a change. We have to audible here. Like Cooper Rush will be doing against the Eagles with breaking news here on 105.3 The Fan on the Cowboys Monday. Kevin Hagelin with the slow look over. Breaking news on The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. A head coach has been fired. Dennis Allen.
Oh.
Kevin was holding his breath. He thought I was going to say MM. He thought I was maybe going to go to MM here over at the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco. Dennis Allen is out in New Orleans. Of course, the Raiders yesterday, Choppy, they fired their offensive coordinator and 2 other coaches, so some owners are losing patience around the National Football League.
Man, it should be all things pointing up for the Raiders here after you fire your OC. That'll fix all the things.
Yeah, right.
This is good news, though, with Dennis Allen. It's one less visor that we have in the National Football League. It's fantastic.
I was wondering why you were clapping.
We have to rid the sports world of visor guy. From Kirby Smart to Lane Kiffin to Sean Payton and Dennis Allen.
Who's the next? You have a visor in your sights?
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley. Man, and I know that every network and all the TV shows do whatever they can to desperately connect the Cowboys to anything. But, Bobby, there's no way to avoid this one, right?
As a head coach, no. Dennis Allen's a good defensive coach. Like, I mean, if
Cowboys head coach.
If people have figured out Dennis Allen's a defensive coordinator only, I wouldn't just, if you're resetting things, be opposed to that. Also,
I'm not talking about Dennis Allen over here. I'm talking about the connection of Dennis Allen's last win was over us 44-19. How dead wrong all of us were about the Saints and thinking what they were going to be, even though Derek Carr did get hurt. But this is the Saints saying, if you lose to the Carolina Panthers, you're done. You cannot work for us anymore. Cam Jordan did something after the game yesterday and tweeted that I've never seen another player do. He wrote this exactly. We just lost to the Panthers. I love y'all, New Orleans. Truly had higher expectations and the best of hopes for us. Y'all deserve it. But he basically came out and embarrassed the Panthers by saying, y'all, we just did the unthinkable. We lost to the Carolina Panthers. We apologize.
That's a team they beat the snot out of in week 1. They felt like they had them.
Versus Cavante Turpin and all the Cowboys, they give the middle finger to y'all when they lose and get embarrassed. Here's Cam Jordan off the Saints apologizing, taking accountability. The Cowboys are like, no, you're stupid.
By the way, you say surely the media won't make the connection. I don't know if the media will. The league is already, because right after Peyton tells us he gets fired, I got a text from an agent that said, LOL, Dennis Allen gets fired before the coach he beat by 40. So that's where people are at within the league. But I do hate this for Dennis Allen, local guy, LD Bell alum. He went to high school here in Hearst, so I always hate when the DFW failures hit, unless they're Mike McCarthy's failures, and we can reset things there.
Okay, and there was a lot of Saints drama playing out yesterday with Michael Thomas and Derek Carr.
Yeah, so obviously Derek Carr and Michael Thomas, it doesn't appear that they get along very well. There was a series of tweets that Michael Thomas decided to rip off in succession about Derek Carr.
Now, it helps if you watch the video of this. This is Derek Carr. People, I guess RG3 and others call it hospital throws.
Yeah.
Derek Carr threw one like high and behind to Chris Olave, and Olave got lit up, and it was a bad scene, had to get taken off the field. And I think someone said it was the 5th concussion for Olave. Is this like a Tua situation at receiver? Does he have that many concussions? And this young stud is just coming out of college from Ohio State. He's a beast. But Michael Thomas blame Derek Carr for getting Olave hurt.
Yeah, so I'll just read up a series of the tweets. They fired all them coaches trying to cover his flaws. He's still doing the same S. Dude tried to lie and say I was jealous of them making Chris wide receiver 1 whole time. He can't even get him a decent ball. He needs his butt whooped. That year, his buddy went first-team All-Pro in 2022. Talk about Devontae.
Oh.
He needed 180 targets to catch 100 passes. He is ass on my granny.
Dang.
Dude, scary and panic and just throw the ball. Get him the blank out. He is so ass. That's all from Michael Thomas, who is
he has attitude oozing out of his pores.
Yeah, he
always has.
What he doesn't realize is he is LaRon Robinson from Drew Brees. Okay, he is Tony Romo made LaRon Robinson, and Drew Brees made Mr. Possession Receiver Michael Thomas.
Yeah, I mean the very definition of a possession receiver. He came from a pretty cocky group there though when he was at his college days, because it was Michael Thomas, it was Zeke and it was Cardell Jones, it was Braxton Miller, Garyon Conley. They had
Lattimore on that team too.
Yeah, no, he wasn't on that one. Garyon Conley, Eli Apple, that was a loud Ohio State team, and yeah, this doesn't surprise me that he's this way. This is one of the reasons he can't find a job very easily, is that people view him as your cancerous. Because league-wide opinion yesterday was that was not Derek Carr's fault. That was Xavier Woods, who routinely here in Dallas used to get criticism from the coaching staff for, you need to play under control. You're going to get teammates hurt in practice. You're playing way too wild. And even in the games, you're playing way too wild. He once gave David Irving a concussion on a play where he was playing out of control and had made a hit.
They're saying that Woods' hit was improper?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of people think Xavier Woods plays way too out of control.
Yeah, the ball was up.
It was high.
It was high. There's no doubt. Now, I guess that's where the ball's supposed to go, according to Derek, but whatever.
Well, he said that's where the ball was supposed to go?
It's supposed to go. It was supposed to go high. It was supposed to be a throw that was up, not that high.
By the way, this note from...
Then that's not where the ball was supposed to go.
This note from David Newton over to ESPN. Xavier Woods has 9 unnecessary roughness penalties since 2017. That is the most in the NFL.
Derek Carr was asked to comment on Michael Thomas's tweets after.
I have love for Mike, and when he does that, I don't really care for it, obviously. I've had so many teammates over the years, and he's like the one dude that didn't get along with me, and I don't know what I did to him. I don't know why he feels that way. I'm sorry, for whatever he's dealing with to make him feel like he's got to do that. I don't know, but he's never called me during any of this, my phone number has never changed. I've in fact called him on different occasions.
So that's Derek Carr. Michael Thomas and Dennis Allen is gone. Jordan Schultz reports teams are calling the Saints about Marshawn Lattimore, and the Commanders are searching for secondary and corner help. So losing to Carolina, got you gone. See you later. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. I'm like, do we go around the NFL or get to these big stories in Philadelphia? I want to dedicate a lot of time to these because these are amazing topics. Let's knock out the rest of the NFC East then. Philadelphia, Saquon with the reverse hurdle, and they pretty much controlled. Jacksonville made this game closer, but the Eagles pretty much controlled the Jags. So Filthy improves to 6-2, and the Commanders, they take care of the Giants. So the NFC East looks like this. Commanders 7-2, Eagles 6-2, Cowboys 3-5, and Daniel Jones finally threw a touchdown pass at home. They are 2-7.
Oh man, they're so bad.
The Eagles score, by the way, on a 3rd and 17 Saquon run. A 3rd and 17 quick handoff Saquon run against Jacksonville.
Hell of a design, Kellen. Hell of a design.
Hell of a design. The fact that the Giants are in the division is the only thing that is saving this team from just bottoming out, because they're not going to fall behind the Giants. I don't see a simple way of that. But it's right now, there is no chance. There is no chance they come back in this thing.
A.J. Brown had to leave this game, too, with a bruised knee at one point. So he's apparently fine. All the reports afterwards were that he's fine. But, I mean, that's been the biggest issue for Philly, is just consistently getting everybody on offense.
2 more running back stings for Jerry Jones. Yesterday, the Baltimore Ravens, we were trying to figure out last week Is Denver's defense legit? Or are they facing scrubs? Well, yesterday they got exposed because Lamar and the Ravens went off with a straight beatdown. And in the process, Derrick Henry goes over 1,000 yards on the season. He scores again.
Is it not like week 9?
And Tony Pollard, with the Titans win against the Patriots, leads the league in yards after contact? What? So Tony Pollard and Derrick Henry in the headlines yesterday.
Yeah, and if you go ahead and just let's take a look at the AFC. Obviously, NFL is a little different, but you go look at the AFC and just see who are the 2 top leading rushers in the AFC. Why, that would be Derrick Henry and the guy you let walk out the door, Tony Pollard. So Tony Pollard is also the second leading rusher in the AFC overall behind Derrick Henry. So
to be fair, did any of us want them to re-sign him?
Who? Pollard?
Yeah.
Nope.
No,
we're 0 for 2 on those running back takes. Henry and Pollard 0 for 2.
I didn't want them to re-sign Pollard, but again, it's the comparison of, yeah, but if you're gonna sign Zeke, you might as well look at these 8 other things, and I would accept that quicker than I would accept even $2 million more on the books for Zeke. But overall, I mean, Pollard's been good. Yesterday was his biggest breakout game, but I went back and I was watching some of his tape a couple weeks ago because people were talking about Pollard. It still looks like Pollard to me. Like, I think he's played well. He's putting up numbers. They're giving him a lot of volume. But to me, it still looks like the Tony Pollard we saw last year. I don't see a totally different player right now.
2 ejections yesterday. Brian Branch, Lions versus Packers, and then Puka Nacua in the Rams win, a walk-off win over Seattle. I thought the Puka one was much worse for the referee to toss him out over than the Branch one. But the Branch one got people, including Tom Brady, kind of upset and ticked off. So Branch and Nacua ejected.
The thing with Branch is, like, what I struggle with is that to me, the hit wasn't vicious enough. And I know it's results-oriented, and I hate to do that. But that wasn't a vicious hit. Like, he wasn't just down on the ground, not moving. He got right up. It looked like he was not even in pain at all. Got right up. So it's like, does the effect of the hit and the intent, is that enough? And obviously the NFL views it enough. And look, they're erring on the side of caution. I don't have a problem with that. I just didn't feel like that was egregious enough to throw somebody out of the game.
But I get it, especially with the emphasis they put on like it's a direct helmet.
There was enough
collision.
time too. Like,
it was like 3 steps.
It was not a bang bang.
Yeah,
it was 3 steps. And the helmet, like, I understood it.
Yeah, it's one of those where,
to me, it should not be, is the guy laying on the ground motionless or did he get up? It's the intent of what the defender's doing.
Yeah, and I think for the NFL, they just feel like,
and Tom Brady, shut up, just shut the hell up. In terms of, there's a bunch of wusses out here, and hey, I don't agree with this and that. Defense gets screwed. They created a rule for you. I like that you've improved as a broadcaster. You have. Just shut up.
Yeah, With the helmet to helmet thing, I think a lot of players have, as much as they hate it, they have
got knocked up elsewhere.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
They have resigned themselves a little bit to the fact a lot of players have just like, I know when it happens, I'm in trouble. And even if it's not on purpose, I think they've kind of just accepted the fact of, well, those are the breaks. That's what's going to happen if it occurs, and even if my intent wasn't there, I'm going to have to pay the price. And so I think they've kind of come to an acceptance with that across the league.
An ugly loss for the Bears against the Cardinals, but Jay Glazer reported Tyreek Stevenson, he's the commander waiver to the crowd, and he was supposed to be defending better than he was in the Hail Mary against Jaden Daniels. Tyreek Stevenson was told at practice, you're being demoted, you're taken out of the starting lineup. Well, instead of just shutting his mouth, putting his head down, and accepting it, did not go over well with him pulling himself out of practice. Demoted, you're not starting? He's like, fine, I'm not practicing. I'm up out of here. And Jay Glazer said that did not go over well. Bears get smoked by the Cardinals.
Oh, that's a bad loss for them too. Like, they've been competitive. They've been competitive. Even the game last week. I mean, they easily could have and should have won that game against Washington, and then to get just smoked like that, Eberflus might be next.
Let's talk about the entire mess here. After another loss, this time in Atlanta, Nick Eatman is back from the locker room at the ATL. Nick joins us from DallasCowboys.com. How long are Dak and Lamb out? He's next on The Fan.
But it is the Black Friday sales event happening all month long at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Three the Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
4th and 3. Cowboys used the timeout. Cousins with a change in something. Blitz. Throw to the right side, and the coverage was broken, and Mooney caught it at the 15 and literally strolls into the end zone for a 36-yard touchdown.
Brad Sham with the call that made it 14-3. I believe that was the Trayvon Diggs wheel route, as Diggs was in coverage for both of Kirk Cousins' first touchdown passes. Cowboys lose on this radio station. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Cowboys Monday here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to be joined by Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. First, Mike McCarthy after the loss.
Well, I mean, we just really got to keep the focus narrow, and I felt like we were doing that coming into this game. We need to win a game. I mean, you know, I know what everybody wants to talk about, you know, long term. We have 5 losses, you know, so I clearly understand where that puts us, you know, as far as what it will take, but. You know, we got to get the winning. You know, we're making too many self-inflicted wounds, and the disappointing part about it is, you know, some are repeated. The pre-snap penalties are totally unacceptable. You know, we came in here, you know, wanted to go no huddle or up tempo, you know, turbo on the ball type things. And you see in the first series it was effective, and then I wish we'd have got more to it. You know, but you know, the only thing that really slowed us down was ourselves today.
Nick Eatman joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com. We managed to give 4 different answers to this question. Your number one head-scratching moment of the game yesterday was what?
The fact that they keep, you know, like McCarthy just said, I think that they just keep hurting themselves and you know, shooting themselves in the foot. It's the preparation. You know, the preparation just hasn't been there all year long, and so that's been the major problem for this team. They don't score early in the games, and they, you know, we know they're going to fight back. I mean, that's great. They do fight back, but they're just getting down too early in these games, and it's just, to me, it's a preparation of just not being, I don't know about being ready to play, but not ready to execute at the highest level.
Your headline on the website is Cowboys again fail to land first punch. Take us inside the piece.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, not that I've been in too many fights in my life, but I would imagine, you know, if whoever hits first probably has the better chance here, especially on a big shot. And that's what happened. I mean, the Falcons did it again, just like some of the other teams. I mean, yeah, I think the Cowboys got a field goal. That's not what I call a big hit. They just, you know, they can't sustain anything early in the games. They're not coming out. Doesn't matter if they take the ball or not. Teams aren't. I mean, the Cowboys are not getting the ball, going down the field, scoring, and kind of playing downhill. They're always playing uphill. So I think that's just been a big problem all year long, and it happened again Sunday.
Nick, you know, they've got 5 losses now. The first 4 of the season, I felt like they all had a different energy about them in terms of the tone from the players afterwards, where sometimes it was anger, other times it was, you know, upbeat and positive, and we still got it. This was the first loss of the season where I felt like it was almost a collective heavy sigh, and they seemed about at their wits' end. Did you get the sense there post-game that, man, this was a game that really took a toll on just morale for them?
Not really. No, I didn't. Well, I mean, I didn't take that. Dak, I think if you're talking about Dak did look that way a little bit. Like I mean, he was, and I think he's a little bit worried about what's going to happen if he's going to be able to play next week. Anytime you get pulled from the game, that early, and I know it was in the fourth quarter, but to the point of, all right, you can't come back. You wonder how long that's going to be. So I could see it from him, but not really from some of the other players. I don't know. Maybe it was just like, were you there with Jerry? I mean, Jerry made it sound like, they got a lot of season left and they're going to keep fighting and they're going to actually build on it and all this kind of stuff. But from the player standpoint, I think the players were appreciative of what Jerry said, but I didn't get the sense that much, maybe from Dak, but maybe not the rest of the guys.
Nick Eatman joined us here, 105 through the Fan. So, yeah, maybe the morale may not be where, Bobby thinks it is. Obviously, you're saying that, but does it not seem when they have so many procedure penalties and stuff that that is just them tuning out during the week and they're just basically not doing what they should be?
I think you could say that. I mean, I've said it several times that, you lose during the week, and I think that this is what's happening with this team a lot. And also, they're not all young players. I mean, some of them are young players, and when you're thinking a lot, you're doing a lot of thinking. You're not reacting like you should. And I think that, you see that some, but I mean, it's just one thing after another. And, and it's 12 men in the huddle here, or false start, or illegal procedure, or just whatever it is, missing blocks. I mean, and it's not just Tyler Guyton. I mean, Tyler Guyton is definitely struggling, but if you look, Tyler Smith had a couple of mishaps in the game, and we know Zach Martin has as well. So those are the guys they've been counting on. And when it's the entire offensive line, it's just when you can't get the line, blocking, the running game's not there. Obviously, Dak and Cooper Rush, whoever's running for their life. So, I definitely think it starts with the line. But the preparation, like you said, RJ, it is something that has just not been good all year long for this team.
Nick Eatman joining us, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What are you feeling about these Dak and Lamb timelines?
I honestly, I know that there's MRIs, and so I don't honestly have, I don't know what would be. It always feels like when a guy comes back in the game that he, he should be fine for the next game. Maybe not fine, because you're obviously dealing with with some pain, but it's encouraging the way CeeDee played through it. But they're still going to be smart with it. If it doesn't make sense for him to go out and play with a shoulder injury, I'm sure he wouldn't. But I would think it would be close to playing this week. And, if maybe just miss one if he had to. Dak, it'll just have to turn. It'll come down to the MRI. And again, I don't know that. But if there's something significant there, then it could be a few weeks.
Would you start Rush or Lance if Dak can't go this week?
Oh, Cooper, I start Cooper Rush for sure. Now, I'll say this. If you want to get some element of running in there, let's say Dak doesn't play, then I do think I could see a scenario of maybe two quarterbacks playing at certain times in the game. I don't think they're ever going to take Dak off the field for Trey Lance or whatever, but if you get into goal line situations, plays like that, I would be fine. If say, Cooper Rush is your guy, you want him to drive the bus, manage the game, all that good stuff. I could see, packages where you would maybe, play Trey Lance in that scenario. If that happens, again, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I would definitely start Rush, but I wouldn't be opposed to playing the second quarterback there if you had to at certain times.
Nick, what happened with Ezekiel Elliott?
I think, wow, Bobby. You guys have been on the air for 3 hours. Why are you throwing it to me? No, I'm just kidding. I just think it's a combination of things that there's been reports out there of missed meetings and things like that, and you asked some people about it, and I did. I asked several people, and I kind of got different smirks and looks, and shut up, Nick, that kind of stuff. But I do think it was just a combination of not handling things the right way, not liking the role that he was in at the time, and probably and definitely didn't like the fact that he wasn't going to play. So I just think the Cowboys, said for him, for us, for everybody, let's not have him travel, and that's a pretty significant thing when you think about what they do with the travel. They have 17 guys on the practice squad, and everyone travels. And so, and you can't, after Saturday afternoon, nobody can be elevated. So you're not taking these players in case something happens, somebody gets sick or whatever. You're taking them for the camaraderie of everything. So to not have the player there is a significant thing, I think, from what the Cowboys are doing and trying to do, and that's what they decided it was in his best interest and the team's best interest for him not to go.
Does he get more than one carry the rest of the year?
I think so. But I'm very hesitant. I mean, ask me on Wednesday. Honestly, I mean, I would think, I think we'll just see how things go, and if he's still going to be a part of this thing. I think he is. That's what it sounded like. That Jerry still was raving about him being a great teammate. May just be a one-time thing. We'll see. Because here's the thing. I mean, we all wanted to see it. Dalvin Cook. Let's see what Dalvin Cook can do. And I think the knock on him was, does he know the plays? Does he know the protections? Does he know where he needs to be sure he can run the ball? But is he is he going to be good when he's there? And you can make the case he caused them 2 penalties, not just the 12-minute in the huddle, but there was another play on a delay of game that Dak had to move him 3 different times around and trying to get him in the right spot, and before you know it, they couldn't snap it. So I'm just saying that's been a part of it, and that's been a reason why he hasn't been playing, is because I don't know how much he understands all of the stuff and all of the protections and everything about it, which Zeke does. So, Rico and Zeke might just be your better 1-2 punch at this point.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Every Cowboys Monday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. A viral video of Dak appearing to say, "We blanking suck." You have a problem with it? Your reaction to it? Did you see it?
No, I didn't see it. Was that what he was mouthing after like a false start by Ferguson? I mean, like I know that he mouthed something after that, but I didn't know if that's what it was.
I can't remember the exact specific play.
I don't know. I don't have a problem with that phrase and that. I mean, people say that all the time. You say that about your team, and I don't have a problem with that. And because at that particular time, I don't know what part it was, but maybe they did. Well,
27-13 with 4 minutes left in the fourth.
Oh, so okay, so from the sideline. So this is him not playing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's not as good. But again, maybe if that's how he feels, that's how he feels. Does that mean that he, because the fans, the players, the media, the critics, I'm sure people are saying that same thing too. So, if that's how he feels in the moment, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. No one's going to work harder. No one's going to try to get out on the field more than that. But I think from being a 3-5 football team, a 12-5 3 years in a row, and to be sitting here at 3-5 and to have all the mistakes and to lose to an Atlanta team that's really not that great, but and you had chances to win, but you think about this. The Cowboys have made these teams play their best football, and that's what I think alarming. Obviously, the Saints have played out of their mind against the Cowboys, and they're not very good. And some of these other teams, 49ers played their best ball. The Lions, I think, played their best. I mean, maybe even the Falcons. That's a credit, or not a credit, but discredit to the Cowboys, the fact that these other teams are playing their best football against them.
Nick, put these in order of most to least likely happening tomorrow for the trade deadline. Buy, sell, stay.
I would say I would put sell at the end.
Okay. Don't
see them doing that. I would say just based off of what we've seen, I would say stay, buy, sell. And the only reason I would be a little hesitant is I was standing 2 feet from Jerry when he made the statement of, we're going to do a couple of things. And I asked him to clarify, and he said, yes, if it works, it takes 2, but if it works, so they do have some things in the works. Now how much are you buying? I don't know. And that's the key word. I'm fine with buying. I'm not fine with renting. I don't think the Cowboys should rent players for this season if they're not going to be somewhat of in the plans for the next couple of years.
Good stuff.
Because the draft pick that you're going to give up obviously is more than 1 year. So I'm just saying, you're going to get someone, better be somebody that can help you for this year, next, and maybe after that.
Thank you, brother. We apologize for Bobby's questioning. Appreciate it.
No, it's all good. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece right after this.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
False start.
Wow.
This team cannot stay out of its own way.
False start. Offense number 73. That's a 5-yard penalty.
Tyler Smith, if you see the Cowboys walking down the street, hope they're wearing loafers. Because if they're wearing lace-up shoes, they're going to trip over the shoelace.
Damn. I know.
I like it.
Brad Sham with a call on this radio station. It is Crosstalk with a KMC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Corey Majors. I like that black shirt right there. What's coming up?
Thank you very much, Sean. We do have Stephen Jones joining us today at noon.
Nothing else?
Hi, guys. We didn't execute.
Last week, Mike, you thought that his approach was not real?
Yeah, I think that he knows how to play the game.
Yeah.
It's fine. Like, it's part of the job. Play the game like, this is the most miserable thing ever. Yeah, we didn't execute. We just have to play better. We're gonna
That's not
be
what I
better.
just said.
Oh, wow.
They pay the other team to...
I was worried, Kevin, about misleading final scores, giving them an excuse.
Okay.
But now I'm really, really worried about the injuries being their 2024 recap.
Just injuries in general, or do you think now specifically the injury to Dak puts it over the top?
Over the top with Dak and Lamb.
Yeah.
I'm worried about that.
I mean, they were like, Dak stays in that game. They're still losing that game. I don't think anyone, I would hope, is going to dispute that.
Didn't Cooper Rush play like Dak? He did really good as the game was out of hand. He went down the field and threw some great passes and scored a touchdown. Like, that felt like Dak would have done that.
I think Brada said 2 passes over 10 yards for Dak attempted. What did you get in terms of the air yardage?
Oh, yeah. The air yards in the first half was like 30, I think, total was all that he had thrown up. And, I mean, there was a good chunk. A lot of that came... No, a lot of it came on the last several pass attempts. There was a point where I think his first 12 pass attempts the first half, he was at -1 air yards collectively.
Averaged a career low 3.7 air yards per attempt on his 24 attempts against Atlanta. 3.4.
It's a combination of 3 things that are all bad. Your wide receivers aren't getting separation. Your offensive line isn't playing very well. And your quarterback doesn't have very good pocket awareness, even after all these years. That sack he took when he had the ball for 6 seconds, and I was like, throw it away then. You can't do anything.
We've somehow managed to get 5 different answers on this today, which tells you how bad. This doesn't feel like the worst loss of the year, but normally this would be like an A or B multiple choice, but we've gotten 5 different answers. Corey, your biggest head-shaking moment from yesterday's game was what?
The fake punt.
Okay.
That just screamed desperation, and I mean they are a desperate team right now. But that was the entire season in one play.
What was yours?
The relentless pressure that the terrible Atlanta Falcons got on this team.
Yeah, because
came in with 6
sacks.
sacks.
All week, that's all you talked about was they can't get to the quarterback.
in the league at it, and we were like, Go ahead.
Our offensive line, hold the beers.
They were
guys.
terrible.
We got
Yes.
you.
And they had back-to-back sacks.
Yeah, I don't know the last time Atlanta got back-to-back sacks in a game. Period. I don't.
And
I don't
one of
know if
those
that's-
was
One
Dak's
was
fault.
on Dak.
Yeah,
one was
but
not.
Still,
regardless,
the offensive line played terrible yesterday.
I'm scared to ask you.
Mine was when Mike McCarthy broke the iPad. That was the best. I was like,
What do you think of his form on that one? Because he went with the two-handed slam
Yeah,
on the
it
two-handed
was-
spike.
I love that.
it was awesome.
Yeah,
Does the two-handed spike have far more vitriol and anger to it than the single hand?
I will say this. I don't know if they
I don't
capture
think
this
so.
on television during football games. I do know behind the scenes, I don't know the number. There are quite a few iPads broken during a baseball season. It's just not in the dugout. I think because if it is, we never capture it on television. I don't know how many iPads are broken. I don't know, they're called whatever, tablets or whatever, during a football game. But I do know that those iPads that are in the dugout, they have to replace those quite a bit on major league teams because guys look at them, see that they had a bad at bat or the umpire made a bad call on them, and they just smash it.
Speaking of baseball, why did the Atlanta Falcons call us Yankee fans? I
thought that was a great. Choppy and I really appreciated that. You seem to think it was a bit of a stretch. They posted the score from the Cowboys games. The Falcons Twitter account did. And then they posted a Yankee fan rubbing his face, and it said, bad week for Yankees fans.
Because the idea is that
Yankees, Cowboys, Lakers fans, they're all generic ass, like, I'm the front runner cheering for everybody.
Fans.
So,
Duke. Yeah, Duke throwing a Duke in there. This is like
Dallas losing to the Falcons would add to the bad week for a Yankees fan because a Yankees fan is going to be a Cowboys fan and a Lakers fan.
Okay, I did not understand that at the time. But that makes sense.
I mean, they're not talking to people in the city, right? In this or in New York. They're talking to people who live in Iowa that root for the Cowboys and the Yankees and the Lakers.
That's a layered shot there.
It really is.
It's next
I
level.
appreciate
It's definitely next level.
What's the hockey
I
team?
appreciate that.
Oh, that's a
Red
good
Wings,
question.
Avalanche.
Red Wings, maybe, yeah.
Montreal. Speaking of baseball, I saved this for you, Michael, and you, Bobby, since you go after my boy Shohei, who needs a translator for everything.
Does he?
And this is kind of connected.
That dog's name.
Right? Yankees, Dodgers celebration parade over the past few days as they burned down Los Angeles. Shohei apparently... maybe he doesn't just need a translator for everything.
This is so special moment for me. I'm so honored to be here and to be part of this team. Congratulations, Los Angeles. Thank you, fans.
The front continues, Bob.
But if it's a prepared statement, can't you plan for that?
Did he say also, I'm not giving any of my money to this state or this city because I made sure that I will not get paid much money while I play in the state of California?
Yeah.
I remember when Darvish did this, and I was like, wait, Darvish knows English? Huh?
You Darvish does, but yeah, from what I understand too, Shohei's fine with English.
I mean, Shohei was hitting on Cameron Brink in the Dodgers clubhouse back in May.
But
of all the people to waste that secret on, Cameron Brink she's wonderful.
Really? What's wrong? I think she's pretty. If I
She's
remember
in
right,
something about Mary.
If I remember right,
that's her.
But the biggest dagger was Kike Hernandez during the New York entertainment.
Then we go to New York. And this guy, he used to be fat. He's not fat anymore. His name is Joe. He came out and sang. And guess what? We didn't even need to play because after that performance, we had already won.
Fat Joe slander.
Fat Joe.
Going to Fat Joe.
Still nowhere near as good as Seager last year and watching Jared jump 12 feet in the air, right?
And clap like in the yeah.
That was awesome.
Yes. All right, boys, that's all I got.
It was a good run, man.
Thank you.
How much did you guys talk about Dak on the sideline saying we effing suck?
We talked about it.
Well, since that was Sean's video.
Yeah, that's right. Did you have a problem with it?
No. I think
Me neither.
I don't think he's wrong.
I kind of wish he'd tell the truth like that on the podium.
I wonder who would have it. How soft do you have to be to have a problem with Dak saying we?
Well, people are like, bad look. That's the leader. You shouldn't be saying that.
Guy.
What's that?
I said I can think of one guy
that has a problem with it.
No, he said, "How soft do you have to be that you would have a problem with that?" And I was like, I can think of one guy who's that soft. So
And who are we talking about?
I don't
What am
know
missing?
either.
He's probably in Dak's ear pretty frequently.
Oh, McCarthy.
Let's put it like that. No names.
Is this? This is a serious question for Bobby. It's going to sound weird, but are you happy Dak got hurt so he doesn't have to play this year, and it would hurt his? It hurt his. He's probably not going to play. I'm going to guess till after Thanksgiving with the hamstring injury.
Oh,
that's my guess.
I don't think he's playing the next 2 weeks.
That would put you around that time.
2 weeks and then the third week if
Are
you
you
just go, we don't
happy
want him
for
coming back.
him that he doesn't have to play?
No,
'Cause
honestly,
it hurts his every time he goes out on the field this year. It hurts his reputation.
What I told Sean and RJ this when we came back from Cleveland. He got the deal done over the weekend. When we came back from Cleveland, I think the first thing I said when I walked in was like, I don't care. Like, I mean, he could play as sour as he wants. He's here for 4 years. I don't care what the narratives are now. He's here. He's locked in for 4 years. I believe in him, so I don't mind if he has a poor year this year because it's not going to impact anything. I already know who he is as a player, so it doesn't bug me.
That's
the
maybe the
stupidest
dumbest thing you've ever said.
Oh, no. It's insane.
What
happens
take.
if
You should keep a list.
What would be worse? Dak playing and losing, or Cooper Rush playing and winning?
Oh,
Cooper Rush playing and winning because he went 4-1.
That's what's going to happen.
That's what's going to happen.
They're going to win like 3 in a row with Cooper Rush.
You
This
picked
team is not-
the Cowboys this weekend.
Well, I know. That was a bad call.
Tomorrow, you just came up with a football question
bad
for me
call.
tomorrow.
That's a great question.
that is a good.
I'll be honest here. I do think there's separation between Dak and Cooper Rush. I just don't know how big of a separation there is.
I think right now, and I'm not saying this is a troll, I'm not going to have Cooper Rush starting my games over Dak Prescott for a full season. But yesterday, I don't think the offense is going to be that much worse for like a week or two with the way it's been going. In some type of life, inject something in it. The 2 deep throws could have been completed. They're not even attempting to throw deep for some reason with Dak. It can't get worse. It can't be as pathetic.
Isn't it amazing? I know,
or that much more
I'm
worse.
with you on that. Isn't it amazing that you think people are in good shape when they're not in good shape? Wouldn't you think 5'7", 155 pounds, and can really fly would be a person who would be in shape?
Yeah.
He's the least in shape. Turpin's the least in shape person on the whole team.
Greg Olsen was getting on him for that.
It was horrible. I can't believe it. Just goes to show you sometimes you look at a kind of a fatty guy or whatever, and you're like, oh, he's not in shape. But you're like, no, he can actually run forever. He can pit. He's not eating well, but he's in great conditioning shape.
Yeah.
Then you look at Turpin, you're like, well, what would be holding him back? He's so light, he's very little. He runs fast. He can't run 50 yards and then take a 20-second break and do it again. He needs like a 2-minute break in between his sprints because he's so out of shape.
See, and y'all blame Anthony Richardson. Everyone needs a break. Everyone needs a little rest.
I think I blame the GPS because these guys have figured out how to cheat the system on the GPS, and so they're not really as in great a shape as we think.
Whoa.
The last, before Bobby just made his Dak statement, the last opinion I really disagree with before that was you having Cowboy playoff hope. And you said that last week or maybe a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
Are you done? I told you it was over.
You did.
I told you done and finished. It's been done. Are you out? Come on, Kev.
I don't see how they can get it done now.
What was this your breaking point?
When
The Falcon game was your breaking point?
It's not just the losses, it's just the added injuries and nobody coming back already this weekend. I'm with you. You were right before, but I just wanted to believe and
All you
cash
got to do
that
is
last Jerry paycheck.
just wait until tomorrow.
Man,
wait until after tomorrow when all the trades get made. Why don't you be patient a little bit, guys? Once we make all these trades, the team turns around real fast.
Do you think by the end of the day tomorrow we'll know who the next president is?
No, we won't know till December.
We already know who the next president's going to be. Okay.
I know that everybody listening who's depressed about the Cowboys will be super excited come March and say it was the injuries. This is a championship team. And that's the great thing Jerry knows is he has to go through about a month to 3 months here of down and depressed Cowboy fans, but it doesn't matter. They will all think they're winning the championship in March.
They did. To their credit, I'll give them credit for this Cowboys. They didn't do it this past offseason. This past offseason, they held pretty firm that this was a bad team, I feel like.
Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. Another big day as well.
It's a huge day tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna make America great again, folks. Okay, we're gonna be great. It's gonna be a wonderful place, just like
They're eating the dog.
I'm such a wonderful guy.
Don't miss tomorrow's show. I wouldn't. The KMC Masterpiece is next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, K&C style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. Now, I know what Jerry said in the postgame yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
he was like,
did.
hey, might not make a big trade. We could definitely upgrade this team.
Why
blah,
not us?
Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to actually go in the exact opposite direction. Dallas is defeated. Dak gets hurt. Maybe CeeDee too. We can all read lips, so it's time to lean all the way into this crappy season, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean by lean all the way in? And who are we?
Let's not try to upgrade.
What are we, Jamarcus Russell with the lean?
Let's not try to upgrade the team tomorrow. In fact, let's try to help other people upgrade their teams.
We'll be all in.
Wherever possible. You weren't all in before. Yes. You know what? Actually, that is what I'm asking. Jerry,
mad at a drop.
I'm asking for you to be the same level of all in tomorrow as you were in the offseason. But please be the same level of all in tomorrow as you were in the offseason.
So that means that he would be trading away just spare parts on the team and getting nothing in return?
No, not. That's a
what
good
they
point.
signed.
Hey. Some like 5th or 6th rounders.
Except for Eric Kendricks.
Because I actually don't think you're going to obviously get a whole wealth of draft picks or anything like that. But I think he's looking at this all the wrong way. If Dak is hurt, that's fine. Like, let him recover for however long it's necessary. Maybe it's 4 or 5 games.
Or 6.
Yeah, maybe CeeDee needs to take some time off because they're actually injured. Obviously, we're worried about DeMarcus Lawrence. Bland and Micah haven't come back by now like we probably thought. Just let it play
Zeke's
out.
legs are all saved up.
Lean into the fact that you're not good.
Mm-hmm.
You can handle it for one season. Keep moving that first round draft pick up, up, up. Don't be scared of 5-12 or 6-11.
Are you not good, though,
it.
because of the talent? Or are you not good because of the coaching? Because that's what's next, right?
Yes.
At the end of the season, no matter what, the coach, I mean, you can't look as disorganized as you did yesterday.
Well, I understand.
You can't look as undisciplined as you did yesterday, and people go, I don't think it's coaching.
So
leadership.
And that's the thing. I understand that Mike McCarthy needs to keep fighting because he wants to keep his job. That's a great idea.
Or whatever job he gets in the future.
Exactly. I've just resigned where he can pretend that he was into analytics all along, and some chump will go ahead and buy it and be like, wow.
Good point.
I think you look at some of these things, and I know Steven is going to say to a certain extent, oh, we're working on eliminating those mistakes. We just got to execute better. But you're at the point, right, where you're like, those pre-snap penalties aren't going away.
Right.
You're not good at it. Even Brad Sham was like, if they have laces on their shoes on the street, the Cowboys players would probably trip over themselves. He said that.
There was a moment late in the game yesterday where Babe tried to convince Brad that there was still a shot with about 5 minutes left in the game, and Brad was just like, I'm just not as optimistic as you are.
And I think that's where I'm at. And you can, look, if you want to sell it, that you could make a couple of trades today or tomorrow, and then you get CeeDee's good to go, and Micah and Bland, and Dak is miraculously okay, and all that stuff falls into place. First of all, I don't think that's going to happen. But second of all, and then what? You're going to get better separation from your wide receivers. You're going to get better play from your offensive linemen. You're going to get better pocket awareness from your quarterback. You can get better tackling from your defenders. I don't think so.
Yeah, if you're Jerry or whoever's making those decisions, you really have to know what the route is. Like to make the moves that are going to be necessary to give you that shot in the arm that'll turn it around for the rest of the season, and you're going to win every game from there. The pre-snap penalties, Kevin, that's been plaguing them since the beginning of the year.
No kidding.
We're pointing at all these other things. We're like, the red zone, we're just bad there. Man, how many times you get booted out of the red zone because you're not doing good before. And then, on top of all that, you have two all-pros, Pro Bowl guards that just don't look like they played football before. And you're like, what happened to you guys? Why are y'all the ones making these mistakes right now? So, yeah, man, all the things are bad. If you're going to just lean into all the things are bad, your suggestion is all the trades. Make some big drastic changes.
Yeah. Oh, look, or if you don't want to make big drastic changes, you can make some incremental changes that I think could help you pick up 4th, 5th, 6th round draft picks. And if you're sitting here going, I don't care about that, that's not going to turn the team around, that goes against the team message. The team message is we're the best at drafting and giving people second contracts. Now, I've talked about this many times. I think they falsify those numbers by giving out contracts that aren't always owned. But then why not lean into that and be like, okay, then that's what we're going to do?
I have this question for you Cowboy fans. You're saying all of these things, and this is what we're supposed to do on Sports Talk Radio. Why do you think over the last 20 years this has never been done? They've had 8 and 8 years. They've had down years where they don't. I understand we can do this with the Mavericks. We can do this with the we can do this with the Rangers, and we can do this with the Stars. Stars I'm not as educated on because they will make different moves and different things. You're saying all these things, but this is where I'm like, I'm not dogging you.
I get it.
What I'm saying is like, who cares what you say?
It's not going to happen.
Because Jerry's right now having a party, like doing something, and talking to Papa John. Like I don't. They're not actively working to change this organization.
And I think, I don't know why, Mike. You're right. It makes me feel a little bit better to at least say, hey, we're out on record, or I'm out on record as saying this is the way to go. You're right. Do I think that's going to happen? Absolutely not. Do I think that they're going to make a bunch of incremental trades away to go ahead and absorb the cap hit, but maybe pick up 4th, 5th, or 6th round draft picks? No. Do I think, because I see people texting it in, that Micah is going to get traded? Hell no. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just saying that is the clear path.
I'm with you.
To get better.
I think,
try to get better.
I'm with you on it.
I think Mike's onto something here. The Cowboys can't be great every year, all right? Like, they can't be 12-5 every year. It's just not easy to keep up that kind of consistency. So this is going to be one of the down years, and then next year you can make the Cowboys great again.
Okay, first of all, man, I don't know if we should use that exact slogan in these next couple of days. Let's just wait and see what happens.
They were great before.
I would dispute that, but
when they won Super Bowls.
Okay, that is true. But then that goes into exactly what I'm saying. Embrace it this one year. You can do that in the next 48 hours. Like when Jerry says, I think we have an opportunity to upgrade our team. No. You have an ability to downgrade your team in order to upgrade your team for 2025 and beyond.
Corey, I've been told by Brian Broaddus, who's been in the room, that Jerry listens. Now, here's my question. Do you think anybody's man enough in that room, or are they all scared to death of Daddy and owner, general manager, president Jerry Jones? Do you think anybody in that room is man enough to say, Jerry, our team sucks, and we need... Well, I don't think he gets to go in that meeting.
But he would say it.
Yeah. But I don't think anybody's man enough to do it because they're afraid of losing their job if they tell Daddy or if they tell general manager that he's not doing a good job. This team isn't good and we need drastic changes. And it probably won't mean we're great in 25. It would mean that we get better in 26 and 27.
Well, I mean, there's a few things there. One, a lot of the decisions that have been made that created what this is right now were made by those people. So if they admit that they're wrong, then can that person trust them anymore?
I know you have more. Can we stop on that point for just a second? Because I think that's a great point. Is because I think Corey really is spot on. How many people in that room would have to argue against something that they argued for to begin with? So I don't think it's all just people that are afraid of Jerry. I think it's people having to stand up and be like, hey, I'm Bill, and I said go get this player in the second round, and that was clearly wrong. That's a knock on me, but we can still change it. I think people are always afraid of like losing their spot or whatever, that they don't want to step out, to Corey's point, and say, I was wrong about that.
And the other thing too, Mike, is the word I'm gonna use here is gonna sound political, but it's not. I promise. The Cowboys have had a very conservative approach in this whole thing.
Right.
Like, they've spent where they felt they should spend. They've had a plan in place that they were like, all right, this is our plan. And along the way, they've been kind of plotting as they've gone. They made two really good, smart moves. Nothing bold whenever they made the move for Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks. That's not extremely bold.
But smart.
But it was smart because it gave you what you needed in a second receiver, and it gave you a cornerback that turned out to be pretty damn good for you. And then you got Bland. You learned you had Bland because Trayvon Diggs got hurt.
Yep.
But they've been very conservative in the way that they've built this all along. That's where when's it time to be bold? When is it time to strike something big because the whole thing needs a shakeup? That's the decision that I don't know that anybody in that room is willing to make right now.
Look, I know a lot of people don't like this. If you have decided, like the Saints did, that your head coach just ain't doing the job. He's not doing the job now. He's not going to be doing the job. So let's go ahead and move on. I don't know look, we've heard from a lot of people on the inside, but they don't always agree with their viewpoints of what the organization thinks about Mike McCarthy. And I know when we have Steven on, when we have Jerry on tomorrow, they're going to say the right things about Mike McCarthy. But that's another example. If you've seen it, take a look at something else right now. Because me personally, I don't think this season is going to go where you want it to go. All right? Like, short of a drastic move, which I don't think that the Cowboys are going to do. I also don't think they should make a drastically aggressive move to bring in more talent.
Upcoming first round pick.
I do not believe that they should do that. So if people dump on them tomorrow or Wednesday for not making the move, I just want it known for the record. I do not think they should make an aggressive trade where they bring people in and send draft picks out. But if you've decided that Mike McCarthy's not the thing, I don't think it's the end of the world to move on in the middle of the season and maybe try out a couple of other things. But you might also be sitting there and be like, try what? Schottenheimer? What is he designing for us that can help us?
I saw Bobby post that, and that was the one on all of his things that he said, shall we do this, on the voting on his Twitter.
Yeah.
That was the one that I was like, what's this about? Because it feels like the play caller is just going to be the same. Yeah, it's the same mindset, same approach. It's the only person. It's just a different voice.
The only difference would be, and I don't necessarily think this is the case, if there's been building tension between Schottenheimer and Mike McCarthy, when Schottenheimer's like, I have all these other things I want to do. I want to use motion here. I think we can create more separation there. Well, then hell yeah. But in the meantime, the Raiders are displeased with what they're doing. What do? Fire their offensive coordinator. The Saints are displeased with where they're going. What do? They fired their head coach. Both of those teams, I think, are only a game and a half worse than the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. And Jerry said yesterday, we can tweak this up. And I expect to be busy in the next 48 hours. Just remember, not this past Tuesday, but the Tuesday before that, he flat out said to Sean and RJ he did not anticipate any trades, moves, or changes. But then you had to sell harder. Now I know
What happened Friday, Kevin?
I know that is true.
Do the laugh. Do the laugh.
He goes. Corey asked the great question: could you make a trade tomorrow that would take a lot of the attention off the presidential election? And he goes, yes. And so just the deadpan way he said yes. I don't want it to happen. I think this season is where it is. I think what Dak probably mouthed on the sideline is about right about now. And you should lean into it. Don't fight it. You're not going to go away because you don't make the playoffs this year. The Cowboys are not going to go into next year going, who? The cow what?
Yeah.
Everyone is going to know about the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Everybody is going to know about the Cowboys. You can take a step back for the rest of the year.
If you make some significant moves that look like it's going to take you in a different direction too, everybody's going to believe in the Cowboys. You know, they'll buy into that part of it. I think the first place that I need to look, Kevin, if I'm starting to make those kinds of changes is that idea of culture and discipline and players that are willing to commit to that.
Yeah.
But again, if there's not somebody that's makes it a little tense around the star, it makes it. That's why I asked Jerry, what more can you do? And then he, gave them a speech, in which, hey, look, man, he's trying to pull out some stops. He went and gave him a speech after the game. Guys, look, I've seen people get kicked in the D and come back before, and you guys can too. Instead of the other part where it's time for tough love. I feel like tough love is necessary at this moment.
Just real quick, Mike, to your point, though, I don't think you said it in a mean way at all. I think overwhelmingly likely you get the G-bag tomorrow and you see that nothing happened.
Yeah.
Or you see that the Cowboys made a couple of incremental 5th or conditional 6th round moves that they think could make a difference. I don't believe this is what's going to happen at all.
I don't want it to come across as I was taking a shot at you or Corey or anybody up here at the station. Look, I do this with the Mavericks and the Rangers. I used to do it with the Cowboys, but I grew tired of it because I'm like, he's just pretending to be a general manager. He's not really a general manager. And then it's the same script every year. It's just a matter of, do they go 12-5 and lose in the first round, or do they end up going 8-8 and just missing the playoffs? This looks closer to an 8-8 year. It might not even be that good, but this looks like closer to that script. And don't worry, Jerry will sell you, and the place will be sold out, and he'll get Sunday night and Monday night football games out the wazoo next year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more Cowboys plus the most notable games, plays, and results of the NFL weekend. Next on The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Navy?
Freaker?
No,
Nutmeg Navy.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
At the 6. Handoff Algier coming to the right side. Plowing to the 2, to the 1, to the goal line. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more Cowboys here, but I also want to know maybe your standout either games, plays, or results of the NFL weekend. For the Cowboys, do you guys care or do you look at the standings at this point? Because you've seen, now Philadelphia probably should have lost, but as Mike has talked about many times this year, his boy Sunshine just doesn't have it. And they gave that game back to Philadelphia. So Philadelphia wins, Washington wins. You continue to see that gap in just the division get bigger and bigger. Now, I realize they've only played one divisional game so far, but do you already look at the standings and you're like, ooh, that math doesn't look super good?
Yeah, the way that the Commanders are taking off feels, like that's again, a two-horse race in this division, and that stinks to feel that way, but they found something, and everybody now is, you see the story, the headline about, now everybody's asking to be traded to Dan Quinn's Commanders.
Yes, I did.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, here it goes. But that's just, you see in this division, for whatever reason, there will be one team that kind of sticks around, and then once it falls off, another team replaces it, and then there's that second team that was already there.
if you're an optimistic Cowboy fan, you have to go, we can only lose 2 more games the rest of the year, and you have to win all 4 games against Washington and Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I could see
So
that.
if you put 2 losses on each of those teams, get them to 4 losses.
And all of a sudden, you've eliminated most of the gap.
They have to play each other one more time, Philadelphia and Washington. So that's 1 more loss on one of those teams. You just start looking at it, can 10-7 and you win every divisional game. You're 6-0, so you have all the tiebreakers. If you're very optimistic as a Cowboys fan, that's your hope, is that they fall off and you give each of those teams 2 losses and you hold all tiebreakers.
I mean, that is true. I guess I'm not optimistic Cowboys fan at this moment because I just don't see any way that can happen. Let's go to cut number 19, if you will, because I do have a question about this quarterback and this team starting to heat up.
Pressure from Crosby as if on cue. Burrow gets away, throws to the end zone, and a diving catch at the back of the end zone for Mike Gesicki.
Now, we've moved into November and December, which is Joe Burrow time. So since 2021, November and later, completion percentage. Who's first? Joe Burrow. Yards per attempt. Who's first? Joe Burrow. Rating. Who's first? Joe Burrow. This is a team that obviously we've talked about numerous times, has had a dreadful start to the season. Do you believe, and I know they just got smoked by the Eagles before this,
but
yeah, I think that's where I'm at. But do you look at the Bengals at 4-5 and you're like, you know what? Maybe they're not out of this as I previously thought.
So Chase Brown pops up as their lead running back. He's their bell cow now. Zach Moss was not it, dude.
Fair.
Higgins was out. It was the Raiders. Like, let's take that into consideration. It definitely was the Raiders.
Fire their offensive coordinator today.
Yes. So take that into consideration.
And next up is the Ravens, by the way.
Okay, and that's where I was going to go. They had a shootout with the Ravens, 5 weeks ago? It was a 41-38 shootout. And then they had the Ravens, but look after that. Chargers, Steelers, those are beatable teams. Cowboys, Titans, Browns.
Oh,
that run right there is a very, that's a stretch that, because if you win one of the ones against, or one of the 2 out of the Chargers and Steelers, and then you win those 3 right there, you're sitting in a very nice position to, at the end of the year against the Steelers, to close out the season. So I think that they could definitely go on a run. I just don't know if their defense is good enough to really shut the door on any of those teams.
Mike, are you intrigued? Burrow yesterday, 5 touchdowns. Are you intrigued at all by the Bengals because Joe Burrow statistically has been playing well, or are you like, hey, they still got a losing record, so good luck with that?
Both, but I lean more towards the first than the latter because Joe Burrow is that good. I will give CBS Sports credit for this. They were like, we don't care that they're losing. We don't care that his numbers aren't awesome. They weren't bad, but they weren't awesome. We're going to keep him as a top 5 to 6 quarterback in the NFL no matter what, which is weird. They won't do that with Patrick Mahomes, but they will do that. That
is interesting to me,
with Joe Burrow. So, yeah, I think that they have a chance. Now, I think the issue is Baltimore, I think, is going to win that division.
Okay.
So they're going to have to get in with the 5 losses already. They're going to have to get in as a wild card. And they're going to have to, if they're going to make a run in the playoffs, they're going to have to go through Kansas City, through Baltimore, through Buffalo. So that just makes it really tough when you look at, could they make the playoffs still? Yes, they could. I think the issue is the 3 teams I just named and the quarterbacks they have going on the road and beating those teams would be very difficult.
You know, and somebody brought up the Chargers are heating up. I think we'll talk about the Chargers, I mean, maybe now, but definitely more as the week goes along. The Chargers have played 8 games. I do not believe they've given up more than 20 points in any of those games, and they haven't given up more than 10 points in 4 of those games. So this defense has... A couple weeks ago, I asked, was it just a product of their schedule? And they're like, the hell it is. This defense has continued to be fantastic for the Chargers.
That was a calling card of Harbaugh's teams whenever he was with San Francisco. They were a stout defense, and that kind of culture's kind of stuck around since he left. But they were a stout defense, and they'd figure it out offensively.
Can I ask you a question, Corey, on this kind of surprise or whatever? Are you surprised that the Cardinals are above 500 and kind of Chicago's average? I know they should have won that game, this and that, but I'm wondering, I'm going to be honest, I can't recall watching a Cardinals snap this year besides highlights.
Okay.
Not like real play. I don't even think they've been on have they been on a nationally televised game?
I don't think so, honestly.
Are they good? They're 5-4. Maybe good's too strong of a word, but the Cardinals are a threat to make the playoffs halfway through the season, and I didn't think that was going to be the case at all.
They beat the Dolphins, who were without a quarterback, and
true.
And then they beat the Chargers, who we just discussed are good, but that was 17 points.
Yeah.
They beat the Niners, who were down, lost to the Packers. I would say the Packers are a good team, and the Cardinals are right below them.
Do you think back to that opening game against Buffalo at all, where Arizona had that game? They had that game for most of the day, and then they coughed it away. And you look at Buffalo now, and Buffalo obviously looks like a damn fine team, and you wonder, man, if they could have won that game, and they would be at least 6-3 here.
Okay, I would rather look at the game against the Lions and the game against the Packers than the first game of the season, if that's okay, because the game against the Lions, 2013.
Yep.
They were good enough to hold the Lions to 20
points,
which not a lot of teams do, but not good enough to beat the Lions, who are the best team in the NFC right now.
And they got freaking run by the Packers and the Commanders.
Yeah, the game against the Commanders, that was the Jaden Daniels coming out party.
Yeah.
He was like, hey, by the way, guys, watch all these touchdowns I can throw. So, Mike, I think they're a good team, and they could probably win that division. They really probably could win that division, but I just don't think they're a takeoff team right now.
Okay,
but
I go back to the year they were like 10-1 in 2021, if I have the year right, and then they just
fell off a cliff.
Kyler's body is not the body you want in the NFL, even though he's like thicker than Bryce Young. It's a body that's fragile in the NFL, and I'm just like, can he stay healthy the second half of the season and push them to the surprising 10-win Cardinals make the playoffs? Like, to me, that's kind of my surprise of the year.
But you're going to get, if you can get 6 sacks on Caleb Williams, the guy who's like, I can go.
Yeah.
He's like, he always thinks I can make this play. And we talk about that with Dak, and just throw it away. And there are plenty of times where Caleb Williams just throw it away. That affects the team a lot, I think, when it comes to the Bears. But that was the game that was a big surprise to me. I didn't expect the score to be that lopsided.
So I want to go to cut 18 in just a second. I thought this was going to be the big surprise of the day. The Buffalo Bills own the Miami Dolphins. They have beat them now 6 straight times. They have won 13 of the past 14 and outscored Miami by an ungodly amount of points in the last 7 years. Yet,
this one was close.
You watched that game go along, and it really looked like Miami was going to get it done. And then we go to the game-winning field goal for a kicker that had struggled during the day, and 61 yards out, he does this.
This is going to be a 61-yarder from the left hash with 10 seconds remaining. Snap by Ferguson, hold by Martin. Kick by Bass is long enough, and it is good! Bombs away for Tyler Bass, who bombs it from 61! It's a career best for the Bills kicker. Unbelievable!
He's about 83% on the season, by the way.
And Josh Allen in the postgame had talked about some of the struggles that Bassett had earlier in the season, and he's starting to get emotional, and he's like, everybody in that locker room loves him. And like, I was watching the postgame with Tyler Bass, and he was getting emotional when they gave him the game ball and everything like that. I thought that was a clutch win that Buffalo pulled out when, I don't know, at halftime I thought, are they going to lose this freaking game to the Dolphins?
Yeah, and without Amari Cooper, too, They just made the move to get him. Dude, during that game, the thing that stood out to me the most was at least 2 or 3 times I saw Tua take off running. And
Does it still make you nervous?
And he didn't slide again. He dove head first to get a first down, and I'm like, what are you doing? Now, fortunately, I think Hamlin was one of the guys on the play, and he just backed off. He raised his hands.
Yeah.
And the other guy jumped over him. They were like, we don't want to hurt him. He's trying to hurt himself. It's reckless. That is reckless on his part for him to do stuff like that. But yes, the dominance by the Bills over the Dolphins is a real thing.
Now, if we're talking dominance, I know you guys brought this team up And I know if you just look at the final score and you didn't like.
Oh, sorry,
Go
real
ahead.
quick. Somebody said shout out to Achan. 16 touchdowns in 19 games in his career.
That is freaking amazing.
I mean, we thought he was kind of a bit character,
Yeah.
a little gadget, but he's turned into a running back.
Yeah, and even if you still don't think he's great at that, well, he'll get in the end zone for you. If you watch the game, you saw the complete and utter domination of the Lions over the Packers. Now, I realize if you look at the final score and you didn't watch the game, you're like, oh, they only won by 10 points. Tune into that game in the third quarter. The Lions are straight up whipping the Packers' ass. And the Packers are a team that I feel like we all held in pretty high esteem in the NFC. Detroit goes on the road and just whips the crap out of them. I was really impressed by Detroit, who continues to, I'm not saying that the loss of Hutchinson doesn't hurt them, but man, do they continue to just march forward.
This hurts the Cowboys, and this is how. Detroit's a team led by a very good head coach. And
Yes.
I think Mike McCarthy's taking too much heat here, but I get it. He's going to get fired. We all know that.
It does feel like that.
Or we're not renewing or giving him an extension.
Sure.
That's how Jerry.
Moving on.
Yes.
Yeah, we're moving on. We didn't fire him. It's just like he was out of contract.
He was hired to get us over the hump, and he did not get us there in his contract.
When Micah Parsons got hurt, it's over. The Cowboys have nothing. They can't get a pass rush. They can't really play defense in the secondary. Like, it's over. I thought similar things were going to happen to Detroit. Unfortunately, I just watched too much Cowboys football the last 25 years.
Yeah.
Injuries destroy the Cowboys. Like an injury. Now, I know they have a lot this year, but a injury destroys the Cowboys every year. And everybody has an injury. I will give Dan Campbell and whoever the defensive coordinator is, I'm sorry, his name, I'm blanking on it, and the rest of their defense and their quarterback, they are able to handle the biggest injury you could possibly have on the team besides quarterback. They're able to handle it. And I'm not saying get better, but they're able to stay at a certain level even though they lost their Micah Parsons.
And look at the way those games played out. You fell behind early against the Vikings, and then you take over the game. You win a close game. You beat the crap out of the Titans. You throttle the Packers. And look, I know they're still undefeated. And if it comes down to them in the playoffs, I would probably feel different. But right now, I think it looks like the Lions are the best team in football.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they do.
They believe it too.
Yeah, even though they do have a loss. And like, I'll concede, if they met in the Super Bowl, it's really hard to bet against the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. But right now, the Lions look like they're probably the best team in football.
What do the Chiefs have that the Lions don't?
The greatest quarterback that maybe we've ever seen. Although I do like Jared Goff.
Jared Goff's been to a Super Bowl.
That is true.
Little hands.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. You want to do some baseball?
Yeah, but I'm going to do it with a combination of football here. Ooh. Cowboys and Ranger fans here. I need you to chime in on Twitch, on YouTube, possibly a phone call if we need it. The next 3 years, the Rangers are in their offseason right now. The Cowboys are kind of in their offseason right now, too. Over the next 3 years, who's going to be a better team and why?
Coming.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, good.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Waits at his 15. Oh, fake punt. Anger throws it. Interception dropped at the 40-yard line because the intended receiver, C.J. Goodwin, fell down.
Man, I shouldn't laugh, but I actually I appreciate when Brad and Babe replicate the feelings of what I feel is like all the fans watching or listening to the Cowboys.
I'm telling you, I'll be honest, Kevin, I left after Cooper Rush's first series. I was like, I'm going to go pick my son up. He was at the mall.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to go pick him up. I'll just listen to it in the car on the way over. And Brad and Babe had that kind of vibe where Babe was trying to sell it, and Brad was like, nah, man, come on, be real.
The KNC Masterpiece, and now it's time for kind of a special hybrid edition of Baseball Nuggets.
Yeah, Baseball Nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Now, I recommend this website every year around this time, and I will do it again. MLBTradeRumors.com. MLBTradeRumors.com. The offseason is hit. The MLB offseason is weird. It's super slow. The winter meetings are here at the Anatole in Dallas this year in early mid-December. I don't know the exact dates. It's printed somewhere. I just haven't looked for the exact dates. But that's where you would go to just real quick, as we will get back into Cowboys talk here in just a second. I'm going to include it here in Baseball Nuggets, so don't leave me because I'm doing baseball talk. Is the Royals signed Michael Wacha to a 3-year deal. This is where it's all going to be gathered. All your information is going to be gathered. If there's paywalls like the Dallas Morning News, you won't get the whole article, but you will get the gist of the article at MLBTradeRumors.com. Garrett Cole triggers opt-out deal with the Yankees. He's
And that deadline's today at 4 or 5.
Yes,
I think.
and then Cody Bellinger opts back in with the Cubs, and you have people like a player that I wouldn't mind the Rangers giving a call to, Nick Martinez, former Texas Ranger. He declines his option, so he's a free agent. Blake Snell opted out of his deal with the Giants. He's a free agent. Sean Manaea, the sidearm lefty who reinvented himself with the Mets, he opted out of his deal. He's a free agent. The Yankees declined option on Anthony Rizzo. He's a free agent. 11 teams are talking to Juan Soto. Obviously, he's the biggest free agent. Unfortunately, Clayton Kershaw, if you just want to see some MLB trade rumors, he undergoes toe and knee surgeries. I feel bad for Clayton, not in this way. He's one of the greatest pitchers of all time and a for sure Hall of Famer. I just don't see his path to health again.
I don't think he feels bad right now because he's still on a buzz from that World Series whipping his shirt off celebration. He's having the most fun.
True. So anyways, those are where you're going to find your MLB offseason stories. I'm just going to be honest. That's where I will go for content if I don't have specific Rangers content. If I want MLB content, that's where I'm going to go first is MLBTradeRumors.com. Now, next thing. Let's talk about the Rangers right now and the Cowboys right now. The Cowboys are 3-5. I guess they have a chance to make the playoffs, but let's be honest, it's probably down to 5% at best. It feels like
it's
0%.
Actually, believe it or not, I just saw the number. It's at 6%.
Okay, so I'm about right at that number. The Rangers had a disappointing year. Now, Chris Young, very different approach coming on 105.3 The Fan than the Jones boys, because he came on and talked about the embarrassment of defending the title and that this was not acceptable from himself, from the players, from everybody involved with the Rangers. This was an unacceptable 2024 season, and he's going to do everything in his power to change it. Now, there is a budget that the Rangers are working under. Evan Grant of Dallas Morning News has pretty much posted this. Look, they are not going to hit the threshold of luxury tax because they've done it now the last few years that it becomes like a 50% tax if they hit it again. And I understand this, like it or not. Ray Davis and the ownership has decided we're not going into that tax threshold.
Yep.
We just cannot dance there. And if we stay under it for a year, kind of like NBA-wise, it somewhat resets a little bit. So then if you go over it the next year, it's not nearly the tax of a 50% tax if you stay under it for a year. So you are going to be working with a budget that I think Ranger fans at times could get disappointed with. But it is Chris Young's job to work with that budget and try to put a team that can make the playoffs and will make the playoffs next year. So my question to you guys is this. Go ahead.
I got Rangers news for you. Texas Rangers have announced Ross Fenstermaker has been promoted to general manager.
Okay.
Now, I know we've talked about it plenty of times. You still know who's like in charge, but a step up for Fenstermaker.
And Cole Figueroa as their assistant GM.
I've got to know Ross a little bit this year. He is a great person, a very smart young guy. I'm not saying that he's going to make decisions or great I don't know. Like I watched 10 minutes of The Comeback.
Oh,
and
yeah.
My wife saw that it was on. She's like, I've heard good things about this from people who don't even really like baseball. And I was like, I'll stop right now.
I loved it. I thought it was fantastic.
Great.
But it's funny how I think it's Howard Bryant immediately comes on. He's the writer, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, look, this isn't difficult. Like the Red Sox weren't trying to win. They were just making money.
Yes.
And I was like, oh, what team does that sound like? And then they're like,
and then finally they changed their minds.
Oh, and then guess what? The team got sold. Mr. Henry's like, no, this is going to be about winning, and I'm going to go get the best general manager possible. I'm going to try to get the best coaching staff possible, like Terry Francona. Like, I'm going to try to do everything within my power to make this great. Yes, money is a big issue that I'm going to spend money, but I'm going to set up an organization by having a great general manager, even though he's an experienced in Theo Epstein, who is 28 years old, and I'm going to have a great manager in Terry Francona that eventually came along. But like, it's just interesting when you look at the Cowboys. So now I ask you guys this question. The next 3 years, 25 through 27, I'm already eliminating this year for the Cowboys. We know it's probably going to end up in a below 500 team and not make the playoffs. Who do you think has a brighter future? Who do you think will be better 25 through 27? The Rangers or the Cowboys, and why?
I'm going to say the Rangers. There's a couple of reasons why. I think they take talent acquisition 24/7 significantly more seriously. And then also, look, we've talked about the salary cap issues staring the Cowboys in the face for the next several years, and they aren't going anywhere. And it's been established. I think it's been pretty well established that the guy that you sunk all the money into in Dak Prescott is fine. He's better than fine, but he's not great.
You got what, 4 or 5 voidable years on that contract, Kevin? You just push all the money until then, man. You'll be fine.
And then he's going to
Don't worry about it.
retire, and you're going to be stuck with that bill, which is what you're staring at with Zach Martin potentially
That's
right
fine.
now.
Everything's going to be okay.
I mean, you could do that.
I'll go with the Cowboys.
All right, and why?
For the simple reason of we just saw what can happen whenever you change your coach. That you can go to the World Series and win it all. Just get a new manager in there, somebody that's really good. I think the Cowboys will always be just good enough to keep you kind of in that, we're that close. That's what their plan is. That's what they want to be, is to be just good enough to keep hanging around the rim. I think the Rangers have the potential to be high and low.
So
And
you're saying they need to hire Belichick?
Somebody, yes.
Because if you're saying
Johnson.
Bochy is the reason, then you have to
That's true.
You
That's
have to
true.
get a dude who's won Super Bowls and done it, where the players look at him and go, I can't bully him. I can't go to Daddy Jerry and say, Daddy Jerry.
And it has to be that way.
Billy's making me watch too much film, and he's working me too hard. Daddy Jerry, can I do this? Like, that's how it's been ever since Jimmy Johnson's left. For the most part, he hired Bill Parcells for a stadium and hated every second of it. He can lie to you about how he didn't.
And I'm not sure that Bochy. I don't know how much longer you have Bochy either.
Yeah, there's I'll say 1 to 3 years left of Boch. I don't know. I hope that he's here for a while, but the reason I will lean towards the Rangers, and it's tough. It's very tough to say the Rangers are going to win the World Series again. Like, they won one in 50-something years.
Yep.
It happened, and it was a major upset in baseball that it happened. But I look at the Rangers, and I'm going to ask you guys this question back about the Cowboys, because you're going to know the team better than I do on who you love, like the dude who got hurt yesterday, Juan Thomas or whatever his name is.
Juan Thomas. Whoops.
You have Evan Carter, who has done some spectacular things in the playoffs, and I get how it was a disappointing year in 24 and injury. You have Wyatt Langford, who won Player of the Month in September. Not just Rookie of the Month, but Player of the Month. The last month there was regular season baseball. You have Kamar Rocker, who showed promise late in the year. I get that Jack Leiter hasn't shown a lot of promise, but he is a young and intriguing player. You have next year a third-year player in Josh Young, who I don't know what we have to do to keep him healthy. He seems like an unhealthy guy. But in his rookie year, he made the All-Star team and looked like he could win Rookie of the Year until injury. But that is a pretty common thing with Josh Young that we hope becomes uncommon.
And Evan Carter going back,
So you kind of look at Carter, Langford, Young, and then I look at Rocker a little in Jack Leiter. I can't look a lot into Jack Leiter, but I still think there's potential there. But now, those are 5 really young guys.
Don't forget about Cole Drake, the lefty in the minor league system
and
right now,
that could happen,
Kevin.
right? So name me the young guys that trump my young guys with the Rangers.
Oh, with the Cowboys?
Yeah,
they're not on the team yet.
I was going to say straight away, Micah and CeeDee are significantly better than any of those players.
Yeah,
right, but they're year 4 and 5. Is that right?
They're year 4, and Josh Young is going into 3. So you think they need to be younger than year 4?
No. I guess they're established.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to say there's not. You're right. They're better than who I named.
Yeah.
They're there. Their potential is reached. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now it's just how long can they stay at their peak level?
Yeah, Ashton Genty. Ashton Genty's on
Tyler
the list.
Smith's a good one. I do think.
and I think
Overshown could be
Overshown's another one.
You're like Kamar Rocker, I guess.
Sam Williams.
Yeah, Sam Williams is going to fall unfortunately into that injury category. Meanwhile, it sounds like Corey is going to give us next year's.
I'm starting to look ahead, Mike, because I'm trying to figure out.
Right, and for the Rangers, like Sebastian Walcott, people have asked me this at the card show. I was like, he's not helping the Rangers in 25, like maybe in 26. So
he might get a few more sniffs during spring training. A few more
you'll get to see him in spring training, but he's going to be in Double-A all of next year. And then probably in 26 if everything is going great with his development. And there's probably a few other guys that, we don't know. Like there's people that we're not sure of with the Cowboys. Like, can they help? Can't they help?
Well, somebody said Cooper Beebe. I definitely don't think that's a notch for sure. I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
Deron Bland this season has clearly been a setback.
I know
far.
Tyler Guyton, people are down on him because he's not good this year. His pre-snap stuff, his holdings, but I did feel like I said before the season he's going to be good, but he's going to be a rookie this year.
Yeah.
So I will leave it at that.
And I think tomorrow I'm going to get a little bit more into Sasaki, the Japanese pitcher who might come over to the United States. I watched some stuff on him this weekend trying to get an idea with him. And obviously I think that would, if it's close, if you're thinking Cowboys or Rangers the next 3 years, if they get Sasaki, I will just tell you it's over, Cowboy fans. Like you might as well look at the next 3 years as the Rangers have a much better advantage of doing something than the Cowboys would.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, here comes mighty SMU. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, K&C style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll probably talk about SMU in just a little bit. But
and TCU, maybe.
We can. SMU has been phenomenal this season. Right now.
Don't forget about TCU, though.
Okay, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Oh, please don't masterpiece me.
You know how to get that done. All right. So I'm going to attempt to start with a positive.
Oh, good.
And then,
good luck with that.
And then we'll go into all the negative things. I still think DeMarvion Overshown looks pretty good. He was picking up some tackles for losses. That's what I've come up with.
And Rico played pretty well.
Yeah, and Brandon Aubrey can still kick the ball 7,000 miles.
All right.
Other than that, how was the play, Mr. Lincoln?
Yeah, not real good.
No.
And not looking good going forward either, right?
What do you think when and I realize you got to say things to the media and then you say things behind closed doors and everything like that. And I know traditionally the trade deadline has not been particularly busy for the NFL, but I have to admit I was a little surprised when I heard Jerry say, "Hey, we think maybe we can make a couple moves here and there and make the team a little bit better," when I guess I just envision it as the exact opposite. Like, you've seen the team, you know what the team is, you know where the talent deficiencies are, and it's time to kind of embrace this struggle season and pick it back up.
Yeah, I don't know that you could do enough to be able to cure this, right?
Oh, for sure.
Right? I mean,
yes.
One player's not going to change it. And you're sitting there, you know, kind of holding out hope that some of these injured guys get back. But, you know, if they're not coming back next week or the week after that, you know, it's kind of Katie bar the door, right? I think you're toast if you don't turn this around immediately. So I don't know that and what are you going to get at the trade deadline?
I'm with you.
And how much are you going to give up? You're not going to start trading first and second round picks, right?
No.
And if you're trading for somebody, it's on a team that's not playing well, so how good could that guy be playing? I think that's a pipe dream that you can fix this in one day or within 24 hours of now, that you can bring in enough players to fix the offensive line, the defensive line, and especially the defensive line. I went back and looked at the touchdown to Ray McLeod. It was the 11-yard pass.
Yeah.
That play took 6 seconds.
Yep.
6. Cousins stood in the pocket forever waiting for McLeod to, he kind of went in motion they had 3 wide receivers left. He went in motion, cut through the other 2 receivers, split them, and then had enough time to go all the way from the left to the right to catch the pass in front of Donovan Wilson, who, you know, was I'm assuming he was in zone and had to pick that guy up. But when you got that much time to throw the ball, you're going to find somebody open. And I know they got a couple sacks, and, at times they rushed Cousins, but not enough. He had all day in the pocket. Nobody was getting a push. And if they did, they needed to blitz, and it was sort of like last week. Okay, you can blitz, but if you don't get there in time, then, you're going to get burned because you got one or two guys, missing on the play. Sort of the touchdown pass to Mooney. They blitzed. They blitzed Hooker. They blitzed Overshone. And then, there was that bunch over there. I don't know if you want to call that a double pick or whatever, or a triple pick, but 2 wide receivers took out 3 Cowboys defensive backs, and that's why Mooney was so wide open. I think Diggs probably should have gone over the top to get around it, but he ran right into it. And so, but again, when you blitz, then you got less guys back there to help out. So to me, I understand the problems on offense and not scoring enough points, but if the offense is struggling, it doesn't mean you got to give up 27 points. But they did, because they can't get pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And I don't know if you just get Micah Parsons back, that's going to solve it, because the other teams are going to go, okay, well, we'll make sure we neutralize him and we'll deal with the rest. And the rest is really not able to help enough to, solve the problems of putting pressure on veteran quarterbacks.
And I understand in the heat of the moment, people say a lot of things. This just felt like very emblematic of the entire season. Did you see the video on the sideline where it sure does look like Dak Prescott says, "We effing suck"?
Well, you're going to argue with him?
No, not at all. Like I'm saying,
I appreciate the admission.
That might have been in the heat of the moment, but honestly, it feels like that's probably been building for several weeks inside of him.
At what point did that happen? Because we're not watching TV.
Yeah.
He's standing on the sideline with Trey Lance. Let me go check the video because it was Sharif that posted it, and it actually has the time.
No, for the record, I do not dispute that whatsoever, but
was it after they had to punt because they had too many guys in the huddle?
I think it might have been, and then Dalvin Cook was like,
or is that when McCarthy threw his iPad down?
It was, but like those two things felt like
it was fourth quarter with 3 minutes and 56 seconds left on the clock. So it was at the end of the game.
So he was already out.
Yeah, that's later than I would have thought.
Frustrated by that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's a lot of frustration. I saw somebody diagram a play that they said, well, if Dak had read it right, he could have thrown it to Jake Ferguson and it could have been a touchdown. Well, it was probably there at the end before he had to come out with the hamstring. Well, the reason he threw it right away, because he didn't have time, was because Ferguson forgot to chip number 15, Judon of all people, right? And Judon's barreling in on Dak, and he's got to unload the ball, and, he threw it short. It was an incompletion. But the reason that happened was because the guy was coming free, and another guy was coming free up the middle. And so the pressure on quarterbacks, when it's real like that, I'm sure it gets frustrating for him because you're counting on Ferguson to at least chip that guy instead of he just nudged him and went out on the pass, and here comes Judon, and it's going to be a sack if he doesn't hurry up and throw the ball. So there's a lot of times when people, do, replays and, diagram stuff, illustrate. Well, they leave some facts out so they can support what they want to presume that happened, right? And so be honest is all I'm saying. Go back and look at it. Don't make something up to say that, well, Dak's not reading the formations right or he's not reading the coverage right. He read it right. It just they didn't have time to throw the ball. So again, it's like we talk about, fix this, fix that, and then something else happens, right? They make some mental mistakes that, the fake punt should have never happened. I don't know.
Just line up for a real play if that's what you're going to do.
If you want to call it and gamble at that point, when I didn't think there needed to be a gamble, but when you're looking at the formation there, you got to see where the guy that was the cover guy over there on the gunner wasn't backed off. He was playing man defense. And as C.J. Goodwin said afterwards, he goes, he kind of told me afterwards, and he goes, I kind of figured this. He goes, I kind of knew what you guys were up to. And so instead of bailing the way they normally do and run down with the gunner, he was playing defense. And when you're playing defense basically on a punt, you can do anything you want because they're not designating Goodwin as an eligible receiver. You're just blocking like you normally block, and boy, that blew up, right? And so too many in the huddle, and then you got a punt, and it was just kind of mistake after mistake after mistake that get you in the end because you make this valiant effort to try to catch up, and you're within a onside kick recovery of having a possession to try to win the game, sort of like last week when they had the possession. But again, those mistakes you make come back to haunt you in the end, and they don't have a great margin of error to be able to do that. I mean, and I know no one plays perfect. Football's a game of mistakes. I get it, but they're making them critical in critical situations.
Bill Parcells would say, I don't coach penalties. And I, never really understood what that meant. Who does coach them? And how do they...
Well, how do you coach penalties? So
how
don't jump until the ball gets snapped.
Yeah, what's the solution then to penalties, I guess?
Well, number one, the holding calls, you're getting your ass beat. And you're just grabbing to hold on for dear life, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times, if it's a false start, it's because you've got anxiety that guy's getting ready to beat me, so you're trying to, jump the snap and get it perfect, and you take off too soon. I was trying to think of, false starts. Did they? I'm trying to remember. Maybe one of them was. They weren't lined up on the line of scrimmage right.
Yeah.
When they call that means the tackle normally is not on the line of scrimmage. Or, look, the guy in San Francisco, Trent Williams, he's never on the line of scrimmage. He's never having his head, your head's supposed to, intersect the center's waist. He's never that close, but he doesn't get called. But you got to be careful because they're starting to call that. Being more particular that, and if you have two guys in motion at the same time, like last week, and if I remember, they had a receiver in motion and CeeDee kind of reset his foot, and they called it like two guys in motion. He wasn't really in motion, but yeah, again, a lot of times, the penalties. I mean, they had as many penalties, didn't they?
I think so. But obviously those don't agitate
But you only
me.
worry about the team you're watching.
Exactly. Right? They can fix their own crap on their own time, Mick. Now,
no. This time they only had 4. It was last week. I think it was 9 and 8 or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's usually what happens to teams that aren't winning. They seem to get penalties left and right.
We dropped the ball with this on Friday, but we're going to bring some joy to your day. Last Friday was the 1-year anniversary of the Texas Rangers winning the World Series.
Again.
And I want to play to you the audio when we were doing like our all-nighter up here post-championship of Jared Sandler just pouring out his heart and emotions. And then you can hear Mike in the background just opening some food and stuff.
Eric has been a part of this organization for 45 years.
Yep.
And he has experienced way more losing than winning. And let's be honest here. Eric's not 35 years old. And I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it, I know Matt thought it, and I know I thought it. It killed me. It killed me to think that Eric would never have this moment.
Like, you heard that emotion, Mick, and you heard Mike just... Whatever. I'm just
smiling
opening
right
up
now, too, about
my
it.
bags of
It wasn't
popcorn.
my turn to talk, Mick.
Turn your microphone off then.
Cough button.
Yeah, so we
or
just
can
wanted,
opening button, right?
we wanted to present that to you.
Well,
so.
that's good. So now we got to sit here and you know, they're holding their breath on injuries.
Yeah.
Moore, Dak with the hamstring. CeeDee with the shoulder. Wanye Thomas, concussion. Yeah, and by the way, the thing that I think TV tried to make a big deal out of, Dak was looking at his hand or whatever.
Oh, yeah, because it had the cut on it.
It had a cut.
Yeah.
It was bleeding. And the other thing, I don't know if this is encouraging or not, I was right behind him when we walked up the stairs onto the charter, and he was carrying his carry-on bag or whatever in his right hand, so the right hand's fine, and he walked up the steps just fine. Now, I don't know, you know, with a strained hamstring, if it's really bad that you can do that, but it wasn't like he was hobbling up the steps, and it's, you know, that's about 20 steps or so you got to take up.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's encouraging or not. And the thing on CeeDee, you know, he actually went back in the game to catch that 2-point conversion.
And even then, he looked very
yeah.
upset when he got lightly tapped on the shoulder.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll see. You know, a lot of times when guys sprain their AC joint, they can harness it up. You can go back and play, but I don't know if you can do that for a wide receiver. You know, you kind of need both arms.
Yes.
Being free.
That makes a lot of sense.
So if they go into that game and they don't have either of their top two wide receivers, that's a problem.
Well, we will talk with you again tomorrow. I'm guessing we will get some information one way or another on the MRI as the day goes along. Thank you very much, good sir.
Sure. Good to be with you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this time I promise we really will talk some about SMU. Plus,
don't forget TCU.
Dive into Mavs and Magic. Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
SMU from its 29 with an 11-point lead, and Brashard Smith, midfield, and it's a foot race. Smith to the 25, the 10, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to give some love to SMU, but also, believe it or not, we have more Rangers breaking news. Now, we told you a couple of segments ago that Ross Fenstermaker had been promoted to GM, but don't worry, he still ranks in the hierarchy behind Chris Young. Now, World Series hero Nathan Eovaldi has declined his mutual option with the Rangers for 2025 and will become a free agent. I believe it's 1 year, $20 million. We were hoping he would opt in. You would know going forward. Chris Young told us that they are interested in Eovaldi one way or another, but obviously the dynamic that this mainly changes is a 1 year ain't going to cut it anymore. Or at least I would assume that.
Right. He opted out of 1 year, approximately $18 million.
Yep.
He's probably going to get at most a 3-year deal at his age, but you're going to, if you want to compete and possibly get Eovaldi back, you're going to have to offer him a 2-year deal. And maybe there's a mutual option, kind of like, hey, if you hit these markers, a 3rd year could happen. That's on this one is why he's able to opt out after 2 years. There was a mutual option. And he's like, yeah, I hit the numbers, but I want another multi-year deal.
Exactly. So Let's keep an eye out on that. I know Nathan Baldy is a player that a lot of Rangers fans would like back.
I like him, man. He's a gamer.
I agree.
He's a gamer.
We'll see how that plays out. Now, you heard the audio coming back. SMU. They throttled previously undefeated Pittsburgh 48-25. SMU is now ranked number 13 in the country. This is their highest AP ranking since 1985.
What? When was the death penalty?
Did that come into 89-ish?
Yeah, but 85 they were NIL-ing it great. They were beating A&M.
But
they were
NIL
beating
didn't
UT.
exist yet.
Oh, well,
Wow.
you know what? They figured out a way.
Yeah.
But by the way, David Robertson opted out as well over the weekend, in case you missed that, if you want more Ranger stuff.
The Admiral?
No, that is David Robinson, the pitcher.
Oh,
the
okay,
Rangers.
gotcha. Thank you for that.
Really
news.
good-looking guy.
Yeah, we talked to him. He had
Big
pictures
calves.
high energy.
Are you the reason no one's allowed to do interviews anymore in the locker room? Because you're like, look at that guy's calves.
No, but
we can't do those anymore.
I think at least for football, aren't they working on that, right?
At spring training.
I think for football more than anything.
Then don't step on the logo.
That is true. I
Unless
never
you're
do.
Eric.
Now, SMU improves to 8-1.
Who did they lose to?
They lost to BYU, I do believe.
Okay.
And that was only by 3 points, 2 or 3 points. I'm going to say 3. And BYU is obviously having a heck of a season. They're top 10. They're 8-0. So SMU's only loss is to another really good team that's top 10. And now you're looking at SMU and thinking, holy moly, are they going to go to the playoff? I realize that some people still might not believe, but this is their highest ranking in 39 years. It's incredible.
Yeah, they're given the ACC relevance, aren't they?
Oh,
right
in your
now?
face, Clemson and Miami.
Yeah, what are they even doing? You know, I guess Miami's actually really good.
Yeah, Miami is really good.
But yeah, man, this is kind of cool that right here in Dallas, this is happening. You know, for years, TCU and Fort Worth was dominating, and we gave them their rightful love. And now SMU's at the top. There's one day Denton and UNT will get their respect.
No, they won't.
Just imagine if SMU and Miami played in the ACC championship game and SMU knocked off undefeated Miami.
They're going to have to do that, though, to make the playoff, right?
I definitely think you're right.
Because if they win out the rest of the way but then lose the championship game to Miami, they're probably going to knock them out of the top 12.
The only thing I think you're right. Overwhelmingly, I think you're right. The only thing I wonder if it would change is if SMU then was, let's say, 11-2 and they lost to Miami by like 3 points and BYU stayed undefeated. So if you've got undefeated BYU, undefeated Miami, and SMU lost to both of them by 3, maybe. But you're probably right. You're going to need to win out to make the playoff.
Yeah, this is great for
We're
SMU.
in November, and we're even talking about that.
Yeah, and hey, if you're a TCU fan, we talked about Hacksaw Max Jim Duggan.
That is true.
Quite a bit. We were rooting for them. We have no bias towards SMU or TCU. We want them to both be great in the Metroplex. But TCU's not this year. And I don't know if TCU ever will be again. I'm going to be honest with this. TCU does not have the same alumni that SMU has. You just talked about the death penalty. It's proven. There's way more money at SMU than there is at TCU. And TCU does have millionaires that have graduated and billionaires that have probably graduated. It doesn't seem like TCU's alumni is willing to pump in the money that SMU is willing to do. Because you have to remember, in the 80s, Texas was paying players, A&M was paying players. So it's documented. SMU was beating those teams. They were literally paying more money than Texas and Texas A&M and Oklahoma. They were winning the battles in the 80s of recruiting by money. And I'm not saying SMU is going to overtake Texas and Texas A&M, but I do think SMU can compete in the NIL market, which is weird because it is a smaller private school in the heart of Dallas, but it seems like they have enough billionaires that are willing to go above and beyond to compete with the top schools in the country to get the talent there.
Did it feel like whenever I was in between that time period, I always felt like SMU's excuse was our grade, our GPA to get in is just too difficult.
Our academic standards are too
academic
high.
standards. I do wonder.
This feels kind of offensive to some people.
Can they dominate recruiting in Dallas? Because this area is flush with talent, I just don't know if they can dominate that, but if they could, because I don't know how many kids want to stick around Dallas rather than get a chance to go play somewhere else.
Here's the advantage I think they do have. I don't even think they need to dominate. I just think they need to pay attention and pick up all the non-marquee D1 players. Because otherwise it's like, okay, maybe you do want to go play at New Mexico or whatever. Maybe you want to go into the service academy, but if you don't, and your only other D1 offer now is coming from a team that might actually matter in the ACC, I just think they need to look at some of the other players. Like everyone goes out to watch, Duncanville, Allen, whoever, and they're like, oh man, we all got to see this one kid. Watch the rest of the team and be like, what's the story with this kid?
Yeah.
Why isn't he getting recruited? And they're like, oh, he's a 3-star. He's good. He's just a football player. Load your roster up with those people.
Well, I know when Coach Patterson was good at TCU because my brother-in-law was part of the staff then. He had Broadus' job. Broadus took over his job when my brother-in-law left. They would look at guys that, like he was there in Katy with the quarterback offensive coordinator coach when they found Andy Dalton. And a lot of the TCU staff wasn't crazy about Andy Dalton. They're like, he's not the guy. And the coordinator's like, no. He's the guy. I'm telling you, he's going to be the guy. Or they would go watch these unbelievable running backs and go, yeah, he's going to be my defensive end. He's going to be my outside linebacker. I just have to convince the kid who's not getting great scholarship offers as a running back. It's because you're not a running back at the next level. I'm going to turn you into a pass rusher. I'm going to turn you into a linebacker. It's going to take some time. And so that's how TCU thrived for a long time, is taking Andy Dalton, who most schools didn't want around here, but going, he's at a big program. I see it. I think he's going to fit our system well. Ball control, smart quarterback.
He can do exactly what I want.
Not a cannon for an arm, but a good enough arm that we can survive with that and stuff like that. So I think TCU is going to have to still try to do that. I don't think SMU is going to have to do that. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be able to maybe not get the 5-star guy at Duncanville who's going to Alabama and Oregon. But
there's still a lot of damn good players
I think
out
that
there.
they're going to be able to compete in the marketplace and beat Texas Tech and beat TCU and beat Houston and beat those schools and then compete with UT and A&M for money.
And it'll be interesting to see the rest of the way this season plays out, because maybe you go up against Miami or whoever it is, you get run off the field and get brought back to reality. Or maybe you make it to the ACC championship, you stand toe-to-toe with one of the big-time teams. Now all of a sudden everyone's like, oh,
I want to play there.
Yes, exactly. All right, I want to throw this out there real quick. If you can give me cut number 14, please, because we haven't talked about these fellas today.
Now they're 1 for 13 from deep. Okay, Luka! I mean, just outside the logo.
Seeing as how the Mavericks have to play again today, I really loved this.
Late tonight,
yes.
too. Isn't that, why is the time so
So I think every NBA team is playing today.
Yes, they are, because it's all off tomorrow.
And they're all staggered by 15 minutes because they took off tomorrow because of the election. And so every game is staggered by 15 minutes.
I was like, I need this game on national TV. My antenna, I'm sorry if I recommended that antenna to you. Maybe it works perfectly for you. It's glitchy at best, and I got tired once they were up by 40 points in the third quarter. I was like, I'm not going to fight through this crap. I get it. They're going to win, and I'll just follow it on my phone, but my antenna has not done the job.
Guess what? Fubo got it.
They got it.
They finally got it. So we are in action. And it looks good. It looks real good. So I'm very, I was happy. But same thing, though, right around the third quarter, I went, I'll go watch some football now.
I'm going to be interested in their TV numbers, the Mavericks. I know it's early. Because
that's a good
for
question.
me,
I'll look into that.
I watch every second of Maverick games. I love them. But I can't watch every second when it's glitchy like that. It just discourages me.
And this is probably not going to be helpful. I just wanted to let you know, Mike, for whatever it's worth, it does look good on DirecTV, because I know you had questions about Channel 20. Like, I haven't had any issues with that. I know that probably doesn't help you now.
When they're showing stupid programming on Channel 29, everything comes through perfectly in the morning. It's just the game. And I was like, is it raining outside? What is going on? So I might have to bite the bullet, which is great for the Mavs, is that I'll pay the $125, I guess.
But Mavs and Pacers tonight, 8:45. Every game staggered by 15 minutes, so there are no games tomorrow for Election Day.
Oh, how am I going to be entertained then?
I mean, there's other stuff.
What? Name one sport that's happening tomorrow. It's Tuesday, dude. There's no Tuesday night football.
I feel like there's usually a college football game on Tuesday
High school
night.
basketball maybe starting up?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Go check out.
How can I watch high school basketball
volleyball
from home?
playoffs?
Oh, you don't want to leave the
I don't
house.
want to leave the house. I want to stay home and watch.
I got
and
great
sports.
news for you, Corey. Bowling Green against Central Michigan and Miami of Ohio against Ball State. Both college football games tomorrow.
It's the trade deadline. You can break down all the trades made in the NFL tomorrow night.
Or you can stare at all the returns from all the states and pretend like you can do something about it.
You guys convinced me. Sounds like I got lots of stuff to do tomorrow night.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where, yes, we got more Cowboys, but also Derrick Henry makes history. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
You're going to run it up the middle. Bouncing off one player. And Henry takes it home for his 100th career rushing touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go. How cool is it that when we are at Buffalo Wild Wings, the entire place starts doing the dip without?
There's two things. One I like, one I don't care for. Is when everyone does the dip. I think that's super cool. When everyone loses their mind, like it's the Beatles and they're going on the Ed Sullivan show as a very timely reference. When Mike Likes It starts, I don't love that.
Mike loves it.
Take a load off, Kevin.
Yeah,
God.
relax.
Do you know how many people in my texts, in my social media and everything have said, just take a load off, man?
It's that simple.
Yeah, don't resist.
Relax.
Enjoy the difference.
It's the way he says it. I get it,
It
though.
is.
I totally get it. It's the way Mike says
It's just so infuriating to me. Do I have anger problems? You make a fair point. Now, of course, Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now, this is one of my favorite quotes. We talked about how the Raiders moved on from their offensive coordinator. Today, Antonio Pierce said, I'll decide who calls offensive plays in the next couple of days.
Got a lot of stuff to do, you know. Got to get prepared for the next team. And whether or not you still have a job at the end of all this.
No, yeah, I can go ahead and answer that for you. And then Dennis Allen went ahead and said that I'm disappointed he got fired. In case you missed that breaking news on Sean and RJ, I'm disappointed, but I love that organization. And to you, Corey, I love the city of New Orleans.
It is a great city, man. It is a great city. They got a huge cash injection into that city when Taylor Swift came through, so they're really looking forward to the Super Bowl.
Man, I would love an entire tour economic breakdown city by city.
Oh, it's significant, yeah.
Because I bet it's
let me go see if I can find that.
All right. Or you already have it. Quandre Diggs, by the way, is going to be out for the season with a Liz Frank injury. So whenever we go back to talking about DeMarcus Lawrence and he went on the injured reserve and when would he be back, will you hear yet again for a lot of people, I know we're a little bit later in the season, but a Liz Frank injury can be a season-ending injury, absolutely.
Always sounds like Anne Frank to me. I don't know why.
Liz Frank sounds like Anne Frank to you?
I know. I just, for some reason, I go back to grade school and go to the story of Anne Frank every time you say it, but I know it's just a foot injury.
Did you ever read those diaries or anything?
No, I don't think I read in high school. I know how to read.
What?
I can read. That's your question.
That was not
I made the determination not to read.
Did you read any book throughout school that you were like, that was a quality decision? That was school related?
I don't think so.
Wow. Okay. So, kids, reach for the stars.
They take such a long time.
Do you have a better message for the kids out there?
Yeah, don't be like me. Like, I'm not saying don't read. I'm not saying, hey, don't read, kids. I'm just saying I didn't.
Okay.
Still passed. I was like LeBron James when he faked that he read a book. Remember when he it was really a good book and I really appreciate the way that it came across. And remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
Oh my gosh. Like LeBron, he had a book in his hand and you could tell he didn't read one page. And people who don't read know how to fake things like that and get by. And you could tell he hadn't read one page of that book, but he faked like he did. And it was a good fake.
Like that time you told the kids you've
really
never read a Harry Potter book.
Everybody knew he didn't read it.
But you love the movies.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was God, that was such a dumb thing I said.
Well, I will tell you this. Last night, my son was trying to do his homework, and he was like, I don't understand it. And I said, well, hold on. Did you read any of this part of it? And he was like, Mike never read anything. Why should I? And I was like,
oh, no.
Did he really say that?
Yep.
That's awesome.
There's no way. All right. So I don't know if it's still been officially announced just yet, but it looks like Zadarius Smith is going to be on his way to the Lions. Let's go to Philadelphia.
Oh, that's good for them.
Yes, absolutely, because they really needed to get better. But
look, that is a team that is saying we need to stock up for the Super Bowl.
And that does make sense to me. I know some people will argue like, well, their team way better than ours, and they're still making moves. Because I think they see that as
this is our chance.
Yes,
this
let's
is our window.
make a move, and that could be it.
And don't forget, last year they ran out of steam against San Francisco. That second half, they weren't deep enough. So they're like, we got to figure out how to be deep.
Now, A.J. Brown is going to have an MRI later today as well to determine the full extent of his injury, but the Eagles think they've avoided anything serious. So you've got MRIs coming down for A.J. Brown, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb today. A lot happening in the NFC East in terms of some of these injuries and then potentially some of these injury updates. Let's talk about the Indianapolis Colts. I'm not saying by any means that this is going to happen, but since he was benched, multiple teams, per Jordan Schultz, have reached out to see if the Colts would have any interest in making an Anthony Richardson trade. Even though that's described as unlikely, it is interesting how quickly teams jump in, whether it's going back to Bryce Young or now Anthony Richardson, and saying, hey, maybe we can get a young quarterback that we can fix at a discount or something along those lines.
Hey, you don't want to use that? I'll use that.
Yes.
What do you got? What are we working with here?
In the meantime, Indianapolis might have regretted their immediate decision to start Joe Flacco. He put out a minus 0.35 EPA per play on offense yesterday, which is the worst mark of the season for the Colts. So Anthony Richardson had not been good for them, and Joe Flacco had showed some flashes, got his start going forward. And in the first game, he was terrible.
Yeah, that was
the first
pretty
game
tough.
since this official decision.
Yeah, he also didn't connect with Michael Pittman very often during this game either.
Is that a fantasy football
That's
note?
definitely a fantasy football note that I have right there. Michael Pittman had 4 targets, 1 catch for 14 yards. And none of the receivers did very well throughout the day, to be honest.
Yes.
I'll give a lot of credit to Minnesota and a lot of credit to the offense for just being very stale.
If we can play cut number 17, this is Drake May. He has 11 seconds or so to try to tie the game at the buzzer against Tennessee.
Drake May for the game. Patting the ball. May scanning. Loads of time. He'll roll. He'll run. A sidestep. He's ready to throw. Nobody's open. Into the end zone. Touchdown. Oh, my goodness. Stevenson. And May with an absolute jewel of an effort.
Now, Corey, I want to know if you like this. The Titans would win the game in overtime. So Drake May was asked about that play and that throw, and he goes, oh, it doesn't matter because we lost. That's probably the mentality you want one of your players to have, right?
It was a play that took forever. It was very similar to Dak's touchdown to Rico Dowdle.
I can see that.
Go back and watch. Dak had to run around a little bit. I had all sorts of emotions. When I was watching this play, too, I was like, what's happening right now?
Yeah.
Honestly, Kevin, watch that play again and tell me that it doesn't look like some of the high school football that we've watched in our time.
For sure.
Because even Carter was like, how is this happening right now? I was watching it with him, and he was like, how is this happening? That looks like my school right now. I was like, yeah, I kind of see that.
Did you call it a buzzer beater?
No, I don't think I called
Mike did not care for my terminology when I said that Drake May threw that pass at the buzzer.
Yeah.
As soon as we hit the audio, he goes, at the buzzer? It's fair. That is not that is not usually what people say in football.
But it was a pretty exceptional play. Patriots still aren't very good.
That is true.
And they lost to a not very good team.
Would the Patriots have beat the Cowboys yesterday?
It would have been a tie.
I could see that.
It
Honestly,
probably could have been down to a tie.
Honestly, I really could see that. Now, a team that did bounce back in a big way, the Baltimore Ravens. Now, there's a couple of different things to look at there. First of all, Lamar Jackson, 16 of 19, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns. He's had 250 yards or more passing in his last 5 games.
He was remarkable yesterday. Did you already say remarkable?
No, I think that's a good word. And then Derrick Henry, 7th straight season with at least 10 touchdown runs. Also, remember, we're essentially halfway through the season, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
It's tied for the second longest streak in NFL history, behind only
Jim Brown.
That is a good guess.
Emmitt Smith.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
That was my next guess.
Once again,
I know.
trashing TCU, Corey Majors.
He won't pick LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry about that, guys.
Could have picked Turpin or Tomlinson.
Sammy Ball.
All right, I'll tell you what. To make it up, what say we go to a Fort Worth area Buffalo Wild Wings on Friday to make it up to everyone for you continually bashing TCU?
You know,
tell me what nuts you want, and I'll get you some nuts as a present.
I mean, the cashews are great. So I'm.
You like cashews
Yeah,
the
I
best?
love cashews. Yeah. So
What do you like?
I like honey roasted peanuts, but
Okay,
I like
I think-
cashews as well.
I know I found out you don't like sour balls. That's
true.
Even though I got them.
I thought it was a thoughtful gift, Mike. I didn't want to get the gift and be like, I don't want
I could
this.
see how much it hurt. You should have just lied though, because I could see how much it hurt him when you told him the truth on Friday last week.
Yeah,
I could see it in his
I'm
eyes.
sorry.
He's reliving it right now.
I know. There's nothing I can do to satisfy you.
Oh my God! Please don't.
There's nothing.
Say things
I
like
don't.
that.
I can't get the flavors right that make you feel good.
I don't need you to expand like you're doing right now.
Don't worry.
No.
I now know. You told me you like honey.
Oh my God. And now you're going to be like, maybe if I put honey on your nuts, you'll enjoy it. That's what you don't pretend like that's not what you were going to say.
I could never see Mike saying anything like that.
Have you ever met Mike?
You take it to you go
Too
so
far,
below
bro.
the belt.
That was too far.
I get to the belly button and stop. You go so below the belt on these things.
Even what you just said felt
You
inappropriate.
take the belt off.
Hey, just Corey mentioned it earlier. Supposedly players really want to get traded to the Commanders at the deadline. So I don't know. Keep your eye out on that and see if that plays out
I
at
got
all.
spanked by belts. They hurt.
Freaking heck.
They do.
Yeah, by my grandpa and my dad.
Do you think he deserved it?
I definitely
I
did.
probably deserved more spankings, to be honest.
Sometimes the way you talk now, I could definitely see that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
You've made us number one in.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
I know there's a lot to break down from the game yesterday. I was just curious, before the game started, can you tell us about that moment y'all got to share with Pam Oliver and bringing her that honorary jersey?
Well, Pam's obviously been a great ambassador to the game and been a good friend of ours. She's covered many Cowboy games throughout the years, and some big ones at that. But no, she's truly an ambassador to the NFL and has done an amazing job, bringing the game to our fans at home, and somebody we have the utmost respect for.
There can be all kinds of information going across. I thought it would be best to get the information from you. Can you tell us any more about what exactly happened with Ezekiel Elliott, and has he been late or absent from some of these meetings?
No, it's certainly something that we're addressing, and he has been. It was related to discipline, and that's really all we have to say about it. It was obviously to a level that Coach McCarthy and the organization felt it should be addressed. And, Zeke's a great competitor and been one of the great players to come through this door. And I know, going forward, he wants to continue that standard, and certainly we expect that standard.
With that in mind, are you surprised at all that it came to this, given how when he was signed, he's a great locker room person? Are you surprised at all that this problem has come up?
Sure. You don't ever expect this from your, from players like Zeke, or some of the, like I said, some of the best players to ever, be in a Cowboy uniform. So, but at the same time, no one's perfect, and people make mistakes, and I'm sure Zeke will, get it right going forward.
Stephen, how best can you explain the emotion or the mood that this team is in at the moment?
I just think it's a big disappointment and certainly frustrations. I mean, we certainly had high expectations for this football team, and we still got a lot of football left to play, but certainly it is getting to a point where we've got to, where we've got to turn it and get the thing headed in the right direction. And but anytime you have high expectations and feel like you've got a team that can compete for a championship, and certainly like we've done for the previous 3 years, and you're not playing to that standard, which I think everybody understands we're not, and then you're certainly disappointed and frustrated.
Jerry talked to the team. What was the hope? What was the message he was trying to get across to the players?
I think the message is that, just what I just said, that everybody, I'm sure, in that locker room is, frustrated and disappointed. But at the same time, everybody, if you've been in sports, you've been in business, whatever, in families, you have these moments, and it's how you respond. And if you respond the right way, good things are out there for you. And no one goes through anything in life, like I said, whether it's your family, whether it's your work, whatever it is, that you don't have and meet challenges. And certainly we're at that point with this football team, and we need to respond. And this has been a team that has a locker room that I think has all the right men in it. I think we've got a great coaching staff with skins on the wall who've been through this, and this is certainly a point where we need to respond. We certainly know, as I said, we have 9 games left, but at the same time, if we've got to turn it sooner than later, or we're going to put ourselves behind, an 8 ball that you can't get around. So, we understand the task at hand, and understand that there's going to be criticism, rightfully so, and we have to do something about it internally, and not and know that there's not going to be a lot of help outside the locker room.
Well, that actually might have just answered my next question from the external perspective. Got about 28 hours, give or take, till the trade deadline. I know NFL doesn't always have the busiest trade deadline, but would you anticipate any movement from your organization before then?
Certainly wouldn't rule it out. I mean, we look at it, in a lot of ways. You look at, one, improving your football team, but 2, also, not only improving the football team for this year, but for the future. And we're always looking for that and seeing how it fits in the big picture. And I wouldn't rule that out.
Is there any part of you, because I feel like in your position, you have to examine all potential avenues. Is there any part of you that would also take phone calls from the other teams that would be looking to pick up players off of your team, and maybe you go ahead and pick up some extra draft capital for this offseason?
Trades are always both ways. And as you said, you got to look at it, through the lens of how we view our players and how we view other teams' players. And if something makes sense, and then we certainly would look at it. And but that's what goes with it. Trades can be for draft picks. Trades can be players for players that make sense, and we'll certainly be looking at that as we head toward the deadline tomorrow afternoon.
Can you tell us any more, Stephen, about Dak Prescott's injury and what the prospect of him is at the moment, playing further down the road, future here?
Oh yeah, our future playing for the Cowboys.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. This upcoming week. Yeah,
it's a bright one and a long one.
No, just kind of this week specifically.
Oh well, this week certainly we're going through all the steps of evaluating Dak and. What's involved in his hamstring injury there, and we'll certainly make a solid decision based on what comes back. But certainly we're just in the progress of evaluating it right now and wouldn't be able to comment.
Okay, if there was something to happen, is Rush the preferred starter after Dak?
We'll cross that decision when the time comes. Certainly I thought Cooper did a great job stepping in yesterday, which he's done before, and really done at a high level. So obviously these guys have a lot of confidence in Cooper, but at the same time, we know we got a young quarterback there in Trey that did some good things as the preseason proceeded. But we feel good that we got two good backup quarterbacks there if we need to address that.
I don't know if you saw this or not. We talk about the frustration and being in the heat of the battle. It looked like on the TV broadcast in the fourth quarter, Dak Prescott mouthed to one of his teammates, "We effing suck." Does that encapsulate the frustration you feel like a lot of the guys are feeling at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's frustration, and people like Dak knowing that the standard you need to play to win in the NFL, and I think there is frustration, and we're doing things that don't help our cause, whether it's penalties, whether it's getting the ball, whether it's turning the ball over. We all know these are all things that make it hard to win in this league, and certainly everybody's as I said, everybody has their moments of frustration when a team that you, as I said, really felt like you're holding, really felt like we had a high bar in terms of what our expectations are, and then falling short, you're going to have those frustrations.
Okay, when it comes to penalties, I was working at the website, the Cowboys website, whenever Bill Parcells was here, and he would say, "I don't coach penalties." And I never really understood that, Stephen. Can you explain that a little bit to me? And how do penalties get taken out of a team? What needs to happen?
It's at the end of the day, it's just the consistently working on it and having your focus and your where it needs to be. And certainly the fact that we're not doing well in that category in terms of how an average team does or a really good football team does, then we've got work to do on that. And I'm sure Bill could give you his thought process. My take is on it. I know coaches coach just the opposite, which is they damn sure don't coach penalties, and the idea is to coach penalties out of the game. And right now we got to the players got to be committed and focus more, and I know certainly our coaches are going to keep pushing to eliminate those penalties.
CeeDee Lamb yesterday looked like he was in terrible pain, and he kept going back out onto the field. Is that big? I'm trying to figure out exactly the mentality of what CeeDee's feeling there. Is that because I got to live up to this contract, or I'm just this kind of player? What can you explain a little bit about why he kept going out there? Did you think it was necessary?
I think he's that type of player. I think if we'd have let Dak go out there, he would have gone out there. I mean, I think that's what brings frustration to this locker room right now is people do hold our team and themselves to a high standard. And I think it's just the type of players they are. No one wants to not be out there doing something about, the struggles that we're having right now. And CeeDee's at the front of the line, and, that's why you step up. And what's made him great is, and in the NFL, there's a lot of players in this league who play when things don't feel perfect. And certainly, I put CeeDee and Dak at the front of the line. We obviously didn't think CeeDee had something that he could injure further, but it was also obviously that he was competing his ass off and wanting to do something about the outcome of that game.
MRIs for both of those guys today? Is that factually?
Yes.
Okay. This is a logistical question. When Coach McCarthy spikes the tablet out of frustration, do y'all have to pay for that? Is there a fine? I'm seriously curious about how the logistics of that work.
Yeah, well, we're not worried about the logistics of that. I mean, we're out there competing, and there's things a lot more important than an iPad at stake when you go out and play one of these football games.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir. I know probably busy couple of days. We will catch up with you again next week.
Sounds good. Take care.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm a little disappointed by that last answer because I really wanted to know if, the NFL budgets, you can break 6 of these tablets per season, or, we have to pay $150. I just was really curious if he knew the answer to that.
It's hey, we put an OtterBox on those for a reason. They're not supposed to break. They're indestructible. You get the Zag shield on the front of it, and you get the OtterBox, and it's taken care of.
So a couple of a couple of things there, and I get it. Like, I see the reaction. You see the reaction on the Twitch, the YouTube, the fan text is there are people who are just done with listening to those interviews because they're frustrated with the franchise. They're frustrated with this team. I understand all of that. Two things that Steven said that I found to be fascinating were the potential for trades across the board, including trades going outward from the Dallas Cowboys, just because you have to look at everything. And then I really thought that your Cooper Rush question was going to be a slam dunk for him in terms of if Dak is hurt, Cooper Rush is definitely our starting quarterback. That was not the answer that he gave.
Well, I mean, why would it be though? The team is where it is right now.
True.
Like the reality of what my question is, like that's part of keeping the interest in this team is if I put Trey Lance out there, everybody knows Cooper Rush. He's your backup quarterback. Trey Lance is this unknown real commodity that in the games before this, the preseason games, he wasn't good enough. Like it's gonna create intrigue. Heck, it created intrigue in the preseason games, did it not? Like we were all like, hold on, what is this guy? We don't know. We haven't seen enough of him. So that part of it exists there. So I figured that it would be that kind of an answer. You think that Cooper Rush is because he's the one that can help you win. But can Trey Lance be something that can be of any interest to anything else? Could he be your backup down the future? You know, that Jerry kind of alluded to that a little bit on Friday.
Yeah, I was surprised, and man, that would be a bold strategy if, again, MRIs today, Steven confirmed that is factually accurate. MRIs for CeeDee Lamb, for Dak Prescott. We'll see what comes of that. But that would throw me off if they're like, we're going Trey Lance. Let's see what happens.
This isn't a season-ending injury. It's just a hamstring that could be 1 game to 4 games, I think, somewhere in that range. If this was for the year, then I would say maybe the last 3 games.
Give him
if
a
you're
shot.
like, yeah, well, Cooper Rush, we're out of it. We're not making the playoffs. I'll give him the last 3 games because Dak's season is over. But I think this is only going to be a 1 to 4 game thing.
I think you're probably right.
And I think Cooper Rush, this will be for another time. I think he's one of the best backup quarterbacks in the NFL.
I don't think you're wrong about that.
I don't either.
You know what, though, I really thought was interesting was that he answered the question.
Did he get mad about my tablet question?
No. He was like, look, I'm not trying to goof around right now.
I thought that was a legitimate question. I just wanted to know the answer to.
Whoa, hey, man, calm down, bro.
The
fact that he answered the question, I really thought that he would answer it honestly as, hey, look, let's see where Dak is first, and then we'll get to that conversation. But that's obviously, that's seeped into the conversation already is which direction do we go with this? If we have to make a decision.
Do I need to relax Kevin this next segment?
Please
man.
don't say
chill
it like
out. Stop
that.
yelling at everybody, bro.
Please don't say it like that.
I'm expecting phone
I'll
calls.
try to get you to laugh next segment, I guess.
Do you think that anyone from the Cowboys will get a phone call for calling it an iPad and not a Microsoft tablet? I feel like they have an agreement with the league.
I don't know how that works.
The team that is all about marketing and branding more than anything.
It's a Surface
Yeah.
tablet.
I feel like that was a faux pas. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
Nobody
Fan.
knows what it
You've
means.
never heard that word in your life?
It's like a fake dad.
Yeah, I think you're saying this is for Paw. Like, all
Sure.
right.
For the purposes of getting out of this segment, agreed. Coming up next.
This one's for you, Dad.
After.
That's how I say it.
Not my dad. After yet another Cowboys and A&M loss, what makes you happy in sports right now? Let's do it next right here
Not
on
your
The Fan.
fault, Kevin.
Are you?
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts, and the Fan Replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
First down and goal at the 9.5. Empty gun for Cousins. Looking left, throwing a fade to the left side of the end zone. London up and a nice grab. Touchdown Atlanta.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I could use some help from the people here, whether it's the Twitch, the YouTube. You want to hit us up on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. It was a crushing football weekend for me, and congratulations to A&M for really raising my hopes up, only to dash them expertly like they usually do. So the Cowboys lose again, first 3-game losing streak since 2020. A&M feels like they're on the cusp of relevancy, and then South Carolina beats the ever-loving crap out of them. What makes you sports happy right now? Because I know a lot of our listeners are Cowboys fans, so you don't care about the Aggies or you're glad they lost. I know that there are plenty of people like that. So what makes you sports happy right now?
I'm not going to answer that yet because Mike wants to answer that, but I do want to apologize, Kevin, to you.
Yeah.
Mike, somewhere in the first half.
Oh, don't worry. I'll find it.
I texted Kevin because I had flipped it over. I'd kind of been watching the A&M game, and then I really started paying attention, and A&M looked like they were on fire.
It was 8:19 p.m. on Saturday where A&M had turned their 17-6 deficit into a 20-17 advantage, and Corey texted, "Bro, your Aggies got something special going on." Approximately 1 hour and 54 minutes later, after South Carolina had broken off 27 consecutive points to end the game, he texted me again, "I did not realize my jinx powers. I'm sorry."
I'm very sorry.
Gino Torretta, who we had on Friday, 1, called it right. 2, I don't recall. I'm sure I have. I just forget. That South Carolina environment and having YouTube TV,
yes,
they don't take you off of, they don't take you to commercials, which me and my son were like, we love this. It just stuck on the field. And the party that they have at South Carolina games, I'm sure at A&M
it's
games,
unbelievable.
But man, they were going nuts, and that was awesome.
I can't tell you how many DMs or message I got about Gino Torretta. Because Gino Torretta literally said, I don't know, South Carolina's come really close to beating teams that are much better than Texas A&M. And so I just, like, as the first half was closing out, I really wanted to be like, oh, in your face, Gino Torretta. But clearly South Carolina dominated all of the second half. And he was right. I got so many people like, hey, Gino Torretta knows his stuff. Sorry, man. And
yeah, we don't have guests on for nothing, man.
Yeah, Gino Torretta was 100% right when he was like, yeah, sorry. I don't think so.
All right, Mike, what makes you sports happy right now?
Luka finally started making shots last night.
That's true.
Now, at the end, I was like, I didn't watch the whole game. I was like, oh, man, you did end up once again. He had a lot of points for the shots that he took, but I was like, man, he was much more efficient when I was watching the goobly gop I was watching on 29 as it was fading in and out.
I was going to say, I'm sorry. I need some clarification.
I do have
on that.
People have texted me a couple of websites to possibly go to watch the games, but I can't do that on my normal television. You know, they think I didn't touch, like Friday after we left Buffalo Wild Wings, hadn't touched my computer till we got here today.
And that's what you, like, you've talked about this in the past. You're a guy that watches the games on the NFL games on the broadcast networks, or you were. You're not like, I got to get here, I got to get here. You're like, this is what CBS has given me, or Fox.
Yeah. At noon, it was Cowboys Falcons. There was no other game on television. You can go to NFL Network and check out like what highlights they got going on, and they give you, they're into games, but they're like a minute behind. There might probably be a rule like you can't go live to the game.
Yeah,
but yeah, so that's my hope or my excitement right now in sports is that the Mavericks at times have looked really good. Last night they blew out Orlando. So I guess
Orlando, by the way, a lot of trouble with that Banchero injury.
So the Mavericks are somewhat making me happy to start the year 4-2.
Okay, that's the kind of positivity I need from the 830. Stars season is off to a good start, and that makes me happy. We'll talk about what happened in Finland a little bit later. From the 254, they said the Buckeyes beat Penn State, which you could have heard right here on the Fan. That makes them happy. And then there's this from the 407. What makes this person sports happy is seeing the Cowboys lose, knowing Jerry and Steven can't do anything about it. I am not in that bunch. I desperately want the Cowboys to be good again. I was talking with Brandon about this last night. He just picked the wrong time to be alive because he is a
I don't think you got to pick that.
Yeah, that's true. He's a diehard Cowboys fan and a diehard Bulls fan because most of our family is from Chicago. And I said, man, if you were alive and old enough in the 90s, you would have gotten to see 9 championships from just those teams. And instead, you see year after year after year of mediocrity and disappointing expectations.
Yeah.
I felt really bad for him. At least, like, I'm disappointed now. At least I got to see the Cowboys championships. I remember how awesome it was.
Yeah, those were nice. Those were really good old days, man.
Sorry, we're supposed to be cheering people up, not bringing them down. From the 419, wherever that is. Oh, it says in Lima, Ohio. My bad. My sports happy is watching Boise State and Ashton Genty. He's really fun to watch. And Corey has already started asking us who will block for Ashton Genty.
I know who's blocking for him in college. Maybe we need to go ahead and find those guys too. Because if he has a guard or a tackle that he's just like, I love running behind this dude, why not draft him if he's available? So I'm totally after that.
I know you're talking about offensive linemen. That would seem to work. And then there was this team in the NFL who said, why not draft the quarterback and the running back? Because they won national championship and they were close to winning 3 of them. And then they stink in the NFL together, Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne.
I'm sorry, Mike. Your team is really bad. I only watched like most of the fourth quarter of that game, I think. And it felt like the Eagles were like, we'll give you this victory if you want. And the Jags said, no, you're too kind. We will pass it back to you.
What's making me sports happy right now is not the 105.3 The Fan Fantasy League. As we've all discussed in that league, the scoring is stupid. Carter, fix it.
But Carter takes a lot of strays on this.
It's okay.
He really does.
He deserves it. That being said, my other fantasy league is, since I've made the Lamar Jackson trade, Kevin is on fire. And as the people who were in the lead of that league at the moment, they were all kind of taking shots at each other. But I'm right on their tail, and I was like, hey, cute score from all y'all this weekend, as all of them are like the 140s. I'm at 160, and I still have Travis Kelce rolling tonight. So cute score, fellas. So that's it, right? Like it. Mavericks and my fantasy football team. That's about it. And my son Carter's football.
That's right.
Their last game's on slate tonight. We'll see if it gets played.
By the way, storms hitting the Metroplex kind of in a couple of waves. And I know there's a tornado warning in effect until 6 o'clock. So is
that going to affect voting?
You know what?
Today it probably will.
Yeah.
Not tomorrow.
There's no voting today.
Oh my gosh.
What? They shut down voting on Mondays?
Who did this? The Democrats or the Republicans?
No, I don't know if it was a particular. It probably was. I'm not aware of.
Yeah, it was probably the independents.
There's no early voting anymore, and so if you didn't early vote, you have to wait until tomorrow.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. You can still vote tomorrow.
So whoever's in control of the weather really screwed it up by not shooting this out tomorrow.
I guess I've already seen a story that was up on Yahoo, and it was like, "Will storms in the central states affect voting?"
And
I bet it does.
Probably.
Get out there anyway. Get a poncho and an umbrella.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
Get some rubber boots.
Okay, from the 469. Madden 25 makes me happy right now because the Cowboys are my franchise in franchise mode, and I'm the owner and GM. Hopefully, it is positive for you on that video game, but in real life,
the video game can still kick you.
I'm assuming for diehard Cowboy fans, this is really tough. I know you're Cowboys and A&M. A&M's not, like, I get it, because that loss is going to make it tough for them to make the 12-team playoff.
Unless they run the table.
True, 100%.
And if they make it up by beating Texas, then I won't give a crap about this game at all.
I'm with you.
I don't know if I think that'll happen.
But it's just tough if you're a diehard Cowboys fan right now, because you probably, even if you do like the Mavericks, you kind of probably don't like getting into the Mavericks until January. And it's like, dude, you might have to watch regular season basketball more regularly than you do if you want to see positive, because obviously, or stars, I guess, but there is no baseball available, so you're
True.
kind of stuck with Stars and Mavs, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Join the bandwagon, man.
I did see
get off one wagon and join another one.
Yeah, man.
It kind of makes you happier.
Just be a wagon floater.
I'm happier than you, Kevin, and you
know
have
what?
to deal with it.
You're right. I thought about what you said maybe last year, yesterday, because A&M gets smoked and then the Cowboys lose, pretty convincingly. I know this was another game where the score made it look like it was nip and tuck till the end. Not really the case. And I thought about what you said a year or so ago, and I was like, man, why don't I just become a diehard music fan? And I'm like, oh, sure, I'm disappointed this band didn't play the song, but the show was still great.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of being like, sports are dumb, and I hate everybody, and I need to stay off of social media. And instead, I could have just been like, what a great concert that was.
Somebody will still call you an idiot for your music take. So
that is probably true.
That band sucks.
But see, that wouldn't bother me as much because I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, but I still enjoyed the show.
I still like them.
You didn't enjoy the show yesterday.
Yes, no, I didn't. And I couldn't make an argument. When people are like, the Cowboys suck, I'd be like, hey, they used to be good, or they only lost by 6 points. That doesn't change anything.
This wasn't their best album.
Yeah, because they were right. It feels like every Cowboys game is the one that they forced onto the iPod that for U2, that everyone's like, how the hell do I get rid of this thing?
Look, man, we can't always produce Crash, all right?
That's a good point. That is a very good
wonderful
point.
album.
It's a great life, Kevin. Yes. I can say it myself.
Okay, so
when did you give up?
I mean, I'll never fully give it up, right? There's always going to be that part of me that's going to be invested. But for the 49ers game, I was watching it on my phone at a concert. That was really fun. It was actually kind of fun multitasking. And then Friday, I'm going to see Lincoln Park at Globe Life Field. So I'm just looking forward to that.
Okay.
That's really fun because I know what I'm going to get. And Mike, whenever he brought that up, that was a great point because that's kind of the life I'm living right now. But, I still watch the games and everything. It's just that's not what gets me through my week anymore.
See, I see the appeal, and I do. I love my family. I was excited about Halloween. But when A&M was losing and then the Cowboys lost, I was like, God, football is so stupid, even though it's amazing to watch. From the 817, it makes me sports happy when I see Dak say, we effing suck on the sideline.
Oh.
From the 214, this person's a lifelong Washington fan, and seeing them on the upswing makes me sports happy. From the 701, it makes me sports happy to finally see Hunter Lipke get a few touches yesterday. Now it's time to unleash the beast that he is.
I like that idea. What are you laughing about, Mike?
He could.
Yeah, it could happen.
I mean,
he's the next Mike Allstott, I'm sure.
You don't know. From the 214.
I know.
Y'all are cracking me up right now.
I know.
Y'all make me sports happy.
Thank
From the
you.
972, Texas Tech upsetting Iowa State. And that's the thing.
Get your guns up.
That's
John
where,
Morant. No,
where
not
I
that
go.
way.
No, where I go back to the concert thing. Let's say you left a concert. Maybe there's a couple people disappointed you didn't hear this song or they didn't go with this deep cut. You probably still enjoyed it. All the Texas Tech people are happy, and all the people up in Ames are probably like, this was our year. We were finally going to matter. Now I hate everything again.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like half the people walk out of concerts and be like, can't believe they didn't play Don't Drink the Water.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, too. Like a band like Alien Ant Farm, you know they're going to play Annie Are You
Yes.
Okay? Or Smooth Criminal.
I
They're
have
gonna
to
do
admit, I
that.
don't know many of their other songs outside of that. So
There's one called Welcome, and that's pretty much all I know after that. So there you
okay.
go.
All right, fair. From the 404, there's a lot of feedback here. I'm sports happy about the Detroit Lions playing so good. Look, if you're a Lions fan, what a time to be alive. Absolutely.
It is. Not that I'm a Lions fan, but I've been talking about this team for a little bit, and I'll take a little.
The Phoenix Suns, right before it happened, Corey said, watch out for them Phoenix Suns. And then they were really good. And then they got humbled by Luka, which I enjoyed even more.
That was nice.
But it's the same thing. You've seen Corey's allegiances switch to the Lions.
I've never had an allegiance switch.
He saw the writing on the wall, and he's like, this is the way to go.
I'm just trying to tell you good teams before
I
they
mean, you
happen.
were. And that's why I've been prepared for the Lions to be good. From the 469, we got the Stars, baby. And I'm telling you, the fact that the Stars and the Mavs not only have started off the season solid to very good,
but the expectations were there, and early on, it looks like they're going to be capable of like going pretty far into the season, or at least carrying me through all the regular season and into the postseason. That does make me feel better, because if we didn't have those two right now, I would just be like, oh my God, this sucks.
We'll talk more about the Mavs tomorrow, but I felt like in the stuff that I watched yesterday, I was impressed with, at times, Najee Marshall and Klay Thompson. Now, I know in the box score, I'd have to go and look. I don't think they impressed in the box score where you're like, oh, did Klay have 25 points and hit 7 threes? No, that didn't happen. But I felt like at times he played really good defense.
Yeah.
He gives Luka such good looks because they refuse to help off of him. And so Luka's like, oh, wow, he's not going to help. Like, nothing against Dorian Finney-Smith, or you take last year lefty. Why am I drawing a blank on it? Jones Jr., Derek Jones Jr., but they're like, we'll live with Dorian Finney-Smith shooting a wide open 3 to get the ball out of Luka's hands. And Orlando's just confused, like, crap, I can't leave him.
Yeah.
You know? And they're like, well, Luka's cooking you right now. Now you have to make a tough decision if you want to leave Klay Thompson open.
Did you see that steal by Najee Marshall, though? And then he turns around and gives the alley-oop to Gafford on the way down the court.
Another one he went coast to coast, handling
awesome.
the ball the whole time, too.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, Najee can handle the ball that well. Now is
Wait.
play.
Did you say this cut right here?
Steal, Najee Marshall. Well done in front of the roller. Marshall finds Gafford.
That was great, because I just didn't expect. I will admit, you watch his feet. He kind of does this little jump that kind of looked like Kevin when he was kicking the field goal out in Oxnard.
How you guys never talk about the ones that were really close?
But he does this little jump. But I was like, I don't expect that from him. But
Yeah.
now you have to fear that from more than just Luka and Kyrie. All these dudes are looking for the big man to put one down. They're all looking for that opportunity because that's quick points. It's nice to see. Kevin, somebody did say all concerts should be 2 headliners, and then the fans get to vote on the fans in attendance get to vote on who was the best at the end of the night, and the winner gets the most of the gate.
That is an amazing idea.
That's music as a sport.
I don't know if there's a musician association that gets to vote on things like this, but
It's
I would
called Battle of the Bands, Kevin.
Is that okay? Yeah, but like, wouldn't you love it if it was a bigger picture one? And you're like,
yeah, absolutely.
oh man, I'm going to see Linkin Park and the Dave Matthews Band. I don't know why they're playing together, but they are. And like, you get to decide, or at least have a vote in how the money gets split. You're like, I don't know. It kind of felt like Dave and the band phoned it in tonight. Give that money to Linkin Park.
They didn't even do All Along the Watchtower.
From the 214 Sports Happy, UNT having an unbelievably explosive offense and their quarterback throwing the ball all around. Does that make you happy?
Dude, it is really nice to have a former TCU great quarterback at UNT dominating the way that he's doing right now.
Do people think you're anti-Fort Worth or TCU?
No, that's a reality.
Okay.
That he went to TCU, but he's like 23 and he's gone to like every school. But that being said, go Mean Green. No, I posted over the weekend. Man, there's some good football happening in Dallas right now. And I wasn't talking about the Cowboys. I was talking about SMU. And I feel like some people in Fort Worth took that as a slight that we didn't talk enough about TCU back then. However, you remember when we were in Fort Worth for one of our fan hangs watching the TCU game against K-State?
Yes, I
we
do.
were all pulling for it. But I understand Fort Worth feels slighted a lot of times by people that like look at Dallas and they're like, oh, Dallas gets all the attention. Look, man.
Dallas doesn't have the vending nut company.
Yeah,
Good
and
point.
Kevin,
Friday, Buffalo Wild Wings off of South Hewlin in the Fort Worth area will be there.
Bring us
grew
some
up here.
vending nuts.
Yeah, I grew up in East Dallas. That doesn't mean I don't have great love for what we have out in Fort Worth. Man, my family was always out at Billy Bob's doing fun stuff. So I'm a DFWite. I always have been.
Don't bring Kevin any sour balls. We found that out.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm really sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to be deceptive about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Feels weird not having an audience and everybody just roaring their applause right now.
Early Rappaport from Ian Rappaport.
All right.
Dak is going to be out multiple weeks. Now,
it's hamstrings take usually 4 weeks.
It just goes back to thinking even more, where surely the Cowboys were prepared for that. And just to hear Steven say, yeah, we'll see who the starting quarterback is weird.
Okay, yeah.
I thought it was weird.
I think they'll go with Cooper Rush this week because they probably still feel like, hey, if we beat Philadelphia, it gives them a loss, it gives us a win, right? But to your point, if they lose 2 in a row with Cooper Rush, Philadelphia, then is it the Texans, I believe?
Yeah.
Most likely they're going to lose those 2 games. They'd lose them if Dak was the quarterback, to be honest. But then they might go, what the crap? If we have 2 more weeks till Dak comes back, let's just give Trey Lance the football and let's see what happens, even though he doesn't really matter to me anymore because you signed Dak to the 4-year deal.
I agree. Because there's going to be no usurping or anything.
Right.
Like Trey Lance looks amazing for 6 games, and you're like, that's the guy.
So speaking of quarterbacks and a backup who cried his way out of Lubbock and drove to Norman, Oklahoma, tonight is Baker Mayfield versus Patrick Mahomes. Corey, you might know this, and I just don't know this. Has Baker Mayfield ever talked about if Patrick Mahomes doesn't show up and I'm kind of getting kicked out of there, even though he wasn't, it was like, hey, we want you to compete for the job. Is he like really thankful? Because if he stays at Texas Tech, most likely he's not the first overall pick, probably not even a first round pick.
Yeah, what he went and did at OU set him up perfectly.
So my question kind of to you guys is Baker Mayfield really thankful about Patrick Mahomes showing up to Tech and taking the job? Or is he like, I want to beat him. I want to show him that I'm better than, even though like there's no way anybody thinks he's better than Patrick Mahomes. Is there some sort of Baker Mayfield vengeance tonight?
I don't know. And he had opportunities when he was with Cleveland for that too,
Yeah.
But I don't know that. I've never heard him really talk about it, but I do know like he was very bitter at the time. But whenever you have time to look at things, over time, do you look back and go, oh, you know what? That actually worked out the right way. Because he was, Kevin, I think at the time we kind of discussed it was very Cole Beasley-ish. Very Eric Crouch. Like it sounded like a snotty kid that left because he wasn't getting what he wanted. And so, but he goes and makes the best of his situation. And then he was in, extremely competitive games at OU. So I don't know, man. That's a good question, Mike. That it really is.
What's your thought? Do you have thoughts on Baker Mayfield? And do you think that he's like,
I think it can be both. I promise I'm not trying to circumvent your question.
He's got injuries to deal with too tonight again.
That's true. I think it can be both in terms of like, hey, I'm glad you showed up, but also I still want to show people that I'm better.
I guess, and I don't know how it all went down. It felt like Coach Bro at the time was kind of like, hey, you're not losing your job, but there is strong competition here now, and you could win it. And I guess Baker, I wonder this, like truth serum, lie detector test, did he know I can't beat out this kid?
I could see that.
Like I can't, I know I'm older than him and have a little bit more experience, but I can't beat him out.
But see, I don't know about that just because we've seen how it's played out since then, but even scouts didn't feel that way.
Yeah.
Like going into the draft, they didn't say, well, clearly Mahomes is going to be the better player. Like I realized they didn't go at the same time, but I don't know about that.
Well, it'll be, I guess, interesting tonight because, to be honest, it's a really weird year for Kansas City. They're the best team in football record-wise. I think some people have said, no, Detroit, even on the show today, Detroit is better, even though they have a loss.
That is what I think.
I think some people feel like Baltimore is better, even though Kansas City beat Baltimore to start the year, would take Baltimore in a head-to-head right now over Kansas City. So they're going for an 8-0 start, but yet Patrick Mahomes hasn't had a great game this year. He's played winning football. He's done the things you need to do as a quarterback to win the games. The defense is their number one weapon. Like their defense is better than their offense. I'm wondering if tonight, if we will watch Patrick Mahomes have, in a way, a breakout game this year.
Okay, this is definitely going to come back to bite me. I don't think so. I think he will have a good game. But I think he's realized the winning formula is like, I don't got to turn this up too much, and we can still win comfortably.
We were talking about Dak not throwing on that, was it a second down where he had all this time?
Second and 6, and he's like,
it?
Yeah, like I have literally 6 seconds to make a decision, and nobody got open. Well, somebody did get wide open, didn't they? Like
yes, they did.
It was going to be a touchdown,
yes,
and he never saw him. So,
and that's where like, Mahomes has done that all year. You've been watching. He knows he can make certain plays and he can use his legs to turn into big plays. But for the other part of it, he knows I got Andy Reid in my ear. I'm going to have a play drawn up for whatever down and distance I'm dealing with next.
Okay, so I'm going to transition now to a question I asked off the air, and maybe I've asked you guys on the air before. Go
Bucks have given up the 5th most passing yards this year, though.
Okay, so maybe this could be a game
and they're
where
right in the mix for touchdowns given up.
Patty Mahomes shines. Okay, so yesterday the Gold Glove Awards were given out by Major League Baseball. So now we'll get pretty much every day awards being given out. No Ranger won a Gold Glove this year. The year before, you had Nate Lowe, Marcus Semien, Adolis Garcia, and Jonah Heim. You had 4 Gold Glove winners.
Yeah.
And this year, you have none. And I'll be honest, this is a big year for the Rangers in spring training to concentrate on defense again. And there's a lot of questions I have with the Texas Rangers going into 2025, but going from 4 Gold Glove winners to having 2 guys have a chance in Semien and Lowe, neither one of them winning it. And to be honest, I think they picked the right guys. I do think Andres Jimenez, the Guardian second baseman, is the best defensive second baseman. And Simeon's up there, but I think they gave it to the right guy. And then at first base, it was given to Carlos Santana. That is surprising to me how old he is and his lack of movement, but I think it goes to show that there's maybe not a good or great defensive first baseman in the American League right now.
I was also going to ask this because I would have to go back and look at the history of the award and everything. How much does regular season success get factored in? I'm not saying that's supposed to be part of the award at all, but how often do you feel like maybe an award gets tilted towards one player or another because their team was better?
Yeah, I think it does a little bit. Here we name the Twins, who had a good year overall. Obviously, they played crappy down the stretch. And then you have Cleveland, who surprised everybody by winning that division going into the year. Talking to people in spring training that were with Cleveland, their kind of announcers were kind of like, yeah, we are hoping to be a 500 team. That was kind of their hope. It wasn't, we're going to win 90-plus games and win the division. So Bobby Witt Jr. wins at shortstop. That's his first ever Gold Glove, so local product. But I asked you guys this question. You can text in on the text things, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, or the text line thing.
877-881-1053.
If you had your choice, you could only win one as a baseball player. The Gold Glove at your position or the Silver Slugger at your position. Which one?
I think I would pick the Gold Glove, and I might just be way off on this. I just feel like people have talked about the Gold Glove for longer, and the Silver Slugger has, not that it wasn't there, but it has taken on more prominence lately.
Initially, I threw out Silver Slugger because hitting's cool and defense is stupid. Unless you're on a team that has great defense and wins a championship, and you're like, hey, this is exactly why we won. Look at the Yankees. They didn't win. They have bad defense in that outfield. They have bad defense all over. But then I remembered, Mike, gold is better than silver.
That is true.
So I will go with the Gold Glove. Yes, because I want a golden glove.
By the way, this is why I got a Tolo, because people are just now catching up to the news we broke that it looks like Dak is going to be out a couple of weeks. And we talked with Stephen Jones earlier, and he did not say Cooper Rush would be the starter for sure, even if I think that's how it's going to turn.
Yeah, and I know we're almost up to the C block, but if you had an organization that felt more desperate about their future, you'd look at it and go, it's over. Our quarterback's now out against Philadelphia, out against Houston. We're probably going to lose one, if not both of those games. Let's be realistic here. We have less than 24 hours. Who's not on our team in 2025? We're trying to get as many 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks as possible right now. Who do we think that we're disappointed with? We have a financial problem in our organization.
Yeah.
Who do we feel like we can get rid of that helps out our financial problems in 25, 26, and 27 that we have more money to spend on whatever it is? If you had a real organization, they'd be having these real conversations right now, and then they'd act upon those real conversations.
And that's where the disconnect is for me, because when we were talking with Steven, he said, yes, we're aware, and we've had those conversations. It's the action part. I have no idea what conversations they do or don't have.
In the history of their time, the only trade they ever made like this was Herschel Walker. Well, we all know that was Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Jerry was dealing with the financial stuff in 1989. And so since then, they've never done the unloading to help the future, which is really weird because the only reason Jerry's successful in football is the unloading of a player to help the future.
Yeah, and now I see people pushing back against, well, why the hell would you not start Trey Lance to potentially up his trade value to me?
Can't trade him anymore, right?
Exactly. So he's up out of contract. So what are you going to do? Sign him? For what? You have your quarterback. And when people complain about Dak Steele, just remember it hadn't even started yet. It starts next year.
Heck yeah, we got him longer. That's why
it's okay. Voidable
Bobby
years.
Belt's pumped up, man.
Move the money down the road, Kevin.
Yeah, because that's exactly why they got into this.
I'm with Bobby. Don't worry. Jerry Jones always hires great coaches.
Okay, well, just a reminder
You just want to get this coach gone so he can hire another great coach.
Just a reminder to everybody, Dak Prescott's salary cap hit next year is $89 million.
But you can move some of that money to down the road.
Move it where?
To the voidable years.
Okay, you still have to pay for those voidable years. That is a weird thing that, like...
But I don't have to pay for them next year.
I know, and that is what got the Cowboys in this situation. I don't know if they... Surely they do understand that.
It's like paying Ohtani down the road, you know?
Okay, well...
You're getting the same type of production.
I'm just going to break it down for everybody. Here are Dak's next 4 years of salary cap hits. $89.8 million, $68 million, $62, and $72 million. So whatever money you move into those voidable years is just going to go to a point where you think he'll probably be close to retiring anyway.
I feel like you're making my point for me right now. We need him next year, Kevin, not this year. That's when he's really making his money, you know? Next year's when he's really getting paid, so that's why I need him healthy next year.
And by the way, because I know what the answer is going to be, Jerry said this to us before. He's going to go, well, you know, there's mechanism in those contracts to flip the switch and lower that. Yeah, do you think that money just disappears? Do you think when his salary cap number drops $30 million, it just went away? It didn't. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed the breaking news we had about 15 minutes ago, Dak Prescott looks like he will miss multiple weeks. No decision yet about whether or not he will go on the injured reserve. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We'll talk a little Dak, and then we'll also talk about our hits and misses of the weekend next on The Fan.
The boys.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan. Go low, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter, like, do you ever vote for president based off of who you think is going to win, and you just want to get it right, as opposed to any political leanings that you might have one way or another. Exactly. That's what I'm curious about today. And now it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Let's start off with the breaking news that we've seen and that we've been reporting on. What's that?
No Nathan Eovaldi. Oh, you mean the Dak thing, probably.
Dak Prescott, hamstring injury, will be out several weeks.
Yep.
Is the quote mark, several weeks. You'll be missing Dak Prescott. And that's why when we had Stephen Jones on at noon today, and if you're just now joining the show, every Monday, Stephen Jones joins us. We did ask him.
Yes.
Hey, do you have any update? And he said at the moment he's getting the MRI. He confirmed that with you.
Correct.
And then he confirmed with me just nothing about the expectation of who the starter is. Because I said, is Cooper Rush the preferred starter? And Stephen Jones said, well, we'd have to take a look at all the things there. And that's interesting to me because I get it. Trey Lance would keep a lot of people interested. Trey Lance would be a young quarterback with a potential to grow. Do you watch this and go, you know what? He's the backup quarterback of the future for this team because we feel like he'll be able to run, whereas Cooper Rush wouldn't be able to. And then you say,
okay,
we're going to keep him next year instead of Cooper Rush.
Okay,
and this would be like a tryout for that.
The running part is fair because otherwise I think Cooper Rush has shown he's
very serviceable.
Yeah, as a backup. And you can't trade him because he'll be out of contract. Here's the interesting thing. I just posted this up on our Facebook.
What's the Facebook page?
The KNC Masterpiece with an ampersand. I don't really know how to say that word. But at least a third of the people who have reacted thus far have put the laughy face on there.
Okay.
Which is, it just shows like.
I'm not happy by any means that Dak's injured.
Anti-Cowboys sentiment is just really, really high right now.
I know nobody in this room is happy about that. Nobody in this building. I don't know, but there are some other floors I don't know about. But
that's a good point.
The point is Dak's body yesterday, he did some things that he hasn't done much of this year, and that was running. He was running, and that's whenever he experienced the pain. And whenever you don't use that and you don't train for it because you're like, well, I'm not going to run. Jerry has discussed this. He doesn't want Dak Prescott to run.
But he doesn't want to risk it.
But whenever you are in that place, whenever you're in a place and you're just like, I'm just standing still, your pocket presence has to be the best pocket presence ever if you're just going to be a statue in the pocket, because you still have to be able to escape at times and then get rid of the football. And that's where Dak was missing that. So they said, hey, man, if you need to get a first down, Dak, I felt like he was doing everything he could to win, to be on every play. I'm trying to win every play, and I get that. And then yesterday it cost him a little bit because his body isn't quite prepared for that.
With that all in mind, the Jones family doesn't listen to us. In fact, you've obviously heard sometimes what they think about that. But should this not put an end to any discussion about trading for upgrades of this team? And maybe I'm just alone on that. I think it shows you it sucks. This whole season has sucked. You saw Dak on the sidelines say that we effing suck. Should that not say if you do anything in the next 28 hours, it should be to move things out, not in?
Yes, but I will say this. If you see a guy who's on a contract that you like and has 3 years left, and you know how we talk about, well, if you trade this guy, the team that's trading him takes a major hit, and he has 3 years left, and you're like, we're getting him at a number that, do you think we could get a 5th-round pick to do this job the next 3 years? So if there's some defensive tackle out there, I don't know, for New England, I'm just throwing out a crappy team, and they're like, we will take a 5th-round pick for him, and you know that he's your starting defensive tackle the next 3 years. I don't think it would help out this year, but you would know you have him for the next 2 to 3 years to help out your situation.
That makes a lot of sense to me. It just gets so much trickier with the salary cap because you don't just say, hey, that's a good number for the next 3 years. The other team who's trading him is like, hey, I have to eat this amount of the contract, so you're going to get even better number. But that's a very fair point.
So that is the Dak Prescott news as we know it at the moment. And we'll find out, obviously, tomorrow morning. Jerry Jones will be on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show. And he can discuss what their plan is after Dak Prescott.
And I would be willing to bet at some point during G-Bag Nation today, we will hear more definitive information about CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, why do you think that? Because Broadus is very in
Broadus
tune.
knows what's up. But that whole show, honestly, whole show knows what's up. And I bet they'll have something for you.
All right, Kevin, hits and misses for the weekend. By the way, I keep track of this stat every week, and I've been tallying it up all season long. Week 9, the top 10 rusher records, 6-4 again.
Okay.
The top 10 passer records, 5-5. Last week, they were 3-7. The total for top 10 passer records, 47-43. And the total for top 10 rushers, 62-28. So if you have a top rusher this year, you're more often winning than not.
And that's been the trend most of this season, and I'm glad you've provided this number. I would not have guessed that.
Honorable mentions for the hits. Josh Allen, 156 yards and 3 touchdowns in the second half. He was 7 of 9 against the blitz for 97 yards and those 3 touchdowns. Against the blitz, he took advantage of the blitz that much. And then also honorable mention, Quentin Johnston, 4 catches, 118 yards, 1 touchdown. And don't forget, TCU product right there.
That's true. I wanted to say
Get your horns up
about Josh Allen. He's got the 4th best QBR in the league, and I know he has 2 interceptions now this season. But he also has 17 touchdown passes.
He's good.
So
He's been really good. And him and Joe Brady are working very well together.
What amazes me is how, I guess my own perception that the Bills were going to take a step back because they had to clear out a lot of stuff with their salary cap, and here we are.
All right, and then the honorable mentions for the misses, Zeke. You know why. I don't know exactly what it was, but they sounded very disappointed. Yeah, Steven sounded disappointed.
He did, and he said, nobody's perfect. Damn sure right. I have made a lot of mistakes.
Number 3 on the hits for this weekend, Trey Hendrickson and Joe Burrow. 4 sacks for Hendrickson. That's his career high.
Wow.
And it was the week high as he had the highest sack total of the weekend. And then Joe Burrow throwing his 5 touchdowns. Joe Burrow is that offense. That he is everything about that offense, and he's trying to win MVP right now. He's just got to get his team to turn things around.
Good for him. Keep trying. But I see too many other candidates in front of him. But who knows? If they rip off a huge win streak from here, then maybe.
Number 3 on the misses. Alvin Kamara, 155 rushing yards, 60 receiving, but could not find pay dirt and couldn't beat Carolina. Like Burrow, Alvin Kamara is everything to the New Orleans Saints.
It's okay. I'm glad you said couldn't beat Carolina because otherwise it sounded like a fantasy football statement that you were making.
No, I mean, he had all these numbers, but it wasn't enough to win.
Yeah.
And he is the thing that makes that thing tick. Number 2 for the hits of the weekend, Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers against a very good Denver defense. They didn't have to run the ball very much to get the job done. Flowers had 62 yards after catch and 2 touchdowns in this game. And Lamar Jackson, man, he looks so comfortable as a passer right now.
Yep.
Now, the Cleveland game, I know there were some other moments, but he was making some plays that I was just like, wow, he looks that was an easy throw for him. In times in the previously, I've seen him throw, and I'm like, man, it looks so difficult for him.
Because
he wasn't a natural passer. Whatever it is right now, I guess it's because the running game's so good, it gives him that.
To me, and I'm not a Lamar Jackson hater, I think the score dictates when he has the lead and there is the major threat of running the ball for 8 straight minutes. with him, and now he has Derrick Henry. It just like he's like a different quarterback when he has the lead. And to your point, he's the best. If he has the lead, he's the best for Baltimore. If they win the Super Bowl,
you got a good point against the Raiders and against Cleveland when he had to come back, he didn't look that comfortable.
Yeah, like if they have the lead at halftime of playoff games, you have to feel great about Baltimore's chances. If they're trailing at half, it gets really scary on how he plays.
And I was just going to say, we talked about about an hour or so ago, things in sports right now that make you happy. Watching him play is another one of those things.
Number 2 on my misses for the weekend is also a New Orleans Saint. Derek Carr has now lost to all 31 different teams, or to 31 different teams, and is the first quarterback in history to lose to 31 different teams, and he got his coach fired, and he couldn't beat Carolina. So that is another miss.
Is it just the Raiders then that
for the weekend
hasn't lost to?
Yes.
There you go. There it is. So just one more team, and he'll make it 32.
Okay, let me ask you this.
And I'm not happy about that, even though I might be smiling.
You get to 31, and you're the first person to do it.
I'm
so you've
injured
already
against
set the low bar.
The next team.
Don't you just kind of want to wrap it up and be like, hey, I lost to all the teams in the NFL.
Man, Jim Jackson played for every NBA team.
Exactly. By the way, you know why Carolina won? Because it's a home game. So my idea to bench Bryce Young for all the road games for Carolina, I still think should be in play.
I'm going to go with another miss. The number 1 miss of the week, Jerrion Jones, the only man I've ever seen get backwards hurdled in an NFL football game. Jerrion Jones was standing there and he was like, I saw Saquon Barkley's name on his back, and then I went down to tackle, and then he was gone. What happened? Where did he go?
Did anybody else think he was just using a fancy way of saying Jerry Jones?
No, it's Jerrion Jones.
Okay.
He was trying to make the tackle there, and Saquon Barkley said, whoop, and jumped right over him, but backwards. And then the number 1 hit of the weekend, I'm going to go with Cameron Kitchens. Cameron Kitchens had 2 consecutive interceptions in the red zone and one for a 105-yard touchdown against the Seattle Seahawks. And the difference for that game was very, very minimal. So that's the hits and misses from that. And then for the Cowboys, it was all misses. The fake punt.
What about Brandon Aubrey?
No, man. Come on. The fake punt, that is, as Broadus put it, that's a microcosm of the entire season. Broadus was talking about that right there. If you're listening to the post-game show, you can hear Zach and Broadus sad. They're sad, but not the right personnel to kind of begin with anyway. They didn't really know what they were doing. They weren't really prepared. The other side was like, we see exactly what's happening, and then it all just falls apart. It's kind of the way the Cowboys season has gone. The confusion. Diggs looked lost and then didn't get over the top on that screen.
How did they not call a timeout there? He's like, I don't know.
They'd already gotten to that point where they were using timeouts on stupid things anyway.
Don't worry, we're blitzing 7. We'll get to him.
You're right, because he looked lost. And then even on the broadcast, they're like, well, he's got to go move there. Call a timeout if you're like, I don't think our guy has any idea what to do there.
I like the decision.
Like in the NBA, to get over on that screen, you got to work really hard, right? You really got to work really hard.
You got to pull your ass in.
Yeah, exactly. That's how Mike says it. And then the sweep.
That's how you get over the top of a screen.
CeeDee Lamb could not get the first down on that sweep. That was a bad moment for the Cowboys. The injury, Dak's hamstring, and then the missing. They missed Drake London for most of the game still could not win. He was out for most of the game, and they still couldn't beat him. What would happen if the Cowboys lost CeeDee was my question, but now they're without Dak.
Yeah, for at least a couple of weeks. We'll find out, I think probably today.
Several.
Which could be 7. My opinion is he comes back after Thanksgiving.
Okay. So that's probably about the time frame that we're looking at. No word yet on whether or not they're going to put him on the injured reserve. By the way, as we move closer and closer to the trade deadline tomorrow, Broncos are sending edge rusher Baron Browning to the Cardinals for a 6th-round pick per Tom Pelissero.
Cowboys didn't do that. Are you kidding me?
Why don't we have Baron Browning?
Why don't we have the Baron?
Yeah.
I don't.
We could be shooting our Browning right now.
Yeah, you can get like 2 pizzas for $8 from the Baron.
Do you like grocery store pizza? Do you like Red Baron better or Tombstone?
I think I lean towards thinner pizza than the thicker pizza.
Okay.
And I feel like DiGiorno's is very thick.
Okay. That wasn't actually one of the two options I asked.
Wait, you thought you said Red Baron or DiGiorno?
I said Red Baron or Tombstone.
Oh,
Tombstone is phenomenal, dude.
I agree.
I don't know if
the DiGiorno though crushes. They have stuffed crust DiGiornos. What are you talking about right
they
now?
need to stuff it. It's like 8 inches thick, man.
What?
It fluffs up so much. You feel like you're eating so much bread.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. You just bleep out bread and you got to cut.
crust.
Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Probably still the Cowboys. It's Wanker of the Weekend.
And mystery audio.
Oh, that's right. We're going to start playing the mystery audio. I am nervous. It looks like this first mystery clip is going to be long. We will find out. I have no clue what it is. Next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Sodaway Oss, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's a chance, and a goal! It's Greer! Off the draw, A.J. Greer! Rifles it upstairs, and the Panthers regain the lead. It's 3-2.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the trip to Finland was amazing for the Stars, except for the results part. We'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow because it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Who is the best at being the worst this weekend? Also, in case you've missed the breaking news of the day, Nathan Eovaldi opting out of the mutual option with the Rangers. We'll see what happens from there. Dak Prescott, the word is that he will miss several weeks. No word yet about whether or not he will go on the injured reserve. And Stephen Jones, to a question Corey asked before we had gotten that official information, said that it is not determined for sure who will be the Cowboys' starting quarterback if Dak Prescott is out. Even if I think it's going to be Cooper Rush, Steven's like, we have not made that decision just yet. We have two really good quarterbacks that we're going to take a look at, et cetera, et cetera.
Why'd you do air quotes when you said really good, Kevin?
I had to change it from really young.
Oh, that's actually what he says. So
Yeah,
you're just quoting.
really
I gotcha.
good. Now, we're going to get to Wanker of the Weekend, but we're also going to try something new. Our mystery clip of the day.
We've wanted to do this since nighttime, by the way, since we were in night shift.
Maybe it'll always be the same segment. Maybe it'll move around. But Alec is just going to pull a bit of audio. I have no idea. It could be Denzel Washington's speech from Philadelphia about Tom Hanks. It could be another highlight from the Cowboys game yesterday. I have no freaking clue how we're going to start this off.
I got rolled for a dime bag in my driveway. It's so ironic because 2 years after, cannabis was legalized in the state of Washington. And I had to apologize. Very sober driving. I'm not an idiot, I'm not going to be inebriated behind the wheel, like jeopardize my future. Come home, just got a nice little sack on me. I'm like, okay, it's going to be a decent night. I might play rock band and just chill out. Yeah. And I see these flashing lights. I'm like, no way, what's going on?
Right when you're pulling up to your house?
Literally right when I get in my driveway. Damn. And they're like, sir, you have a broken taillight, and we smell marijuana. Can you get out your car? I'm like, don't you need a warrant for that? They're like, we can get one. I'm like, whatever, man, just search the car. And I was all upset. They put me in cuffs. I'm like, for a bag of weed? I was in cuffs, in the back of the car.
They take you downtown?
They shamed me. No, they didn't take me downtown.
Okay. Did they know who you were?
Of course they did. It's a small city, bro. Pullman's a city of 30,000 people. They put me in the back, and I'm just immediately it comes to my eyes God, my parents are going to be so upset. They're going to be so disappointed.
So disappointed.
Gosh. They let me go, but I got a citation for it.
Is that
was amazing.
Is that he sounds familiar.
He's very familiar.
Local.
Hyper local.
I thought they said they shaved him, and he just said they shamed him.
Me.
I was like, that makes more
Brandon Aubrey, he was just in court.
No,
yes, Brandon Aubrey got caught with weed.
No, it wasn't.
No, this is he's a newcomer to DFW.
What sport?
Basketball.
Okay. Newcomer to DFW?
Is that
Grimes?
Clay Thompson?
Nope. It's Clay Thompson.
Clay, yeah, that's
the one time he has been arrested in his life. And I was telling Kevin, as a teaser,
go ahead, search my car.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me, his thought process. One, he's like, I'm just going to go home and play Rock Band. One, that's totally me. And two, his first thought was, my parents are going to be so mad. That's the only thing he's thinking. Not my future or anything. God, my parents are going to be so upset. I love this. This is back in 2022. He was telling this story on a podcast.
Dude,
that was awesome.
That is a way to kick off the new mystery audio segment. I love it. Nice job, Alec.
Now,
we only trusted him to do it, by the way. All the other producers we suggested it to.
Take that, Reggie.
Never could pull it
Hold
off.
that
James guy.
Hold that, James. He remembered his name. Look at that.
That's the second time he said his name
I think
today.
he's talking about
really
somebody
proud.
else, honestly.
No, man, James, he wears glasses.
He's talking about Chris.
So some of these
Slim Scotty.
Some of these have an either or feel to them today.
All right.
Wanker of the weekend, is it the Nimrod who started talking trash to Jason Kelce, or is it Jason Kelce for repeating said slur 3 different times? So this dude, don't get me wrong, the guy decided he deserved to get his phone smashed. This dude rolls up on Jason Kelce, and he was like, "Hey, what do you think about your brother dating Taylor Swift? He's a F word." Which is confusing in and of itself, except he clearly meant it to be derogatory. Jason Kelce takes his phone, and at the point that the kid is like, "Give me back my phone," and Jason Kelce spikes it. He also has a beer, and then he yells, and a 12-pack with him, and then he yells, "Who's the F now?" at him 3 times. And so my question is, no question that guy was in the wrong at first or just rolling up on him. Do you think Jason Kelce gets any kind of blowback for saying that once, twice, and then 3 times?
I haven't seen any blowback, honestly.
Because
saw
people like him, right?
And everything I saw was that dude shouldn't have said that in the first place.
Agreed.
But I also agree with you. Like, maybe if you got upset about that, don't say it back to him. But if he'd have just taken the phone and thrown it down, I think everybody would have been like in the right. And I think a lot of people still are in that mindset.
Sure.
But here's the one thing. You have more cameras on you than you ever had playing at Philadelphia. Ever. For the Eagles. Because now you're the brother of the guy who's dating Taylor Swift. For one. You're also on ESPN more often. I thought the video of him walking
Chunky
around,
Campbell soup.
Yeah.
Him stole that one away from Dak.
The thing about that video, Kevin, is he's walking with an 18-pack of beers.
Yeah.
And he has one open in his hand, and I was like, well, that's not a good look, but that's part of his character. That's part of who he is. So we'll see. But I didn't see anything over the weekend. Everybody looked to be supportive of it.
This is definitely a thing where it's helpful if people like you in general. Colby told me about this a long time ago. I never really processed it before. People already have their set opinion of all these celebrities, so whatever they do will either be defended or derided based on what did you think about them before.
Kevin, did you see the CeeDee Lamb? Did you already make that announcement?
Oh, no.
Adam Schefter says, per sources, that it is a sprained AC joint. It's sore, not considered serious. He is expected to have a chance to play Sunday.
Let's go.
So him and Cooper Rush, potentially.
So CeeDee Lamb and Cooper Rush.
What else do we need?
I mean, better defense.
Micah Parsons,
better
DeAndre
tacklers,
Bland,
better offensive line
Darren
play.
Woodson, Ken Norton Jr.
Did you say DeAndre Bland?
What did I say?
Deron Bland,
Yeah,
but I got
whatever.
You. Okay.
He hasn't played. Nobody remembers who he is.
Now, my next either or. Damn.
Play better and I'll remember your name.
That is true. For Wanker of the Weekend, do you think it is Joel Embiid for shoving a Philadelphia columnist, or do you think it is said columnist, Marcus Hayes, who mentioned Joel Embiid's dead brother and son in the article? So,
I didn't know this about Joel Embiid.
yes. So Joel Embiid said, you can do whatever you want to me. You can say whatever you want to me. I don't give an S, but don't talk about my family. Don't talk about my son or my brother. And he pushed Hayes. I think part of the issue in all of that too was Embiid said he doesn't care what reporters say, and Hayes responded, but you do. And so that probably did nothing to lower the temperature in the room. But this feels kind of like an either or. Like, I get it. You can't be pushing reporters and stuff like that. But if you wrote something about how my disappointing season is tied to my lack of work ethic and my dead big brother would be disappointed in me, I could also see how you'd be like, hell no.
The 945 columnist, 100%. He's lucky he only got pushed. Kevin,
I get that.
That is the Sixers, correct?
Correct.
And I do believe the Kelce thing happened at a Penn State game. So that would be in Pennsylvania. This is also in Philadelphia, which is in Pennsylvania.
I have a feeling
This
Pennsylvania,
is a real battleground state.
Pennsylvania will be a big player tomorrow. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Lots
And we're
of
playing
battling.
Pennsylvania this Sunday. The
That is
Pennsylvania
true.
Eagles
Yep. Mike said it.
versus the Texas Cowboys.
How jarring would that be if they said from now on we will be known as the Pennsylvania Eagles?
I wouldn't have a clue what to do with my life.
I'm not saying that.
We're taking over the state.
And their jerseys are green. Look at that.
Yes. Sean would never be able to say filthy again. He'd have to say something
You know what?
else.
Just for that, I want them to change it to Pennsylvania.
Since you hate it when he says filthy?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Now, I hate to do this, but
you don't.
Do the stars fall in the category of wanker of the weekend?
You do. You're the one who caused the collapse.
Losing 10-6. After you said I caused the collapse, they won 2 games in a row.
Okay. And what's their record right now?
It is 7-4.
What was their record, Corey, when he was like rooting for them to lose?
I was not rooting for them to lose.
4-0.
That is correct.
What are they saying?
What you said is inaccurate.
I was here.
3-4.
Oh,
does 3 and 4
sounds collapsible.
mean a collapse?
Give them one more loss, and what do you think the Cowboys are?
Yes, they're 3-5.
And what are the Cowboys doing this year?
Losing.
Collapsing.
Yeah, and you're also the one that wanted to sacrifice the Rangers season for the Stars.
And how do you think they're going to
last year.
play after the 87-hour flight from Finland back here on coach?
I mean, I don't know if they're flying in coach, and they don't play again until Thursday. So
Only so many business class seats. Got to take care of those coaches.
All right, and then wanker of the weekend, Tyreek Stevenson. Now,
what did he do this time?
This time, he didn't do anything else worse except he got benched. And here's the issue.
For not paying attention on the Hail Mary?
He kind of pulled a Zeke a little bit in terms of he pouted when things didn't go his way. And so he got told, I believe on Wednesday or Thursday, that he wasn't going to start. And once he was told he wasn't going to start, he pulled himself out of practice and said he wasn't feeling super good.
I can understand that a little bit.
Yeah.
Like you want the guys, you never know how they're going to react, but I
That reminds me of Claiborne when they told him you're not the starting cornerback and he left Valley Ranch.
He did. He just took off. He was like, I'm out of here.
That was
and then
before Frisco?
Yeah, Jason Garrett had to answer all those questions. Like, he's like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, he left.
I had to talk with him, and then he just left.
Do you remember when we saw that in spring training and Willie Calhoun just sat out on the outfield grass? He just sat out there for like at least an hour.
Yeah.
Wait, in the like stands or on the
on the actual grass?
Oh,
you know where
on the field.
You know where the pole is that says Kansas City this way, Texas this way?
Yeah.
Right there. He was sitting right next to that.
The field.
No, behind the wall.
Right next to that.
Yes.
And then who's the manager of the Padres that was here with us? Bald headed guy.
Shorter guy?
Yeah.
I know you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
He sat there and talked to him for yes, I think so. Yeah, he sat there and talked to him for a long time. Jace Tingler?
Oh yeah, the Tingler.
Nobody's ever called him the Tingler.
I just did.
I know that's his response to everything. I just did.
the
so you
Medford.
can't say
He said nobody.
Can't say nobody.
I'm a somebody.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Yeah.
I guess.
Our show's over already?
Right here. Not yet. Because coming up next,
This is
we
the
will
crosstalk thing.
chat with those. You can always participate.
I don't want to get in the way of greatness.
Yeah, you do a great job with the G-Bag fellas.
I'm going to pack
Chit
up.
chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on the Fan.
Before I pack up, have you felt like your body's packed up? Well, you know what? Men's Tea Clinic can help. If you feel like you've lost your focus, your energy, your mood, your drive, these are some of the things that your testosterone's gone down with age. So if you're feeling any of these things, please go to Men's Tea Clinic and go get your numbers checked. The best thing to do right now, if you're on your phone or at a computer, is to go to mensteaclinic.com. Find one of the 5 DFW area locations. They only had one over 10 years ago. They have 5 now in DFW. The other thing, too, is to check out all the therapies that they have. Yes, testosterone replacement therapy, it's the bread and butter. That's what they made their name on. But they have so many other therapies now. It can be a one-stop shop for all of you guys. They've helped me out tremendously. They've helped out thousands of Tolos tremendously. They do take insurance. So, I mean, look, if you maybe met your deductible in 2024, what a great time to go to Men's Tea Clinic and give yourself this gift this holiday season. 972-GO Men's Tea. 972-GO Men's Tea. Guys, it's time to get back to being you through Men's Tea Clinic.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing just fine. Thank you very much for asking. Now, we did get a chance to talk to Steven about this. We did go through a lot of other stuff. We'll get to Dak in just a second, but Jimmy Johnson said yesterday he just feels like at this point it's already too late for them to turn it around and make the playoffs, and then they lost to Atlanta. And even Steven's pretty upfront with like, hey, we got plenty of football, but not that much football left. Do you look at it right now and say, I think the Cowboys are too far gone, whether it's record, injury, whatever, to make the playoffs?
I think all the above.
Yeah.
I think that their margin of error all year has been very, very thin. And even when they have good plays, something happens that it doesn't allow them to execute and make the play. They've had some coaching decisions, player decisions. Seems like the locker room, they have a running back they're having to deal with now that has a lot of issues. I think this. I think it's too much. He says a lot of football left, but in reality, though, Thanksgiving's around the corner.
Yeah,
and that kind of you understand what this football team is now, and with Dak being out now, probably a few games. Till maybe
Thanksgiving, or give or take.
Yeah, that kind of sets you up right now for what you're probably going to end up being.
Yeah, I would say it's over, and I think based on the reaction of Cowboy Nation to yesterday's loss, they all know it's over. There's no more outrage.
Yeah.
It's more like an acceptance, a point of grieving now for the 2024 season.
Yeah, I think I'm with you because about a week and a half ago, Sean asked me if I was still optimistic, and I was like, oh, yeah, I think they could still make it. And after they lost last week, he's like, what about now? And I was like, yeah. And then today he goes, but now, it's done, right? And I said, yeah, yesterday.
Well, yeah, the Commanders, too, are playing really, really
unbelievable.
Well. Commanders are playing well. Their schedule is very favorable. They've kind of figured some things out. And look what the Eagles with Saquon Barkley are doing now.
Yeah, he reverse jumped over somebody.
Well,
that was amazing.
Yeah,
freaking nature.
They throw him the ball, hand him the ball. That helps their quarterback in every sense. So it really, I heard Mike say it's probably a 2-team race, or somebody on the show said 2-team race.
For sure.
But I think that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, they don't have a chance. I mean, you look at the rest of the conference, you're sitting there with the Panthers and the Saints, basically. They're right behind you. Otherwise, you're looking
10th
up.
overall pick right now.
Yeah, you're looking up at everybody. So
okay,
and they're just not very good.
Yeah,
I think you guys are spot on. Well, let me ask you this then, because Steven said the right things in the question, but it's a 6% chance to make the playoffs. So essentially 1 in 17. You guys talked about where they are in the draft and everything. Would you, over the next 27 hours, take a look at your strategy and be like, is there anybody on this team that we're going to have to take the hit salary cap-wise, but that would be worth something? I know it's not going to be a high pick at all, but something.
I'm not interested. No, I'm not interested for a ham sandwich and a bag of balls. If we're going to do this, let's go and try and get, if you some of your top players, if you're interested in moving on from some of your guys, your team doesn't look good without Micah Parsons. I understand that. His name is should be floated. If I was a general manager of another team, I would call Jerry right now because I think Jerry's desperate. After what he said after the game yesterday, that was hopium. That wasn't, now you can get Jerry for 2-1s for Joey Galloway, kind of a thing. So I would say, listen, hey, you looked at my team, if you want one of his players, I don't know, like I say, but I'm not interested in doing it for a 7th round pick in 2028.
Is the cutoff like a 4th rounder next year?
Yeah. Let's if we're going to move some players, let's move some players.
Okay.
And if, and I see no reason to trading for players. I see no reason, to, unless you're going to trade for 11 guys, I don't see any reason why you should trade. Other than move on from some of your guys. If you're really not interested, if you don't want to pay Micah Parsons $40 million a year, you need to think about this now.
I like that one. I think if you wanted to entertain that, you would also get so much salary cap relief in the future that it would put you back in a spot where you could manage the cap better. Would Zach Martin want to go to a contender in his final season, or would he rather just retire?
Curious about. By the way, there's a big bill coming due if he retires at the end of this year.
Well, yeah. I think that he's kind of in that mode of. I would think that he probably would retire myself. If I was watching tape as a pro personnel guy of another team, I would say his play is really, really slipped.
Yeah.
And I don't think you could get what you think you could get for him. But if you're thinking that, that maybe you could get a 3rd or 4th round pick, I'll tell you somebody you could probably get if you wanted to be really crazy. I bet you get something for your kicker. If you wanted to get something really significant.
And I hadn't even thought about that. That's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
3 firsts.
Would you take a second? Like if
that's legitimate. No, you're not BSing right there. You're legitimate. You think about now where you're at, and you're really not going anywhere. But how valuable is that guy that every time you get to midfield, you have points?
Yeah.
How valuable? We could talk about
yesterday.
A 2nd round player, a wide receiver, or a cornerback. How about a guy that scores points for you every time you get to midfield? And can kick it off and kind of pin you down that way.
Especially
sounds like a lifetime contract guy to me.
Yeah, I mean,
and he's got Todd France as an agent. That's now about to be one of those things you're about to get kicked right in the junk.
And we talk about how close the NFL is. These are the closest games at this point in the season. Same with last week.
61-yard field goal won a game yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a great point. I didn't even consider that. Sorry, if you want to go ahead and throw that out there, Corey. It looks long for me to read off your phone.
Schefter says that the Cowboys could be getting Micah back. Did we already discuss this?
No.
And I miss it? Yeah.
Should be back.
One source said Parsons should be back for Sunday's game versus the Eagles.
Or versus whoever he's playing on Sunday.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying.
The Pennsylvania Eagles.
I'd be totally open to if a team wants to take Terrence Steele for a day 3 pick. I don't care if it's a 7. You can take him because now that's somebody that they're not forcing to be playing and they're not stuck to.
He's really been playing poorly.
Somebody calls about Jordan Lewis.
Joe Philbin might have had the key to him.
Yeah, he's regressed in Solari. I agree with you on that.
The whole offensive line maybe too.
If the Commanders want Trayvon Diggs for a 2, I'm doing that. I'm down. You can't pay him and Deron Bland. You got to pick one. I'm about shedding contracts, and I'm about making a move here.
So you're really about being aggressive.
I'm in. And it doesn't have to be like I'd love a blockbuster type of move, Brian. I mean, I'd be all for that. But
I'm not saying it has to be blockbuster. I'm just saying I don't want a bag of balls and a ham sandwich. If somebody's
turkey guy anyways
offers me a 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, 4th round pick, I'm more interested in doing things, from that standpoint because those picks, could probably help me more down the line.
And I'm okay if they make a move, but as Steven said to you guys today, it's got to be big picture. It's not just for now. Yeah. It's for next year, the year after.
This is for Sports Talk Radio, so I get how we're enjoying this, and I said this to start the show today. This is all great. Jimmy Johnson traded Herschel Walker.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones has never traded anybody. Right. Like he's literally during this time, Herschel led him in a way, that trade led them to the ability to win. Since then, this is the tough thing. This is sports talk. It's fun to talk about, but literally, mine is like, he never does anything. Like, he might trade for somebody. Like, we've seen him trade for Amari Cooper. He's never gone down the route of, I'm trading Herschel Walker again, or I'm trading a good player again, or players to do this. So I'm like, it's fun to talk about, but this will be the first time since 1989. If all the things you talked about, literally, you weren't even alive yet, right?
91.
Yeah, so you weren't even
I've
alive
never seen them be sellers.
for when Jimmy Johnson traded Herschel Walker. So Jerry's never done it. Well, if this is the year, this could be the year.
I've seen him trade a bunch of first rounders for wide receivers.
But you also don't have a traditional general manager.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. By the way, from the 915, is there a shot Trey Lance starts over?
I would absolutely do it. Yes,
yeah.
I would. Yeah. And not just. No, I know what Cooper Rush is, and they won't do it because they're going to try and keep winning games.
Yeah.
And you don't have to tank because you can naturally lose games by 5 or 6 points. This team's proved that. They just go out, they go out and the way they play, they will lose games by 5 or 6 points. You don't have to tank. They will find a way to kind of keep things close. I'm more interested in seeing Trey Lance. I'm more interested in Trey Lance.
To what end? Like, what does that accomplish?
It accomplishes that maybe that I could think about a situation, maybe having him as a backup quarterback.
Okay.
Does it make enough for me? Does it make enough sense? Or does it, could you lose him as can you get a better compensatory pick if somebody signs it?
Okay.
If he's playing,
Yeah. That makes sense to me.
That's kind of how I would look at it.
What do you guys got coming up on the program? By the way, great answer.
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking.
Yes.
Great question. Mike McCarthy presser at 3.
All right, looking forward to that roll home with the G-Bag Nation. I'm sure they are too. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Mazda of Arlington at her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on a Cowboys Monday. Welcome in here on 105.3 The Fan. Jennifer at your service. Salute to you. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. He's ready for the storm. He's ready for some fall weather. And you look outside, we're under a tornado watch. As you do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here, your Nosebleed Brothers and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105 through thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How we doing today, boys? Everybody good, right?
Yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well. We're at the acceptance phase, aren't we?
Yeah.
Right?
No outrage.
No outrage, just acceptance.
There's always a little outrage in me.
Some sadness.
A little disappointed.
Little depression.
Disappointed that I thought, coming out of this thing, coming out of the training camp, that there'd be a little bit different with some of the positions and the way the guys were going to play.
I feel like we've processed that, though.
I just...
Right around the time Dak, he voiced it all for everybody to see yesterday.
Yeah. It was, it just, you felt like that, maybe they'll be able to do some things with the offensive line. Maybe they'll be able to do some things with the defensive line. They got to retool just so many
at times
areas.
it looked better.
Yeah.
Outside of a couple busted coverages. I mean, they were getting good running yards per attempt with Rico. They outgained them. More passing yards and more rushing yards.
It just like I said earlier to you guys, they just walk such a thin line with how it's
all those penalties.
The penalties, and then they get a good call, and then they don't execute the play, and then they get a terrible call, and they get some bad luck, and then there's just so many things.
And they get a fumble and run a 4th-and-1 play.
Speaking of fumble, there was a point in this game yesterday where they threw a swing. They threw a swing to Bijan Robinson, and it was ruled a lateral, a running play. He fumbles it, and nobody goes after the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally could get the ball at the Atlanta 20-yard line if you just hustle and be a little aware.
Missed opportunities.
Yeah, you're thinking like, oh, they called it a catch and a fumble. No, it was a backwards pass, like a run.
Live ball.
And Hooker had to just dive in there and just take the ball away. And, it's on the ground. It literally is between the legs of Bijan Robinson sitting on the ground. And everybody just kind of stops. It's just no football awareness, no football IQ. It's like a lateral. Go get it. Ball's on the ground. Go tackle. Go get that ball. And, it's stuff like that, attention to details, and you wonder why. Yeah, you got a 3-game losing streak because you just don't do enough to win games. You don't do the right things to win games.
A very forgettable season is what it's turning into. The 469 says, fortunately, Woolie's baby girl will be too young to remember her first year in this world as a Cowboy fan. That's a silver and blue lining if I've ever heard of one.
Yeah.
I like that. Let's go glass half full today, man.
That pepping you up, Wolchuk?
I hope that this thing gets better, moving forward for her. But, yeah, she won't remember this, and that's great news.
Yeah.
That is a little bit of positivity. I thought that play might have been an incompletion.
No.
But and that's one where I was
lateral.
But was it actually a lateral?
Yes, it was.
It was.
It was actually ruling on the field was a lateral. And when we saw it, when I was watching, I'm like, get on the ball. I remember I was screaming, get on the ball, because they throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that's a fumble. Why am I sitting here in a studio yelling at the screen, and guys are on and
you're a passionate football guy,
and everybody's just kind of like, oh, hey, what's going on? It's an incomplete.
No, it's maddening.
That's little attention to details. That you go in there, if you're a hooker and you dive and go get the ball, and they've got a lot of problems. I'm just saying, this was one of my notice when you start to talk about, how about another one of getting Turpin to the wall around the corner and he just goes out of bounds?
Yeah. They're not locked in.
I mean, just keep your balance and go.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but that whole thing with the ball, like Bijan Robinson's just sitting on the ground with the ball down on the ground. Just go dive in there. Even if the official says, oh, it's incomplete, go get that ball. You rip that ball away or take that ball from Bijan Robinson. That's your ball on the 20-yard line.
They just don't play with that edge. They don't play with that edge.
That's what I'm saying. No. That's just football intelligence. It's football awareness. and we're sitting there expecting them to win games when you don't play with that.
Well, they can't get lined up. I mean, that's an issue.
Or they can't get lined up.
Holy hell.
How many people called in last night? Because I think of the calls that I heard of the post game, a lot of them were, it feels like I'm watching a middle school or high school team.
Yeah,
how many times that got referenced last night? And it's like, you're 100% right.
No, I mean, the pre-snap penalties, and this is something that the entire Mike McCarthy era, we've talked about this. Yeah. This isn't just a now. Like, they've been in the bottom 10, bottom 5 of penalties per game for a team the entire time he's been here. Mm-hmm. This year, it's just way, way worse because you're not actually getting 12 wins a season to where you're kind of like, well, all right, you're getting 10 penalties a game, but you're winning. So it's okay. Yeah. Now when you're 3-5 and everything's going to hell, it's like, well, gosh, this is a really undisciplined team. Well, it's kind of been an undisciplined team.
The best they've ever finished is 23rd. In penalties.
Holy cow.
It's the best.
In the McCarthy era?
In the McCarthy era. Yeah.
I mean, so you could say that this team, McCarthy's lost this team, but it's been bad all along. Now they're just a little less experienced, and Tyler Guyton's out there giving you 2 penalties a game, it feels like.
Oh, my gosh, yes. I mean, the entire offensive line had moments where you're completely beside yourself.
The twist stunt stuff has really, really been a problem for these guys. Atlanta has really no pass rush. We talked about it all week, and what they did was they
back-to-back sacks.
They figured out the first one was on Dak.
Totally.
I mean, he's got 2 options in that, and we'll get into it 340 in Krusty's corner. But I'll tell you this: he had an option of throwing the ball in the flat to Dowdle, or he could have taken the wheel down the sidelines to Tolbert. He had 2 options, and it wasn't, and he's holding the ball. Now he's asking Guyton to hold his block even longer than normally Guyton does. And now he's moving in the pocket, and you're sitting there going, bro, you have got to either throw the ball short in the flat, or you've got to take the shot on the wheel. Yeah. You got to do that. You can't you don't have time to go back and look at what's going on the backside. Yeah, the Falcons have that because you got no pass rush. Mm-hmm. They're able to get McLeod all the way across the field and get him on Wilson, who knows exactly what's about to happen to him. Yeah. Wilson knows that man's his. Whoever's coming inside, his eyes are looking, but he drifts to his right, and now
Wilson's pants might as well have been down at his ankles in that play.
He knew exactly,
and his cleats tied together.
He knew exactly what was about to happen to him, and that's sad. That he saw it, because you could see from the end zone copy his eyes.
OS look on his face.
His eyes immediately go to the other opposite direction, looking for the crosser, because he knows. And Greg Olsen, I miss Greg Olsen doing games. By the way,
he really is phenomenal.
He described that play, and I'm thinking, he's absolutely right, especially when you see the end zone copy and you see Wilson's head looking over there, knowing that guy coming across the field is going to be his guy.
Yeah. No, thankfully, the Tom Brady crew just decided they'd seen enough of the Cowboys, or they wanted to mix that thing up. But to get reacquainted with Greg Olsen was terrific.
Yeah,
now,
he's a great guy.
It's gone from bad to worse. If you missed it, about an hour ago came the report from Ian Rappaport that it's a pulled hammy, and it's going to be multiple weeks. Could go on the IR there for Dak Prescott. It just pushes your win probabilities down significantly. I don't know. Maybe Cooper Rush will get hot. I don't think we're going to see Trey Lance.
No, you probably won't.
They want to stay competitive and try to give you at least a fun game yesterday. I mean, they scored in the 20s. They had a chance to win it the last couple of minutes overall, like an entertainment standpoint. You kind of take it, even though
ball went down the field.
Yeah, there was a chance.
But there was never a point, even though the scoreboard was like, you're within striking distance, like the whole time. You never once felt like you had a chance, or two, that the Falcons were in any way stressed out or uncomfortable.
Yeah, but don't you agree that the Cowboys will try to play every game to the max competitiveness to keep fans interested? I just as a way of approaching the Trey Lance discussion.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, they're not going to just go ahead and tank it. I mean, that's not.
No, they can naturally just lose games.
I agree with you 100% on that.
Other than Carolina and New York.
Yeah, they're not. There's not two games on the schedule that you look at. I mean, I'd love to see some Trey Lance wrinkles in there, though. I mean, maybe you put Trey Lance in, trying to utilize those legs every now and then. I mean, I agree with you. I think they're going to rock with Cooper Rush.
We would all go with Trey Lance, though, right?
Yes, it would be so fun. Yeah, let's see what this game plan can do.
It'd make it more entertaining, just from a viewership, role of this. But I mean, they're screwed now. I'd be way more excited to possibly get Trey Lance if they didn't sign Dak. And now it's like, okay, now let's see what you got with Trey Lance.
Man, if they had pushed the Dak decision until now, you could evaluate how much worse it is with Cooper Rush. I don't think it's going to be massively worse. Like there's some things that Cooper Rush does better than Dak Prescott. I'm not saying I would start him or anything like that. Dak is better. But man, with the injuries and now, I think you got to consider with the injuries, like as he's getting older, is this a sign of, his body just being a little bit misaligned as a result of the catastrophic lower leg injury? That's what happened to me. And at first, the first couple of years after ankle reconstruction, I noticed I had a little bit of a limp and sometimes my foot would hurt. 5 years later, my knee started to hurt. 5 years after that, my hip started to hurt, and I feel like you go back and you look at the calf from a couple of years back. You look at the shoulder from a couple of years back, and these explosive athletic moments where he's trying to do something, it seems like more and more that's resulting in an injury, and I wonder if, the off-season boot that he was in, was a sign of, I was working hard in the offseason doing this, and we got a tweak or we got an injury, and now, bang, first game running injury, so
I had a hard time finding when that hamstring was,
he said it was the run before the throw.
I know that there were 2 runs that were for 5 yards, and one of them he popped right up.
Yeah.
The second one, the film kind of cut off on him a little early. He was laying on the ground, and they were trying to help him up.
I was guessing that was the one.
There was 2 5-yard runs that there were. I mean, the long run, he appeared fine. Good mobility on the first run, and then the second run, like I said, I was trying to determine, is he getting up kind of gingerly? Is it looking like? But to me, the way that he followed through on the pass seemed like, to me, that was where this thing kind of went a little south.
Would it be possible for you to pull up? Will Next Gen give you what he topped out at on his
22-yarder?
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Which is the longest run the Cowboys have had all year.
Yeah, it was a seminal moment. We talked about it actually in the pregame show. Like, will the Cowboys, they're the only team without a rush of 20 or more yards? We felt like with this being a Rico game, you have a little bit more of an opportunity there, but nope. It wasn't Rico.
It was Dak.
It was a very laborious 20-plus yard scamper there from Dak. I would love to know what he topped out at.
But there's no way the Cowboys would sign him if this had played out, right?
I can't fully say that, but I do think it would be so loud. Like whatever maybe you say it was 50-50 in September when they signed him, you'd probably be looking at it being, 85-15. Overwhelming. There's no way you can do this, and maybe it gets loud enough to be like the Joneses be like, okay, we can't do this. I don't know.
Yeah, I know that locally the fan base would be looking at the Dak thing maybe differently than a team out there in free agency. Maybe it would just make it a point that what you kind of take for granted what you have, and another team would appreciate him quite a bit more. But I would like to think that if this played out, the Cowboys wouldn't still give him or do a market setting contract with him. As far as Zeke, a lot going on with that, man. I'm just glad Rico was in there. I feel kind of vindicated. That was a nice day running the football. Made a couple of plays in the passing game as well. I know it can be tough for a great maybe to see that when he's washed and handle it, still putting the team first. I don't know where Zeke's attitude is when it comes to approaching being a teammate on these Cowboys, but it seems like a lot of careers end ugly, and this would just be a continuation of that. That's what I think we're looking at right now.
18.43 miles per hour on that 22-yard run.
That's pretty strong.
Not bad.
That's pretty strong, man.
I
couldn't run 18.
I was going to guess in the 17s.
18.43. Yep. Distance covered, he covered 47 yards.
Man, it'd be so funny to get my sprint time. I think I might be in single digits right now, boys.
Bravo on the efficiency on that. Broadus is figuring out how to work a computer now. Yeah. He's a metrics guy. He's a numbers guy. I mean, you are dialed, bro.
Yeah, I pulled up all the top speeds. Yeah, we're good.
What do you guys know about Zeke?
I think
it's just a sad situation.
It is. It is a sad situation. I don't know that his role is one that he thought that he was going to have when he signed here.
Did he think he was going to be the bell cow? Well, I don't know. That feels like either Jerry sold him on something that was as impossible as anything to be true, which is you're going to be our guy and you're going to be getting 15-plus touches. We look at you like the Ravens look at Derrick Henry. We look at you like the Eagles look at Saquon Barkley. If they did that, God help us. But to me, he's getting maybe a touch more of the looks than you would have anticipated.
I kind of feel like, too, that he knew who Rico Dowdle was. So he came here with the expectations that, you know what, hey, I'm a better player than Rico.
He's better.
Rico will get hurt or something.
No, that's probably what he came in. I don't think anybody had to sell him on anything. I think he just looked at this situation as, well, if they think that Rico Dowdle is the number one back, then I'll surely be better than him. I think there's a lot of things to this whole thing with Ezekiel Elliott, and I think a lot of it is, there's things that he's dealing with on the field. There's off the field stuff that he's dealing with too, that they need to kind of get squared up, and and hopefully that works out for him.
Yeah, it's tough, when a guy is unavailable or missing practice. I think as an organization, you want to be tough on him, and when he's a legend, it puts you in a tough spot, because if there is sensitive information, you're not just going to air all of his dirty laundry.
Right.
At the same time, you don't want to put him in the game, because that sets a horrible precedent for treating star players or favorites differently. And I can imagine the Cowboys just want the story to go away at this point. And they had a clean separation at the end of 2022. Maybe that's a hard lesson learned.
Clean right up until that very last play. They couldn't let him be on his back as a center.
And speaking of that, I hope Zeke can come back in December, or early January, a Week 18 type of goodbye game. But usually legends don't get a chance to go out there the way they want.
This we'll see. I mean, this could be something mutually that they agree that, hey, this is not going to work out, and we're going to.
He might not play another snap for them.
Yeah,
the final game of the season is just paying homage to Zach Martin and Ezekiel Elliott, and you run to the right for negative yards for 4 quarters.
We'll give you 20 carries for 32 yards. A proper goodbye.
You salute your legends.
Okay, NFL trade deadline primer, G-Bag of the day coming up. We'll check. That sound good
let's
to you?
do it. We got all the rumorooskies on the trade deadline coming up next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Happy Cowboys Monday to you. Hope you're getting through best you can. Heck of a storm blowing through. Best of luck to you. I know there's a tornado watch across most of North Texas, so please do stay safe. It's time now for an NFL trade deadline primer. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is hurt due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Zach.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic has a trade deadline rumorooski, things that she's hearing around the league about teams and players. Stephen Jones did say earlier with KMC that, all possibilities really are open, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a move that would be for this year. Could be for a big picture type of move, which I would be for, considering the lack of free agency this team does. Like anything you can do to kind of check off a box on, okay, that's maybe not a need, maybe we filled this, I'm okay with doing that. But we'll see what happens with the Cowboys. As for the Lions, my gosh, how incredible have they been, even with the loss of Aiden Hutchinson. They've been brilliant. They got another big win yesterday going on the road to Green Bay, and they seem to be the favorites right now. Numerous teams around the league, including the Cleveland Browns, are telling Diana Rossini that they're probably trading Zadarius Smith, their edge rusher, to Detroit. So that would be somebody to help them out there as they look to make the Super Bowl and be NFC champs. So Zadarius Smith to the Lions. That's the latest rumor in the NFC, possibly one to monitor.
That's a great pick. I mean, if you have a good, solid defense and all you need is a little bit more pressure off the edge, I think Zadarius is your guy.
And he knows the division.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. I mean, whether it's him or somebody, I think if you're talking about power ranking the teams that most need to make a move, I would say it is Detroit. Like you are definitely a championship football team here, and a pass rush is going to be needed come playoff time. You got to make a move.
Then there's the Bengals of Cincinnati. All of a sudden, they were 3-5. Joe Burrow has 5 touchdowns yesterday, and they're one of the teams that are very interested. There's a strong belief that the team intends to go for it here at the trade deadline. They want to get some edge help for Trey Hendrickson, who had an amazing game yesterday. They also, according to Diana Rossini, will not be trading T. Higgins. I've seen a lot of chatter on Twitter about some teams that possibly could be the favorites to land T. Higgins. Doesn't seem as though Cincinnati wants to trade him, but they are looking to also add a defensive end.
I saw an incredible nugget from Rossini about the Bengals. They have only acquired 2 players via trade in 52 years.
Yeah. They don't trade.
No,
but this is going to change now.
I remember like when I was in the league and I would call and check, you call all the teams just to check in with them and stuff. And we had a player traded, James Whalen, tight end. We had James Whalen traded to Cincinnati for TJ Houshmandzadeh. And I talked to Jim Lippincott, their director of player personnel at the time. I said, Jimmy, hey, we're interested. We're moving James Whalen. You interested? He said, hey, let me get back with you. And he said, would you be interested in TJ Houshmandzadeh? And I said, you want to turn in the papers? You want me to turn in the papers on that? Because I knew that we were moving on from Whalen, but TJ Houshmandzadeh was a guy that we kind of liked. And Jimmy goes, oh, okay, well, let me call you back. And I'm like, I put the phone down. I went, damn it.
Yep.
I was too anxious.
Yeah.
Too anxious on that one. But they circled back, and then we didn't make the trade. And Houshmandzadeh played pretty well for them.
Ended up being a really good player for them.
But yeah, but they that's the one. That is the only time that I ever got Cincinnati to even talk about wanting to do something. There would be times you wouldn't even call them because you knew they weren't going to.
Just a waste of time.
Yeah, they weren't going to do anything.
Well, they might end up making a deal with the Giants. Giants sitting in last place in the NFCs. They're shopping their young edge rusher, Azeez Ojulari. He's 24 years old. Teams are keeping an eye on him, including Cincinnati, Arizona, and Atlanta are the other teams that are monitoring what goes down with Azeez Ojulari. Then the Commanders. Commanders right now, 7-2. They're looking really, really good. They're calling around in search of a corner. They want some corner help. They know that's a weakness. They want to match up with the Eagles. They've got some really talented wide receivers.
Match made in heaven, dude. Give them Diggs.
That's kind of what I'm looking at here. I mean, if you're the Cowboys, you need to figure out the salary cap deal. And Deron Bland, who knows with this foot? I'm hopeful he's able to come back at some point this season, but you're not going to be able to pay both of them. Diggs has a good relationship with DQ. If you wanted to make a move right now, that might be something. I know it's interdivision, but yeah, could I get a second-round pick for Trayvon Diggs?
Man, I just feel a little bit different about him ever since that D's Nuts whole narrative storyline last week. He's got a special place in my heart now.
Yeah.
You know,
keep him home.
But I'm up for anything. You know, I want to imagine ways that you can get this thing turned around in a hurry and get your cap in order. And some of the decisions that they've made, have really put them behind the eight ball. And you compound their salary cap situation with their lack of draft success over the last 2 years. If you're going to be a draft and develop team, you have to dominate the draft. And highly paid veterans for draft picks is how you kickstart a rebuild in every sport, you know? So I think it's another missed opportunity for this Cowboys team building philosophy, Wolchuk.
For a second-round pick, I'm in on that.
Yeah, I'd be pretty open to the conversation as well. Chiefs are interested in adding.
What's our hit for trading him? By the way, I'll look that up. Please continue.
Yeah. And I'm sure there would be some part of that. And the team that if it was Washington, there would have to be some type of financial gain there for them, I'm sure as well, because that is a pretty. I mean, now it's not looking like a terrible contract since other corners have been traded. You do have Kansas City, who's in the market trying to add another player. Might be Marshawn Lattimore. Since New Orleans is a team that's kind of selling right now, there's a lot of chatter about Kansas City. Maybe they're looking to add a corner. They've already added some wide receiver help.
And let me add to this, Tony Pollard leading the NFL now in yards after contact. Maybe a little patience with Diggs coming back from the ACL, maybe?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think as a cover corner, Diggs is a good player. The physicality aspect of it, we know that's something that's working throughout his career.
It's a $15.7 million cap hit if you trade him.
For this year?
Yeah. Well, it's dead money is what it turns out to be. I don't know. It's this year, next year, but yeah,
they're
it's
flooded with the dead money.
$15.7 million. That's what it says.
I think that's this year because it started the season with $28 million dead cap. So now at this point in the season, prorated, it's probably $15 million. So that would make sense.
Is there anything he could have done on that catch from Drake London? Man, what a snack.
Oh, I thought that was a beautiful throw and catch there.
Drake London has been just wearing people out down in the red zone.
He's the most targeted player. We talked about it. Like, that's a guy, when you get into the red zone, watch what they do with Drake London. Do you decide to double him? It's like, no, we'll trust our big money corner.
I think you have to.
Yeah, I mean, and then he gets hurt, and they still
Cousins knows right where to put it, though.
Well. He does. I mean, the ball. I think that was pretty much an unguardable throw and catch. But hey, maybe turn around. At least give yourself an opportunity to locate the football.
Yeah, amen. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Mm-hmm.
Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
My God. If you look outside, it looks like Big Godzilla is coming right now, right?
Holy cow.
Like Big Godzilla is just going to poke outside of downtown Dallas. You just see that head?
Yeah.
Just going to shoot that little laser stuff out. Blow up a building.
I feel like I'm dodging lightning bolts over here.
Yeah, it's crazy. I feel bad for my little puppies. They don't like the rain. They bark at the thunderstorms. All right, anyway, our winner right here so far comes from the KMC Masterpiece. I don't know how many days this is at this point.
Looking for 5.
Ah, there you go. Got my back like that, bro. I like that.
Yep, yes, sir.
Yeah, they're talking to the COO of the Dallas Cowboys. His name is Stephen Jones, and they're asking him about these nuts.
Are you familiar with the incident between Trayvon Diggs and Mike Leslie yesterday? And if so, can you give us any feedback about that?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, so Trayvon Diggs comes out and talks to Mike Leslie while he's still in his pads about a tweet that he sent out asking what Trayvon Diggs was doing, and he said to Mike Leslie, "You don't know ball. You can't do what I can do." Mike Leslie responds, "I'd love to talk to you about it." And Trayvon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything to say because I don't know about it firsthand and not going to comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much for your time, man. We will get back with you next week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Go get Cowboys.
Go get Cowboys.
Man, he is definitely not up for a good nuts conversation like his dad, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Cowboy fans, look out.
They call it Stormy Monday.
Boy, that was a bad show in Atlanta.
Tuesday's just as bad.
Yes, it is.
Just as bad.
Wednesday's worse. All right, let me see what else I got for you boys.
They call it Stormy Monday.
Can't talk over Bobby Blue Bland like that. All right, this might hit for you, Mr. Dawson.
Oh, yeah?
The General Gavin Dawson. You are a Little League coach. We have a Little League coach right here who has an intervention with his team because they like to keep their fingers in their nose like clay.
But here's the thing. Telling you right now, the booger eating has got to stop. We've seen a couple of boogers being picked, a couple of boogers being eaten, and I'm not mentioning no names. Okay? Not going to call you out. But the booger eating has got to stop. Okay, you are 8 years old. You do not eat your boogers anymore.
I tell you right now, the booger eating got to stop. I've seen enough booger eating.
Why does that sound like Peyton Manning though?
The booger
eating. Yeah,
it's gotta stop. I was hoping at the end he was going to say, "You guys are 18 years old.
Yeah.
Gosh dang varsity high school football team. And this is what you're doing. Stop the booger eating."
Yeah, my team has we whooped booger eating a couple of years ago.
Good for y'all,
Kicked its
man.
ass, didn't you? You said you kicked its ass.
Now they're 13. I'm having to police boy talk.
Oh,
drive me crazy.
Well, that's even worse.
Bring back the booger.
They can't stay focused on the drill.
What does that mean?
They're just like, oh, she's dating this guy and this and this, and I'm gonna look dating this guy.
I'm
and
boy
like,
crazy.
I'm like,
It's Gasser's time at that point. And
get out of
ladies,
here.
To the fence.
go touch that tree. Bring me back some bark.
Come
See?
on, hurry up and do it.
that's what's waiting for him this week.
I believe it.
Get some lunges going.
The rain might save him tomorrow, though.
Shout out to the rain. Doing your thing out here. Yesterday was a church day. I pray that you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Bishop, Freddie Haynes. I'm giving him all types of, he's everything. Humanitarian, freedom fighter, truth teller. I don't know, man, just everything.
Soothsayer?
A soothsayer. He's all of it. A bald-headed man, too. It shines up there with all them lights. Oh, man, it looks so amazing. I know he polishes that joint before he steps out.
I had two little girls. I was pushing my basket in the supermarket. And little girl goes, "Look how shiny his head is." And I'm like, I turn around and go, "Thank you." They're like, "Oh," they ran away.
Oh my gosh, he hurt us.
I'm like, thank you.
Got a little turtle polish on this damn thing. This preacher right here says man should not be alone.
We got a lot of preachers, ministers, bishops, pastors, elders, apostles that are single and not ready to mingle. You not fooling nobody but your own self. God said it's not good for man to be alone. You're either gay or choking the chicken. God said it's not good that man should be alone.
He cut right to the chase there. I mean, goodness, no points for subtlety.
Yeah. No. What all the single guys in the church do? Just kind of like look down at that point?
Yeah.
So you put your church finger off and just go and walk on out of there.
I think I left my car in the roundabout. My car's in the roundabout parking area. Yeah.
My Lord. Mr. Dawson.
Yes, sir.
It got real serious for you on Friday, technical issues.
Yes. I've been waiting to hear this.
Right.
When boss man Tim came through and he switched something on the board. I was in the bathroom at the time and he came back and did something.
He was trying to prank you. He was trying to prank you.
He trying to prank me?
Birthday prank.
He got Dawson. Let me tell you something. If broadcasting is not perfect, Mr. Dawson will let you know. He will let you know. I've seen it a few times and it is hilarious. Hello, broadcasting. Hello. I've seen you hit the microphone. Hello, broadcasting.
Are we on?
Are we on? Lucius,
Oh my gosh.
hello. Say something to me. Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
He gets real serious.
Yeah.
And it happened on Friday.
When they could have brought him back. So, yeah, I'm definitely surprised.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram here with you, talking Cowboys. Did I just lose my mic? You guys can hear me? I can't hear me.
Check.
I got you.
What
I can hear you.
Are we on? Guys, can anybody hear anything? Carter, can you hear me? You can hear me. Okay, we cannot hear anything. All right, but we do have.
It's okay. We just lost our.
Nick,
boom,
there we
we're
go.
back. It's
Thank
back.
you.
We're back.
That was wild. That was wild.
Carter, can you hear me? Hello. Wilton, Zach, say something. Hello, I'm looking right at you. Hello.
Damn it, I'm sorry. And I look up, of course, Lucius isn't there. Tim's walking away, and Carter's talking to Tim.
Yeah.
Like crap.
Hello, Lucius. Hello.
Hello. That's awesome.
You feel like you're Eric, hello. I'm looking right at you. Eric, can you hear me?
Can anybody hear me?
Good God.
Poor Nick Harris is on the phone like, I can hear everything that's going on right now, but we can't hear you.
We were definitely not there for you in that moment.
Yes. Is it Dawson getting serious? Is it Preacher says man should not be alone? Or, choke me the chicken. Is it coach has intervention with team, Booger Eaton has to stop? Or is it, I think Lucius said the KMC Master Beast.
Oh, man.
Which might be an even better name.
Yeah.
I dig it. That's our 4-time champ.
I am your Master Beast.
Yes.
The Master Beast.
Okay, so I'll vote for our 4-time champ looking for 5, Chief.
Yeah, samesies.
Lucius?
Oh, shoot. Hold on. I dropped my papers. I'm going with the Preacher.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'll go with the Dawson Freakout.
Brian?
I'll vote for Stephen Jones.
By a score of 3-1, and now immortalized in G-Bag Nation history and a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion. It is Stephen Jones with the KMC Master Beast. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, coming up next here, gentlemen, we have Chief. What's the score?
Best of the weekend. We got a sports quote, a tastemaker, and a playmaker next year in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a terrific day. It's coming up at 3 o'clock. It'll be time for the Mike McCarthy press conference. We'll talk about some of the big storylines coming out of last night's loss, as we no doubt stall for time. As I don't know, maybe he'll join us 3:10, 3:15, somewhere in there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a delay a game won't surprise anybody.
Yeah. Why should his lack of discipline on the play clock surprise us? It's time, though, for the best of the weekend. Here's the Chief.
Thank you very much. It's is there any question in anyone's mind if I go all in with Saquon Barkley's spin, crazy, reverse, hurdle, next level Madden play? Is there any other play that you could even lob out there that would be a competitor for play of the weekend?
I don't think so.
Does anything jump out to you guys?
That Thursday night catch. Didn't Wilson have a
Garrett
one-hand?
Wilson? Okay, that's a good pull. That's a good pull.
badass.
And Broadus, of course, remembers that because he took a Survivor L that night.
Yeah,
I did.
We won't get to Walchuk's L, at least not right now. We'll get to the crying Titans coach a little bit later. And, of course, Walchuk is he's going to barrel into Friday with a bet payoff ready to go. He's going to stay strapped up. He's going to be crotch first.
Maybe I'll start boycotting this, too,
Yeah,
like
I think
the other two
what?
schmoes on the show.
I'll tell you what, Wolchuk, that's a good attitude to have.
Yeah.
It really, let's Chiafalo pay these bets off for us. I don't care.
By boycott, you mean mental health break? Thank you very much.
Yes. Dawson, I think you're on to something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are going to be inactive, and you won't be traveling with the team.
No.
And it is not for disciplinary reasons, but we are worried about your mental health.
Worried about my mental health.
I'm sure at
some guys skip meetings, some guys skip payoffs.
At some point, I'll rally and I'll have a flurry, and it'll be glorious. Okay, but I don't want to shortchange the audience by doing a bet payoff now, and my heart's not in it, to be honest with you.
I totally agree with Dawson on this point.
Apparently, I speak for Brian as well.
Couple of damn cowards. Yeah. You're either all in or you're all out, boys. All right. Well,
count me all in then.
I'll tell you what, 469 with a good point. Same game, Travon Walker of the Jaguars with the fumble recovery, and then he ends up house calling it.
Yes, that was the one where I had questions. Was that when Barkley looked like he got tripped?
I think it was supposed to be a down by contact.
We thought it was down by contact.
It should have been.
Allen X Crew, I think they missed that one, didn't they?
I think they did too. But
I think they missed one, but it was still.
I was for it. I was for a Jags rally.
I was too. Yeah, I was too. But the Saquon play was just out of this world ridiculous, and salute to him for it. Now, also, I would say your tastemaker of the weekend has to go to college football's own Incarnate Ward and their wide receiver, who
is it Word?
It's Word. Excuse me, I said Ward.
Ward.
I'm sorry. I was thinking about
Lucius
Hines Ward
with
in
a
that
save
moment.
there.
Yeah, I was thinking about Hines.
Great alumni.
Hines Ward.
But the Incarnate Word wide receiver scores like a 50-yard touchdown, and it's fantastic. And then he does the first of its kind celebration that involves him doing a headstand. He does like a somersault, but he catches himself and he literally stands on his head. He doesn't do a handstand. He puts his hands down to his side like he's like a penguin that's going to waddle, except he is standing on his head for a period of time before then falling into a nice little front
The only
flip there.
headstand with no hands bracing?
Yes, dude.
But
Incredible.
Didn't yesterday St. Brown do that?
Yes, well, Drake London did it.
Drake London's done it too.
Yes, and that's why he's a tastemaker, because this went viral, and unfortunately the referee in the moment flagged it. Like, come on, dude. This is a cool celebration.
Let people have fun. This is football.
Yes, it is. But then it was awesome, yes, because then that happens on Saturday afternoon. Sunday afternoon, you have Drake London scoring on Trayvon Diggs and doing the exact same celebration, paying homage, and then you had St. Brown doing it on what was an epic pitch and catch, fourth down, holy-esque kind of moment there, going for it for the Lions once again, being rewarded for being aggressive. But yeah, it was pretty cool. It's a viral celebration. There was another viral celebration that went down, and I didn't have Carter put this up, but the dude that, what was he doing? He was doing like some samurai spin deal. He jumps and then he hyperextends his knee in a very obvious way.
Bad.
That's the worst way to get hurt. The celebration injury.
Ooh, the Grammatica.
Oh my gosh, it's just so bad. And this dude starts limping. I can't remember what school it was, but that one also went viral. But no one, fortunately, in the NFL tried to duplicate that celebration yesterday.
Did you see the kid that was trying to kick the field goal? I think they were in Indiana for the college game day.
You talking about last week?
Yeah.
Yes, and he slips.
And he slips behind the area and it like blows out his knee. And they have to bring in another guy to kick. Like they're like, hey, what's wrong with Bill? Oh, I think he blew out his knee over there.
The college kid looking to win the free money or scholarship money or whatever.
Blows out his knee.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't know if there's any type of injury insurance in a moment like that.
No.
I think Pat McAfee just kind of picks you up and throws you off to the side and they bring somebody else in.
I think that you sign an injury waiver to do that, don't you?
You're probably right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I
think so.
But congratulations to that college football wide receiver, Incarnate Word. And he's now a legend forever. I thought the college football quote of the weekend goes to head coach Manny Diaz for the Duke Blue Devils. They took an L to the Miami Hurricanes. I believe the playmaker Michael Irvin was out there getting rabid and rambunctious, leading his team to victory once again. But the head coach, Manny Diaz, he was the head coach for the Hurricanes a few years ago. Mm-hmm. So now he's back in Miami taking on his former team as the coach of Duke. And the quote is, does this make any sense to you guys? He says, there's a great saying, no man crosses the same river twice before he's not the same man. And it's not the same river. And that's really the way I look at it.
Wow. Okay, that's a very unique life philosophy.
I don't know how Manny Diaz keeps getting head coaching jobs. He's not even a very good defensive coordinator.
Because he gets fired and then he goes, he saves the defense and then he gets an opportunity.
Oh, man. You leave him at a place long enough, you'll realize, that he's not that good of a defensive coordinator.
I have no idea what it is that he was going for there, but he botched it. And that was one of those graphics where
he messed it up. Then,
this is a graphic like they put up, like he could have fixed it. This wasn't like he was live in a microphone and he screwed up the old saying that he lives by that he doesn't remember, and then you're like, crap, I feel
Just
bad
don't
for
get
him.
fooled again.
This was a planned quote that the broadcast threw up as a graphic. He could have edited this 100 times if he wanted to, and the quote is, again, Broadus, there's a great saying, no man crosses the same river twice before he's not the same man, and it's not the same river. And that's really the way I look at it. We're all just as confused, if not more so, than we were.
Do we know
30
the
seconds
origin
ago.
of this?
I have no
quote?
idea where this made up.
Sounds like
quote
Confucius, maybe of origin.
Fortune cookie, maybe?
I think so.
Maybe it was a fortune cookie.
He's
a big Panda Express guy.
I'll tell you what, he hangs out at the Chinese buffet with me. He gets a lot of fortune cookies.
Tears it up.
They bring you extra?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was an eventful weekend.
I moved my fortunes around. I'm like, I don't like this one. Give me another one.
We don't even have time to get into all of these things right now, but
yeah, you do.
Sean stacked it up with a tweet yesterday. He says one of the craziest weekends, and we haven't even seen kickoff yet because this was like at 9 a.m. yesterday morning before the football Sunday. And he says you have the Zeke stuff, you have the Joel Embiid altercation, whatever the heck went down there.
Did he punch a reporter? Or he push him?
Well, the guy was talking about deceased relatives.
I didn't see what
happened.
I didn't see the push
I do
him?
think
It
that
got
might be
personal.
crossing some lines.
Okay.
Speaking of getting personal, and something's in the water and filthy because you had Jason Kelsey being ambushed by an anti-Travis Kelsey gentleman, calling him all sorts of slurs.
That was
and
at
then
State College.
He grabs his phone and Hulk smashes it into the ground. That video was crazy. You had Drake versus DeMar DeRozan at the Raptors game over the weekend as well. And then the one that I keep seeing, but I have done no investing in to know what it is, but Peanut the Squirrel.
Oh, my goodness.
What's up with Peanut the Squirrel?
Story.
What
I think it got
wild
removed,
weekend.
Right? Removed?
And he
From
got
the house?
killed.
Yeah, from the house.
Euthanized.
And his buddy, his raccoon buddy.
Yeah, that's not even cool, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, really minding his business, being taken care of.
Yeah.
Really being taken care of. And you
In
come
an
take
animal
the darn
sanctuary.
Yeah, man.
What?
The worker got bit, so they're like, well, we got to put the darn thing.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Got to see if it's got rabies or something, so we got to euthanize it immediately.
But they weren't minding their business. They would have minded their business. It would have been alive right now. It's not like the man had a viper or something in his house. He had a darn squirrel, dog.
Adorable squirrel, too, from the photos I've seen.
And they're like, well, you can't have that. We got to come get that at your house.
Couldn't you just claim it's your what is it? Your
emotional support
Yeah, your
squirrel?
emotional support
I
squirrel.
mean, you can claim, but you got some paperwork.
Yeah, I guess
you
that's
can't just
probably
let
true.
people adopt animals, like they're from Earth 2.
Yeah.
We could get along with them. You know what I mean?
Well, let's close it down with some happiness. We do have the playmaker Michael Irvin doing even though he's a week late, Halloween weekend was last weekend, he decided to go all out for his Joker costume. Did you see it? The photo's incredible. And all of a sudden, I'm seeing trending on Twitter, the Coker. And I'm like, what is that? Did something happen to Larry Coker? Did he pass away? But no, it was the playmaker in an all-out Joker costume.
The makeup's great.
Yeah. 10 out of 10. Yeah. I mean, hit it out the park there.
He probably won
the jacket.
I could see him winning the contest with that. Nice little look.
Yeah, and
he's probably worn that jacket on the NFL Network a couple of times.
he's got the heater hanging from his lip and everything. Really went all out with it.
Great.
So shout out to him.
Right on. Well, there it is. Best of the weekend with Eric Chiafalo. We have the Mike McCarthy press conference on deck here. NFL News Today is right around the corner, as well as Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40, where he's taking a look at the film and can tell you what went right and wrong from yesterday's game against the Falcons. Okay, Mike McCarthy press conference coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's our number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Standing by now for a Mike McCarthy press conference as we wait out this storm in downtown Dallas at 75 and Fitzhugh. Holy cow. Maybe an omen of things to come here. Election tomorrow. Hope everybody getting out there and voting for their candidate of choice. Or maybe you haven't already. I did see about half the ballots have already been cast. A lot of people doing that early voting. Salute to you, however you choose to engage in your American privilege and right as a voter. Okay, Cowboys Monday takeaways and topics as we stand by now for the Mike McCarthy press conference. I got him going 6-11. I think that makes sense. You beat Carolina and New York probably and figure out a way to win one of the other games that you will not be favored in. You'll be an underdog in. Dak Prescott injured has to decrease their odds significantly, doesn't it? I mean, nobody would possibly make a case you have a better chance of winning with Cooper Rush. Nobody would do that. Although I might take Cooper Rush plus Rico more than Zeke plus Dak. You know, no offense to those guys, a proper backfield legends in Cowboys history, but dang, it looked pretty good yesterday with Rico.
So you are making the case.
Cooper plus Rico better than Dak and Zeke? What do you think? I think I'd rather have option 1 there. I see the ball more accurate. I see it jump out of the hand quicker. I see better decision making earlier in the play with Cooper Rush. Dak has had this playmaking ability, but how much of that has been tied to athleticism? I mean, you couldn't play much worse than what we've seen from Dak so far. I don't know. Maybe there is some meat on that conversational bone at 877-881-1053. Here's what I wanted to ask you guys, though, as we stand by for Mike McCarthy. Machota making the point today, they look more like a team headed for a top 10 draft pick than a team about to go on a run. That's clear.
Yeah.
What would you do with your pick if you are inside the top 10? You can snap your fingers and make any position in the draft the best position on the board. What position do you want that to be with this Cowboys team?
It's a great question. I think I go back to the offensive line. I think I'm replacing Terrence Steele at right tackle, or maybe I'm moving Guyton over to right tackle and replacing Guyton with a better left tackle. Travis Hunter has I'm definitely interested in that dude.
Yeah, that's exciting, isn't it?
But I think I would go offensive line if you give me surefire guarantee I have a super beast for the next decade. Give me a lineman.
Yes, if you could dial in like an all-pro level right tackle and be somehow rid of the Terrence Steele contract, I would be a lot more excited about the immediate turnaround. I'm worried that they're going to be this high with a perfect spot to take a generational tackle and be thinking, we're good at tackle for now, let's look at some other spots. I mean, obviously with Tank about to retire, end is huge. You could use another corner, couldn't you? A blue chip corner?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, the options are endless with what you could use. So it's really all out there for you.
But it comes to positional value, I think. Right. When you're inside the top 10, do you want to take a safety or a linebacker or a running back or a guard? Probably not.
Here's your biggest nightmare right now.
What's that?
That the first defensive tackle off the board,
Michigan.
Oh, it's Mason Grant.
It's Mason Grant.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's off my board. He's not even on. There is just no way that I would even have him as a name on draft day that would be considered draft eligible.
There's a lot of that around the league. There is a big understanding or a big pushing of that this year's draft for defensive tackles is really great. The number of players that, and it might be better than what a offensive tackle. But when you're picking, you're going to probably have a chance at the Texas kid. Is it
tackle?
Banks, Kelvin Banks Jr.
Banks, and then Will Campbell will be the kid at LSU.
Yeah.
I've seen Will Campbell play every snap he's played at LSU. That I would pause on that one. I would pause on Will Campbell.
And meaning take a pause, or
I would
pause and consider.
I would look another position.
Okay.
I would probably look at another position if it's, now again, that's just me. I'm watching the games. I think there's sometimes you can watch him the South Carolina game. He gets broken down. South Carolina did a great job of breaking down Texas A&M the other day. Whew. But I will say that to me, Banks, I mean, seeing him play, I thought he was coming out last year.
Yeah, Banks is a really good player.
He is a good player. but interior defensive line appears to be a very, very, very strong position in this draft.
But that would be perfectly timed for the Cowboys,
Yeah.
you know. And when are you going to start reviewing players, Brian?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
No.
December 1, man.
I usually do December 1, but I think in talking to Wolchuk, I think what I'm going to start doing is up until December 1, I think every Thursday, that seems to be the one day that I don't have my responsibilities of watching. Watching film of the other. Yeah, I still have
It might be time to start cranking this thing up early.
I'm
Get ahead, man.
I'm going to get a jump. I can't believe we started talking about the draft this early, though.
No, but when you're a team that might end up having
a top
10 pick,
yeah.
I mean, it's something where, the possibilities are going to be there. I think edge rusher is definitely going to be in play in this draft.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a defensive tackle. They can't evaluate it. I'm staying the hell away. I don't want them taking. I don't trust them when it comes to defensive tackles. I think Mason Graham's a hell of a player, but there is something about that Michigan system. Like when I've seen him play, he's got some Braden Fisk to his game, who I loved coming out of Florida State.
Well, isn't
a little bit more athletic.
Isn't that defensive coach at Michigan? He's at the Los Angeles Chargers right now.
Yeah, he left. He left.
Yeah, and have you seen? By the way, have you seen the Chargers? They haven't given up like more than 20 points in a game.
Yeah, their defense has been awesome.
Standing defense.
Yeah.
And that's a team that's starting to get on the rise. But
cornerback's another great spot. They're saying.
Yeah, and I think wide receiver. If you have a clear candidate there.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about Travis Hunter is you could draft your surefire corner and you could also mix him in offensively.
That would be a lot of fun.
Can I interest you in a safety?
If he's elite cover guy.
Well, they're saying that position's also
Malachi Starks from Georgia.
Yeah.
If there's an Earl Thomas floating around, I'll be interested.
Kevin Winston from Penn State is another guy people are talking about. So
this will be fun. You know, when you're outside like the top 18, you have to consider that the guy you get is most likely not going to have a first round grade. When you're in the middle of the first round, you're like hopeful, probably the guy's going to start. Man, when you're in the top 10, you're like, wow, we could get a real foundational type of player, and our draft coverage is second to none. So I'm so excited about how you guys are going to start covering these guys. The penalties are something that we talked in the first hour. I wanted to ask you. Why does this happen where for every year under Mike McCarthy, they're in the bottom third of the league? The best they've been is 23rd.
Yeah.
Is this not coaching hard enough? Is this also maybe something that veteran leadership gets guys accountable? Because it just seems like they're not fearing anything, or they don't respect authority if you're consistently that off task. Or is it just that they're so overwhelmed that they're trying to cheat a little bit before the play starts because they don't want to get their butt whooped again? How do you explain this? To me, it's obviously a coaching thing. Is it also Dak? Is this tank? You got to get a hold of your rookies and say, guys, what the crap are we doing? Where's Zach Martin here? Yeah. Grab somebody, snatch him, and be like, hey, Rook, listen up. We're fighting our balls off to get here. We just had more passing yards and rushing yards than these guys, and we're constantly facing third and have to pass the damn ball because you're freaking penalties, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is it's too late for these guys to do that in terms of not just this season, but like when has Zach Martin ever been that guy?
Yeah.
When have they ever had that guy?
Travis.
I'm trying to think of. Like you don't just wake up one day and have that in you. None of these guys have, and that's why they're perpetually awful at this.
I would think Dak has it. Maybe not in a get in your face, be a jerk guy, but in a hey, we got to communicate as a modern entity type of way.
He was visibly more frustrated yesterday, in the game, yelling at guys than I've ever seen him. After a false start, he turned. I mean, Jake Ferguson had one shootout. Jake Ferguson, he did do that yesterday. You could tell he was frustrated, which is probably why he's looking over to Trey Lance in the fourth quarter. There's 3.5 minutes left, and he's like, we believe in suck.
Yeah. Well, maybe
there's nothing he can do.
In the next 4 years, I do not expect him to be physically a better player, but his awareness as a player needs to get better here if he is not going to age horribly. And I would hope for, some better leadership. Not taking advantage of the early turnover was just maddening. What do you guys think of the 4th and 1 jet sweep to CeeDee Lamb?
Oh, I hated it.
I mean, it worked big time like 20 minutes later.
When it's not 4th and inches and everybody knows that you have to run the ball right now and you got a bunch of guys in the box and you're probably outnumbered. Yeah, that's a QB sneak situation.
And they're lining up in shotgun on third down. I'm like, what are you doing? The one time they gave it to Hunter Lipke, he ends up picking up on 3rd and 4, a first down for you, gets 5 yards.
I think I was indifferent on the play, and I'll tell you why. I think it was a damn good play by Ellis there. And
it was. That's the guy you intentionally leave him unblocked, right?
Well, yeah, that's the guy that you leave, that you try and influence on the play. The problem was as well, if not Ellis, then they brought Alford because of the motion they're playing man coverage. They bring as CeeDee's
the guy's
across,
following him.
Alford follows him. So now Alford, Steele tries to block him, can't get him. So Alford's now there. They also, Banks is working Ferguson. So you basically had 3 Falcons at or behind the line or on your side of the line of scrimmage. You know, if he gets past Ellis, then
we got to go to Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Great. Let's pick that up.
You start with the status of Dak Prescott and what you're looking at there as far as the length of the injury he's dealing with.
I mean, Dak Prescott's injury, I mean, we're obviously still evaluating. We've have some information. The only thing I really have for you as far as the timeline would be that he will not be available this week.
And without Dak, if you can just talk about how you proceed with Cooper Rush and Trey Lance and just talk specifically about Cooper and what he's done in your time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it really doesn't change anything for us. And even speaking with Dak earlier, I mean, this is about the quarterback room. I mean, we've always invested all the time and energy into the quarterback, Dak that has the football. So now it's Cooper's turn, and Dak will be part of that process. And we'll rally around him and make sure that we do everything we can and make sure he's prepared, and we'll just keep going about it the way we've gone about it.
Todd Archer with ESPN. Is IR a possibility for Dak when you get that information?
I mean, obviously a lot of conversation, but I think once the doctors and really once he figures out exactly where he's at, I mean those are conversations that'll probably happen here over the course of this week.
And then with Rush, you talked about it a little bit. Can you, and Trey, are there certain ways you can get Trey involved in a game now, or do you just not want to do something like that?
I mean, I think if you just look at the way we played the last game, I mean, we're just really want to improve on the things we did well, but obviously we got to clean up, the pre-snap penalties, particularly on the road. The good thing is that we are coming home to play because that's part of the part of the mistakes that we've had. But yeah, our focus is really to go into this and have a game plan to beat the Eagles defense, and we have great confidence in Cooper.
Sadius of The Athletic. Mike, you've had 2 extended stretches without Dak, one in 2020, then in 2022. Different results. How do you see? How do you compare those 2, and how you can make this more like 2022?
2020 really on just so many different fronts was a challenging year. Obviously, that was a huge injury, and he was playing well at that time. Yeah, and it's a totally different team, different setup. I think we're definitely further along. And Dak's second opportunity when Cooper went in there and did very well. So I don't like the point I'm trying to make is I really don't use 2020 as a comparable on a lot of things that we do, just because it was such a different year. But yes, I mean Cooper's played really good football for us. I think he's 5-1 in his opportunities. So like I've already said, we have great confidence in him.
Does that 5-1 record go a long way in the locker room as well, just in terms of knowing that he's capable of going out there?
Well, it goes well beyond 5-1. I mean, Cooper Rush is as respected as a backup quarterback that I would say since Rich Gannon. When I was Rich in the 90s of Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, he carries that type of credibility. He's a great teammate. He's someone that you can see the young guys lean on. He's wicked smart, instinctive. Does a great job on when he runs a scout team. So I mean, he just does everything the right way. Excellent pro, and like I said, there'll be plenty of confidence in him.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Obviously, turnovers and inconsistency was kind of a problem for Trey Lance during the preseason, but is there anything you can take away positive-wise that you could potentially use here now down the stretch?
Yeah, Trey Lance just needs to play. I mean, I know I've said that probably 20 times during the course of the preseason, and I think just the fact that he was able to get game reps. You look at Trey from the time he arrived, there's a lot of new things he had to do, footwork-wise, concept-wise, but another excellent teammate. He's a big part of our quarterback room, the way we function. They all have responsibilities throughout the week for game planning, presentations. Trey does an exceptional job, in that area, especially with signals and things like that. So he's ready to go to be in that 2 spot. But yeah, like I said, we trust this quarterback room.
Is there an outlook for Michael Parsons this week right now?
Just talking with Micah earlier, he's feeling better, so he's going to get some practice time Wednesday. That'll be a big day, to kind of point us in that direction. So it looks like he's going to be able to potentially get on the practice field.
Joe White, All City Dallas. Kind of that same note. Is there kind of an update on Deron Bland's potential for getting back out?
He's kind of the same mode. He'll probably start with the rehab group. I'm projecting because tomorrow's workout will be part of that evaluation. So I'm hopeful that he can move from the rehab group to maybe some limited work Wednesday. But that's to be determined.
And go back to that Falcons game. Looked like the running game got going a little bit as the game progressed. What did you kind of see from just the rhythm that Rico kind of had, and then the offensive line working together?
Yeah, I think clearly giving Rico touches. We would like to give him some more touches. Obviously his ability not only to run it, but he was very effective in the passing game too. So, yes, the only thing that we really didn't do was to get more trips to the plate in the run game. But I thought Rico played very, very well.
Babe Lockmark, 105.3 The Fan. Mike, taking 2020 off the table with being 3-5, losing your starting quarterback, the Zeke situation. Is this maybe your most challenging week that you've had?
This year?
Well, in your time here.
Taking 2020 off well, I don't know. That's a good question. It's hard. Yeah, it's definitely hard. But yeah, I just think this is the path that's been cut out for us. I mean, we're going through, adversity, and it's a phenomenal opportunity for us as a team. Is frankly what we talked about in the team meeting today. And I think the biggest thing for us is, we come out of the bye week, had a really rough game before the bye. Came out of the bye week, thought it was very productive, improved some in our play against San Francisco, had a chance to win the game, took another step, played better against the Falcons. So really the biggest thing is to keep building off what we've done. We answer so many questions, and that's just the beauty of coming in here. It's just so thankful about all the things that we don't do well. So I think it's important for us to really just stay on top of the things that we have done well. And, number one, I finally felt like we were in a flow on offense. We were able to get to some up-tempo. We were able to get some balance. With the offense, offensive play calling, run and pass. So just to build off that, I thought Mike's plan was exactly what we needed. He turned up the heat some on the pressure and things like that. So, we're doing some things better. And hopefully we can get some guys back too. That'll help. But the continuity and the consistency, we need to take another big step. And we got a big game obviously with the Eagles coming here for our division. So just really staying focus on the self-scout, cleaning our own house, and staying after it. Because at the end of the day, if we take care of the things we were able to control, the result of that game yesterday would have been different.
Aaron.
Aaron Kaznos, Lone Star Live. Mike, just want to check in on Ezekiel Elliott. Did you meet with him at all today, and do you anticipate him being available for the team?
Yeah, Zeke will be available. He was in all the, he went through everything today, but we did not have a sit-down today.
Ed Werder, WFAA. Can you elaborate a little more on how you were able to resolve Zeke's status after the discipline over the weekend?
I'm not sure you asked me, Ed. What do you mean resolve it?
I mean, how did it come to pass that he decided he wanted to be here, and you still wanted to have him on the team?
Well, I think the biggest thing with Zeke was it was a team, it was a team discipline situation. Had a chance to sit down and talk about it on Friday, and then Saturday, it was a mutual decision for him to stay back, and I respect that.
And could you update us on CeeDee's scans?
Have not got the scans back yet, so we'll know more tomorrow for sure.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Mike, I know one of the things that's frustrated you has been some of the pre-snap stuff. When that keeps happening, is there something that you try to do in practice to get over that, or does that kind of just naturally take time to mentally get out of players' heads?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just one of the things that practice components that we have is anytime a player on either side of the ball, has a pre-snap penalty, he's removed from the play. So, but that maybe that's not enough. But yeah, I mean, we emphasize it, continue to emphasize it. The pattern for the pre-snap, particularly on a road, is the one we just need to just continue to work on. Our nonverbal cadence is the number one, violator of the pre-snap. So obviously we play home the next 2 weeks, but that's something we just got to continue to work on and make sure we get the mechanics tighter because it definitely bit us yesterday.
Knew it.
They took my question about Zeke Elliott, but I'll ask you this. Tomorrow, America goes to vote. Do you all talk about the locker room about voting and utilizing their rights here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the league does a really good job of, making sure everybody's aware of it, and I think just like, everybody, it's on everybody's mind. But yeah, I think really the pre-voting, frankly, I think a lot of people have already voted based on the conversations that I've been a part of.
Did you vote? Yeah.
Not yet. Been busy.
Are you registered in Texas or Wisconsin?
Texas. I'm a Texas resident. God, how can I get away with it? I mean, Jesus. No, I'm kidding.
Brandon.
No state taxes here, right? Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Brandon Cooks, he can come off IR this week.
He's getting better. Yeah, I've had a chance to visit with him. He's feeling good. I don't have a status. I mean, he's not a return to the field yet. So, tomorrow's a big day for those guys too. So, hopefully he'll progress this week.
Jerry talked after the game about the trade deadline that there's some things maybe in the mix. What does this team need?
Oh, I don't think it's as much as what you need. It's really what's available and does it help you get better. That's how I've always approached the trade deadline. And obviously I don't have a lot of history of bringing players on at the trade deadline. But yeah, I think if things are right, the value and everything that goes into it. I mean, this is just not a decision based off of this position, that position. It all has to fit together.
David. Mike, you're talking about the pre-snap penalties and other things self-inflicted wounds that you've had this season. When you've had this many injuries as well, is it even more difficult to work through those issues? I mean, I know it's not an excuse, but when you're turning the roster the way you are in certain spots, it seems like a factor in.
Well, I mean, that's really the point I continue to make about the continuity and the consistency. I mean, you're always thriving to increase that, and if you look at any time, just use the offense for example. I know the best runs of offense that I've been on. You are in sync. I mean, you're humming. You're playing faster than the other guy. You're getting out of plays. Players are finishing your sentences. The quarterback hears the formation. He's already got the play call. He's in at a huddle. I mean, it's just you're in sync at a higher level. So I mean, and we have components of that. I think just the way we started the game, I thought, here we go, and we just had a couple plays here and there that got us off that rhythm. But yeah, that's what you're always striving for. And I think it's only stating the obvious when you do have change in lineup. It's hard to keep that pace. And you look at the teams that are playing very well right now, especially on offense. That's the groove that they're in.
Mike, aside from the two stretches without Dak, you also had a couple without Aaron in Green Bay. As a coach and play caller, when you do go from franchise quarterback to a backup, what do you do? Do you have to adjust anything schematically, systematically, or anything? How do you approach that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's so much. That's why I go back to the first question. It's more about the quarterback room. Is the room ready to handle these opportunities? And some rooms are better than others. Some rooms are connected tighter than others. And that's in every position. So not only the importance of the starter, getting ready to play the game, but it's also, paying it forward to the young guys or the next guys. So this is the ultimate team game. I mean, this 17-game schedule is real. And that's why it's important to just making sure everybody's trained. That's why I always talk about the 68 players. It's just not 53 because this is how this thing goes. So you just got to just stay the course and you come out the back end of the way you want it to go. But yeah, I've been through this before. Played 5 quarterbacks twice in my career. 2020 was one of them. 2005 was another. So I've been down this road on different levels. But once again, the preparation and the time spent with these 3 quarterbacks, Dak, Trey, and Cooper, I think will show itself come Sunday.
Nick.
Mike, a few players had mentioned a couple of weeks ago that if you were to take care of divisional opponents, that there might be a chance at the end to sneak into the playoffs. Is that still kind of the resounding feeling, even after a Dak injury like that?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us is to beat Philadelphia. It's a division game. It's an important game. Yeah, I think that the way these schedules are laid out, all those things will take care of itself if you just stay focused on winning one game at a time. And that's what we need to do. We need to play better, number one, keep it about ourselves. And, you always got to win your division games. I mean, let's be honest, it's hard to get in without winning division games. So that's our focus.
And then your Thursday night meetings that you typically have with Dak, is that something you maybe do with Cooper Rush this week?
Absolutely. Yeah, the process won't change.
Mike, can you walk us through the fake punt decision? Is that something that's based on the look and can get called off, or is that something you're going for? And that's
definitely. I think clearly when you look at everything involved, we haven't run that in, I think, was it 2.5 years. It's definitely matchup based. I mean, you're looking for the one-on-one, which we had the matchup we were looking for, young corner coming up. So really, CJ Goodwin is someone we have a tremendous amount of faith in, and he's always executed those types of things at a very high level, and Brian throws it very well. We practice it all the time. It's definitely, a kill type situation, so because we've had it up before, and sometimes CJ will they'll double team him, and then you got to wipe it off. So, and that's way too much information. But yes, definitely, it's we got the look we were looking for.
So you don't think it was an overly aggressive call for the time and score of the game where you guys were and all that?
I think all deceptors are what they are. When they work, it's a great job by the special teams coach. When they don't, that head coach doesn't know what the hell he's doing. I think that's been my experience with it. But it's definitely, if you draw it up by play design, we got what we were looking for. So I think it's really came down to execution.
My understanding, you don't know the extent of Dak's injury, but will you be bringing in a quarterback either to work out, practice squad, or otherwise?
Yeah, great question, babe. We're not there yet. I mean, we really, just like I said, we had the team meeting at 2, visited with Dak afterwards, really talk more about the game, and he'll continue to get some more information on the injury. So, but our personnel meeting, we didn't get into that.
With Lamb, did he further damage it later on when he dove on
He's going to have more testing tomorrow, so we'll know more tomorrow. But just knowing CeeDee, I don't see him not playing. But but that's why you do the testing. So.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
There it is, the Mike McCarthy press conference brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Quite a few takeaways inside their updates on stories. No specific on Dak's hammy, but he said Dak not available this Sunday versus Philadelphia, and they're going to talk about possibly an injured reserve here in the coming days. Micah progressing well, and he's feeling better, going to attempt to practice on Wednesday. With Zeke, will be available this week after he was disciplined by the team and did not make the trip to Atlanta, but he has not met with Zeke yet today. Okay, so those are the pertinent updates from that presser. We're coming back with some NFL news of the day, Wolchuk. Sound good?
Yeah, we already got a trade that's happened today. We've got firings and some beef between former teammates. That's next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Krusty's Corner with Broadus coming up here in about 5-10 minutes. Just had the Mike McCarthy press conference, got updates on Micah and Dak, and also said CeeDee Lamb, hard to imagine him not playing coming up this weekend, but that's why you got to do the test. Segment here of the Nation brought to you by Soda, State of the Art, and Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Bully, do we have some time for some NFL news today, abbreviated version?
Yeah, I can just mix in some quick things. We can try and get back to some other stuff later on in the show. We did have Derek Carr responding to Michael Thomas. That was a big beef over the weekend. We can try and get to that a little bit later. But Michael Thomas took to Twitter, and the good news is Chris Olave, who suffered yet another concussion, is out of the hospital. That was a very, very scary moment yesterday in the Panthers and Saints game. But Michael Thomas then took to Twitter, and I guess him and Derek Carr just never got along during their time in New Orleans. But Michael Thomas saying they fired all them coaches trying to cover his flaws up. He's still doing the same bleep. Dude tried to lie and say, I was jealous of them making Chris wide receiver one. Whole time, he can't even get him a decent ball. He needs his ass whooped.
Dang.
It continued just ripping on Derek Carr, and we can maybe hear his response a little bit later on in the show. When it comes
That's fun.
When it comes to the Eagles, A.J. Brown got hurt yesterday in their game. Now, they have not won a game in which A.J. Brown did not start. They believe that it's day-to-day. It's a sigh of relief, not super serious with the knee injury that he suffered yesterday. So we'll have to monitor that leading up to the week for the Cowboys on if A.J. Brown will end up playing or not. And Christian McCaffrey will be practicing this week for the first time all season long. And if all goes well, he could make his debut as soon as next Sunday against the Bucs, according to Tom Pelissero.
Very nice. Trade deadline tomorrow. Stay tuned. We're all over it. If anything breaks, we'll be first. Brian, what do we have next?
Yeah, I'm going to walk you through this Atlanta game. There's some good and there's some bad. We'll do that next.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new situations, 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you very much to Reliant as well. Before I get started on this, all week we talked about Kirk Cousins and how different he was when you played against him, when you put pressure on him and when he didn't have pressure.
Yeah.
He was outstanding when he didn't have pressure.
Biggest splits in the league when
Yeah.
pressure did not pressure.
Yeah, no blitz yesterday, no pressure. He was 13 of 15 for 145 and 2 touchdowns with no blitz. But what was different about yesterday for him is under pressure, he was 8 of 11 for 110 yards and a touchdown. And he was 6 of 9 for 77 yards and a touchdown against the blitz. Why is that? Why is that all week long? You talk about, if you can get a guy, you blitz him, you put pressure on him.
They sacked him. Didn't they sack him twice on some blitzes?
Twice, yeah.
So two of them worked out for you, but
yeah.
By and large,
that's the thing that's disappointing, a little bit disheartening. If you feel like that everybody else in the league finds a way to get pressure on this guy, or when they do, that he's a different player, that he doesn't play at a very high level. And then you actually do get some pressure on him, and he hits you for 8 of 11 in this football game.
It just seems like that's the way it goes right now for this team. The Falcons
absolutely
aren't-
snake bit.
Yeah, they're not good at getting pressure, and then what happens? They have a great day against you.
Well, and you look, we were talking about last week, and even there, Eric and I were talking about it in the pregame yesterday. They're another team that doesn't get pressure. They found a way to play the twist game. Mike McCarthy's talked about this a bunch. That people, when they move the front up, against the Cowboys, they have problems. Dallas has problems picking up twist stunts. That's what got you yesterday a little bit. And that was something that they just haven't done a very good job of being able to kind of sort those things out. It's been a problem. All right, guys, I want to kind of give a little tip of the cap of guys that on the tape that I think played pretty well. Rico Dowdle, I think, played well for you. Osa Odighizuwa, I think, played well for you. Carl Lawson, I think, played well for you. And then Overshone, I think, played well for you in this football game. Those are the guys that I would kind of say that I know that several of those guys are on defense. And but Dowdle, I thought, was your best offensive player in that game yesterday.
Well, your defense,
Totally.
15 missed tackles is what Mike Zimmer just told the media is what they had.
Yeah.
The tackling was terrible.
Gosh.
But they played well enough for you to have a chance to win that football
To have
game.
a chance. Yeah, to have a chance. So those were the guys. We talked about how would you Kyle Pitts didn't hurt you in that game yesterday. Remember last week we talked about a little bit. Would you consider putting McQuamu on him? They did. And we talked about another thing is, would you bring Overshone as a poor man's Micah Parsons blitzer? They did in the first drive that Atlanta having got. They brought him off the edge on a rush, and were able to get a pressure out of it, and never went back to it. Never went back to him being they brought him on a blitz, but just as a straight edge rusher. Went one time, first series, what they do? They got off the field.
Yeah. First time they forced that all year. Not allow the opponents to score.
All year long. And so now here you are, and you're like going, gosh, could that have been something maybe you thought about a little bit more in this game? Those are the things that drive me nuts. Attacking guys, attacking Alford in this game. I mean, he had 9 targets, 6 receptions. They didn't hit him for the yards they probably should have hit him for in this game. But they didn't throw the ball past the sticks. Your quarterback was not interested in throwing the ball past the sticks yesterday.
He didn't at all, did he?
No,
Third and down,
not at all.
Third down that he didn't throw to or past the sticks.
Yeah, and they, a lot of the routes were underneath the catch and the run after catch stuff. But
that's what emphasizing not turning it over gets you.
Yeah. Well, whatever it wasn't good enough.
And drawn up plays where you don't trust your offensive line. So
True.
you're like, we're going to have to get this ball out quick. Hopefully
Yeah.
Lamb or Ferguson can make a play.
Yeah. Opening drive for your Cowboys, though, when they had that 3rd and 12, Prescott had a chance to hit Brooks for a touchdown on the post, and he threw short underneath to Lamb like we talked about. It likely would have been a touchdown. He might have felt like he didn't have the time. They did blitz through the middle, but he hurried the throw to make sure they got the ball out of his hands. It was 3rd and 12 on the play. But if in fact he would have waited for Brooks, and that might be this, he maybe just doesn't trust Brooks.
Brooks came up with a great play later on.
Yeah. So maybe that's it. 3rd and 12, he just didn't want to throw the ball that direction. There's a couple of times this happens when you look at.
It's just frustrating when your first read is short of the sticks.
Yeah.
On 3rd down. You're why wouldn't
12, yeah. Why don't you try and
why are you calling a play where
but
the route's
Dawson's
designed
right.
to be short of the
Dawson's
sticks?
right.
Yeah, exactly.
You might be in a situation too where he doesn't trust the offensive line and he's worried about turning the ball over down there in the red zone. That might be the situation. Hey, I'm not going to throw the ball in the post because I'm worried about. But if he lets Brooks clear, it's going to be a touchdown likely.
How many plays were there like that? I know there was at least one other. He had Ferguson wide open on a deep ball he threw.
Yeah, he had a situation too where he just did not. They tried to run the wheel. We talked about it early. One of his sacks that he had 2 options on the first sack that Atlanta had, and that's what I was telling you. And the 2 options where he had Dowdle open in the flat, and then Tolbert open on the wheel, and the wheel going up the sidelines, and Guyton just could not hold on to his guy long enough. Guyton, he's battling, but Dak's in the pocket, and all of a sudden he starts to move, which now puts Guyton in a kind of a bad spot because now Guyton's having to try and fight and get his guy, and he really can. But he had 2 options. Like I say, he could have thrown the ball underneath there to Rico Dowdle, or he could have hit the wheel, and he never saw the wheel. I'm sure when he was flying home last night, he was on the patty.
Damn it!
Yeah, the second sack that they gave up, he's got Turpin on a shallow cross, and he gets some pressure inside from Jarrett. Jarrett beats Steele, and so all of a sudden now there's just really nowhere for him to go with the football. But that's unfortunate right there because if he hits the shallow cross, they've got a shot to get a nice gain there.
With Turpin right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. And even that, it's 3rd and 9 and you're throwing the ball like 4 air yards.
Yeah. Well, but
you're hoping that the guy
you're hoping
Turpin makes a guy miss.
Your fastest guy. You got to give him credit. You got to give Prescott credit on the Dowdle touchdown where he juggled it. That is a great job by Prescott to climb in the pocket to find Rico. It's really a good design. They get Tolbert all the way across the formation through trash again, like we saw in the Pittsburgh game. And he was an option. He was available, but the pressure was probably too much. But I could see what they were trying to do. They get down there and they're trying to kind of pick some guys off. And Tolbert does a great job of getting open. But Dowdle does an even better job of hanging on to the ball. Dak is under some serious pressure, and then he's able to kind of get himself in position, but concentrate to allow the ball to come down to him.
That was a double hero play from Dak to Dowdle. The entire offensive line caves in, I guess, outside of Tyler Smith. Everybody, BB and Martin, it's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Steele's running into his own guy. Guyton's getting smoked. That was a nutty play.
According to Next Gen, Dak made every single rusher miss for Atlanta, all 4
and his own offensive linemen.
Yeah, you could not
insane.
You cannot believe how much duress he was under to get that ball out. They got a call later in the game called. They had a 12-men in the huddle call.
Yeah,
and this one's on the sidelines, and you could see on tape what they were doing or what they were trying to do. Cook's on the field already from the previous play, and he's used as a pass protector, really as a pass blocker. They didn't hand the ball to him, so he's in the backfield as a blocker. So the ball is thrown to Lamb short of the sticks. Schoonmaker, Spanford, and Lipke all come on the field. All of them come on the field. The receivers all go off except Lamb. And Cook's standing there in the huddle thinking he doesn't know where he fits in all this. So what they were going to do was they were going to try and hurry up to the line and run a play with Lamb in the backfield. Instead, Cook didn't know that he was supposed to come off. When all those receivers went off and the tight ends came on, he just kind of looked like that he didn't know where he was supposed to be. And then he comes off late, and then that's how they get called in for the 12 men in the huddle.
Yeah,
but
you have Baker Mayfield a few years ago in a short week becoming a Ram the same week they have a Thursday night football game and they go win a game. Dalvin Cook's been here for a while now, and this is not the first time that he hasn't been buttoned up.
Yeah, there's been some things that they need to figure out there. Carl Lawson, the sack fumble. It was a great job by Lawson beating Pitts off the ball, and they also had Bijan Robinson in there trying to help, but he got caught too far to the inside and was absolutely no help on the play. Robinson made a smart play to try and, as the fumble, he made a smart play to try and knock the ball away from Leofau, which he did, but he knocked it right to Wilson. Leofau was going to fall on the ball, and
I was wondering how it got shot through there so quick.
Bijan Robinson is actually if you're going to give up a play and try and make another heady play, he saw Leofau was going to fall on the ball, and he knocked it forward. But Wilson was coming forward. They didn't have any other Falcon players there. Carl Lawson's second sack was he just drove his head in the middle of Matthews' chest and drove him directly back into the play. Really nice job by Osa winning on the inside against a double team to make Cousins have to step up. And it was really good hustle by Lawson to be able to finish that play. So nice job by him. If I could finish up with the punt return from, I'm going to do if I could real quick, the fake punt is what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike said they got the look that they wanted here, and I don't believe he's right at all there.
Not sure what look they were looking for.
I don't, yeah. Okay. On the other side of the formation, you have Flournoy as a gunner, 6'3", wide receiver on the other side of the formation. He's the left outside gunner. And you have C.J. Goodwin inside or the opposite side on the right side. This play had no chance from the start. It really, really didn't. You watch C.J. Goodwin come off the ball. He gets no separation. He's getting jammed. He tries to turn. The ball is already in the air. There's just no. It's not putting a player in a position to have some success. Why not put Flournoy over there? Put a receiver that's got high. You got a shorter defensive back over there trying to block one-on-one, or trying to So put a taller guy. Put a receiver. Put a guy that knows how to high point a football over there.
Yeah.
And make the play. If you're going to run that play, make sure you have the right tools to run the play. Don't throw the ball to a guy who can't get off the line, doesn't know how to high point the ball,
and is covered,
and it got covered.
Yeah,
that's not the matchup you want.
Especially when the rules dictate that guy can just completely mug Goodwin in that scenario. He doesn't have to play it like a real defensive back. He could throw Goodwin to the ground while the ball's in the air.
Like pass interference is legal, and the Cowboys were calling for PI.
Yeah,
wow.
And
so I was thinking, I don't think they knew that was the case.
You see on the film, Mike
Bones Fossil, man, that guy knows what he's doing.
Well, Mike was running down the sidelines, kind of complaining, and Bones grabbed him like, "Bro, they can do that."
Yeah.
Okay, at least somebody knew.
And we knew it when we knew it when we drew it up. I don't know what's worse, not knowing or knowing and still drawing up the single worst fake punt of all time.
And by the way, too,
just do the vomit, dude. We talked about the vomit on Friday.
I like the
Bust out the vomit. You know the vomit brought us, don't you?
No, what's the vomit?
Dude, it's a great fake punt. High school did it where the punter goes like he's punting it, but instead of when he goes for the kick follow through, he actually just uses his underhand to throw the ball into the sky, and his gunner knows that he didn't kick it and he threw it, and the gunner goes and catches it. It's one of the most amazing things you've ever seen. It's the vomit.
The vomit.
You just got to coordinate the swing of the arm and the leg, and up she goes.
Instead, they just made the entire fan base vomit.
We're pulling the vomit.
There you go.
Chief, where are we going next?
Well, we do have a sports hodgepodge. Got plenty of things to get to from incompetence around the NFL, but the lip readers caught Dak describing this team in 3 words yesterday. So I'd like to ask the Tolos to do the same. Describe these Cowboys using 3 words only. 877-881-1053. That's next year in the nation.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation!
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour 3 already of the G-Bag Nation, nearing the halfway point on this 5-hour journey. Top 10 at 420 coming up here in about 20 minutes. And so much more college football here on tap. Of course, big day of news for the Rangers, and it's a Mavs game night. We'll hit that and more coming up in the Expressway at 5:20. Right now, it's time for the Chief. Here he is, Eric.
Okay, so Dak described this team in 3 words on the sidelines yesterday. The lip readers caught it. The cameras caught it. No one is disagreeing with it. I don't even believe anybody's upset by it. It just is the fact of the matter. We bleeping suck is the way he described this football team. And it is the truest thing he's probably said at least all weekend long.
Yeah.
And so I'm just curious if the Tolos would like to describe this Cowboys team in 3 words as well.
Man, there's some great text coming in.
There is. I was going to go with Dog S Masterpiece. Masterpiece of Dog S that we heard from an NBA coach a couple of years ago, which is a great description of his own team. But that would be a couple of extra, because Dog S is 2 words still, right? Dog S is,
I think so.
Still 2 words.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go a Dog S Masterpiece to describe it. We have 972 Cluster Bleep Bleep. We have We Bleeping Suck. We have Texas JV Team from the 512. Trash Money Records from the 903.
I like it.
Straight Booty Cheeks 682. 817 calls him the 3-Ring Circus.
That's pretty good.
You like that one?
Pretty good.
I got Pure Fool's Gold.
Ooh.
And Shoot No Boy.
Shoot No Boy. 877-881-1053. I believe we had our guy Mark Bristow on Twitter say fan killing franchise. And No Ruiz on Twitter says, I'm not surprised. And I think that goes for a lot of us. I mean, I am surprised that it's this bad right now, and I think the injuries have certainly compounded all the problems that they had coming in, and you couldn't totally foresee that. So it is worse than I anticipated, but we all knew this was going to be a take a step back or 2 season, but it's been a step back, like 4 or 5 steps back. Is really what it's ended up being.
Yeah, massive step back, man. I mean, I'll be the first to say I was dead wrong about this team. You know, I thought while they had lost something, they weren't going to lose everything and look like, you know, a team that can only beat the absolute worst teams in the NFL.
Yeah, it's way worse than I anticipated. I mean, I was thinking maybe 9-8, somewhere around there. Could you possibly sneak into the playoffs as like a 7 seed, 6 seed? Didn't think they'd win the division, but I didn't think they'd be looking at a top 10 pick, which is kind of the direction they're heading right now.
Kind of felt like their defensive coordinator would button things up, then got that done at all this year.
I like, to use a Jerryism, crippled cricket's ass. You know, I believe one day with Sean and RJ, he said he was feeling lower than a crippled cricket's ass.
Yeah.
I thought that was epic.
Maybe he'll run that one back with them tomorrow. He does like to dip back into the bag of things from
30 years ago.
yesteryears.
I wonder what he said to the team yesterday. He gave a passionate speech apparently to the team after the game.
Oh, that was a don't feel too bad. We're Cowboys. Let's have a good week of practice. Life's good. We got to get together and put on a good show for the rest of these fans who are still watching the rest of the season. I think that type of stuff.
America's laughing stock from the 704.
America's laughing stock.
682 straight dookie shoot. Strong. I'm not going to read the pimpled butt
No.
from the 214.
You think they get flexed if things continue to be bad?
I mean, we did just get another flexing today. Chargers Bengals are now going to be on Sunday Night Football in Week 11, so they're taking out Jets and the Colts. But I don't know. I mean, Monday Night Football is definitely going to want them for one game. So you've got them twice. Like maybe Houston and Cincy are your two Monday night. Maybe that game against Tampa Bay gets flexed on Sunday Night Football. That might be the one.
I think so. Yeah.
I have the perfect 3 words, possibly. Jared's couch shark. If you want to describe the Cowboys,
Jerry's couch shark.
Jerry's couch shark. Ooh, I like it. I think you could write some headlines.
That's doing a disservice though, because this is a full-on essing of the pants. This isn't even a shark. This is graduated to an uncontrollable lava-esque falling out diarrhea style. That's what this is. But I do like that.
Yeah.
Jerry's couch shark is pretty strong. All right, from one disgusting football team to another, I take you to Chicago, where the Bears lose once again. Actually, in Arizona yesterday, the Cardinals starting to come alive a little bit. That NFC West is no joke, boys.
5-4, right?
Yeah, man, they're sitting pretty strong right now. But the Bears are on the opposite end of the spectrum. Things are falling apart. A lot of people thought the Dennis Allen news that we got today, being fired from the Saints, they thought it was going to be the Matt Eberflus news, being fired from the Bears.
Probably just a matter of time.
For sure.
He might be the next one to go.
I think DJ Moore was asked on Chicago radio this morning, like, has the team given up on the coach or something like that? And he's like, well, I can't say no. So that was the response. DJ Moore also at one point in the middle of a play while Caleb Williams is scrambling for his life, he just decided to step out of bounds, and just in the middle of the play, DJ Moore gave up and just walked to the bench while Caleb Williams is now scrambling for his life and has one less receiver to try and throw to on the run.
And then down 20, Caleb Williams gets hurt on the final play. And then today he's asked about it, like, why were you still in the game? He's like, not my decision.
I was going to pull a DJ Moore, but as a quarterback,
I can't do that. I saw it happen to Anthony Richardson. I can't tap out.
Very threatening.
Well, Matt Eberflus is he's a laughingstock right now. The Bears have never won a road game on a Sunday with Matt Eberflus. They're 3-18 on the road overall in his time there as head coach. But I guess they've all happened on either a Monday night or a Thursday night. He's 0-18 road Sunday games as the Bears head coach. And I believe he teased us with what was the single worst halftime speech ever given. This is him coming out of the half after his defense just gave up like a 50-yard touchdown run with 5 seconds to go in the half. And everything is down bad. And then he meets with the sideline reporter going into the second half, and this was their interaction.
Coach, after the way that first half ended, what was your message in the locker room to your guys?
I told them that, hey, this is what the score is, and we have each other. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to execute on offense, defense, and kicking, and we're going to go out here and compete in this second half.
Coach, thank you.
So this is what the score is, but we have each other.
We got each other.
Yes, we do.
Let's have fun and play together.
It's like a Sonny and Cher song.
Until, of course, DJ Moore walks off the field and he no longer has you.
While we laugh at the misfortune of the Bears, Brian, I do, remember Matt Eberflus cat's meow when he left as the Cowboys linebackers coach, toast of the league with the Colts.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a guy that we should probably have on our radar for next DC.
Oh, this is a Dan Quinn. This is kind of one of those Dan Quinn things where a guy, leaves an organization, and it's probably a much better defensive coordinator than he is a head coach.
He's a damn good DC.
Yeah, he's done a pretty solid job everywhere he's been as far as those things. And you do have some familiarity with him, which will probably help, But I'll be interested to see who the Joneses interview as their next head coach potentially. Yeah. Would Matt Eberflus even have a chance?
They might hire him and then hire their head coach.
And by who they interview, you mean like the one or two guys that they will interview?
Gosh, I hope not. If that's the case, I mean, I that really is as a Cowboy fan, you've got to hope that this search is exhausted. exhaustive. It's not just, hey, we're going to interview, satisfy Rooney Rule, and then find a way to, maybe talk to one or two other guys. I don't think that's the best way to do it.
We did get a Titans victory yesterday, much to the demise of Zach Wolchuk. It was an overtime thriller. I'm sure you were you were riding that roller coaster there, hoping for a Drake May victory, but the Titans end up getting the dub in overtime, 20-17. Listen to head coach of the Titans, Brian Callahan, and just how important this win was for him.
Just how badly did you guys need this today?
I mean, look at me. I needed it bad, man. It was, we needed it.
Emotional.
You can hear him getting choked up there as his team advances to 2-6 on the season, and I believe that would have been Wolchuk at the podium yesterday as well.
After that Drake May crazy play to force overtime, I was like, needed it, man, needed it. But unfortunately, didn't go the Pats' way. They're the first team this year to win a game after losing to the Lions. That streak was broken.
Oh, man.
And of course, it's when I take them on Survivor.
Felt like that was going to be a forever streak, Wolchuk.
The Survivor curse, man.
You had your wits about you. You should have just gone with your Thursday night gut.
Should have gone with the Jets. I know.
Thursday night gut.
I regret it.
All right, well, let's close it down to put a smile on all of our faces. We go to the YouTube channel of John Gruden, who I saw this over the weekend. Remember last Sunday was National Tight Ends Day. George Kittle had his way versus our Cowboys, but a lot of tight ends had a big day on National Tight Ends Day.
It did.
Listen to John Gruden just, once again, at the height of football pleasure.
I love to have a good day. Memorial Day, Labor Day, Valentine's Day. I love to see a tight end have a great day on Tight End Day. It's got me feeling really nice. Like last week when Travis Kelce went for 10 catches, 90 yards and a touchdown. And he did it to my Raiders again. Knock on you, Kelce. George Kittle, San Francisco 49ers. 6 catches, 128 yards and a touchdown.
Got me feeling nicey.
This guy's a complete terror. A heartbreaker. I love you.
He does the
Trey McBride, Arizona Cardinals. 9 catches, 124 yards. Who runs a better corner route than Trey McBride?
Nobody.
And Adam Troutman, Denver Broncos. He went to the University of Dayton, where I went. 4 catches, 85 yards and a touchdown.
Both Dayton Flyers.
Did you see the one-handed snag for 6? Wow!
I saw it, baby. I saw it. There he is, the legend John Gruden, itching to get back into the league.
Thank you, Chiafala. We'll have more of that gold coming up. Football's finest, and now just 45 minutes. I love the 469. He finishes it with 3 words, Prime's next job. How about that? That'd be a hell of a storyline. Top 10 at 420 coming up next, Wolchuk.
Yeah, it was National Sandwich Day yesterday. I've got the top 10 best sandwiches created in the great United States of America. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget me.
Yeah, buddy. Time for Wolchuk's Top 10 of 420. Segment is brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully.
Thank you very much. We get to sandwich talk here in just a moment. What's your go-to sandwich? 877-881-1053. Celebrated National Sandwich Day yesterday. I'll have the top 10 best sandwiches invented in America.
I didn't let the Cowboys ruin National Sandwich Day for me.
You shouldn't have.
I still punished all the sandwiches, and it was a glorious afternoon.
How many concessions did you have at the Mavs game yesterday?
Big shout out to Zavala's because they do it right.
They do.
And I may have had a brisket sandwich.
Had a brisket sandwich.
Ooh,
might be up
and
there.
nachos.
Nice.
Might have done the triple threat. Wow.
Well, that's big time considering we started our first ever G-Bag weight loss competition on Friday.
I'm about to pass out as we sit right here right now.
No, it's true. That's why I'm doing the Hail Mary Monday fast, to just make up for all this the sinning I did over the weekend.
Was he talking if I could just sleep tonight without eating here?
If I could just get to sleep tonight. Might pound some NyQuil when I get home just so I can get to sleep.
Yeah.
And then, boom, I didn't eat today. It's awesome.
Boy, I feel really light today.
Because as the sun goes down, it becomes harder and harder to keep food out of your mouth. There's something about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock,
It does, yeah.
10 o'clock.
The nighttime munchies are the real deal. Jeez. That's always the temptation. Now, I guess Tom Brady couldn't fight the temptation of criticizing the referees yesterday. But it's also kind of the job when you're on a broadcast. And Brian Branch got ejected during the Packers and Lions game.
Did he have a penalty before?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
No, he didn't. We were talking about this, and I thought it was a little bit of a weekend. Well, you asked me that question. I was like, I don't know, Brian. I'm here doing a post-game show with you. I have no idea what's happening in this game.
Oh, no. I just wondered if he'd had a previous penalty where he'd been fined, and they said, you've had enough.
No, not in this situation. Now, he did what looked to be, it was essentially a helmet-to-helmet hit.
Yeah.
Very clearly.
They end up, and that's fine. Like, go ahead and penalize him. Absolutely deserved a penalty, but he gets ejected. Here was the exchange on the Fox broadcast, and this is what Brady said that could result in a potential punishment because of all the rules. Since he's now a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, he's not allowed to make a statement like this. But this is how small it was. You tell me if you think this deserves punishment.
So they just threw out Brian Branch, who's one of their best defensive players, and that came from New York. Wow. So, Dean, we got to bring you in on this one. I know New York has the ability to do that, but what's the thought process here?
Exactly. So the officials on the field, now we have more flags. Looks like Branch did something as he was leaving the field.
Yeah.
The officials called the foul. They can decide to eject. This happened so late. This had to come from New York. They're looking at it. They decided that the hit raised to the level of a disqualification.
I don't love that call at all. I mean, obviously it's a penalty, but to me, that has to be serious intent in a game like this.
Conduct, defense number 32. It'll be an additional 15-yard penalty, first down Green Bay.
Holy cow.
That's all Brady said. And now the league might punish him for it. This is another reason why bye-bye radio booth man Tom Brady. He can't do it.
Yeah.
It's impossible to do his job if this is what the NFL is going to be doing every single week based on what he says. You can't not criticize the players and the officials while you're broadcasting a game. It's borderline impossible. So if something that small is going to get the NFL involved here to where they might go ahead and reprimand him in some way, it's like, dude, you need to get him out of the booth. Put Greg Olsen back there. He's better anyway.
Well, he is kind of a representative of owners, which is going to continue to put him in a weird spot because of their war against the concussion narrative that they're callous or they're not caring. You know, what the NFL is most worried about is future lawsuits that could rake in untold billions and billions of dollars. You know, at one point it was the biggest threat to their future. And they've done a tremendous job recovering from that, I'd say, over the last 10 years by having really the most buttoned up possible approach to anything concussion related. What is this? We have a member of ownership in the booth saying, I don't see anything wrong with that hit. That is something a lawyer would have a field day with. So I think the NFL is rightfully paranoid about the concussions. And that was a hit with a lot of intent. I think Tom Brady can't be in the booth anymore because he's an idiot for that statement. You know, like the most clear helmet to helmet. He put his crown in the face mask. He's like, I don't like this call, Jim. Get the hell out of here, Tom. You're the GOAT quarterback. You're maybe bottom of the list right now of analysts.
Yeah, it's not. He's been struggling. It's been rough to listen to. Listening to Greg yesterday, not that, you shouldn't really listen to the TV. Just listen to 105 through the fan right here. But Greg was way better.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, though, because I don't want to get fired. Apparently, if you criticize Tom.
Oh, that's bad.
You might get fired. Last thing,
he signs your paychecks
before we get in. That's true. Last thing before we get into the top 10, Bengals Joe Burrow 5 touchdowns yesterday. They went 41-24. They put a 40 burger up on the Raiders. Now the Raiders didn't fire their defensive coordinator today. They did fire their offensive coordinator today, though,
and a bunch of others.
Luke Getzy should have been fired the day they hired him.
It was a bad hire. This was Joe Burrow post game on his thoughts of what he wants to happen the rest of the season.
If we don't score a touchdown on a drive, I'm not going to be very happy for the rest of the year. I think that's our standard. We have to play the game that way. We have to expect that out of ourselves and live up to that.
Watch out. He's got the eye of the tiger, baby. The eye of the Bengal tiger.
That's the easy one right there. That's an easy payoff, Wolchuk. Just do the Joe Burrow. Dye that beautiful head of hair of yours.
Do the Joe Burrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I'll talk to the wife about that. She's probably going to say, no, thank you. I'm good. I don't want you to go blonde.
It'd be quite a two-tone.
It'd be weird. I don't think that would look good.
Oh, couldn't disagree more.
You think it would? I could pull it off?
Dude. With the contrast of that dark, thick, gnarly beard you got.
Ooh, okay. I shouldn't dye the beard, too.
Well, if you want to go dayball. You want to do the day ball?
No, I don't want to go full day ball. Nobody wants to go full day ball. All right, let's get to the top 10 best sandwiches invented in the United States of America. 877-881-1053. What is your go-to sandwich? As we had National Sandwich Day yesterday, any sandwich from Jimmy's Food Store in Dallas, says the 214.
Jimmy's.
Cat's Deli is the GOAT. The pastrami sandwich in New York City.
It's pretty impressive.
The Monte Cristo from Cheddar's is fire. Very underrated. Adam in Arlington.
It's a good sandwich.
The best sandwich is the one The missus provides. 817. It's a good
I
text.
do think any good sandwich,
the homemade sando,
starts with being handcrafted by a beautiful woman.
Would that be the open face roast beef sando?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think absolutely. Chef Darby's.
The number 12 beef curtain on the menu.
Hey, maybe you get the number 40. Who knows?
Extra au jus.
Roast beef, ham, provolone with mustard, mayo, and onion from the 817. PB&J number 1, not close, from the 940. A number 11 from Dino's Subs in Arlington with the works, mustard and Dino's dressing. And then the 214 is giving Schlotsky's some love because they love their bread. Shout out to Schlotsky's.
My wife laments the loss of Quiznos.
Oh, that was good.
It is a bummer.
They were toasted.
Quiznos was good.
They were innovators.
Yeah. And it ticks me off because Quiznos is a bit of a blind spot for me.
Really?
I was running into Subway way too often. That's one of my biggest life regrets. I know I've talked about it with you guys.
I'm a huge fan of Jersey Mike's, of course, and I think they might have the best cheesesteak. I'm on a mission to find one better. I haven't yet.
No, their Philly cheesesteak's outstanding. I like the spicy one personally when they put the spicy mayo on there, but to each their own. If you don't want the spicy, the regular's also outstanding. Lucius, sandwich talk?
Big dog. Let's see. I like a club. I'm a classic club sandwich.
Yes. Never go wrong.
You know, turkey, bacon, cheese, tomatoes, a lettuce, whole lot of mayo. Lately, I've been toasting it and putting avocados on that joint.
Ooh, California club.
Avocado and mayo. Avocado and bacon combination is crazy.
It's good. Toasting that sandwich really levels up just about any sandwich.
It definitely does.
Little char on there. Pulls out a little extra flavor.
214 says, please try Sarah's Deli in Irving. Please, in all caps.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
If that's somebody from Sarah's, we're all interested. Just sandwiches over would be great.
Sarah.
817 says it's not Dino's, it's Dino's. So apologize to Dino.
Oh, D-I-N-O?
Dino. Yeah.
Dino and the boys.
Okay.
I mean, a brisket sandwich, from our friends down the road, Brian.
Yeah, I know
My
what you're
goodness.
saying. Yeah.
Oh, the Lodge,
good.
man.
Yeah. Very good.
They do it right.
We DoorDash every once in a while.
Oh, yeah. Colossal Sandwich Shop in Bedford.
Yeah, I heard good things about it.
Really special.
Absolutely.
And call 214.
If you nailed a grilled cheese sandwich perfectly, I don't know it can be better. Sourdough, a little Gouda in there.
Yes.
Shout out to Grilled Cheese Co., man. We had a great time over there.
Oh,
the first
my
Sandlot Charity Day.
Yeah. Now, hold on. Ice cream sandwich, says the 214. Definitely deserves some love if you're considering that. A breakfast sandwich on a biscuit
Honorable
or a
mention,
crescent.
New Jersey created the breakfast sandwich.
Okay.
Jersey gets the credit for that?
Jersey gets the credit for that.
Oh.
Connecticut, the lobster roll, hot.
Yes.
Honorable mention. Maine, the Italian sandwich.
Yes, please. Number 13.
With the cold cuts and all?
The cold cuts.
Salami and stuff?
California, the patty melt.
Oh, my gosh,
yeah, the
dude.
patty melt.
Yeah.
Yes. Texas toast.
In South Carolina, shout out to Mr. G's Deli, which I think might make the best of these in DFW. South Carolina, the tuna melt.
Dude. Amen to the tuna melt. I am a huge fan. We went to where were we at in Oxnard when we left? There was that beach place that we ate at, and I got the tuna sandwich.
Was it Neptune's Nest?
Neptune's, yes.
Pretty dope spot.
That was cool.
You had a huge catfish, didn't you?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I ended up getting some kind of platter.
Oh, you guys stopped on the one?
Yeah.
We stopped on the one.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go.
Ridiculous amount of food.
Yeah.
Crazy amount of food.
We stopped there on the rocks and just hung out for a while.
I was about to say, did Dawson have to pull over and check out and see if the waves were hitting the rocks?
He did. He went for a surf, actually.
Yeah.
And then he said, well, somebody else needs to drive, and I'm kind of hungry. Anybody
We walked across the street.
We needed you that day, Brian.
We went to Neptune's Nest. Dude. It was awesome.
I was glad to be missed.
Number 10, top 10 best sandwiches invented in America. In New York, the club sandwich at number 10.
How about, can I throw in my vote for anything from New Orleans?
Well,
like the
Louisiana.
Po' Boys?
Po' Boy number 9.
Yeah, Muffalata.
Yeah, the Muffalata. I know you're a big Muffalata.
Yeah, because aren't you? Where was the place in Grapevine? Is it Weinberger's?
Weinberger's.
You brought
outstanding.
the Muffaletta last year.
Yeah, I did.
It just gets overdone. The Muffaletta has just a little too much black olives for my liking.
Well, that's
Let's
what I'm saying.
hold the black
a lot
olives.
of people, the olive, that whole thing. A lot of people don't like that on the sandwich. That making it that wet.
Give me a chicken cutlet sando, old Chuck.
Yeah, the chicken cutlet's fantastic. Florida, the Cuban sandwich at number 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
We got the California, the French dip, coming in at number 7.
California's known for the French dip.
Apparently, California's the French dip creator.
Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that.
6 is New York, the chopped cheese.
You kind of thought it was going to be France, didn't you?
Okay, that's like basically a cheese. It's like a Philly cheesesteak,
right?
but it's with ground beef.
Okay,
It's
that's
not
the
steak.
difference.
Yeah.
5, Tennessee, the Nashville hot chicken sandwich. Nashville Hot Chicken's taking over, man. I feel like every corner
Get
I'm
him,
looking at a new Nashville Hot Chicken place. Shout out to Palmer. 4, Texas chopped brisket sandwich.
Yes, please. Much better than sliced.
Sliced beef, yeah.
Number 3, Illinois, the Italian beef sando.
There you go. Chicago.
Like Portillo's.
Mm-hmm.
You guys like all the peppers and stuff on it, though?
Yes, I do.
Honestly, I don't know that I've ever really
I think
tried
the gentleman to my left would probably say no.
No.
I mean, nah.
Okay.
I like the
Yeah.
flavor. Could you flavor it with that a little bit? Maybe cook it around there, then pull them out before you serve them.
The sausage and peppers, man.
You kind of work it on
Give
the
it to
flat
me.
top and then separate them.
Yeah, there you go.
Number 2 is Pennsylvania
You
with the
make
Philly
it a
cheesesteak.
Philly cheesesteak?
Yeah, the Philly cheesesteak. But number 1, the best sandwich created in America. We go to Nebraska.
Meatball sando.
For the Reuben.
Ooh, the Reuben's good.
The Reuben is good.
Reuben.
469 says try Texadelphia. Good cheesesteak.
No, wait.
I've never been to Texadelphia.
I tried to bring you guys Texadelphia one time, and I don't think you liked them.
Oh, that wasn't. It couldn't have been me.
No, I think there was. I think I did that. I think
have
there
been
was
me.
because there's another place.
Couldn't
There's
have been. It's a
Philly.
different guy.
There's this Philly cheesesteak place by my mom and dad's house. I pick up when I used to bring, and because I always get Dawson without the onions.
Mm-hmm.
But Lucius, you liked it, right? Didn't I brought those Lucius a Philly cheesesteak place?
Oh yeah, they're fantastic. I really do like them.
Yeah. So I was
When are you gonna bring them back?
Got a Friday. We got a Friday.
Well, thank you, Chuck.
Cheesesteaks. Here we go.
Thank you very much.
Top
We're
10.
playing Philly. Why not?
Yeah, there you go. Very fitting. Okay, college football super segment coming up next. We'll get some college pigskin action in here. Chuck, anything to tease?
Well, how about the ponies? We got some takeaways from this
Pony
weekend,
up.
and Dan Lanning is doing it again. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat about
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. Expressway at 5:20. We'll reset all the Cowboys breaking stories for you from throughout the day. It's time now for a college football super segment. It's starting to get real juicy as we're in November. Well, Chuck, what you got?
Well, let's talk about the team right up the road. The SMU Mustangs pony up as they absolutely dominated. Number 18 Pitt, 48-25. And now when you look at who's unbeaten in the ACC in conference play, it's looking like a collision course. SMU and Miami, the 5th-ranked Canes, and the SMU Mustangs might end up looking like they're going to face off in that ACC championship game later on this year. You had Clemson fall to Louisville 33-21, and now SMU is all the way up to number 13 in the AP Top 25. Tomorrow, I believe, we will get our first college football playoff rankings. Now, this is the first time that SMU's been in the top 15 since week 10 of the 2019 season. I have that from CBS Sports, but I don't know the last time that they've been ranked. Like, how high? You know, when were they number 1? You said 1983.
Oh no, they've had some moments. I thought they were up there. They beat Pitt. It's funny, they beat Pitt and Dan Marino.
It's crazy.
Or Pitt beat them in the Cotton Bowl. It was something like that. But that I was kind of trying to remember the last time that Pitt and SMU played, and I think it was in the Cotton Bowl. But yeah, they've those Eric Dickerson and Craig James teams were ranked pretty
really
high.
Good teams.
Yeah.
But this was a fun weekend in college football. 5 ranked teams losing to unranked opponents, including 3 that occupied the top 15 slots. Oregon still number 1. Georgia at number 2. Ohio State is at 3 after their big win over Penn State. And how about that finish for the Buckeyes? I mean, they just ran out the final 5.5 minutes of that football game. Penn State didn't have a chance. Miami is at number 4. Cam Ward, to me, probably going to be your Heisman Trophy winner, but we'll see how this thing plays out. Texas is at 5. Penn State fell to 6. Tennessee at 7. Indiana has cracked the top 10 at number 8, followed by BYU and Notre Dame. And then you've got SMU at 13. A&M falls to 15 after they get upset by South Carolina.
Did you say LSU in there anywhere?
Yeah, LSU is 14, so they're right ahead of A&M. So you got to clog SEC schools. So LSU at 14, A&M at 15, so Ole Miss at 16.
LSU has to win out basically to get into this thing. They have to beat Alabama. I'm just trying to think ahead here. I'm sorry.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
The SEC seems very jumbled right now. I think like Texas and Georgia right now probably the inside track to play each other in the SEC. But
LSU has one loss.
So LSU's got a shot.
Yeah.
If they win out, then they'll be a conference because I don't think they play Texas.
No, they don't. See, that's the thing about it. Texas plays Texas A&M, and if Texas were to lose that game, then but LSU would have to win out to get.
And Texas gets Florida this week. Florida played Georgia very, very tough. Georgia pulls out that victory. DJ Lagway, who got hurt, their true freshman in that game, has not been ruled out against Texas. Le'Veon Moss, though, the outstanding running back for Texas A&M, suffered a season-ending leg injury in the loss to South Carolina. Mike Elko confirming today that he will be out for the season.
They missed him. They really, really did. But, man, give South Carolina a lot of credit, though, for the way they played that football game. I'll tell you, when we're watching tape, we start doing these segments, South Carolina looks like they got some defensive linemen.
I feel like every year they've got some whether it's cornerbacks or
their pass rush is like
tackles.
One of the best in the country for sure.
That defense looks to be the real deal. But it was a fun weekend when it came to college football. Like you look at the storylines around the country, the top teams, man. I mean, them falling, Clemson with that big loss to Louisville. But I think the big story, Indiana, they continue to win. And unfortunately, the Huskers are really pooping all over themselves. Nebraska continues to just be an absolute disappointment right there. They can't win a close game. If this thing's within a touchdown, they can't win it.
They're trying to get their guys ready to be New Orleans Saints, possibly, preparing for the NFL.
Yeah, maybe.
This is how you go on a proper skid.
Well, Dylan Raiola is expected to play against USC. He came back.
That's another team that's really struggling, too.
USC.
Yeah, those are 2 programs right now that are really, they're leaking oil. They're leaking oil big time in a big way. But that was a historic victory for Louisville in Death Valley. That game was back and forth. And I think that you had another issue with the fans just throwing debris onto the field.
Yeah, Clemson.
They're at Clemson. They were thinking we can get a bad call taken away just like Texas did. It didn't work out for them. Next play, Louisville goes ahead and scores a touchdown.
Worth a shot,
Texas fans are tastemakers. There was a Big Ten team that did it last week or the week before, too. And the Big Ten didn't even do anything about it. The Big Ten didn't even fine.
There wasn't even a fining, huh?
Texas got fined.
They're letting you fight because the Big Ten also said, like, hey, Michigan State, that little fight that they had at the end of the game, like, don't worry about it.
Boys will be boys.
It's okay. At least it was on the field this time. It wasn't back in the locker room. Like, nobody got jumped. We'll be all right. Projecting the top 12 college football playoff right now, Oregon and Ohio State seem to be locks. I think Georgia seems to be a lock.
Man, Oregon. Oof.
Oregon looks really good.
That's a good-looking team.
Okay, Dan Lanning, man, and I don't know that, like, you can pry him. Maybe he's one of these guys that just is going to be he's a great college coach, and he doesn't have aspirations of moving to the NFL.
Like Nick Saban, great?
But, yeah, like, Dan Lanning, to me right now, I mean, it's hard to, like, Kirby Smart's got the track record. He's won multiple national championships, but Dan Lanning's on the short list of best coaches in college football right now. And for me, it could be number one. Every week he's doing something that's just outthinking his opponent. So they come out in this weird punt formation where they've essentially got the long snapper lined up. Then behind him, like we're talking 3 yards back, they've got 3 more offensive linemen than the punter. Michigan isn't sure exactly how to line up. So what they do is, because you've just got the long snapper at the line of scrimmage, now they're lining up a defensive player over the long snapper. You can't do that. So they punt the ball. It's 4th and 4. Michigan gets flagged. Automatic first down, Oregon.
For covering the center?
For covering the center.
Yeah.
And now Oregon gets to continue their drive. But Dan Lanning, it's like every week he's got some kind of loophole that he's figuring out that nobody else in college football seems to be aware of.
And it's not just this moment. It's that he's looking at every single angle on how to give his football team a chance that you love. If it's not a rules violation, it's a little technique. Or exploiting a rule, it's a little technique. I think that's what you're looking for. I would love it if we found out the Cowboys had Dan Lanning on a short list.
I didn't want to be prisoner of the moment here, but I am advocating for Dan Lanning to be on the short list. I would like to interview him.
Definitely would want to interview him for sure. And you've seen some younger defensive head coaches or defensive guys get head coaching gigs here. I mean, Seattle just took the Ravens defensive coordinator, so you're seeing it a little bit more. You just kind of have to ask yourself, do you want to have the guy that is the offensive-minded coach that no one can steal your play caller? Because Dan Lanning, like it's about to happen to Dan Campbell, and we'll see how he pivots from there. Where if he loses Ben Johnson,
he might lose
happens?
Both his coaches.
Aaron
Glenn.
Aaron Glenn could end up getting that Saints job. I've seen him now with Dennis Allen being fired today. Aaron Glenn has spent time in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And that could be somebody that they would look at to take over as head coach there. I mean, he's gotten interviews before.
Yeah.
So, you could see both Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn leave. And I wonder if Ben Johnson would even want to interview for this Cowboy job.
I just kind of feel like that. Didn't we hear some whispers that maybe he was interested in that Chicago job?
Yeah, Albert Breer reported that last week.
Yeah.
And the Bears obviously didn't even flirt with the idea because they kept Eberflus.
They will now.
I don't think anybody's turning down the Cowboys job, I just think the attraction of it is such that I'll take my shot. I want to go see what this is like. It's part of sports history. It's the most popular organization.
You'll get 5 years. Is that what you're saying?
There's that too. And if you can crack it, I think the glory is 10 times better than any other franchise.
I think that there's a lot of questions on whether or not a good head coach would want to come here with the hierarchy, but you're also committing yourself to 4 years of Dak Prescott as your quarterback. Yeah. Would you rather? Is there somebody else that you would rather go attach yourself to?
Caleb Williams or something like that.
Well, exactly. It's not only that, but you're attaching yourself to Jerry.
No, for sure.
And
that's
you talk about the glory. I don't think you're not getting the glory if you're a head coach here. That's why he's hiring the coaches he's hiring right now. Jerry wants to
Jimmy's
be the guy
pretty
that gets
famous.
That glory. Yeah, and since then, that was the last time Jimmy got the glory, and then Jerry got butthurt about it. Mm-hmm. So Jerry's wanted to prove I'm the guy. I should get that glory ever since. So, I mean, the only person that he hired, really, you could go back to Bill Parcells, maybe, that would say, like, hey, I'm not doing what you're trying to tell me I need to do here. But I think that's something that it would run a lot of coaches off when they find out exactly how this thing's going. And if I've got an owner and a GM who's not really sitting into my meetings or anything that's going on and pretends that he's a general manager, but now I'm going to run down the hallway and tell you this is the running back receiver you need to go ahead and play. If I'm a coach that's worth a damn, I'm ticked off and I don't want to deal with that.
I think there is something to be said for that. Like, but everything we've heard is that like the biggest coaches would take it. Belichick would take it. And I think the thing that's the good trade-off is you're going to be allowed to have significant influence in personnel decisions. I don't know if a lot of teams give that. So sure, I'm going to talk to the media and I'm going to say some things that, you might not like, but you get to be a bigger part of the draft operation than almost any team in the NFL.
I guess. I don't think Mike's really part of the draft, but that's also maybe a choice for Mike.
I think it is.
That Mike didn't do that in Green Bay. So maybe, and Bill, that's another reason I wouldn't want Bill. Bill can't draft. Bill's not good with that. That's a big reason why New England started to go downhill. Tremendous mind, good coach. I don't want him as part of the personnel. That's going to be an issue. But yeah, maybe guys that have already been there and have a track record, they don't have anything to prove. That's why you don't end up getting these young up-and-comers that come here and want to interview or get the chance to be interviewed.
Yeah, I think Jerry wants a guy he knows he can trust. And in the process of interviewing those big ego guys, I think Jerry would be the one to say, this is not going to work,
Which is a problem.
Yeah, it was a big problem for Parcells. It was not a problem for Jason Garrett at all because Garrett had been here so much and he was such a beta leader that he was more than happy to let Jerry set the tone on several things.
I also think a lot of these coaches can probably fetch more dollars from other organizations. I don't think Jerry wants to spend a bunch of money on a coach.
I'm with you. That might be part of the reason why Mike's still here and he didn't want to pull the trigger on that.
And I think as well on that, though, check this out. I think Jerry knows he's going to change coaches. He doesn't want to hire the new guy to start the rebuild. We're going to let the old guy finish out the rebuild, so I don't have to pay two guys. But number one, we don't want to start the new guy off in a bad foot as far as momentum, as much as we can avoid.
Which job you guys like the best? Dallas, Giants, Chicago, Cleveland, Jacksonville, Vegas, New Orleans.
I think I'd probably go with the Giants.
The Giants?
Yeah. If I'm a coach, I think I'd rather go to the Giants.
I think the Cowboys' best job in there.
I think that Chicago job, if that opens up, if you believe in Caleb Williams, I think that's a pretty talented roster.
What do you think, Brian?
But the hierarchy of that is also very dysfunctional with that organization.
I kind of feel like that. I feel like that to me, it's between the Chicago and Dallas situation right now. I think I would take Chicago.
Young quarterback, got it going on.
Yeah, and build that offensive line and go from there.
I do believe organizations lose a lot of games, and you're looking at loser organizations in Cleveland, New York, and Chicago.
I don't know if I want to deal with this Washington quarterback anymore. You know what I'm saying? If I'm in this division, and maybe the Giants figure that out too. Now you're dealing with Hurts, and you're maybe these quarterbacks in this division might be a little tough for you if you're coming in, right?
Be really interesting. We are just a couple of months away from having a full-blown discussion and hopefully coaching search here conducted by your Dallas Cowboys. In addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, where are you taking us?
Yes, among other things, we'll have more Cowboy takeaways featuring the decent, the bad, and the disgusting.
Do you want energy to dominate?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington at Hearst Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It is time now for an edition of The Finest. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. LA Live is now 40 minutes away there. Here's the Chief.
When McCarthy slammed that tablet, do you think that was because he was frustrated with his team, or was the tablet just not working in that moment?
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of frustration with the team there. Couldn't block anything up. How many guys got beat on that play?
All 11, I believe. I thought that he was mouthing when he slammed that tablet down. I thought he was mouthing, just fired me already. But I couldn't confirm it, so I didn't run with it and report it.
I thought it was we bleep and suck.
I thought it was too.
Maybe it was we're totally rooted.
We do have rooted. That has really that was the truest theme that he really ever could have concocted. Mm-hmm. He knew what he was doing with that one.
He did. I wouldn't check his passport. I think he'd find a little trip down under this last offseason.
I do want to go tip of the cap. Rico Dowdle, nice little outing there. I think future RB2 is in the works. Perhaps
I like it.
Get some younger, fresher legs out there in front. It adds to the frustration of giving Zeke as many opportunities this season as they had to date.
Glad to see you're on the Ashton Genty train, by the way, sounds like.
Yeah.
Running back 2 for Dowdle.
Hey, man, if you can get him in round 2, I'd be all over it. Be absolutely all over. I'm hearing best, deepest running back class we've seen in years. That's what I'm hearing. Wow. So I feel like 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, go ahead and get you a guy.
Could you imagine having the absolute best one? Yeah. Out of a great class?
Yeah. That's why I like to draft them in the 3rd or 4th round, because usually that's kind of where they pop up from. Got a lot of swings and misses.
What position scares you the most to draft?
In the first round?
Quarterback?
None of the best running backs right now are in the 3rd or 4th.
Punter?
What's the one position that would scare you the most to draft other than a quarterback?
What do you mean by scare?
Scare, like you don't want to do it.
Running back, yeah, for sure.
You want nothing to do with the running back.
I want nothing to do with the running back.
I'm terrified by defensive tackle.
When you have as many holes as this team has, if you're going to start off the proceedings with putting a running back in there, give me whatever running back you want yesterday. It's not changing anything.
The position, you can't change your quarterback because you've already signed him up for 4 years, right? So what other position are you looking at?
Well, I mean, there's a long list of them, but I think my first order of business is fixing the right side of my offensive line. So it probably starts with I'll June 1 cut Terrence Steele. I'll eat that, and I'm replacing him immediately. And maybe I'm replacing him with Guyton, where he's more naturally a right tackle. I know Wolchuk's lamented that plenty, so maybe that's the case. And you draft your left tackle the future. That's fine. Yeah. But I think it has to start. On the line of scrimmage and preferably on the offensive line.
Has the Guyton pick scared you off of drafting tackles for plug and play?
No, not at all. Has it you?
I think there's a little pause there now. I think there's something, I mean, we all always thought they were always going to take first-round linemen. They were going to be plug-and-play guys. This guy's learning curve was pretty steep.
Yeah.
So
they took an alternate route this time. They took a right tackle and tried to make him a left tackle.
It's not a slam dunk like it used to be. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's less of one for sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can't draft scared. You got to go out there and do what you think is best.
And take a running back.
No, because that would be not drafting scared. That'd be drafting stupid.
You're drafting scared. You don't want to run. You don't want the best running back?
No, I'd rather have the best offensive tackle. Wouldn't you?
You know what, to me, I've kind of seen some of these teams. I watched the Ravens offensive line.
Yes, they put the cherry on top of a great roster with Derrick Henry. They didn't go get Derrick Henry and then build around him.
I don't know if the Ravens, would you say the Ravens have one of the best offensive lines?
They're playing a bunch of young guys. I mean, they're playing a rookie right tackle. They're playing
a second, third-year center.
Yeah, and they're essentially playing a rookie guard in Voorhees, who they went ahead and basically like redshirted.
The second or third year center that you wanted the Cowboys to draft in the first round, are you going to talk down on him like he's not a good player?
I'm not.
They also have a good coach, and they also have the MVP at quarterback to help open things up for Derrick Henry.
Running game has made a huge difference. The running back has made a huge difference there. One of the best running backs in the league.
Yes, it was a nice cherry on top to what was already an AFC Championship level offense.
I think the offensive line. I think you're. To me, I think this running back is making this offensive line better. That's my opinion of it.
Well, yes, I think the quarterback and the scheme and all the other guys are making the running back better.
Quarterback's outstanding, but I think the running back has made a huge difference in this offense. It really does. I think the one thing that you could do to really help your quarterback, this one that you're going to have for the next 4 years,
is give him an offensive line that can open up holes and protect him. Yes, I agree.
To me, though, that they got to find a way to get a guy that can be a difference. Well, you look what's happened in Philadelphia now with that guy.
Yes, after they built the offensive line and have two awesome receivers, they went ahead and decided to throw a running back in the mix. That's fine, and they won't win the Super Bowl, but it looks good. Hey, you barely beat the Jags yesterday, man. That was awesome. Saquon Barkley had an amazing game, and you scraped by, and you barely beat Doug Peterson, who should already be fired. Good for you.
Carry on. Carry on.
Come on.
No, carry on. You're good.
I mean, the best running backs in the league right now were taken in the first 2 rounds for the most part.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can cherry pick that all you want, dude.
No.
If you guys are going to draft a running back, then we need to draft a new draft show. If you guys are going to talk about drafting a first-round running back at pick 11, where you're picking right now, you're out of your mind.
What are you going after?
Because you guys are coming after me like I'm insane for not wanting to draft a running back.
You're the only one who's yelling and your veins are popping out of your neck.
I'm just
coming after you.
You're trying to draw me off.
It's okay if people disagree with you.
It's all right. I'm just trying to
find. In the top 10, I've said it. I'd address another position.
But at 11, you're good.
But hey, if
no, it's fine. At pick 11, at pick 10, you don't want to do it. But pick 11, you want it.
I just want to take good football players.
I was just trying to learn why you didn't like running backs. That's what I'm saying. And maybe of having the best one. That's all I was trying to figure out. I wasn't trying to do anything. Please don't go after the draft show anymore. Really?
Cross the line there, damn it.
Yeah.
If you guys are talking about drafting a running back because the guys in the league right now were drafted in the first round, Derrick Henry was a second-round running back.
We're going to have to talk about it. This team took a running back 4th overall. The Cowboys certainly would do that. It's not.
I'm not worried about what the Cowboys would do. I'm asking you two guys. I'm not talking to Jerry Jones on the draft show. I'm talking to y'all.
You're fine.
So if y'all are going to make somebody out to be a schmo for wanting to draft an offensive lineman in the top 10 instead of a running back.
Nobody's making you a schmo. You're making stuff up now. Again.
The fact that they were running out Ezekiel Elliott as much as they had been to date When Rico's averaging 5.3, Elliott 3.4. Yeah. I mean the 56% success rate for Rico Dowdle, 34% for Ezekiel Elliott. 62% success rate on catches out of the backfield for Rico, 40% for Zeke. And they kept running Zeke out there. And it was awesome to see Rico do what he did yesterday. It was certainly nice.
Yeah.
But it really just reinforces why was Zeke getting what he got to this point.
General manager.
Exactly. That's a Jerry thing.
Yep. The general manager, the general manager has to say, I know Dawson and I had this discussion the other day, and it is about, the general manager would like to see this guy play. That's what this is, and the head coach is like, fine, you're the general manager. Let's see how this works. And then, your guy is now, they're struggling with him. They're struggling to get him to practice. They're struggling to get him to meetings. There's a lot of struggle going on over there with that. Dowdle needs to play the rest of the way. No question about that.
Yeah, he's without a doubt your best back.
Yeah.
And I think Rico, shows you that just getting a replacement level running back in there can be great. You don't have to draft super high to find somebody in there that can get you 4.5 or 5. I think that's the point that Chief was making. I think if you can have a good running game with a replacement level guy, whether that's with a great offensive line or with the greatest running quarterback the game has ever seen, you put a star running back on top of that, and now you are adding to the weapons that the other defense has to worry about. I don't think you could put Derrick Henry or any running back right now in here and make it a good enough running game that the other team would be paranoid by it. It would take a bad defense like you saw in Atlanta in order to create success.
You don't think defenses would play the Cowboys offense any different with Derrick Henry?
No.
They play everybody that faces Dallas, they play 6-man box. Dallas gets more light boxes than any other team in the league.
I mean, Derrick Henry is great if you can give him the runway. And now he is 3 yards past the line of scrimmage at full speed, and guys are bouncing off him. If you go meet him in the hole, I think it would be very similar results.
I mean, the Cowboys don't trust their running game to, on 3rd and 1, give their running back the ball.
Not at all.
You don't think they would give it to Derrick Henry on 3rd and 1?
I think there's a better chance they would, and maybe yesterday they should have given it to Rico.
I would have
who is costing $7.5 million less.
Would have loved it. But the problem is they don't view Rico as that guy, and that's clear because they refuse to feature him in the offense.
Yeah, I just think that when it comes to positional value, like right now, the difference between Zeke and Jalen Ramsey, where they are in their careers, is a perfect opportunity to study this. You're wanting to add really good players for a long time. Zeke's been washed up really since about year 4 of his career, and Jalen Ramsey no longer in contention for best corner, but still a very good player.
Is he?
They didn't know where they wanted to play Ramsey. That was their biggest problem. That whole thing, they could have drafted Ramsey. You're absolutely right. They just didn't know if he was a safety or a corner. That's your front office problem right there.
You don't want to be in a similar situation though if you are picking 9th or 8th, and you take a running back that busts. I don't think any other team in the NFL would.
I just don't think it's a slam dunk anymore of plug and play guys here for their offensive line. That's what I'm saying.
Just because of Guyton? I think
Guyton
soured you on that.
I think there's a little bit of that, yeah. And maybe some of these guys that they've kind of, the Awesome Richards and the Matt Willetts goes and the.
Do you think maybe the Tyler Smith pick made him a little overconfident?
I think so.
I think so. Look at us.
Yeah, well,
world thought we were stupid and we nailed it. Let's do it again.
You also got to think about the offensive line coach.
Yeah.
That's I don't think that's worked out very well either.
No, I mean you've seen regression specifically from Terrence Steele.
Yeah.
Other than Rico, I mean, Overshown was flying around, knifing in, doing the best he could.
Yeah.
Kendricks was, flying around as well. The effort is certainly there with him. Osa, was getting some level of pressure. I thought the toughness that CeeDee Lamb showed was pretty awesome. You're kind of scratching your head like, why is he still in there? I guess they know that whatever it is he was going through wasn't getting any worse. It was just a pain tolerance thing. So it was nice, nice to see a little toughness out of somebody.
They think he's going to be all right. I mean, just from what I'm hearing this morning, it seems like that. Like I say, they were worried about Dak. They feel like though that CeeDee's going to be okay.
There were some unreal pancakes 10 yards down the field. Linval Joseph and Mozzie Smith at the yellow first down marker on 1st and 10, just on their backs.
They need to revamp that whole. They need to revamp that whole defensive tackle room, and I don't think it's re-signing. I don't think it's re-signing Oso Digizu. I don't think that really helps you in any way. I think they're going to have to they're going to have to once again commit resources to getting that done, and it might be having to draft another Michigan guy.
How many off seasons do you think that this rebuild is going to be? Because the defensive line and the safeties, and we need an edge and another wide receiver, a guard and a right tackle.
Like you said, if Jerry Jones, tomorrow on trade deadline, and Jerry's going to do something. Jerry's going to make a trade. Is he going to make 11 trades? Because they could sure use 11 different guys if they really want to be honest about this.
And then just overall, the missed tackles were alarming. Would you say it was 15?
15.
Yeah.
And
15.
honestly, it could have been more.
Yeah, I think it was 17. Was it the Baltimore game?
Yeah.
That was
they've had some really poor days of tackling, and the biggest one was it ended up being they moved the ball. They got Dallas had a chance to make the Atlanta punt from its own end zone. Basically, Carson misses a tackle 2 yards on the side of the sticks. He makes that tackle that Atlanta's going to punt the ball. Maybe Turpin gets a big return out of it. But, they get a first down, and then they kind of pin you back in your end.
The fourth drive of the game for the defense, it was where Mooney ends up getting the touchdown. Diggs is lost, and it's 14-3. But before that, it was a 3rd and 14 play to Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
And Diggs has a chance to stop him there. It would be 4th and 7.
Sure.
But he just lays it, just doesn't try to actually tackle him, and now what should have been 4th and 7 or 8 is now a 4th and 3, and then it's TD to Mooney, and Diggs is complaining to the referee while the play's still going on instead of actually playing in the play. There's a 36-yard touchdown, and Diggs could have not had that happen to him had he just tried to make a tackle on Kyle Pitts on 3rd and 14, but he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to. And Kalen Carson started to try and get a little bit better. He gave up a grab later in the game that was like, hey, that was pretty good coverage. But that what was that? The second drive of the game, and they were just attacking him.
They were 7 for 7 on targets and receptions against him in that game.
Yes,
his tackling might be bad now. I mean, he's had missed tackles, but his tackling because of his shoulder, he might not be interested in sticking it in there like he needs to.
No,
got to stick it in there.
Yeah.
Well, you learn from your leaders. You look around to your right, and you're like, what other corner's really going to get in here? I guess Jordan Lewis will.
Jordan Lewis will mix it up.
Jordan Lewis will do it.
Yeah.
Donovan Wilson, for as frustrating as he is, he's at least trying to tackle people, and you can appreciate that.
He's
but
good.
Yeah, the Diggs stuff just continues to compound on itself.
Thank you, Chief. In addition to the finest every afternoon, 5 o'clock, this one featuring one of the top debates we've seen between Chiafalo and Broadus, and that's saying a lot, I really hope you guys can settle your differences here at the break without a bloody nose like last time.
Well, I was gaslit, okay? And I was put on fire.
Let's go.
And then I got called out for reacting to it.
What do you guys think on the text at 877-881-1053? Maybe you'll hear it tomorrow again with Sean and RJ or something like that. We got to go, though, and an expressway is coming up next. We'll get you up to speed on everything that's developed throughout your broadcast day here in the world of sports. Hand it over to LA Live coming up at 5:40, and we're back with that here in the G-Bag Nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on the Fan and the Odyssey app.
Yeah, buddies, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to take a moment and chat about D&M Leasing. You got a dependable vehicle with the latest and greatest safety features online. Does it have good tread on the tires? If not, going into this rainy season, it might be a great time right now to pick up the phone, call D&M.
unfiled returns, or even past due taxes, call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney at 972-484-0829 or go to myiRSteam.com. We have offices in Dallas and Fort Worth.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Are you a healthy adult who suffers from asthma? If so, pay special attention. SMU and UT Southwestern are looking for adults between the ages of 40 and 69 years of age to participate in a research study on asthma, the brain, and cognition. Did you know having asthma may affect your brain and impair your ability to think clearly? Participants in this study will need to complete 3 study visits, all at your convenience. Study evaluations and examinations will be provided at no cost to you. You will be compensated for your participation in this study. Call or text 214-790-7904. That's 214-790-7904 for more information and to see if you qualify. Or email us at abcstudy@mail.smu.edu. Again, if you're a healthy adult between 40 and 69 and suffer from asthma, please call or text today, 214-790-7904. That's 214-790-7904. Or email us at abcstudy@mail.smu.edu.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by The Glass Doctor.
When a glass window is all that stands between your business, school, or church and a threatening world, call The Glass Doctor. We've got safety and security solutions for any threat level and any budget.
Call The Glass Doctor, we'll fix your paint. Oh, yeah!
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Time to hit the expressway. We go commercial free to the top every day at this time. Brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Segments brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. 817, the arguing continues through the commercial break. I'm texting here, but watching on YouTube, I can see y'all yelling, please share, question mark.
Please share.
571, hashtag I stand with Broadus.
Yeah, me too.
Love the fan cam right now. Yeah, it was.
Don't be a jerk.
It was good. You know, that was a good debate there in the segment itself, and then at the break as well. Hope you're good at reading lips.
Yeah, I seen them fools arguing during the break. I said, let me turn this fan cam on.
What's going on here?
Yes. For all the watchers here, give me something.
The show behind the show. That
This
was
is
great camera work.
entertainment.
You know,
Because Broadus was being real animated, and you see Chief is like, yeah. Oh,
it was good.
Oh, so good.
Something tells me Bobby Belt's at home right now clipping that video, making gifs out of it.
Oh, guaranteed.
Okay. G-Bag Nation every day at this time.
Y'all good?
Yeah. Fantastic. I think that was therapeutic.
Okay.
I feel great. Broadus, you all right?
I'm good.
Y'all
bro.
pieced it up?
No.
We're good, man.
No,
Not
they
really.
ain't pieced it
No,
up,
not
bro.
really, but we're good.
Yeah, they will.
You can go F yourself,
It's a
Dawson.
good pause right here.
It's never.
Oh, I think was it the line that I said, then we need to get a new draft show if you guys are advocating for a running back?
because
I mean,
it's just,
that was a good line, but
I'm
I felt like
sorry.
it was triggering.
I didn't-
And maybe
I didn't-
unfair. I think you hit below the belt there, Chief.
Oh, okay. Ray Davis is kicking ass, and I love that guy.
I'd like to apologize for that. Where'd you draft Ray Davis at? That running back,
4th rounder.
4th round.
I thought you were going to give us some Rangers news there.
I thought Ray Davis
I'll have
too.
Rangers news for you. There's a lot of Ranger news going on.
Okay, yeah, Ranger news at the top. We got a new GM. We got new hitting coach, I think. Some other
there's a new
stuff.
hitting coach.
We got guys opting out as well. That's a good tease there for a proper round tripper around the bases coming up at 6 o'clock here on your home of the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers. Cavani Turpin's going to be on the Cowboys Hour coming up from 7 to 8, and then the Fan After Dark 8 to 11. So it'll be good to hear. A texter asked, why can't he stay in bounds? He's so fast and so light. I think there is something to being too fast to be able to cut. Like you get it's the rare freak who can be running that fast and still manage to be totally in balance. And I think maybe that was the case a little bit with Cavante Turpin last night trying to turn that corner.
They got him to the wall, though, man.
They did.
That was a good block, though. Butler made a really good block to get him there. Bill could have got called for block in the back, but, man, it was a clear alley all the way to the punter. I mean, Leofau could have just turned and blocked the punter, and they would have scored. But
there were so many moments last night. It was like, man.
They left a lot of plays out there.
Yeah.
They left a lot of plays out
Didn't play too horribly, but, Cavani Turpin coming up in the Cowboys Hours. They find themselves 3-5 now, losers of 3 in a row. Mavs will be in action tonight. Host our old buddy Rick Carlisle and the Pacers. It'll be an 8:45 start.
That was a tough matchup for the Mavs last year.
It's no games tomorrow in the association. So the Monday before the election, I guess, they did this last time around. They're layering games to start every 15 minutes, and you'll be able to tune into, I think, NBA TV, and they're going to kind of bounce around like, giving you a sample of all the games. Indy's off to a slow start, though. Great season last year, one of the most entertaining offenses in all of basketball. Rick Carlisle, once again, the toast of coaching circles, is being a genius for what he's done with the Pacers once again. But they're not playing well. Mavs coming off the big win over the Magic yesterday. 5 Mavs in double digits, led by Luka, and I believe Chiafalo was there. What were your takeaways on the team?
Yeah, it was. Well, my first takeaway is, oh my gosh, the Orlando Magic cannot shoot the basketball. I saw more air balls in that game than I ever dreamed I would watching professionals play. They need Paolo Banchero in a huge way. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, Luka in the first half, he was really trying to get that step back going, and he did. He was pacing. I think he had 25 at the half, pacing a 50 burger, and then they didn't really need him much, and it was 3 points in the third quarter and pretty much all she wrote there. But I'll tell you what, Najee Marshall, especially in that first half, the playmaker, bringing the ball up the floor, alley-oops, setting up opportunity. I think he had 5 assists in the first half. Like, that was a guy that really jumped out. So, and Gafford had a nice night as well.
Right on. Did you guys say we had Ben DiNucci news? Are we bringing him back?
I just brought up if they were looking for another quarterback, right? For a practice squad?
Yeah, I reached out to Ben. I haven't heard back yet.
Okay. Maybe that's something that they're...
I know Mike would love it. I know he had a workout a couple of weeks ago with Tampa, so he's on that list of guys who, teams might want to be given a call to as far as having that emergency quarterback situation resolved. Dak is going to be out weeks. The Lamb injury, not serious, more pain tolerance. I saw that Dr. David Chow guy say it was an AC joint, so I don't know if we can confirm or deny that, but that would, be one that wide receivers can play through depending on the severity of it, if that's indeed what it is. The Saints fired Coach Dennis Allen after his 7th loss in a row. What happened there? How did they look so bad?
They started off like 2-0, and then they mauled Dallas, as we all know. And then the next week, I think they went to Atlanta, and they had a tough loss there. They lost some games, some games that they probably should have had, and then just the wheels fell off. They lost their quarterback there, and then
they lost their starting center, Eric McCoy, in that week 3.
McCoy
versus the Eagles that game. They couldn't score at all.
I think that was huge.
Yeah, that he was really, really, really good.
I believe Derek Carr now is he's the only quarterback in NFL history to lose to 31 different franchises.
Yeah, that's right, because the Panthers were one of those teams. Gosh, who's the other team now?
It's the Raiders. Good news for all of us. The Saints will host the Raiders on December 29th.
Wow. Man, I want records to be broken.
Take the L to all 32. And then he got called out yesterday, Derek Carr did, by his former wide receiver, Michael Thomas.
I read some of those quotes earlier, but my gosh, it was brutal.
Derek Carr keeps getting guys killed, man. Chris Olave, every week, there's a new play of him getting just smashed, and yesterday was no different, and it looked like Derek Carr could have helped things a little bit with the way that he set him up. But then Michael Thomas, the former stud wide receiver for the Saints, who's played with Derek Carr, just went on a Twitter rampage. Dude's scary and panic. Just throw the ball. Get him the F out of here. He's so ass. 5 minutes later. That year, his buddy went first team All-Pro in 2022. He needed 180 targets just to catch 100 passes. He is ass on my granny.
So Michael Thomas still a big Saints fan?
I think he's
just hate watching.
He's hate watching.
Yeah, he doesn't like Derek Carr.
Yeah.
Dude tried to lie and say I was jealous of them making Chris Olave wide receiver 1 whole time. He can't even give him a decent ball. He need his ass whooped.
I mean, Derek Carr's not that bad.
He was great against the Cowboys.
Michael Thomas is a savage, dude.
And finally, they fired all them coaches trying to cover his flaws up. He's still doing the same bleep. So Derek Carr really took it on the chin yesterday. And then Cam Jordan, he literally apologized. This is honestly more of an indictment on the Panthers than anything, because Cam Jordan, he was like distraught, didn't even go into the locker room after the game. He like walked off and had to have a moment because he was just so beside himself.
I thought I was getting bowl sacked. I saw Derek Carr was chasing him, right?
Derek Carr
I thought that might have been a fake video.
Did he get lost going to the locker room?
No.
I think he really was going for a breather. I'm so distraught. Like his tweet was, "We just lost to the Panthers. ...
Yeah.
I love y'all, New Orleans.
Yeah.
Truly had higher expectations.
We just lost to the Panthers.
And the best hopes for us. Y'all deserve it." That was his post-game tweet. I've never seen that before.
I thought he was just kind of taking like he was just walking off, like he was like, like leave completely.
No, he needed a moment. That's like when your parents are like, "Listen, I've had it up to here with you. I gotta give me 15 minutes."
Broadus was about to do that to me a few minutes ago.
I thought about it.
I think he still will.
No, I'm good.
We don't want to revisit that.
No.
The Edge podcast with Micah, quote, Machota pulled this out. "We got a chance. They always say it's not over until the fat lady sings, and I haven't heard her sing yet. As
She's
long as
warming up.
I'm still alive, as long as I'm still part of this team, I'm going to keep fighting." You know, and it's obvious in sports when players are in tough situations and they have to say something, they feel like they have to believe. I just wish we'd get more honesty, like Dak on the sideline yesterday. We bleeping suck. You have him saying that. You have Mike McCarthy at every turn saying we're inexperienced. I think this is the week in the Cowboys season where it becomes obvious and it becomes really difficult to hide from, and any suggestion otherwise is just met kind of with an eye roll, right? That's what we collectively do when we hear that from Micah Parsons.
Yes.
I don't know when it was over. It might have been over in March, when all these players left. But it definitely was over yesterday with Dak hurt. Pulled hammy worse than initially believed was the word from Ian Rappaport about an hour before we went on today.
I cannot figure out watching tape when that happened. I can't. I mean, I saw the long run. He was fine after that. He had 2 5-yard runs. Now I couldn't see the end of the second 5-yard run where he was getting up. But he bounced up after the first one. But I wonder if he really heard it when they made that throw, the outside throw to Brooks, the 10-yard throw. But I couldn't tell.
In the postgame, he said it was the run before the throw, and he felt something weird, but he really didn't notice that it was that hurt. And then when he jumped to throw, that's when he said he felt something he had never felt before.
Yeah.
And I hope that's not a severe hamstring, tear or something like that. Hopefully it's just a couple, 2-4
tell.
weeks.
I was ready for him to see if it was something when he was actually just running, and it, like I say, it looked like to me his footwork on the throw was just not very good, and maybe he's already compromised at that point.
I mean, the hand looked terrible when they were that view that Fox got. I was like, okay, what's wrong with his hand here? We haven't really heard much about the hand, but that contract right now, that's looming, and that thing's not looking great.
Looking at their schedule over the next 3 weeks, it's Washington, Philly, Houston, right? Maybe in a different order, but that's the teams. What if Cooper Rush goes 2-1 here? What if something crazy? Last time you had to go to him, you were 4-1.
The only game he lost was to Philadelphia, and that game was at Philadelphia, and he had a couple of turnovers in the game.
3 interceptions.
They had a chance to win.
Yeah. The completion percentage will be lower. The yards per attempt will be lower. I know those things about Cooper Rush. He's not as good as Dak Prescott, but
I kind of felt like he was trying to throw the ball down the field more yesterday than what Dak was doing.
Well, I will say in that situation, that time of the game,
you got to. He had no
to.
choice.
He had to, right? So, I mean, just in Dak's defense, but
you could argue anytime it's third down, you have to get a first down, and Dak didn't throw beyond the sticks at all.
It's maddening. And the routes are also designed to be going short of the sticks, like we're hitting CeeDee Lamb, and it's 5 yards short, right? It's just, it's maddening to me. I mean, it's like, hey, what position would you draft if you could of any position? It is quarterback.
Oh, yeah, if you didn't have any of the
I don't know that this year there's any that you're really
entanglements.
going to want, but it is quarterback.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll get another chance next year. You know, I know it's going to be probably 2 or 3 years down the road before an out in the contract could even be possible. But, you know, I would be considering it if you knew, hey, this guy is special and we're sitting here at 7. Somebody has left this quarterback on the board. I think you could do a lot worse than taking him. I would love to see Trey Lance play. You know, let's just see this thing through, give him a shot. And draw up a game plan with more of a running approach, like build a game plan specifically for him. You probably end up losing, which is what I'm most interested in, right? Like
you'll lose. You could lose anyway. I
Sure.
mean, you don't need to tank. I mean, you're not a good enough.
Cooper Rush could win you some games, though. I don't think Trey Lance could.
I don't know if Cooper Rush could beat. Oh, he might beat Philadelphia.
It'd be more exciting with Trey, but I would expect a lot of turnovers and then maybe like some wow plays.
Is Houston scoring any points? I mean, we saw
their
that,
offense is struggling right now.
Yeah, I mean that
their offensive line's pretty broken,
and their wide receiver room's all banged up, right?
Yeah, they should get Nico Collins back this week, I believe. So they'll have Nico and Tank Dell.
Dak running more is a huge topic. How do you approach it when he comes back? Now, Jerry said what he said. It's obviously the coaches and Dak had a completely different idea. Are you okay with not running, or did you say, wow, we actually look more viable here with you running? I don't think it's a coincidence that he got hurt immediately after starting running. So it's a sensitive topic. I don't know where to go with it. I think if you have a quarterback that can't run in today's NFL, though, I don't know if you should be staying with him long term.
Yeah, I saw Dre Greenlaw blow out his Achilles running onto the field in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I just, it's, if you don't run, you're probably giving up plays. If you're scared to run, you're not making plays. I think you kind of get hurt both ways.
You can't have a mandate that he can't run. But
I wouldn't. That's what
you're
I'm saying.
You're probably second guessing that, right?
For sure. Yeah. And it's a huge bummer. I would still want him to run.
Me too.
Now, not this season. If he comes back this season, it's all for naught, So it's like, let's not mess around with that right now.
Would you sit him down for the rest of the year? Would you consider that if it's a 4 to 6 week hammy?
I absolutely would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally would. But I would also be going with Trey Lance here as well. I would be willing to chalk it up now to a dead season and run Trey Lance out there, but they're probably going to want to wait at least a few more weeks before they make that call.
Yeah, maybe it's a situation. Who do you think? Both your quarterbacks are not under contract next year, right?
Backup Rush and Lance.
Rush and Lance.
Yeah.
Whoever plays, if somebody were to sign, I mean, I'm hoping for the compensatory is what I'm hoping for. That's not going to help you until 26. But
I'd be better off if you want a comp pick than see what Lance can do. Maybe a team gives him a deal.
Yeah, would somebody give Rush a deal? You think Rush's time has passed?
I think he's just viewed as a backup.
Okay, then play Trey Lance and see and try and get him and try and get somebody interested enough where they'll offer him some money, and then you maybe get a better pick out of that.
Speaking to the trades, the deadline tomorrow. Stephen Jones on the Fan today. I wouldn't rule it out on making a deal. Asked if the Cowboys could be sellers. Trades are always both ways. If something makes sense, then we'd certainly look at it. There are a number of veteran players who are coming up at the end of a deal, who might have interest. I know, Brian, you said earlier you don't want to get like a turkey sandwich back.
I don't.
What is the beginning of non-turkey sandwiches? Third, fourth?
Me personally, though, if we're going to finish this thing out, you're going to need all these bodies. I'm just going to go ahead and keep everybody. But if somebody were to offer me something significant, and your best trade possibility is with somebody like a Micah Parsons. That's your best trade that you could probably get the most out of that. But to me, I'm interested in like first, second, third, fourth, fifth. That I'm not interested in sixth and sevenths.
No, I hear you.
I'm more interested in 1 through 4. Is really what I'm interested in.
Well, if I'm not going to bring back Jordan Lewis and Tank and Zach Martin and Osa, I want to know, can I get a 4? Can I get another 5? I think they already have 4 or 5 5s with all their comp picks. Tough day to be here, though. And, on a Cowboys Monday where it finally feels like the season is Dunsky for the most part. There's the Zeke storyline as well. And this Zeke story could be a number one topic for a week if it had happened on any other day. But with so much going on, we have not had much to talk about. I don't know, what it all happened behind the scenes to make it to what it was. It's an unfortunate way, I think, if a legend's career ended like that. I'm just happy, whatever it took, Rico Dowdle's the guy now, and it should remain that way. I think they have a significantly better chance to win with him running it. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. Yeah. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Let's have a toast.
This is for the homies who ain't make it. AKA Adrian. We miss him. He was on some bullshit when he left. And this is for making it through 7th grade and not dropping out.
Yeah.
And let's hope we make it through 8th grade without dropping out.
Yeah.
So we're going to do it together. Family.
As a family, baby, we're going to stick together as a family. No child left behind. I don't know what Adrian was on, but hey, get it together, Adrian. Get it together, my guy. This is LA Live for Monday, November 4th, 2024. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Word to the now disbanded Dallas group PPT for the name Monday, Friday. Family. Glad you folks made it back here on a stormy Monday out here. It's dark sooner now because, the time went back and everything, which I like the best. Better than the skipping forward. I like it to fall back. I do.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Is this the last one? Are we done now?
Till spring.
This should stop forever.
I thought it was.
They quit?
I thought we were stopping.
Well, I think there's only like 2 places. Was it Hawaii and
Arizona?
I think Indianapolis, Indiana is one of these.
I thought we decided
they do it too.
Yeah, I think
more daylight savings.
I don't think we do that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Anyway, I was talking over the weekend, and it seems like there's a lot of tension between athletes and the media.
A lot
of tension all over the place. Not just here. I'm talking about all over the landscape. It had me thinking. I want to ask you guys a question. Have you fellas ever been confronted by someone about something you said on these microphones?
Yes.
Oh, that's what I need. Let's get into that. Hold on, let me switch the vibe up real quick. Go ahead and get into that for me there, Mr. Broadus.
Yeah.
R.I.P. to the great Quincy Jones, too, by the way.
Yeah, I told you a story about Jason Witten. I said I think I might have come on with you guys and was talking about doing some game breakdown, and I was working with DallasCowboys.com and on the microphones and stuff there. And then here I said something about Witten and a route and all that. Witten grabbed me in the locker room and then he pulled me aside and was kind of confronting me about that. I had
Damn. Did he stick his big finger in your chest while he was talking to you?
He put his arm around me, and it was to the point where like he was squeezing me, and he was pulling me.
He was Barry Switzering you.
Yeah, he was pulling me outside.
Yeah.
And
he was big bodying you. You can do that too by putting your hand on someone's shoulder
and pushing
when
him,
you're talking to him,
and
you
squeeze
just squeeze the hell out of it, and you move him around a little bit too. So he's like swaying back and forth when you're talking to him.
He
Intimidation.
Grabbed me. Yeah, he grabbed me and was pulling me along.
You didn't talk to him like he was chief or anything? You didn't get after him?
No, I just said
Get your hands off me.
I listened to what he was saying, and then I went through and we talked it out. But I also had Jason Hatcher.
Oh,
one
yes.
time.
Oh, that's a scary legendary.
Jason Hatcher came to my office in Valley Ranch, and Orlando Scandrick came with him.
Mm-hmm. What'd you tell him?
I told him, I go, hey, this is between him and I, and you need to get the F out of here.
Let's go.
I told Scanner, I go, this is between him and I. And turn the hell around. And Scanner's like, I knew it was going to happen. And I'm like, no, you can get the F out of here.
As if Hatcher needed some cornerback backup.
But see,
he needed help.
The thing about Hatcher,
got my slot corner.
And Hatcher might
hit him low, I hit him high.
Hatcher might be driving around listening to this right now.
Salute.
But his I'd heard through several of his teammates that they were when he was when he was getting his contract or he was going for his contract, that he was worried about not putting putting bad film out there and stuff like that, and the level of play. And some people were questioning his desire to play, and and I'd heard this from 3 different guys. And so he came into my office to confront me about that. I said, listen, you shouldn't have a problem with me. You should have a problem with your teammates. Is who you should have a problem with. Mm-hmm. Because they're the ones telling me they don't think you're putting out. You're protecting yourself for your next contract.
It's a bad teammate right there.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. I won't stand for
messing up the locker room, bro.
So
we're looking for you after practice, player.
So that's a couple of times I got confronted by players. Yeah.
Well, see, I think that's a sign of respect if they come confront you.
If they come talk to you about it, you think that's respectful?
I do.
Okay.
Because they respect your opinion.
Yeah.
If they hear you and they're like, who? Oh, forget about it.
Yeah.
I don't care. But it's Broadus.
Well, see, we got the whole
Come
thing
see
with
him about that.
Yeah.
Fix This S Rich. Remember that?
Dez.
That whole thing? That's Dez. Dez was dealing with a lot of he went after, and then he turned and wheeled around to Rich Dalrymple and said, "Fix this S Rich."
Yeah.
Who was taking him off that day? Was it a media member that was it particular one?
I'm trying to remember. Somebody reported something about him.
Probably Mike Leslie.
No, God darn it, who was it? I know Calvin Watkins was involved, I think. But I mean, I don't think
Calvin will stand on business now.
So I saw Calvin go. Well, he went face to face with Jay Ratliff.
Yeah,
Calvin got up in his face.
That is so badass.
That is, dude.
How about the rest of you cats? Anybody else have been confronted by something they said? Whether it's a sports personality, it could be just an individual, a listener.
It's probably
it could be a family member. It could be anybody. Tolo.
Like when we've been out
face to face, confronted you, like brought some heat to you.
Now we're saying besides Sandler, right?
No, besides Sandler.
Okay. Not with him, no. I don't think so. No, I do know that D. Ware took exception to something I said about him probably 11 years ago.
Yeah.
And he stopped doing the Cowboys player show with Rage for the rest of the season as a result of that. Oh. But the next time I saw him, we were cool. So maybe he didn't know I was the same guy, or maybe he forgave me or something. I don't know. I remember Bruce Gilbert was pretty disappointed in me, though.
Okay, well, you 2 other knuckleheads, y'all all right out here. Just everybody, just sports opinions going back and forth, not a real confrontation.
No,
I don't think so.
Good for y'all, man.
I yelled at this AAA baseball player once. We had a field side suite right behind home plate at what is now, I don't know, the home of the Portland Timbers. Used to be a minor league baseball stadium. And he was supposed to call into our radio show on The Fan in Portland earlier that afternoon. He no-called, no-showed us for like a 3rd day in a row. Well, he gets up there. This is Khalil Green, former San Diego Padre. And he strikes out. And as he's walking back to the dugout right in front of us, I might have had 6 or 7 beers by then. And I said, "That's what you get for not calling on The Fan." He goes, "What?" And like kind of bowed up to me. Yeah. And so his dugout is immediately to our left. And all of a sudden, there's just like a half dozen AAA baseball players up on the steps and like goosenecking over, like, "Who said something to Khalil?"
Yeah.
So
you started pointing at somebody else and you took off.
He sure did.
I was like, definitely not me.
Sorry, guys.
That guy was crazy.
It was.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? Later on that same year, they went into the stands in Las Vegas and fought a bunch of fans.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anybody can get it, even fans in the stands.
It's this guy, the guy's name with Des, Robert Klimko.
I remember him,
Robert
SI writer.
Yeah. Robert Klimko got into it with Des. That was, I guess, got text with that. Yeah.
Way back in the day when I did the night show at KOOC B106 in Central Texas.
Yeah.
One of the stop sets called for us to promo a live event that we're going to have at the club. We're going to broadcast it live at the club on Fridays. 3rd stop set did, right? Coming out of that stop set is Usher's song, "Love in the Club."
Okay.
So I was like, man, I got to promo this thing and go to break. So I promoed coming out of the song saying, "We're going to be making love in the club at this club," gave the address and everything, blah, 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 and go to break. Boom, went to break. I walk off, go to the bathroom, go use the restroom. I come back, the phones are going crazy in the studio. I'm talking about the red phone, the bat phone, the PD. And I picked up the phone. I was like, "What's going on?" He said, "Man, who did you tick off?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Yeah, the owner of the club that we're going to be doing is calling me talking about this is a sex club and swingers and all this other stuff gonna be going on? You said they're making love in the club in the VIP? Is this what you said? I was like, nah, man, I didn't say that. You can run the tape back. I hung up with him, and I think everything is cool. And then the people who like are related to the guy that owns the club started calling the radio station, threatening me. Yeah, man, when we see you, it's gonna be outside. We're gonna lose our license because of you. Man, we know where the station's at. Let me tell you, fam, I stayed in the radio station till about 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay, the show was over with at 11. I stayed till 6. I said, "I'll be damned, you fools catch me outside
Playing all
pitchforks out there.
Yeah, I'll be damned.
Wait your drunk asses out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I waited till the sun came up. It was a big misunderstanding, clearly, because he just didn't hear it right. I don't know what's going on. I later ended up hitting somebody in the head with a microphone at that club.
Wow.
Right in the forehead, busting the microphone. DJ got his microphone. So I had to got him a fork.
Were they confronting you over that same promo?
No, well, they had bad love with me after that, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it was kind of that, but they made it about something else. I ain't going to get it. But, yeah, busting right there on the forehead. We ended up being cool friends, and, maybe 6 weeks later. Remember that time I busted you on the forehead and you was bleeding, dog, and you wanted to beat me up, bro? Remember that?
I had to, man.
Yeah. Let's see. 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. I watched some TV this weekend. Let's get into that.